The purchase of a house before marriage. The mother-in-law has not only depleted all the family savings. Furthermore, this new residence must bear the name of my girlfriend's younger brother. Ding! The infinite choice system has been successfully activated. As long as Lin Xuan makes a choice, he shall receive the corresponding reward. Ding! The host has made a choice. The reward is a tenfold cashback on expenditures. Once. Ding! The host has made a choice. The reward is an 80 stake in Yihua Group. Ding! The host has made a choice. The reward is a super luxurious yacht. Lin Xuan, now at the pinnacle of his life, lamented helplessly. I do not covet money. I truly have no affection for wealth. Chapter 1. I refuse to marry. Lin Xuan, we have discussed this. The house must be registered in Zifen's name. Upon hearing the words of his mother-in-law, Lu Lan, Lin Xuan held the pen suspended in mid-air, his face a mask of disbelief. It is essential to note that this residence is situated in the city center of Zhonghai. The price per square meter is 31,000. The total cost has reached an astonishing 3,300,000. Why on earth should a house worth 330,000 bear my brother-in-law's name? What gives? Mother, is this house not meant for me and Lin to reside in after we marry? Why must it be in Zhang Zifen's name? Lin Xuan directed his gaze at Lu Lan. What do you mean by mother? My daughter has yet to marry you. Once you inscribe Zifen's name on the deed and my daughter enters your household, you may call me mother. For now, you are to address me as auntie, Lu Lan declared, hands on her hips, exuding pride. She had specifically inquired and learned that there are over 30 million single young men across the nation. If she did not seize this opportunity to press the matter, what would become of her son? At this moment, Zhang Lin, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Lin Xuan, do not blame my mother. The primary reason is that my brother recently started dating a girlfriend who specifically desires this house. Yet the housing prices here are exorbitant, so you expect me to purchase a house for the two of them to live in? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. It is not quite that simple. Xiao Fan and his girlfriend should at least date for 2 to 3 years. During that time, we can continue living here, and when the time comes, we can simply buy another one, Zhang Lin expounded. Brother-in-law, just put my name down. It's merely a few million, isn't it? You earn hundreds of thousands each year. Can't you buy another in a few years? Xiao Wei is a wonderful girl, beautiful and virtuous, so have some compassion for me. Zhang Xiaofan interjected. Buy another one? How do you propose to do that with mere words? The housing prices are escalating at an alarming rate. In 2 years, they might rise by approximately 20. Furthermore, working is not merely a matter of sitting with a newspaper and a cup of tea all day. I am toiling away with a 996 work schedule, hardly finding time to rest. I even had to take a leave of absence to come and buy this house. Most importantly, your brother's marriage is of no concern to me. I might as well marry your brother's girlfriend directly, eliminating the middleman and saving on costs. Wouldn't that be more appealing? Lin Xuan, have you made up your mind? If you do not put Zifen's name on the deed, you can forget about marrying. Do you have any idea how many wealthy individuals are eager to wed my daughter? Lu Lanya, sharp-tongued and astute, issued her final ultimatum. Lin, what is your opinion? Lin Xuan gazed at Zhang Lin, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and could not help but inquire. After all, she was his girlfriend of 3 years. It would be disingenuous to claim there were no feelings involved. Yet, what he received in return was the chilling reality. This time, I will heed my mother's advice, Zhang Lin replied coldly. She had not wished for things to unfold this way. But after days of relentless ideological persuasion from Lu Lanya and Zhang Xiaofan, she had become resolute in her stance. Otherwise, she could inscribe Zhang Xiaofan's name, ensuring that even in the event of a divorce, her family would still secure a house. Since Lin Xuan had consistently professed his love for her from the very beginning, how could he possibly be unwilling to purchase a mere property? With this thought in mind, Zhang Lin casually remarked, Lin Xuan, don't you know many affluent businessmen? You could borrow money from them, and they would surely oblige. If that fails, you could have your parents apply for a loan. Have my parents apply for a loan? Lin Xuan exclaimed in disbelief at Zhang Lin's suggestion. Yes, after all, they are only in their 50s. In 3 years, they could take out a loan of over $1 million, and the monthly repayment would only be a little over 7,000. It's quite manageable. Manageable? You earn barely over 3,000 a month, And you think 7,000 is easy? Lin Xian's parents were mere farmers from the countryside. To gather the funds necessary for Lin Xian's home purchase, they had sold their rural property and borrowed a considerable sum from relatives. Now, the elderly couple could only rent a basement from others in the countryside. The mere thought of this filled Lin Xian with a twinge of bitterness. Sighing, he turned to his father-in-law, Zhang Wang, who merely cast a glance at Lin Xian before slowly nodding. The implication was abundantly clear. Lin Xian, do not concern yourself with others. This matter is entirely at my discretion, Lu Lanya declared with unwavering determination. You have 3 minutes. Otherwise, you shall obediently fill in Zhang Xiaofan's name, or else. Her words trailed off, yet the meaning was unmistakable. Lin Xian, just sign. Once you do, we can proceed with the wedding, Zhang Linlin urged from the side. Indeed, once signed, the two of you will finally be together, Lu Lanya chimed in, fanning the flames, although her gaze betrayed a hint of evasion. Ding! Detection of host's indecisiveness confirmed. Infinite choice system successfully activated. Option 1. Agree to sign Zhang Xiaofan's name. Reward. 1 good person card. Zhang Linlin's favorability 30. Option 2. Refuse to sign Zhang Xiaofan's name. Reward. 100,000 yuan. Option 3. Not only refuse to sign, but also confront Lu Lanya angrily. Reward. Tenfold cashback on expenses once. Just as Lin Xian hesitated, a mechanical prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. A system? Lin Xian was initially taken aback, but soon was overwhelmed with exhilaration. For contemporary youth, the concept of a system was all too familiar. Hurry up and sign. Stop dawdling like a woman. Lu Lanya, growing impatient, exclaimed as Lin Xian still hesitated to affix his signature. With a resounding slap, Lin Xian slammed the pen onto the table and bellowed, I refuse to marry. Chapter 2. The house is in my parents' name. What did you say? Lu Lan exclaimed furiously, her finger jabbing at the real estate contract. I'll give you one more chance. If you sign this, I'll pretend I didn't hear you. If you're deaf, I'll repeat it. I'm not getting married. Lin Xian stood up, towering over Lu Lan, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. You. Lu Lan opened her mouth to retort. But upon seeing Lin Xian's imposing height of 185 meters, she swallowed her words. After a moment's hesitation, she smiled and suggested, Lin Xian, let us compromise. We can draft a guarantee agreement stating that Xiaofan will only use this house for 20 years, and after that, it will be returned to you. What do you think? Mom, Zhang Xiaofan, overhearing this, shouted in alarm. He had envisioned effortlessly acquiring a house worth over $1 million, marrying afterward, and enjoying a lifetime of comfort. But now it was reduced to just 20 years. However, a glare from Lu Lan silenced him. 20 years. Why not just say half a lifetime? Huh? Lin Xian scoffed, casting a cold glance at Lu Lan. I believe you still haven't grasped what I said. I'm not getting married today. What do you mean? Not getting married? Do you have any idea how many wealthy suitors want to marry Linlin? Lu Lan fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Xian. You're incredibly fortunate to have this opportunity. It's as if your ancestors are smiling down on you. In a fit of rage, Lin Xian swatted Lu Lan's hand away, his gaze icy. Do not point your filthy finger at me. I refuse to marry. If you want the woman I've been with for 3 years to marry a wealthy man, then so be it. Ha! And your useless son, who spends every day playing video games and hasn't even got a job, expects me to buy him a house. He can go to hell. Lin Xian spat vehemently, tearing the contract to shreds. Who are you calling useless? I'll beat you to a pulp. Zhang Xiaofan shouted, rising in fury to launch at Lin Xian. Bang! But Lin Xian was prepared. He swiftly kicked Zhang Xiaofan away. I'm talking about you. A jobless layabout. Over the years, I've given you thousands in pocket money. And you dare to complain? Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing option 3, you have earned a tenfold cashback reward. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Xian smiled. Lin Xian, you've gone mad. Zhang Linlin shouted, supporting Zhang Xiaofan in anger. Indeed, I've gone mad. Driven insane by you bloodsuckers. Lin Xian retorted with a sardonic laugh. You want this house, huh? I'll make sure you don't get it. He turned to the bewildered salesperson. Bring me another copy of the contract. I want to buy the house. Buy a house. The salesperson, coming back to reality, hurriedly retrieved a new contract from the office. In truth, several surrounding salespeople felt that this family had gone too far. The male party was paying in full for the house. Why should it be in the female party's name? What if he called off the wedding? Wouldn't that mean a loss for both parties? Buy? Of course I'm buying. Lin Xian slammed his bank card on the table. 330,000, full payment. Upon hearing Lin Xian's willingness to purchase the house, Lu Lan assumed he had changed his mind and quickly interjected, Lin Xuan. Just put your and Lin's names on the deed. Heh, still not giving up? You expect to greedily claim half of my house without contributing a dime. I'll write whoever's name I please. It's none of your business. Lin Xuan slammed the table, his voice rising in anger. You. Lu Lan's face paled, and after a moment, she suddenly clutched her chest and collapsed to the ground. Mom, Lu Lan, quick, call for a car. Zhang Linlin shouted, rushing outside to hail a taxi as Lu Lan lay unconscious from the shock. Lin Xuan, look what you've done. Zhang Linlin shot him a furious glare before departing in the cab. This family is truly despicable. Indeed, the young man's family isn't well off either. Yet they expect to give the house to the brother. They are nothing but leeches. To put it plainly, this family is selling their daughter. As Zhang Linlin's family left, the murmurs of the onlookers grew louder. Sir, are you still interested in buying this house? A salesperson approached Lin Xuan, holding his bank card. In truth, even if Lin Xuan were to take back his card now, no one would mock him. After all, any man in his position would have reacted similarly. Having spent several weeks viewing properties, he was determined to buy, but he still wanted the name on the deed to be in his parents' name. After some thought, Lin Xuan replied earnestly, yes. Excellent. A middle-aged man in a suit approached slowly. Young man, for being such a filial son, I would like to befriend you. Who are you? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. If you're interested, you could join our company. The man handed him a business card. Zhonghai Auto City, Wang Tinkong. Lin Xuan read the name on the card in disbelief. Hearing Lin Xuan's incredulous murmur, nearby customers buzzed with excitement. This man is the CEO of Zhonghai Auto City, the Wang Tinkong known for his numerous luxury car dealerships. This lad is surely fortunate to have caught his eye. He will undoubtedly rise to prominence. Moments later, the salesperson returned with the stamped contract. Mr. Lin, please enter your password. The salesperson presented the card reader. With a successful input of the 6-digit password, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing a transaction. You have triggered the Tenfold Cashback card. You spent 3 million. You will receive a cashback of 30 million. Chapter 3. It's you. Beep. Your bank card ending in 2333 completed a transaction at 1:49 p.m. Current balance, 10 million. 30 million. Lin Xuan counted the amount over and over, ensuring it was indeed 30 million, nearly leaping for joy. In one moment, he was merely a poor wretch in the eyes of others, and in the next, he had transformed into a millionaire. The sensation was exhilarating. After confirming the transaction, Lin Xuan bid farewell to Wang Tinkong and exited the sales office. After some contemplation, he decided to inform his parents and transfer the money to them. As for the house, he planned to address that later. After all, he couldn't explain how he had both repaid debts and purchased a house simultaneously. Resolute, Lin Xuan took out his phone and called his mother, Lu Hongxue. Xuan, have you bought the house? Actually, Mom, I need to tell you that I'm not getting married. What? You're not getting married? His mother exclaimed, delivering a lecture. You're not a child anymore. Why do you still act so immature? Mom, listen to me. I truly cannot be blamed for today's events. Then tell me, what on earth happened? Hello. This is quite a lengthy story. Then, make it brief. Here's the situation. Subsequently, Lin Xuan recounted the entire sequence of events that transpired today to his mother in full detail. The family of the bride is utterly unreasonable. If the marriage is not to be, then so be it. After a while, I'll have your mother arrange another one for you. Mom, there's no rush. By the way, I've returned the 3 million you and Dad gave me. You should consider buying another house. Living in a basement is not beneficial for your rheumatism. With that said, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Upon hearing his mother's intention to send the money back, Lin Xuan hurriedly found an excuse to end the call. From her tone, he could tell that his mother was reluctant to forego purchasing a house. In due time, he would bring his parents to the city. After all, he currently possessed not only one house, but also over 10 million in funds, making the acquisition of another property a trivial matter. Standing by the roadside, the thought of having over 10 million in his bank account filled him with exhilaration. To think he had originally only a few tens of thousands, and now suddenly possessed 30 million, felt surreal. Since he was now affluent, there was no need for frugality. It was time to treat himself to a new wardrobe. Lin Xuan glanced at the cheap attire he was wearing and murmured to himself. Previously, in preparation for his wedding and to support Zhang Xiaofan's gaming habits, he had no funds left for his own clothing. Not to mention, the outfit he currently wore had been in his possession for 3 to 4 years, and the soles of his shoes were nearly devoid of any pattern. However, now that he had liberated himself from a family of leeches and had ample funds, it was only fitting that he indulge in a little self-pampering. With this thought, Lin Xuan hailed a taxi and made his way to Zhonghai City's largest shopping center, Zhonghai Century City. Established 2 decades ago, Zhonghai Century City is the largest shopping complex in Zhonghai and the entire southeastern region. Compared to the so-called Yacht Plaza, this place boasts a far greater variety of branded products. Moreover, it serves as a gathering hub for social media influencers. It's not uncommon to encounter several influencers taking photos in front of the upscale brand stores, and occasionally, disputes arise over prime shooting locations. After disembarking, Lin Xuan followed the signs to the 5th floor, which is dedicated to clothing. The array of garments was dazzling, with numerous brands vying for attention, overwhelming Lin Xuan. Besides the usual Adidas and Nike, high-end luxury brands such as Versace, Armani, and Givenchy were also present. As he wandered among the various brands, Lin Xuan felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, peering around in a daze, unsure of what to purchase. The sales associates here, unlike those in other stores, refrained from hawking their wares. The atmosphere was surprisingly serene, as they understood that calling out would be futile if the customers could not afford the items. After half an hour of browsing, Lin Xuan decided to visit the Gucci store. The reason was simple. The head of his company wore suits from this brand. If it was good enough for him, it must be a wise choice for Lin Xuan as well. Sir, this suit is our latest Gucci design, originally priced at 380,000. If you're interested, I can offer it to you for 350,000. No, that is far too expensive. I think I'll look elsewhere. The middle-aged man exclaimed as he hurried out of the store. He had merely wished to experience the exorbitance of this legendary luxury brand, only to find that a regular suit cost 350,000. He fled. Observing the man's retreat, Zhou Yuju's face fell in disappointment. It's all right, Yuju. You're new here, so you may not be aware. In fact, Gucci's monthly sales often reach only double digits. An older employee consoled her with a smile. And while Zhonghai is a first-tier city, the average income is just so. Very few can truly afford these items. All right, Zhou Yuju sighed. She had hoped that moving to Zhonghai, a first-tier city, would lead to her rise, but it seemed she had been overly naive. Just as she was preparing to return, the door chimes signaled a new arrival. Welcome. Although she was unsure who had entered, she reminded herself that in sales, one must exhibit perseverance. After bolstering her spirits, Zhou Yuju approached with a smile once more. However, upon seeing Lin Xuan, she was momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan was taken aback as well. In the next moment, they both exclaimed in unison, "It's you?" Chapter 4. Do you believe in fate? Gazing at Zhou Yuju before him, Lin Xuan found himself momentarily speechless. For she was none other than his ex-girlfriend. Yuju, I didn't expect to find you in Zhonghai as well, Lin Xuan said with a smile, taking in her appearance. 2 years had passed, yet she remained captivating. Her long hair was elegantly pinned back, exuding an air of sophistication, and her face bore a subtle makeup touch, particularly the gentle smile at the corner of her lips that felt like a breath of fresh spring air. Yes, indeed, Zhou Yuju replied, equally surprised to see Lin Xuan. Are you here looking for me? Given Lin Xuan's capabilities, she knew he earned a decent salary, but she doubted he would frequent such luxury boutiques. Her immediate assumption was that he had come to find her. However, unsure of her intuition, she cautiously inquired, do you believe in fate? Lin Xuan chuckled awkwardly. Had this been yesterday, he would have readily denied it. However, having just parted ways with Zhang Linlin, it was impossible to claim he had no lingering thoughts about his former girlfriend. After all, they had been the epitome of a perfect couple during their school days. One a campus beauty and the other a campus heartthrob. After graduation, Lin Xuan had aspired to develop his career in Zhonghai, while Zhou Yuju wished to remain in her hometown, leading to their inevitable breakup. Their separation was not wrought with the turmoil typical of novels. Rather, it was a peaceful parting. They had even retained each other as friends on social media, often exchanging messages and maintaining a cordial relationship. Fate. Huh. Zhou Yuju couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Xuan, you don't actually think we're still children, do you? Save those sweet nothings for your new partner. They want to work on me. She playfully stuck out her tongue, exuding confidence, though a hint of wistfulness flickered in her eyes. She was aware of Zhang Linlin's existence, which had extinguished any lingering hopes she harbored for Lin Xuan, yet she still felt a twinge of nostalgia. Otherwise, she wouldn't have traveled such a distance to work in Zhonghai. While she publicly claimed she was there to earn a fortune, who could truly discern her real motives? I've broken up, Lin Xuan said, looking at Zhou Yuju with a wry smile. Aren't you at the stage of discussing marriage? How could you break up? Zhou Yuju replied, her eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Xuan chuckled but refrained from divulging the details. After all, such matters were personal and did not warrant public discussion. Upon perceiving a hint of melancholy in Lin Xuan's eyes, Zhou Yuju surmised that his words bore truth. She then remarked, very well, if you are reluctant to speak, so be it. However, I am currently at work, so you should return home for now. Let us share a meal together this evening. After all, You've recently ended a relationship, haven't you? Before Lin Xuan could respond, a woman approached from a distance, also a sales associate, adorned with a sales manager badge on her chest. Welcome to Gucci. How may I assist you today? The manager smiled as she approached, having gleaned the context of the previous conversation. Essentially, it seemed to be a rekindling of old flames. Nonetheless, that was a matter for them to discuss privately. At the very least, such discussions should wait until after working hours. This was, after all, a time for business. Moreover, Lin Xuan's attire was worth but a meager 200 yuan, the most expensive item being his smartphone, which cost over 1,000. Had it not been for the presence of Zhou Yuzhu, he might not have had the courage to enter this establishment at all. Manager Liu, I apologize, Zhou Yuzhu stammered, startled by the manager's arrival. May I inquire whether you have any clothing suitable for my size? Lin Xuan, visiting a Gucci store for the first time, was unfamiliar with its offerings. With the manager now present, it was indeed more convenient to ask her directly. Manager Liu, though slightly taken aback, steeled herself and replied, Sir, given your physique and dimensions, I believe that most of our garments would complement you quite well. As a sales manager for a luxury brand, it was against protocol to dismiss a customer, even one who appeared to possess little. However, she mentally added, but that presupposes you have the funds to purchase. With that thought lingering, Lin Xuan paused, surveying his surroundings before nodding in satisfaction. Manager Liu, sensing the trajectory of his thoughts, anticipated his next query. Could he try on some clothes? However, such a request was improbable. Trying on garments necessitated the means to purchase them, and it was evident he lacked such means. Just as she contemplated how to decline his request, Lin Xuan pointed towards several items, his voice calm and steady. I would like these few pieces, please fetch me one of each. A collective gasp of disbelief echoed around them. The garments he indicated were of considerable value, likely totaling in the millions. Zhou Yuzhu stood frozen, astonishment flooding her mind. Had he truly gone mad after all these years? Several sales associates, overhearing Lin Xuan's declaration, could not suppress their laughter. They had been in the business long enough to recognize that customers typically tried on several items before making a decision. Who, after all, simply pointed to 5 or 6 pieces and declared a purchase. Was this a wholesale market or a roadside stall? Sir, you must be jesting. This is a Gucci boutique, where a single item can cost tens of thousands. The selections you've chosen likely total over 1 million. Manager Liu struggled to conceal her amusement. I am aware it amounts to merely 1 million. Please proceed with the transaction. I am in a hurry, Lin Xuan replied, placing a standard bank card before her with a smile. Is this for real? Please, wait a moment, Manager Liu stammered, taking the card and hastily retreating to the back office. Moments later, she returned, her expression brimming with excitement. After verifying the card, she was taken aback. There was a staggering 30 million yuan within. In a city like Zhonghai, few possessed such liquid wealth. This young man was undoubtedly a rich heir. As for his humble attire, it was likely a conscious choice to remain inconspicuous. Within mere seconds, Lin Xuan's image transformed in Manager Liu's mind from that of a destitute individual to a discreetly affluent scion. Returning to Lin Xuan, she confirmed the transaction before glancing at Zhou Yuzhu, who stood in stunned silence. Yuzhu, why are you still here? Hurry and assist Mr. Lin with his purchases. What? Pack the clothing? Could it be he truly has money? Zhou Yuzhu's mind raced. After totaling the cost, Lin Xuan had purchased 5 items for a grand total of 236,500 yuan, rounded to 23 million. Payment and delivery. Manager Liu and the other sales associates watched in awe as Lin Xuan casually swiped his card, their eyes wide with disbelief. The elegance of his gesture was nothing short of captivating. By the way, let us ensure this commission is credited to Yuzhu, Lin Xuan remarked as he gathered his purchases. Of course, absolutely no problem. Here, please accept our diamond membership card, Manager Liu said, presenting a dazzling card with a smile. Lin Xuan accepted the card and carelessly tucked it into his pocket, turning to Zhou Yuzhu. I haven't changed my number. Do call me when you finish work. Zhou Yuzhu felt a faint blush creep across her cheeks. All right, very well. I shall take my leave now and not disturb your work, he said, before departing the Gucci store with his bags in tow. No sooner had Lin Xuan exited than Zhou Yuzhu was surrounded by her colleagues. Yuzhu, how could you secretly be dating such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend? Have you forgotten about us, your sisters? Indeed. By the way, does your boyfriend have a brother? Or perhaps an older sibling? If not, I'd settle for his father. One sales associate exclaimed, her face alight with infatuation. What are you all thinking? I can't discuss this, Zhou Yuzhu stammered. She had initially intended to clarify that they had broken up, but realized that revealing such information would only invite further interest. Fine, if you want to speak, you must at least treat us to dinner after this hefty order. You've earned several thousand today. All right. But tonight is not feasible, Zhou Yuzhu sighed, raising her hands in surrender. "We understand," they replied, exchanging knowing glances. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. Given Lin Xuan's newfound wealth, it was only appropriate for him to purchase a timepiece. After leaving the Gucci store, Lin Xuan made his way directly to the Vacheron Constantin watch shop. Although the salesperson noticed his plain attire, the new Gucci bags made it clear he had just emerged from a high-end store. Thus, she greeted him with enthusiasm. However, even without the Gucci bags, Lin Xuan's striking appearance would have warranted her warm welcome. Who wouldn't want to chat with a handsome man? After a cursory glance, he made a decisive purchase of an overseas collection watch, priced at 800,000 yuan, within just 2 minutes. This display of extravagance left the saleswoman nearly speechless with delight. While she had encountered wealthy clients before, none had ever been quite this generous. Exiting the watch store, Lin Xuan gazed at the exquisite item worth approximately 2 million, murmuring to himself, "Shopping is truly exhausting." Nevertheless, his eyes wandered around the other boutiques nearby, seemingly still unsatisfied. "Hello, would you care to visit our eyewear shop? Sir, I believe you are in need of a fine pair of leather shoes." At that moment, passers-by were almost left in a stupor. Was this still the century city of Zhonghai? It resembled an outdoor wholesale market. This was because all the major boutiques were vying for customers at the entrance, as Lin Xuan had just extravagantly spent millions in their midst. To them, Lin Xuan had become a veritable walking fortune. Meanwhile, at the Second People's Hospital of Zhonghai, in the inpatient department, Lu Lan, clad in a hospital gown and lying in bed with an four drip, wore a haughty expression. Lin, just look at the boyfriend you found. If he dares to act like this before marriage, what will he be like afterward? Lu Lan, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so harshly. I warned you from the start that this plan would not work, Zhang Wang retorted, casting a glance at Lu Lan. Zhang Wang, are you even a man? That brat insulted my mother and attacked Z Fan, and you didn't dare utter a word. If you had any capability, would I be in this position? And now you dare to criticize me. Everything I did was for our family, Z Fan. Seeing Lu Lan begin to berate him again, Zhang Wang hurriedly lowered his head and exited the room. Truly a useless fellow. Mom, should I find someone to deal with that brat? Zhang Xiaofan proposed. Deal with him? Who will buy you a house then? Zhang Zifan stammered. Lu Lan's eyes darted toward Zhang Lin. By the way, Lin, wasn't he that man introduced to you by your friend? I heard your friend is his superior. You should ask him to apply some pressure and at least recover our mental distress fee and hospital expenses. And for that kick he gave me, I deserve at least several thousand. Zhang Zifan chimed in. Several thousand? It should be at least 100,000. No, 20,000. Indeed. It ought to be 20,000. That kick was quite forceful. I still feel pain in my chest. Zhang Zifan lamented dramatically from his hospital bed. Observing her brother's theatrical display of agony, Zhang Lin steeled herself. Fine, I'll call my friend right now. Chapter 6. The Power of Money. Brother Xiong. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Lin began to pour her heart out to her friend, Brother Xiong. Lin, what troubles you? Brother Xiong inquired urgently upon hearing her distress. Subsequently, Zhang Lin recounted the entire saga, albeit with a few embellishments. Despite the exaggerations, Brother Xiong, seasoned from years of navigating society, discerned the essence of the situation. Ultimately, it was Lu Lan's greed that had led to this predicament. Otherwise, they would have long since been happily married. In truth, he and Zhang Lin were merely acquaintances, and Lin Xuan had been performing admirably under his supervision. After weighing the pros and cons, Brother Xiong, somewhat apologetically, said, Lin, please don't cry. You know, although I am that kid's superior, I am just a minor leader, so. Before Brother Xiong could finish his thought, Zhang Lin hinted at the possibility of expressing her gratitude should he ensure the recovery of the medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Brother Xiong perked up. He had met Zhang Lin through his wife and had long harbored a desire for the beautiful young woman. However, out of fear of his formidable wife, he had only dared to admire her from afar. Now, with her implicit invitation, he felt emboldened. Leave this to me. As soon as I'm back at work tomorrow, I'll have a word with that kid. Don't worry, he will surely hand over the money. I refuse to believe there is no law in this world. Once I secure the funds, I'll send you the hotel address. You can come alone, and do remember to dress nicely. While Brother Xiong made his promises, Lin Xuan had become the star of Century City, with even the supervisors rushing to assist him, eager to carry his bags. Even if Lin Xuan had been reluctant, they insisted on helping him. After all, he had spent nearly 5 million in just 1 hour, purchasing an array of luxury goods. The female customers and sales staff passing by were all starry-eyed. Wow, this young man is quite handsome and wealthy. How wonderful it would be to become his girlfriend. Indeed, if I were his girlfriend, I wouldn't be working as a salesperson here. Young, handsome, and affluent, he was the very embodiment of a fairy tale prince. If only she could be his girlfriend, she would do anything for him. Feeling the attention around him, Lin Xuan remained unfazed. A few even approached him to request his phone number, but he graciously declined. It wasn't that he disdained gold diggers. In fact, he found them quite appealing. After all, it was simple, just provide money, and the matter was settled. With the system at his disposal, would he ever fear a lack of funds? However, those women were rather unremarkable, far inferior to Zhang Lin, let alone to Zhou Yuzhu. An hour later, the two supervisors trailing Lin Xuan were struggling to keep up, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Yet, their expressions bore no trace of dissatisfaction. Instead, they were exceedingly joyful. As they put it, to be able to run errands for someone as affluent as Lin Xuan was a blessing from their past lives. Although they, too, had performance targets, their salaries were not heavily impacted. The greater the revenue generated for Century City, the more secure their positions would be. Mr. Lin, where's your car? Shall I have someone bring it to you? Yes, it is quite a distance from the parking lot. Upon hearing their words, Lin Xuan merely smiled softly. I did not drive today. Please hand me my purchases. I will take a taxi. Take a taxi? A man of wealth who had just spent over 5 million at Century City was expected to take a taxi? Surely, if he did so, the two supervisors would be packing their bags the next day. Mr. Lin, you need not take a taxi. We have vehicles available. Indeed, we have dedicated cars for our esteemed guests. With that, one supervisor handed the items to the other and hurried outside. In no time, a Rolls-Royce arrived. Mr. Lin, please get in. I'll drive you home. Yes, do be careful. Watch your head. The two supervisors were exceedingly enthusiastic, nearly lifting Lin Xuan into the car. Lin Xuan could only helplessly shrug. This must be what they call the power of money. Chapter 7. The Aston Martin 5 yuan voucher. Inside the car, the supervisor, seated in the passenger seat, respectfully inquired, Mr. Lin, may I ask your next destination? First, let us go to Tianhe Community. I need to drop off my purchases. Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Tianhe Community? The two supervisors exchanged glances, bewildered. It is evident that they had never heard of this neighborhood. However, since Lin Xuan had spoken, they managed to locate the community on the map. It was a modest residential area on the outskirts of Zhonghai City. Half an hour later, a luxurious Rolls-Royce came to a halt in front of a rather dilapidated apartment complex. The sudden appearance of such an opulent vehicle in this setting immediately attracted the attention of many onlookers. Yet, they all kept their distance, none daring to approach. Meanwhile, the two supervisors in the car were utterly bewildered. Could it be that such a lavish spender, who presumably spent millions, resided in such a place? Although their minds were flooded with countless questions, they still smiled and addressed Lin Xuan. Mr. Lin, we've arrived. Where shall we carry your belongings? Just as Lin Xuan was about to respond, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Infinite selection system initiating. Option 1. Accept the goodwill of the two. Reward, 100 golden leaves. Option 2. Decline the goodwill of the two. Reward, none. Upon hearing these choices, Lin Xuan wondered if the system was mocking his intelligence. Such an option was a no-brainer. Therefore, he replied, that would be troublesome for you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for selecting option A. Reward of 100 golden leaves has been issued to the host's room. Not at all. It's our honor to assist Mr. Lin, they replied, each taking several large boxes from the car. This scene left the onlookers astounded. Was this person a significant figure? It certainly seemed so, although his attire appeared rather unassuming. You wouldn't understand. Some wealthy individuals prefer simplicity, one remarked. Forget it, let us not discuss it further. It wouldn't be prudent for them to overhear. The reason the crowd failed to recognize Lin Xuan was simply that he had only recently arrived. And with his grueling work schedule, it would have been surprising if anyone did. Following the worn staircase, the trio arrived at a door plastered with small advertisements. Lin Xuan's former residence. Due to his impending marriage and the need to purchase a home, he had no choice but to live here. Moreover, the distance from the company compelled him to rise at 7 each morning and return home at midnight. All his arduous efforts were aimed at providing Zhang Lin with a better life. Yet little did he expect her family to be so parasitic. Coveting his property, it was nothing short of a fantasy. Lin Xuan retrieved his key and opened the door, gazing at the sparse furnishings inside. The two supervisors exchanged incredulous glances. This can't be true. Could a wealthy individual truly reside in such a place? Even if it were for experiential purposes, this seems excessive. Suddenly, they began to suspect that Lin Xuan might be pretending to be affluent by borrowing money. Noticing their silence, Lin Xuan inquired, "What's the matter? Please, come inside. There's no need to change your shoes." The two, chuckling awkwardly, waved their hands in refusal. Mr. Lin, we just remembered we have other matters to attend to. So we won't be coming in. We'll leave your things here. Yes, we have a meeting to attend shortly, they echoed. Lin Xuan, unfazed by their words, turned to a nearby box and casually retrieved 2 cigarettes, offering them. In that case, I want to keep you. Please accept these as a token of gratitude." The two prepared to decline, but upon seeing the brand on the cigarettes, their eyes widened in astonishment. Golden leaves. A single stick worth 10,000. PS offering two so casually? Realizing the implications, they glanced back at the box from which Lin Xuan had taken the cigarettes. One look was enough to leave them speechless. There were dozens of such cigarettes in that box. That amounted to several 100,000. Moreover, these cigarettes were not easily obtainable, requiring connections. To possess so many at once indicated an association with someone of considerable stature. Instantly regretting their earlier decision to feign urgency, they lamented, had they known, they would not have mentioned having other matters to attend to. Consequently, they left with a single golden leaf each, ruefully reflecting on their lack of discernment. If he truly lived in such a place, how could he possibly borrow millions? After a moment of contemplation, they glanced at the cigarettes in their hands and departed in their vehicle. Once they had left, Lin Xuan changed into a tailored suit and donned a Vacheron Constantin watch, instantly transforming his demeanor from that of an inconspicuous programmer to that of a successful individual. The adage holds true, one's appearance can significantly influence perception. After a brief appraisal, Lin Xuan descended and hailed a taxi to the largest automobile city in Zhonghai. He initially considered calling Wang Tingkong, but after some thought, decided against it, as his intention was merely to purchase a vehicle. Upon arriving at the automobile city, Lin Xuan bypassed brands priced under $1 million. It was undeniable that once the price exceeded $1 million, the ambience of the 4S dealerships changed dramatically. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Xuan eventually made his way to the Aston Martin dealership. Upon entering, he was approached by a female salesperson in professional attire. "Hello, how may I assist you today?" she inquired. "I'm here to buy a car. Anything under $3 million will suffice," Lin Xuan replied, considering that he still had over $20 million at his disposal, making a $3 million purchase quite manageable. Upon hearing his words, the salesperson, Fang Qian, beamed even brighter, her demeanor becoming exceedingly cordial. "Certainly, sir. Please, follow me." Having worked there for several years, she had seen many visitors, but most were merely browsing or taking photos in groups. Few were genuinely interested in making a purchase. However, it was true that while Zhonghai City was not overly large, the number of individuals capable of affording an Aston Martin was scant. Although Lin Xuan stated he was definitely buying today, nurturing a potential client was worthwhile. "This is our Aston Martin D1311, currently our best-selling model. Its stylish and youthful exterior houses a 5.2L twin-turbo V12 engine, capable of producing a maximum output of 600 horsepower, with a starting price of $2 million, reaching up to $988 million for the fully equipped version." Fang Qian presented a specification sheet, while smiling warmly. As she spoke, she discreetly sized up Lin Xuan. Her interest piqued especially upon noticing the Vacheron Constantin on his wrist. She began to flirt subtly with him. However, Lin Xuan remained unperturbed. He was not some naive youth easily swayed by flirtation. His gaze was fixated on the Aston Martin D1311 not far away. "Enough about that. Can you arrange for the insurance and license plates today? If so, I'll take this car." Fang Qian nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. Should you proceed with payment, we will immediately send someone to assist you with the license plates." For a dealership of this caliber, handling such matters was indeed straightforward. "Very well. Then this one it shall be." With those words, Lin Xuan produced a card and placed it before Fang Qian. She was momentarily taken aback. Having initially thought he was merely browsing, little did she expect that he was genuinely there to purchase a vehicle. Moreover, his demeanor was remarkably extravagant. He hadn't even requested a test drive. However, she quickly regained her composure, beaming as she responded, "Sir, please have a seat. I will attend to the paperwork right away. My apologies for the wait." Before she could venture far, Lin Xian's voice echoed from behind her, causing a flutter of anxiety within her. Had he changed his mind? Yet, before she could fully process the thought, she observed Lin Xuan retrieving a voucher from his pocket. I happen to have a $5 voucher for Aston Martin. Is that something you can apply?" Chapter 8. A failed flirtation leads to a collision. "Mr. Lin, here are the keys to your new car, along with the relevant documentation. I have prepared everything for you," Fang Qian announced, approaching him with a substantial stack of papers just half an hour later. One must commend the efficiency of Aston Martin, were it a typical dealership. It would have taken at least 3 or 4 days to accomplish such a feat. "Thank you." Lin Xuan accepted the materials and keys, nodding as he prepared to depart. Upon witnessing his intention to leave, Fang Qian felt a pang of urgency. Having worked at Aston Martin for several years, she had never encountered a young man so affluent and handsome. This was a genuine highborn, and she realized she had to be more proactive. Mr. Lin," she called out. "Yes? Is there something you need?" Lin Xuan turned, regarding her with a hint of curiosity as she hurried toward him. Fang Qian's cheeks flushed with warmth, reminiscent of someone inebriated, as she shyly extended her business card. This is my card. Should you have any questions in the future, please feel free to reach out. As Lin Xuan reached out to take the card, he noticed Fang Qian tracing circles gently in his palm with her fingertip. In response, a subtle smile graced his lips. He was astonished by the transformation wealth had bestowed upon him. Previously, he had been a veritable barrier to beautiful women. Yet now he found himself a magnet for their attention. Indeed, affluence held remarkable sway. Nonetheless, his passion lay solely with automobiles, rendering him indifferent to the flirtations of women like Fang Qian. After departing the dealership, he carelessly discarded the business card into a nearby trash bin. Just as he was about to drive away, a message from Zhou Yuzhu popped up on his phone. Zhou Yuzhu, Lin Xuan, the manager allowed me to leave early today. I'm heading home to change. Lin Xuan, all right, where do you live? I'll come pick you up. Zhou Yuzhu, I reside in Tingyuan community. Lin Xuan, understood. Despite the clock nearing 5 in the afternoon, Lin Xuan experienced little to no traffic congestion. Perhaps it was due to his financial prowess, as he had noticed that very few cars dared to linger nearby, fearing an accidental collision. In merely 20 minutes, he arrived at Tingyuan community, a rather antiquated neighborhood devoid of proper roads. Vendors peddled vegetables and snacks, transforming the area into a makeshift night market. Observing the scene, Lin Xuan parked at the intersection and dialed Zhou Yuzhu. Are you coming out? I can't get in. The congestion is unbearable. I'm at the entrance of the Tingyuan community. You should be able to see me if you step outside. All right, I'm on my way out now. It will take me just a few more minutes, she replied, slipping into her heels before stepping out the door. In truth, she could have gone directly to dinner with Lin Xuan after work. But given their history as former lovers and the time that had elapsed since their last encounter, she felt the need to present herself well. With a touch of light makeup, a hint of eyeshadow, and a soft tint of lipstick gracing her lips, she exuded an alluring charm. Zhou Yuzhu's natural beauty was striking, making her a fitting candidate for a sales position at Gucci. It was well known that high-end boutiques placed significant emphasis on appearance, often prioritizing it over qualifications, as customers tended to judge by first impressions. Her exquisitely sculpted features, complemented by an ideal physique at 1.68 meters tall, were accentuated by her heels. From a distance, her beauty was unmistakable. Adorned in a teal off-shoulder lace gown that delicately showcased her shoulders, she appeared enchanting. Her long, raven black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. A charming little bag dangled from her porcelain-like shoulder, an embodiment of grace. Wherever she passed, her allure commanded an impressive rate of attention. At least 80% of onlookers turned their heads. At that moment, she briskly approached the intersection, uncertain of the vehicle Lin Xuan would be driving to pick her up, but surmising that it must be rather luxurious given his ability to buy such expensive clothing. Meanwhile, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class sat idling at the mouth of the alley, where a young man inside was scanning the surroundings. Being a local, he was aware that most residents of this community were laborers from Zhonghai City, and those renting here typically had limited financial means. Encountering any attractive women in the vicinity, he believed his car, valued at over 500,000, combined with his decent looks, would guarantee success. He had already tried his luck in various other neighborhoods, often enjoying a high success rate. Just then, he caught sight of Zhou Yuzhu emerging from the alley, instantly captivated by her beauty. As it was early summer and Zhou Yuzhu had hurried to avoid keeping Lin Xuan waiting, a fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, her hair clinging alluringly to her skin, creating an exquisite aesthetic. My goodness, how is it that such a stunning girl resides here? Why have I never encountered her before? He pondered, swallowing hard as he adjusted his hairstyle in the rearview mirror, then slowly maneuvered his Mercedes to a stop before her. Hello, beautiful. Could you kindly direct me on how to get to this place? He inquired, rolling down the window and flashing a grin he deemed charming. Zhou Yuzhu initially assumed it was Lin Xuan, but soon realized it was a stranger. With a slight furrow of her brow, she ignored him and continued on her way. The young man was taken aback, utterly flabbergasted by her dismissal. Without hesitation, he leapt from his car and pursued her. Wait, there's no need to rush. I'm not a predator. Zhou Yuzhu's impression of him plummeted further. You think you're not a predator? With an irritated glare, she turned back to him and firmly stated, I'm sorry, but I have an appointment. Please do not follow me. Unfazed, the young man stood his ground, blocking her path with a smile. What a coincidence. In truth, I too had an appointment. However, if my memory serves me right, the person I was meant to meet was you. As a seasoned player in the realm of romance, one must possess a thick skin. Otherwise, a mere word could send one packing, rendering any attempts to charm the opposite sex futile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuzhu couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at the young man. Was this individual transported from a decade ago? Such a cliched method of flirtation is still in use? I'm sorry, but I truly have matters to attend to. Would you kindly step aside? Upon hearing her words, the young man did not persist in blocking Zhou Yuju's path, but instead trailed closely behind her. The proximity between them might easily lead onlookers to believe they were a couple. Just as Zhou Yuju was preparing to shake off this young man, the unmistakable roar of a sports car echoed from a distance. Soon, an Aston Martin D1311 came to a halt before Zhou Yuju. Chapter 9. The Pleasures of the Affluent. In fact, Zhou Yuju had spotted this sports car when she first emerged. However, she was uncertain if it belonged to Lin Xuan. Now, as she beheld the vehicle approaching, her heart raced uncontrollably. Could this be Lin Xuan? The young man beside her also widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at the sports car before him. Although he could not afford such a vehicle, he recognized it well. The Aston Martin D1311, priced around $3 million, would surpass $5 million once on the road. His own car seemed but a trivial fraction compared to this one, barely qualifying as a rounding error. The commotion drew the attention of others on the street, and nearly everyone present turned their gaze towards the spectacle. In the next moment, Lin Xuan opened the car door and smiled at Zhou Yuju, who stood frozen in place. I apologize for being late. Thank you for your patience. Upon witnessing Lin Xuan's warm smile, Zhou Yuju was utterly taken aback. The Lin Xuan from earlier that afternoon, who had accompanied her shopping, seemed a world apart from the one before her now. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a domineering CEO. And no worries, I just arrived as well. Zhou Yuju stammered, her heart fluttering like a startled deer, making her speech falter. Shall we get in the car? After saying this, Lin Xuan glanced at the young man beside Zhou Yuju and feigned confusion. Yuju, is this fellow your friend? In truth, Lin Xuan had already noticed the young man and his Mercedes E300L. Had it not been for him, Lin Xuan would have alighted from the car and approached. Embarrassed, the young man's face flushed crimson as he quickly replied, I apologize. I merely came to ask for directions. My apologies for the interruption. How utterly humiliating it was. While the young man's companion drove a multi-million-dollar sports car, here he was, attempting to flirt with someone else's girlfriend while driving a mere $50,000 vehicle. Akin to a clown brandishing a sword before the legendary warrior Guan Yu. With that, the young man hastily retreated to his Mercedes, eager to depart. Yet, in his haste, he collided with a nearby vegetable vendor's tricycle, earning him a scolding from the irate vendor. At that moment, he could only lament, oh, the agony of my heart. Inside the car, Zhou Yuju examined the interior with palpable excitement. Both she and Lin Xuan hailed from rural backgrounds. They had never even heard of such luxury, let alone sat in it. Lin Xuan, how much did you spend on this car? She inquired, eyes wide with curiosity. Not much, really, just under 300. 300? I thought you meant 300. Zhou Yuju gasped, momentarily frozen in disbelief. 3 million. Yes, you didn't think it was $300, did you? Lin Xuan chuckled at her naivety. It was amusing to think one could purchase such extravagance for a mere $300. Even in a world where luxury cars were becoming commonplace. Wow, Lin Xuan, have you struck it rich? Zhou Yuju could not contain her curiosity. Rich? I merely made some prudent choices at the right moments, Lin Xuan replied with a calm demeanor. Indeed, he spoke the truth. It was merely a matter of making the right choices. However, to Zhou Yuju's ears, it transformed into something more profound. Making timely and suitable choices? Isn't that akin to investing? She thought. Wow, it's been just a few years, and Lin Xuan has become so accomplished. Zhou Yuju's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded him. By the way, let us dine at helplessly tonight. You helped me earn quite a bit this afternoon, and I must express my gratitude. With that, she looked at Lin Xuan, filled with anticipation. In truth, Zhou Yuju had carefully selected this restaurant. Given Lin Xuan's ability to make such a significant purchase, he must frequently dine at upscale establishments. Taking him to a small eatery would be a disservice. However, she couldn't afford overly extravagant venues. Despite earning a handsome commission today, it wouldn't be dispersed until next month, leaving her with only a few thousand on hand. If it came down to it, she might have to resort to borrowing to settle the bill. All right, let us go to helplessly. While not as prestigious as other high-end hotels, helplessly was a 5-star establishment located on Hushui Mountain in Zhonghai City, surrounded by various commercial districts, ensuring its business flourished. As they parked in front of helplessly, a doorman promptly approached. Lin Xuan casually tossed him the keys and led Zhou Yuju into the restaurant. Upon arriving at their private room, Zhou Yuju eagerly handed over the menu. Lin Gu, you can order tonight. Whatever you choose, I'll cover the bill. Seeing Zhou Yuju's confident demeanor, Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile. Very well, since our esteemed boss Zhou has spoken, I shall not hold back. After saying this, he discreetly glanced at Zhou Yuju. Though she feigned nonchalance, the discomfort in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Lin Xuan had already surmised that she likely didn't have much money on her, considering their earlier shopping trip, even if she had earned a commission. It wouldn't arrive as quickly as her salary next month. Though Lin Xuan was aware of her financial situation, he found her anxious demeanor endearing. Perhaps this was one of the peculiar joys of being wealthy. A serving of smashed cucumber, diced chicken, exquisite tofu soup, crystal pumpkin, mapo tofu, and shredded pork with sesame was selected from the menu. Lin Xuan chose a few dishes that they both enjoyed, all reasonably priced. Hearing the selections, Zhou Yuzhu felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as there were no mentions of lobster or abalone, the meal wouldn't be excessively expensive. At most, it might cost 3,000 to 4,000 for the dinner, something she could manage. Suddenly, she felt capable and ready to indulge. Very well. May I inquire what beverages you would like? A nearby server asked. Let us go with this one, Lin Xuan replied, pointing to a bottle of red wine in the menu. The server, surprised, confirmed, Are you certain? Yes, that will be all. Please bring them promptly. Moments later, a bottle of red wine accompanied by several dishes was served. As Zhou Yuzhu and Lin Xuan gazed at the beautifully presented dishes, their appetites stirred, and they could hardly resist the temptation. At the table, Zhou Yuzhu and Lin Xuan engaged in conversation, as if they had been transported back to the days of their youthful campus life. Meanwhile, the bottle of red wine on the table diminished with each passing moment. However, it was Zhou Yuzhu who consumed most of it, as Lin Xuan, having arrived by car, was well aware of the principle of refraining from driving under the influence. After a meal that vanished like a whirlwind, Zhou Yuzhu rose and announced, Brother Lin, I will settle the bill first. Lin Xuan merely smiled gently and followed her. Good day, ma'am. Your total comes to 11,087,323. Allow me to round it off. You may pay 11,080,000, the server said. Chapter 10. Have I become a landlord? 11,080,000. Upon hearing this figure, Zhou Yuzhu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the waiter. What on earth is happening? Although dining at Hishui Lu was not inexpensive, the average expenditure should only be around 1,000 per person. How could it amount to 6 figures? As this realization dawned on her, Zhou Yuzhu's previously unwavering confidence began to wane, and she nervously inquired, May I see the bill? Please. Of course, the server replied. Upon receiving the bill, Zhou Yuzhu was utterly taken aback. The dishes were all quite ordinary. But the only anomaly was that bottle of red wine. 108,888. At this moment, she was completely stunned. It suddenly dawned on her why the wine had tasted so exquisite. It had cost over 100,000. If it hadn't been delightful, that would have been truly bizarre. The thought of this left Zhou Yuzhu feeling a pang of regret. Indeed, it was a painful realization, as her commission was not substantial, and she had not anticipated that a single meal would consume it all. The pressing issue was that she did not have such funds at her disposal. It seemed borrowing money was her only option. With this in mind, she sheepishly told the server, Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. I will return shortly to settle the payment. Without waiting for the server to respond, she dashed to the restroom. Subsequently, she accessed several lending platforms, borrowing a total of 110,000 before emerging. Life is not easy, she lamented. The thought of having to scrape by next month filled her with a sense of sorrow. However, when she approached the cashier to settle the bill, the server greeted her with a smile, saying, Hello, your bill has already been paid. Paid. Zhou Yuzhu thought of Lin Xuan, her heart swelling with joy. Yet she still felt a twinge of embarrassment. Suddenly, she recalled something important and hurried back to the private room. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan stood at the door, reviewing the rewards provided by the system. In truth, the moment Lin Xuan entered Hishui Lu, the system had already presented him with a choice. The options were straightforward. One was to pay the bill, and the other was to abstain from doing so. The reward for paying was an entire building. Thus, Lin Xuan had deliberately ordered the bottle of red wine. Even without this task, he had intended to order wine to tease Zhou Yuzhu. Such was the monotony of a wealthy person's life. The system's reward this time was the Jingmen Tower. Lin Xuan was intimately familiar with Jingmen Tower, as he worked at a small company housed within it. Jingmen Tower was a prominent building in the heart of Zhonghai City, boasting over 30 floors and an impressive occupancy rate of 80. Its property value was incalculable. In truth, Lin Xuan had now become a genuine landlord. Just then, Zhou Yuzhu emerged, and with a playful pout, she remarked, Brother Lin, wasn't it agreed that I would treat for this meal? We are old friends. It matters not who pays, Lin Xuan replied with a smile, suddenly noticing the red wine bottle cradled in her arms. You didn't take the leftover wine with you, did you? Brother Lin, you've struck it rich, while I am quite impoverished. The wine is only half consumed, which represents a full 5,000. It would be a waste not to take it with me. As she spoke, Zhou Yuzhu clutched the wine bottle tighter, as if fearing it might slip away. Earlier at the table, she had assumed it was merely ordinary wine, engrossed in conversation with Lin Xuan. Now that she realized the bottle was worth over 100,000, She was determined to savor it properly upon her return. After seeing Zhou Yuzhu home, Lin Xuan did not return to his rental apartment. Instead, he proceeded directly to the JW Marriott Hotel, the most luxurious establishment in Zhonghai City. Previously, he had been content to rent an apartment to save money. However, now that he had wealth, residing in a rental was simply illogical. Good day, I am delighted to assist you. How may I help you? The receptionist greeted Lin Xuan with a smile. I would like to book a room, he replied. Certainly. What type of room do you require? We have standard rooms and business suites. Before the receptionist could finish, Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. What is your best room? Our finest room is the presidential suite. The receptionist instinctively responded. Very well, let me book the presidential suite. Is it possible to arrange a monthly rate? A presidential suite for a month? The receptionist looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief. While it was not uncommon for people to reserve presidential suites, those inquiries usually came from secretaries on behalf of clients, and typically for a week at most, who would simply walk in and book for an entire month. Do you think this is an ordinary rental? Although Lin Xuan was well-dressed, a month in a presidential suite would cost over $1 million. Despite her confusion, the receptionist respectfully continued, Sir, our presidential suite's nightly rate is $580,000. For a full month, it totals $1,740,000, but we can offer a discount, bringing it down to $1,700,000. Would you like to proceed with this booking? Let us go ahead with the month, Lin Xuan replied, producing a nondescript savings card and handing it over along with his identification. Booking for just 1 month? Is he perhaps planning to extend? This must be the peculiar amusement of the wealthy, she thought. Upon hearing that someone had booked a presidential suite for an entire month, the hotel manager rushed down from upstairs. You must be Mr. Lin. I am Luo Wentao, the hotel manager, and this is Butler Chiu. If you have any requests over the next month, please feel free to inform him directly. The receptionist was taken aback by the obsequious smile on Luo Wentao's face, as he typically wore a stern expression towards staff and offered only polite smiles to customers. Now, however, it was as if he were greeting a long-lost brother, and no one would believe this smile was feigned. In a final gesture of goodwill, Luo Wentao gifted Lin Xuan 2 bottles of Romanicani, each worth tens of thousands. Accepting the wine under Luo Wentao's expectant gaze, Lin Xuan followed Butler Chiu into the elevator. Hello, Mr. Lin. If you require anything in the coming month, do not hesitate to command me. Butler Chiu, a beautiful woman in her 30s, stated. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance, Lin Xuan replied with a nod and a smile. At this moment, although Lin Xuan could be considered a nouveau riche, he remained grounded, refusing to let his newfound wealth lead to arrogance. Instead, for those who are truly affluent, one's demeanor and upbringing must be nothing short of exemplary. Otherwise, in the eyes of others, one may merely appear as a nouveau riche, forever unable to align oneself with the elite. Upon entering the room, Lin Xuan was utterly astounded by the opulent decor and expansive space. The presidential suite measured no less than 300 square meters, with the bedroom alone exceeding 80 square meters, featuring large floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides and an outdoor corridor stretching over 20 meters. Indeed, a residence fit for deities. From this vantage point, one could behold the breathtaking vistas of Zhonghai City in their entirety. As for the other amenities, they were of the highest caliber: a Vispring mattress, an entire set of Hermes dinnerware, and fully automated hardware configurations. Previously, he had only glimpsed such luxury online, but now, residing here, he could truly comprehend what a presidential suite entailed. Even the toilet was a Villeroy-Bach intelligent model, valued at over $50,000. Mr. Lin, I have added you to our presidential suite service group, which includes drivers, chefs, and other staff. Simply send a message, and someone will be at your service, said Butler Chiu proactively. All right, understood. After offering a brief introduction to the room's features, Butler Chiu took his leave. Lying on the grand bed, Lin Xuan suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He picked up the menu beside him, sent the name of his desired late-night snack to the group, and soon received a prompt response, with his order delivered to his room in no time. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, his phone rang unexpectedly. Chapter 11. I shall not part with this money. Hello. Lin Xuan answered the call. Greetings, I am Zhou Zhong, the manager of the property department of Jingmen Tower. I have just received word that you have acquired the entire Jingmen Tower and would like to inquire about your future plans for the building. His voice was magnetic, instilling an immediate sense of trust. The property department was responsible for the routine management of Jingmen Tower, including leasing and acquisitions. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xuan replied, For the time being, please proceed with the existing plans for the building. Any further sales can be handled by your team. Additionally, I will provide you with my card for the revenues, and you may transfer the funds directly to it. There is no need to contact me unless there is a significant matter. It was merely a building, Such matters did not warrant excessive concern. He resolved to enjoy life fully instead. He would resign tomorrow and then live his life joyfully. Understood, boss, Zhou Zheng nodded eagerly. Upon hanging up, Zhou Zheng felt an overwhelming shock. Judging by the voice, Lin Xuan seemed to be no older than 25 or 26. How could such a young individual possess an asset like Jingmen Tower? One could only imagine the extent of his capabilities. Moreover, the tone of Lin Xuan suggested that this tower was but a trivial concern for him. This was a building valued at no less than 1 billion, with annual rental income exceeding several tens of millions. Originally, the tower had belonged to another large consortium, and Lin Xuan's sudden acquisition was unexpected. One would assume there was some pressing matter at hand, yet it now appeared to be of little consequence. Thus, the current plans for the building would continue as intended, and the rental income received that day would be transferred. Not long after finishing his late-night snack in the hotel, Lin Xuan received a rental payment from Jingmen Tower, 2 million in total. Upon seeing the figure in the message, he reclined on the bed, his hands cradling the back of his neck, as the shock within him ebbed away like the retreating tide. He realized that his mindset was rapidly evolving. Perhaps before long, he would reach a state of composure and unflappability in handling affairs. The next day, Lin Xuan awoke around 9 o'clock and dressed to head to the company. He was intent on resigning. His previous employment had, to put it plainly, been solely for monetary gain. Had he not been short on cash, who would endure a 996 work schedule daily? Now, with a net worth exceeding 100 million, would he still engage in such a grueling routine? If he were to work, it would be in a capacity where he could leisurely sip tea and read the newspaper all day. Upon entering the company, he was immediately approached by colleagues. Lin Xuan, be careful. It seems that President Xiong is in a foul mood today. He just asked for you by name. And when you weren't here, he scolded you. Indeed, who knows what has gotten into President Xiong today? Just be cautious. By the way, have you purchased your wedding house? When are you getting married? Don't forget to inform us. Hearing this, Lin Xuan chuckled and shrugged. I have indeed bought a house, but it's not a wedding house. Besides, I'm currently single and unlikely to marry anytime soon. Now that I have wealth, I certainly won't rush into marriage. Just look at those wealthy heirs in the news. They typically marry only after their 30s. Even if they marry earlier, the likelihood of divorce later is high. So it's best to enjoy life for now. Before anyone could fully grasp the implications of his words, Xiong Qingyuan called from his office doorway. Lin Xuan, come to my office. All right, President Xiong. Hearing the summons and recalling what his colleagues had said, Lin Xuan had already anticipated this moment. His girlfriend had been introduced to him by Xiong Qingyuan, and after the events of yesterday, Zhang Linlin would undoubtedly recount everything to Xiong Qingyuan, perhaps embellishing the details. With this thought, Lin Xuan walked calmly to Xiong Qingyuan's office. Upon entering, he casually closed the door behind him. Take a seat. Xiong Qingyuan gestured to the chair before him as Lin Xuan sat down. After sipping from his teacup, Xiong Qingyuan spoke gravely. You can see for yourself. I want to elaborate further. Lin, at your age, how can you act with such a lack of discernment? Have you not considered the consequences? President Xiong, you may not be aware, but Lu Lan insisted that I write Zhang Zifen's name on the property. This house was purchased after my parents sold their own home. How could it possibly bear Zhang Zifen's name? This is nothing short of a parasitic existence. Xiong Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively, his expression darkening. I am aware of these matters, but you should not have resorted to violence. You kicked Zhang Zifen yesterday, did you not? Yes, I did kick him. But what of it? I've provided the Zhang family with countless benefits. Just the game currency alone amounts to several thousand. Before Lin Xuan could finish, Xiong Qingyuan slammed his hand on the desk, his voice rising in anger. Lin Xuan, do you not understand? Your actions have caused severe damage to the company's image. Damage to the company's image? Severely? At this statement, Lin Xuan could hardly contain his laughter. This company, though labeled as such, consisted of merely a dozen individuals, including accountants, HR, and Xiong Qingyuan himself. In reality, there were only 8 employees. What kind of image could possibly be damaged? Regarding the incident from yesterday, aside from delivering a kick to Zhang Zifen, I have committed no wrongdoing. Moreover, that kick was merely an act of self-defense, as Zhang Zifen had attempted to strike me first. In matters of both sentiment and reason, I am blameless. Given this context, it is clear to Lin Xuan why Xiong Qingyuan dares to make such brazen remarks. With this thought in mind, Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh and spoke with a measured tone. Mr. Xiong, your words seem rather excessive. Excessive? I consider what I said to be quite courteous. Let me tell you, if I hadn't intervened, his entire family would have come knocking at your door. Xiong Qingyuan shot Lin Xuan a glare, snorting disdainfully. I must inform you, you have only 2 paths before you. The first is to purchase a house and place Zhang Zifen's name on the deed, ensuring everyone is satisfied, allowing you to marry Zhang Linlin. What is the second option? Lin Xuan inquired casually. The second option is for you to cover her medical expenses, thus allowing for a peaceful separation with no further obligations between you. Xiong Qingyuan replied, his expression stern. Medical expenses? How much? Lin Xuan countered, intrigued by Xiong Qingyuan's proposition. 200,000. 200,000? Ha. Mr. Xiong, have you lost your mind this early in the morning? I kicked Zhang Zifan once, and you demand 200,000? Lin Xuan laughed heartily. Even if I were to hand you 200,000 now, I could turn around and have you imprisoned for extortion. Do you believe that? You. Witnessing Lin Xian's defiance, Xiong Qingyuan slammed his hand on the table in fury. Lin Xian, watch your tone. I am giving you a command, not negotiating. At that moment, Xiong Qingyuan's eyes bulged, his voice booming like thunder, clearly audible to the other employees outside. If this matter escalates, the losses you will incur will far exceed 200,000. You must think this through carefully. In response, Lin Xian slowly rose, a faint smile gracing his lips as he coldly declared, in that case, I shall not pay a single penny. Chapter 12. Have him come here to see me. Not going to pay? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiong Qingyuan nearly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Lin Xian, you truly are inviting trouble. You must understand that you are nothing more than a lowly employee within my company, and dismissing you would be a trivial matter. Xiong Qingyuan had initially assumed that a mere hint of pressure would compel Lin Xian to acquiesce. But he was taken aback by Lin Xian's audacity and his unwaveringly defiant attitude, which starkly contrasted with his previously humble demeanor. Thinking along these lines, Xiong Qingyuan glared at Lin Xian, his voice low and threatening. Lin Xian, you possess an audacity that is quite remarkable. Do you wish to revolt? Or do you no longer wish to work here? In this time of global economic recession and rising unemployment, Xiong Qingyuan found it hard to believe that someone so vulnerable would dare to resign. Even if Lin Xian did choose to leave, it would not concern him. He could easily replace him, as a mere advertisement for recruitment would yield hundreds of applications. Noting Lin Xian's continued silence, Xiong Qingyuan softened his tone slightly. Shaolin, you must understand that this is society, not school. What you need to do now is adapt to the societal rules. Thus, to prevent further escalation, I suggest you consider offering a sum to cover Zhang Linlin's family's medical expenses, or alternatively, have the property deed reflect her brother's name. Wouldn't that make everyone happy? Happy? Lin Xian replied with a self-deprecating smile. The happiness you speak of is predicated on my own dissatisfaction. I assent it. Seeing Lin Xian's obstinate attitude, Xiong Qingyuan's expression darkened. He pointed at Lin Xian, berating him fiercely. Lin Xian, if you maintain this attitude, you might as well pack your things and leave. Lin Xian, recognizing the confrontation, retorted, leave? You expect me to just leave when you say so? That would be quite humiliating. Xiong Qingyuan snorted derisively, suppressing his rage. Listen here. I am giving you one final opportunity. Either you agree to pay the medical expenses, or sign the house over to Zhang Linlin's brother, and I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you can pack your things and leave immediately. In truth, Xiong Qingyuan did not wish for matters to escalate to this point. His sole intent was to secure the medical expenses to appease Zhang Linlin and move forward. However, Lin Xian showed no inclination to comply. Glancing dismissively at Xiong Qingyuan before responding coolly, I shall reiterate, I will not be providing any money, nor will I place the house in her name. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention, you should find a new office today. Otherwise, you and your company might find yourselves evicted. Lin Xian had, just the night before, inquired about his company's lease expiration. To his surprise, it was due today, making his suggestion entirely reasonable. What? Evicted? Xiong Qingyuan, upon hearing Lin Xian's words, couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Are you dreaming? Do you have any idea who owns this building? Do you know how much I pay in rent each year? You think I can just vacate? Ridiculous. You should be the one to leave. I am quite tired of seeing you. In Xiong Qingyuan's eyes, Lin Xian was merely being unreasonable. He could not fathom that Lin Xian could possibly own the Jingmen building, a prime location in Zhonghai City. If Lin Xian truly owned it, would he really be quarreling over a mere 300,000 with Zhang Linlin? With this thought, Xiong Qingyuan picked up the phone on his desk and called the HR department. Hello, HR. Prepare a termination report for me. The sooner the better. After hanging up, Xiong Qingyuan looked at Lin Xian with a smug smile. You should hurry back and pack your things. You really think you can challenge me? Truly unwise. Just as Xiong Qingyuan entertained these thoughts, there was a sudden knock at the office door. Come in. The HR representative entered, holding a stack of termination reports. Mr. Xiong, here is the termination report you requested. Additionally, Manager Zhou from the property department has arrived, presumably to collect this quarter's rent. Understood, Xiong Qingyuan replied absent-mindedly. However, the next moment, he suddenly snapped back to attention, exclaiming, Who? Did you say who? Manager Zhou. Yes, he brought 2 others with him. The HR representative nodded in affirmation. Although Manager Zhou was merely a department manager, He effectively acted as the building's overseer, akin to the landlord. As such, Xiongqing Yuan, a mere tenant, felt compelled to show him utmost respect. It was uncommon for manager Zhou to come personally to collect rent. Typically, he sent subordinates. Thus, Xiongqing Yuan was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lin Xuan, who had been playing with his phone, suddenly raised his head and calmly stated to HR, "Have manager Zhou come here to see me." What? The HR representative looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief. Surely, he couldn't be serious about summoning the building's top authority to meet with a lowly employee, especially one facing imminent dismissal. Lin Xuan, how dare you drag me down with you if you wish to perish? Suqing Yuan's eyes widened with fury, as if he desired to rend Lin Xuan to pieces. Huh. Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly, slipping his phone into his pocket. In any case, it matters little whether you speak or not. I have already conveyed the message to him. You told him? To Zhou Zheng? You must be dreaming. Suqing Yuan trembled with rage, but with Lin Xuan refusing to leave, he could not simply summon Zhou Zheng. He straightened his attire, shot Lin Xuan a baleful glare, and barked, "You better wait, you brat." With that, Suqing Yuan followed the personnel out. The company possessed ample rooms. Aside from his own office, there was also a reception area. As Lin Xuan observed their departing figures, a faint smile graced his lips, and he poured himself a pot of fine tea. One must admit, Suqing Yuan certainly knew how to indulge. The tea here was anything but cheap, featuring varieties such as Mao Foam and Monkey King, even Tai Guanyin. Pouring himself a cup, Lin Xuan brought it to his nose for a whiff before savoring a sip. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The exquisite tea was fragrant. Just as Lin Xuan was enjoying his tea in the office, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Chapter 13. I present you two choices. Manager Zhou, let us proceed to the reception room. There is a lunatic going berserk in my office. Before he could even see the person, he heard Suqing Yuan scuttling behind Zhou Zheng like an eager pup. Zhou Zheng frowned slightly at Suqing Yuan's words, but chose to ignore him. He strode into the office and, upon seeing Lin Xuan seated on the sofa, respectfully stated, "Boss, I apologize for my tardiness." Boss. At the utterance of this term, everyone froze. What was happening? Suqing Yuan's face was a portrait of disbelief. Manager Zhou, what do you mean by this? He stammered. What do I mean? Zhou Zheng snorted, casting a sidelong glance at Suqing Yuan. Mr. Lin is my boss. Does this require further explanation? Your boss? Suqing Yuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. If Zhou Zheng's boss was indeed the owner of Jingmen Building, then the implications were staggering, though myriad questions swirled in his mind. The seriousness of Zhou Zheng's demeanor dispelled any doubts. A young man possessing such assets was undoubtedly backed by formidable power. As for Lin Xuan being an intern at his own company, surely, he was merely experiencing life. Realizing this, Suqing Yuan's demeanor shifted. He donned an eager smile and said, "Young Lin, no, I mean Boss Lin." The earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding. His expression and attitude were now a stark contrast to his previous self. A misunderstanding? Lin Xuan set down his teacup and regarded Suqing Yuan with a smile. Have you forgotten what I just said? I mentioned that you'd best find a new office today, or I shall truly have you thrown out. Suqing Yuan ground his teeth, initially intent on retaliating. But the weight of Lin Xuan's status quelled his bravado. He was merely a small business owner, with a net worth at best in the millions. In the face of Lin Xuan, whose monthly rental income likely surpassed his entire fortune, he felt utterly dwarfed. Regret crept in. Had he known the repercussions of agreeing to Zhang Linlin's schemes, he might have preserved his relationship with Lin Xuan and negotiated a lower rent. It dawned on him that a single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. Yet, Suqing Yuan resolved to make a final appeal. After all, he and Lin Xuan bore no deep-seated enmity, and the location of Jingmen Building was superb. No other site within 10 kilometers could rival it. If clients were to see their office building, they would undoubtedly take their business elsewhere. With this thought, a conciliatory smile graced his face as he pleaded, "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier irrational behavior. Please, grant me this one reprieve. My company is not solely my own. There are over a dozen employees depending on us. If we are forced to relocate, it could jeopardize their livelihoods." Suqing Yuan deployed the emotional appeal, aware that while he might not sway Lin Xuan, the plight of the employees might resonate. Indeed, upon hearing Suqing Yuan's words, Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before turning to Zhou Zheng and inquiring, "How much is their monthly rent?" "It's 1 million in total, paid quarterly," Zhou Zheng replied respectfully. "Very well, Suqing Yuan, I now present you with two options. First, you and your company can vacate. We shall no longer lease to you. However, considering your employees, I'll grant you another chance. Second, commencing this month, your rent will increase to 1.5 million, payable for 6 months in advance. Accept this, and you may continue your lease. A 50% increase in rent." While Suqing Yuan vehemently opposed it, He found himself bereft of alternatives. After all, the building belonged to Lin Xuan. Furthermore, all nearby buildings were fully occupied, and obtaining a comparable office was impossible. Lin Xuan rose, patting Su Qingyuan on the shoulder with a smile. So, you truly are the magnanimous Su boss. Su Qingyuan nodded vigorously, eager to appease. Of course, of course. Now, please finalize the rental arrangements and present me with your resignation letter. My experience here has concluded. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyuan was further convinced of Lin Xian's status as a wealthy heir. He quickly replied, Mr. Lin, we can prepare the resignation letter for your signature. Additionally, your salary for this month totals 30,000. Though I know this sum may be trivial to you, it is a token of my appreciation. With that, Su Qingyuan summoned human resources to draft the letter. Observing this exchange, Lin Xian nodded slightly. His original salary was around 10,000, so receiving triple that amount was commendable. Very well, I shall take my leave now. After signing the resignation letter, Lin Xian made his way to the elevator. Su Qingyuan accompanied him with a beaming smile, remaining so until the elevator doors closed. As the elevator descended, Su Qingyuan's expression darkened. He truly wished to press Zhang Linlin into the ground. That wretched woman had proven more of a hindrance than a help. Had it not been for her, he would not have antagonized Lin Xian, nor would he have been forced to pay an additional 50% in rent. With this frustration in mind, he dialed Zhang Linlin's number. Meanwhile, she was at the hospital, tending to Lu Lan and Zhang Zifen. In truth, the two of them could have been discharged from the hospital long ago. There was hardly anything serious. The reason for their prolonged stay was merely to indulge in the hospital's services. When the time comes to seek compensation from Lin Xian, they would be able to extract a larger sum. Lu Lan cast a displeased glance at Zhang Linlin and remarked, Are you still thinking about Lin Xian? Not at all. I was merely wondering why Brother Xiong hasn't called me yet, Zhang Linlin replied, lifting her phone. Just then, her phone illuminated with an incoming call from none other than Brother Xiong. Assuming that Lin Xian had agreed to the compensation, Zhang Linlin eagerly answered the call. Putting it on speaker, Hello, Brother Xiong. You're incredible, getting the compensation money so quickly. Just give me an address, and I'll head over immediately. However, before she could finish her sentence, she heard Brother Xiong's furious voice on the line. Zhang Linlin, you wretched woman. You've ruined me. Chapter 14, The Outrage of the Zhang Family. Taken aback by Brother Xiong's words, Zhang Linlin momentarily faltered, asking in confusion, Brother Xiong, what on earth is wrong? I don't believe I've offended you. Brother Xiong let out a cold laugh. True, you haven't offended me, but you have caused me great harm. Do you have any idea how close I came to bankruptcy because of you? Bankruptcy? Zhang Linlin was momentarily speechless upon hearing Brother Xiong's words. Yes. Do you know Lin Xian's true identity? Brother Xiong suddenly countered. True identity? Isn't he just an ordinary worker from the countryside? What other identity could he possibly have? Zhang Linlin instinctively glanced at Lu Lan, bewildered. An ordinary worker? From the countryside? I could almost vomit at your ignorance. As for Lin Xian's actual background, I cannot say for certain, but one thing is clear. His status is certainly not trivial. He is at least a wealthy heir worth over 100 million. Worth over 100 million? A wealthy heir? Upon hearing these words, Lu Lan couldn't help but burst into laughter. You've got to be joking. That miserly fellow is a wealthy heir? Scoffing at Lu Lan's derision, Brother Xiong replied, You know nothing. Some affluent individuals deliberately keep their children from early exposure to their family wealth for the sake of discipline. What I can tell you is that the assets of Jingmen Tower belong to Lin Xian. Jingmen Tower. It's his. Zhang Linlin's eyes widened in disbelief. She had heard of Jingmen Tower, located in the prime area of Zhonghai City, where land was exceedingly valuable. How could that building possibly belong to him? The more she listened, the more implausible it seemed. Brother Xiong, are you certain? Lin Xian isn't deceiving you, is he? If he truly owns Jingmen Tower, there's no way he couldn't afford a 3 million yuan house, especially since he claimed that the money for purchasing a house was gathered from selling his parents' rural property. Deceiving me? Even if he could fool me, would Manager Zhou from the Property Management Department of Jingmen Tower be part of the deception? Lin Xian even had him come to put on an act for me? Have you lost your mind? Brother Xiong berated Zhang Linlin. Moreover, even if it were a ruse, Lin Xian has already raised my rent by 50%. I haven't even brought that up with you yet. As he finished speaking, Brother Xiong erupted with a curse on the phone. To fool me, Lin Xian even rented a sports car, an Aston Martin D1311, worth over 3 million. Is that also part of the deception? Brother Xiong sneered coldly, mocking her. Zhang Linlin opened her mouth to respond, but her mind was blank, rendering her speechless. Lu Lan, on the other hand, was utterly stunned by Brother Xiong's revelations. A house, a sports car, even Jingmen Tower. Names that seemed to exist solely in television dramas suddenly resounded in her ears, leaving her bewildered. More crucially, these should have belonged to her, to the Zhang family. That vile man had truly hidden his true self so well. Lu Lan chuckled coldly, glancing at her daughter. You've lived with him for so long. And you didn't notice a single flaw? After a long pause, Zhang Linlin shook her head. No, he behaved entirely normally, and his parents seemed perfectly ordinary. Just typical farmers without a hint of aristocratic demeanor. Humph. He must have deliberately hired actors. His so-called parents are merely actors he found to play along with his charade. Linlin, do you still have feelings for this guy? Think about how you've treated him. Now, look at how he has treated you. He even hired actors to test you. The more Lu Lan spoke, the angrier she became, clenching her fists, wishing to confront Lin Xuan and give him a piece of her mind. Indeed, everything belonged to Lin Xuan from the very start. Nearby, Zhang Zifan pounded his fist against the hospital wall, gritting his teeth and shouting, Sister, we absolutely cannot let Lin Xuan get away with this. That scoundrel is deliberately pretending to be poor to deceive you. We must demand compensation from him. At that moment, Zhang Linlin's expression darkened, as she finally grasped that everything had been a deception. Lin Xuan was a quintessential rich heir, yet he had claimed to be from the countryside, saying he gathered money for a house by selling his rural property. And what was the result? Indeed, I have endured so much for so many years, only to receive such an outcome. It was all a lie. All of it was a deception. With a furious shout, Zhang Linlin picked up a nearby cup and hurled it against the wall. The shattering cup mirrored her current state of mind. Unless she could unravel this matter, she would never escape this nightmare. Pretending to be poor while secretly being wealthy, was this some sort of game? When they were together, he professed his love for her and promised to be with her for a lifetime. Yet, when it came time to purchase a 3 million yuan house, he turned his back on her, even going so far as to write his own younger brother's name on the deed. Not only did he buy a house, but he also owned a sports car, an Aston Martin, something she had never even dared to dream of. And let us not forget the office building worth nearly $1 billion. It was utterly unimaginable that she had once been blind enough to choose such a person as her boyfriend. At the mere thought of Brother Xiong's words, her anger surged, and she cursed through gritted teeth. What a scoundrel! Lin Xuan is nothing but a despicable man. May he suffer the worst fate. Seeing her sister in such distress, Zhang Zifan chimed in angrily. Indeed, that man is truly worthless. I once asked him to lend me a few thousand for gaming, and he acted as if I were asking for his life. Had I known he was this wealthy, I should have asked him for more. Sister, don't be disheartened. I'll go find him this afternoon and demand answers. Demand answers? How will you do that? You don't even know where he lives. Lu Lan shot Zhang Zifan a glare, scoffing. Zhang Zifan stood up defiantly. How could I not know? Wasn't he living with sister at one point? Let us proceed to that rental apartment. I shall contact my friends immediately. Lu Lan uttered with a cold sneer. Humph. Do you truly believe that someone so affluent would reside in a rental property? And even if he did, so what? A person of such wealth surely has bodyguards at their disposal. Can you and your companions contend with those professional protectors? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifan anxiously exclaimed. What should we do then? We cannot simply let that scoundrel off the hook. Let him off? That is, of course, out of the question. However, we must not confront him directly. Rather, we should compel him to seek us out. Lu Lan replied with a chilling smile, a sinister glimmer gracing the corners of her mouth. Just tell us what we ought to do. We will follow your lead. Zhang Linlin nodded in agreement. Indeed. I shall heed your words. Whatever you instruct, I shall comply. Very well. Then, we shall proceed in this manner. Chapter 15. The misfortunate afternoon of a rascally child. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan drove back to the hotel. Although he currently had a dedicated chauffeur, he still preferred to drive himself. Just as he parked, a loud thud resounded as a soccer ball collided forcefully with his car window. What in the world is happening? He had parked in the hotel's parking lot. Yet somehow a child's ball had struck his vehicle. Hastily, he exited the car and scanned the surroundings to discern the source of the disturbance. Not long after, a small, slender figure sprinted toward him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a snot-nosed little boy, unmistakably a rascal. Dust covered his entire body, and a mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes. How he managed to reach the hotel parking lot was a mystery. The boy approached Lin Xuan, glancing around while scratching his head and muttering to himself, "How strange. Where's my soccer ball? Wasn't he just flying this way?" Lin Xuan retrieved the ball from behind his back, smiling as he inquired, "Little one, is this the ball you're looking for?" Yes, that's it. Give it to me, quickly," exclaimed the child, attempting to snatch the ball from Lin Xuan's hands. However, for a boy only about a meter tall, it was rather unrealistic to think he could seize the ball from Lin Xuan's grasp. No matter how high he jumped, he could not reach it. "Uncle, hand me the ball." The boy glared at Lin Xuan, his expression resolute, refusing to relent until he obtained the ball. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xuan's gaze drifted into the distance, lost in thought, as a mechanical system notification echoed in his mind. Option 1. Return the soccer ball to the boy. Reward: 1 Good Samaritan card, 50 points of affection from the child. Option 2. Toss the ball into the nearby trash bin. Reward: 1 billion virtual coins. Virtual coins. What on earth are those? Virtual currency is intended for the host to purchase virtual items, including but not limited to game currency, game equipment, and so forth. In essence, it is akin to game currency. Although it is virtual, it still represents money. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that this little rascal must be taught a lesson. While it remains unclear how he kicked the ball here, playing soccer in public is inherently an unethical act. Today it struck a car. But what if next time it hits a person? A pregnant woman, an elderly individual, or another child? Even damaging flowers and plants is unacceptable. With this thought in mind, Lin Xuan offered the boy a faint smile. The child, bewildered by Lin Xuan's sudden strange grin, could only watch as his soccer ball gracefully arced into the trash bin. Stunned by the sight of his ball landing in the refuse, the child stood frozen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. Reward: 1 billion virtual coins. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. While it could only be used for virtual purchases, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. However, before he could fully revel in his good fortune, a stream of transparent liquid soared toward him. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped just in time. Watching as a glob of spit splattered onto the ground where he had just stood, the boy glared at him with fury, his eyes wide with indignation. As the child prepared to spit at him again, Lin Xuan smiled gently, retrieving 10 yuan from his pocket. Little one, you did well this time. Here's a reward of 10 yuan. But remember, next time, seek out those adorned with gold chains and tattoos. They will offer you even more money. He then displayed several photographs on his phone, ensuring the child would remember. Upon seeing the 10 yuan, the boy's frown transformed into a beaming smile. What was the worth of a soccer ball? To think that he could earn 10 yuan simply by spitting, it was almost too easy. A fool would forego easy money, especially when it required nothing more than a few words. With that realization, the boy quickly forgot about his soccer ball and, clutching his 10 yuan, scampered off toward an arcade nearby. Watching the child retreat, Lin Xuan smiled slightly, understanding that conventional methods of educating such rascals would not suffice. Once back in his hotel room, Lin Xuan summoned the system panel. At that moment, the virtual currency displayed an astonishing 1 billion. Upon witnessing this figure, Lin Xuan felt no stirrings of excitement. Instead, he rested his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation. Though 1 billion seemed substantial, it was merely virtual currency, meaning it could only be utilized for online transactions and was limited to virtual consumption. Thus, shopping apps like Taobao and JD.com would be rendered useless. Was he destined to spend it solely on games? While he played few games beyond League of Legends, even that didn't require significant expenditure. As a complete set of skins cost just over 100,000. Wouldn't the remaining funds be wasted? Moreover, though he currently possessed considerable wealth, it was merely relative to the average person. Compared to true tycoons, he was still impoverished. If only he could convert this 1 billion virtual currency into cash. How splendid that would be. With this thought, Lin Xuan continued to search his mind for ways to convert virtual currency into tangible assets. Numerous methods sprang to mind, such as reselling game equipment or accounts. However, these approaches seemed cumbersome and time-consuming. Suddenly, an idea illuminated his thoughts. He realized he could swiftly convert this virtual currency into cash. With renewed determination, Lin Xuan opened his phone and entered Doumiao Live, one of the largest live streaming platforms in the country, often surpassing its competitors in various fields. If he could purchase virtual gifts using this virtual currency and then reward himself, wouldn't he earn half of that amount? Even after taxes, he would still pocket at least 40 of the total. While it was merely 40, the implications of such a sum as a starting capital of 1 billion were staggering. With this realization, even Lin Xuan's usually composed demeanor experienced a slight thrill. After all, this figure far exceeded the money he currently possessed. Moreover, it represented tenfold what he had. As Lin Xuan contemplated ways to monetize his ideas, the mischievous child ventured into an arcade with 10 yuan in hand. Upon entering, he was greeted by a group of tattooed individuals adorned with gold chains, engrossed in their games. The sight filled the child with elation. With so many people around, each contributing 10 yuan, was it not a fortuitous opportunity for him to strike it rich? Without further deliberation, he dashed forward and, in an audacious act, spat at the group of youths standing before him. The youths were momentarily taken aback. They were merely there to enjoy gaming and had not anticipated an unruly child launching such an affront. At that moment, the child thought to himself that his spittle had been ample enough to warrant a handsome reward. However, before he could complete his musings, a shadow loomed before him, followed by the sharp sound of 2 resounding slaps. How dare you, you little brat? You think you can just spit at me? The child stood frozen in shock. What was happening? Hadn't it been said that spitting at such individuals would yield a fortune? Had he not spat enough? In a moment of desperation, he retaliated by hurling more saliva at the youth who had struck him. "How dare you spit at me? Brothers, seize him." The child soon found himself encircled by a throng of people, and thus began his first brutal encounter with the harsh realities of society. The piercing cries and wails echoed throughout the arcade. "Oh, that scoundrel truly deceived me. I shall loathe you for eternity." Chapter 16. A shock across the internet. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan reclined on a lavish bed, registering for a live streaming account, blissfully unaware of the child's plight. Even if he were informed, it would only elicit a bemused smile. The registration process was straightforward. After inputting his identification and a photograph, he was officially registered. For the username and cover photo, he opted for the default settings, as he had no intentions of genuinely pursuing a career in live streaming. Once he liquidated his 10 billion, he would be off without a trace. The content of his stream was equally uncomplicated. He merely displayed a humorous meme, with nothing else to accompany it. A glance at his streaming interface led Lin Xuan's gaze to the gifts section below. The priciest gift on the Cat platform was a treasure map, valued at 5,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he utilized virtual currency to purchase a treasure map and gifted it to himself. Instantly, his stream's popularity surged to 5,000 points. Soon after, a banner appeared on the homepage of the platform's live streams. User Qianxuan's Totoro has gifted streamer 123,456 a treasure map. Come join the treasure hunt. The reason for the treasure map's exorbitant price was to entice other viewers to flock to his stream in search of treasure. In essence, it was akin to a lottery, where lucky participants could win valuable cat coins. As it was evening, the Cat platform boasted its highest traffic of the day, with many viewers lounging on their sofas after dinner, idly watching their favorite streamers. When they suddenly spotted the treasure map, a wave of opportunistic viewers rushed in. However, upon discovering that the stream featured nothing but a single humorous meme, they began to voice their confusion. "Hello? Is anyone there? Why is there no sound or image? Is the streamer just a meme?" Indeed, how can a mere meme attract wealthy patrons? As time passed, viewers grew increasingly suspicious of the unusual nature of the stream. The streamer appeared to be a newly established account, seemingly just activated. Furthermore, the account that had gifted the treasure map was also new. Was it possible that a wealthy individual was gifting themselves? That seemed plausible, for who would be inclined to lavish gifts on a mute meme streamer? Whatever. I thought it might be a pretty girl, but it turns out to be a peculiar meme. I'll leave once the lottery is over. As viewers pondered this ordinary gift, suddenly, the stream's gift animation erupted. Another treasure map. And, crucially, it was not just one. The streamer gifted 10 in succession. The Cat platform had implemented restrictions on gifting treasure maps to one at a time to prevent impulsive spending and to optimize their visibility. At this moment, the treasure maps continued to cascade in rapid succession. 10, 20, 30. This unprecedented streak of treasure maps sent the previously chatty viewers into a stunned silence. What is happening? Why are they showering so many gifts? And all worth 5,000 each. Even if it were a lure, this is utterly terrifying. The count reached 50, totaling a staggering 250,000 yuan. This could cover a down payment in a third-tier city. In an instant, more viewers flocked to the stream, drawn by the announcements across the internet. Upon seeing the meme on screen, they were left pondering. Logically, even with a growing audience, if the streamer were prepared or promoting products, they would have made themselves known by now, rather than relying solely on a meme. Could it be that they were merely gifting themselves? That couldn't be right. Such an endeavor was patently a losing proposition. The streamer only received 40% of the gifts, meaning the more they gifted, the greater their loss. Even a fool would not engage in such a reckless act. My goodness, they've already gifted 80. Who is this streamer? Such wealth. I have no idea, but they must be extraordinary. Of course, who can casually gift hundreds of thousands? This is the first time I've seen someone able to spend so freely on a meme. As the audience continued to swell, Lin Xuan's identity became increasingly enigmatic, leading many to speculate whether he was a wealthy heir. However, these remained mere conjectures, with no substantial evidence to support them. As the stream's popularity surged in tandem with its audience, it began to ascend the ranks of the homepage's recommendations. Yet, the cover featuring a meme appeared starkly out of place compared to other streams. Naturally, Lin Xuan remained oblivious to all of this. As he continued to tap on the screen, gifting treasure maps, having already gifted over 100 treasure maps while spending a mere 50,000 of his virtual currency, he wondered just how long this would take. At that moment, he genuinely wished to confront the individual who designed this purchasing limitation and give them a good scolding. Yet, the designer could only claim innocence, as no one could have anticipated such an extravagant display of generosity. Each treasure map that flew out represented 5,000 yuan spent, and those entering the stream watched in awe as Lin Xuan continued bestowing treasure maps. Eyes widened, hearts raced, and palms grew clammy. 200 maps. In this rather ludicrously adorned livestream, an astonishing 200 treasure maps were gifted. That amounts to a staggering 1 million. And this generous benefactor showed no signs of ceasing, continuing to send forth treasure maps. 300, 400, 500. When the count reached 600, the flurry of gifts finally came to an end. My goodness, has this wealthy patron run out of funds? Uncertain, but thus far, it must have surpassed any record on the Domao platform. Indeed, I just glimpsed a notification from Domao stating that this unprecedented donation of 600 treasure maps has shattered the platform's historical record. Who could this individual be? Capable of bestowing such a sum of 3 million in a single go, and for a mere jest? This person is undoubtedly a titan, a true magnate. I have yet to encounter any influencer who could so liberally dispense such a fortune. To achieve 3 million in donations with a single jest. Streamer 123456 is forever a deity. Chapter 17. A jest ascends to the front page. However, unbeknownst to the onlookers, Lin Xuan did not cease his donations due to a lack of funds, but rather simply because his hand had grown weary. Although the task was merely 600 taps, the strain was undeniable. After a brief respite, Lin Xuan accessed the back end of the live stream, where the balance displayed a whopping 1,500,000. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Xuan promptly opted to withdraw the funds. Typically, withdrawals on internet platforms can be processed instantly. After linking his bank account, Lin Xuan withdrew the entire sum of 1,500,000. A minute later, his phone chimed, confirming that 1,200,000 had been deposited into Lin Xuan's account. It seems this method indeed proves effective, albeit rather exhausting. Yet, such is the nature of earning money, one must endure some toil. Should others be privy to Lin Xuan's inner musings at this moment, they would undoubtedly berate him for his audacity. Is this form of earning truly laborious? It is simply too effortless. Were it offered to me, I would click my phone until it crashed. While Lin Xuan took his break, the back-end staff also witnessed this extraordinary event. Logically, considering both the amount and the number of donations, this livestream should have graced the front page's carousel. Yet, the peculiarities of this livestream, lacking a cover image, content, and even a host, presenting only a common jesting emoji, left the staff uncertain, prompting them to escalate the matter. Lu Bo, Lin Xuan's assigned supervisor, was taken aback by this revelation and quickly sought Lin Xuan's phone number in the back end. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Bo decided to call Lin Xuan for clarification. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Xuan? Lu Bo's tone was exceedingly respectful. Should other streamers witness this, they would surely be astonished. However, given that this individual had just donated 3 million, Lu Bo felt compelled to show deference. Moreover, he was entitled to a commission, albeit a minor one. Yet the sheer volume made it worthwhile. Thus, he dared not offend this affluent benefactor. Yes, what can I assist you with? Greetings, I am your supervisor, Lu Bo. I noticed in the back end that your live stream received a donation of 3 million. I would like to inquire if you know the individual who made this donation? How could it be that the one who donated 3 million was the one being approached by a supervisor? Upon hearing Lu Bo's words, Lin Xuan's brow furrowed slightly, his displeasure evident. The donor is me. Is it not permissible to gift oneself? Realizing Lin Xuan's sudden irritation, Lu Bo felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. As it turns out, the donor and the host were indeed one and the same. This was an unabashedly wealthy individual. If he were to offend this patron for such a trivial reason, he might find himself out of a job. Consequently, he quickly replied with renewed respect. Mr. Lin, you misunderstand. We do allow self-donations. I merely wish to ask if you would like to feature on the front page's carousel recommendation. Your current popularity and donation amount have qualified you for this position. If you wish, we can arrange it. Upon hearing Lu Bo's words, Lin Xuan nodded slightly, realizing the situation. While the carousel feature might be a coveted opportunity for many streamers, it was of little consequence to Lin Xuan. Do as you see fit. There's no need to bother me with such trivialities in the future. I still have more donations to make to myself. With that, Lin Xuan casually ended the call. Listening to the dial tone, Lu Bo felt no anger. Rather, he grew increasingly intrigued by Lin Xuan. Judging by the voice, he did not seem particularly old and was likely a privileged rich second generation. Moreover, Lin Xuan's last remark implied he intended to continue donating, did it not? With this thought in mind, Lu Bo wasted no time and instructed a nearby staff member, arrange for 123 to be featured on the front page. But, Supervisor Lu, what will the cover image be? A jest, of course. Did you not see that his live stream is merely a jest? Though the staff member was somewhat puzzled, they proceeded with the task nonetheless. This marked the first time on the Domao platform that a streamer would feature an emoji as their front page carousel cover. Wow. Did you see that? The streamer is on the front page cover. It's really up there. How incredible. And the cover is a jest. Won't the admin intervene? Admin, Keep in mind that it's the wealthy patrons who fund the admin's salaries through their donations. Do you think they would foolishly feature their benefactor? I must return and inform my streamer. There is a grander benefactor here. Me too. My streamer is adorable. Surely she can capture this benefactor's attention. As Lin Xuan's livestream ascended to the front page, the number of viewers surged once more, including numerous streamers. Lin Xuan's livestream had undoubtedly ignited a fervor on the Domao platform. Yet, Lin Xuan felt no such sensation, after all. Whether the livestream thrived or not bore little relevance to him. His sole aim was to exhaust the virtual currency at his disposal. Who knew if there were any time constraints on this virtual currency? What if there truly was a time limit? He would surely regret it deeply. Thus, after a brief interlude, Lin Xuan resumed his monotonous and tedious endeavor. Once again, the livestream screen was inundated with Lin Xuan's treasure maps. My heavens! Is this not the end? More are coming. Surely this affluent individual must have gone to recharge. This benefactor is simply too remarkable, having already gifted 3 million. They remain unsatisfied? Oh, benefactor, divine magnate, do you require any more accessories? I could serve as a free ornament. Simultaneously, a multitude of streamers flooded into the live stream. Gazing at the incessantly flying treasure maps, their envy unmistakable. Some female streamers even sent messages in the chat, stating, "Divine benefactor, might you visit my live stream? Just send a treasure map, and I shall accommodate any request you may have. Brother, I too can oblige. I guarantee your satisfaction, or your money back. Count me in." As Lin Xuan gazed at the barrage of comments on the screen, a faint smile graced his lips, and he chose to dismiss them. He found little interest in a female streamer who was more enamored with money than with people. The saying, "The courtesan is heartless, and the actor is ungrateful," has never been more accurate. After all, he had previously entered the streams of various female broadcasters using this account, only to receive the same indifferent treatment as if he had never arrived. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, Lu Bo was watching the dizzying rise of numbers. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. 500, 700, 1,000. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan had sent an astonishing 1,000 treasure maps before finally ceasing. It wasn't that he had exhausted his funds. Rather, he was utterly fatigued, both weary and drowsy. He decided to stop for now, promising himself to resume when time permitted. Chapter 18. Lin Xuan achieves fame. After uttering those words, Lin Xuan withdrew the remaining 3 million from his account and logged off. Although Lin Xuan had exited, his streaming room was instantly besieged, causing numerous users within to experience severe lag. Such is the power of a wealthy patron. The phrase seemed almost too formidable. Indeed, I sensed that the affluent find the platform's limitation of one gift at a time rather vexing. I share the same sentiment. Considering the effort expended to send 1,000 treasure maps, if only one could send them all at once, how much more could he have contributed? My heavens, send more? What would that cost? Long Cat Brother V5. Long Cat Brother is magnificent. At this moment, Lu Bo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the comments in the streaming room. After working on the platform for so long, this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Perhaps this is what it truly means to be a wealthy patron. So impressive. With this thought, he hastily picked up the phone and instructed a nearby staff member, have the tech department remove the limit on purchasing treasure maps immediately. Allow for 100 at a time. No, 1,000. 1,000. Supervisor Lu, might that be excessive? Not at all. If I ask for a change, you implement it. I will bear any consequences. Lu Bo had a premonition. Had the treasure maps not been limited to one at a time, Lin Xuan could have sent even more. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was blissfully reclining on his grand bed worth 700,000, enjoying a restful slumber. It was indeed a comfortable bed, as if he were enveloped in a cocoon. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, accompanied by an elegant melody. This immersive alarm was a unique service of the suite, reminding every resident that waking up could indeed be a form of indulgence. Glancing at the river glimmering in the morning light, Lin Xuan reached for his phone to capture the moment. However, as soon as he unlocked it, his phone erupted with notifications. Aside from 99 text messages, there were dozens of missed calls. Most of these calls had been made the previous night, but fortunately, his phone automatically powered down during his slumber, sparing him from an unsettled night's rest. Yet, who were these callers? After scanning through, he found all the numbers unfamiliar. Could they be from viewers of his streaming session last night? Just then, another call came through. Instinctively, he answered. As soon as he did, a woman's voice cut through. Decidedly impolite. You must be Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. Such a tone was infuriating. Who are you? None of your business. You scoundrel. You shall meet a terrible fate. She spat, hurling insults before hanging up before Lin Xuan could respond. Lin Xuan? What on earth is happening? Why the hostility right from the start? With that, he opened the unread messages. To his astonishment, They were all insults directed at him from strangers. From the language used, it became evident that he had been branded a scoundrel, a despicable scoundrel at that. Just then, another call came in, this time from Zhou Yuju, the acquaintance he had met 2 days prior. Hello, Yuju. Lin Xuan, are you all right? Zhou Yuju's voice carried a hint of concern. Am I all right? Of course. Why do you ask? Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Do you truly not know? Know what? As he listened, Lin Xuan felt increasingly bewildered, as if he had awakened from a years-long slumber. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yuju sighed. It appears you genuinely have no idea. You should check the trending topics on Weibo. The trending topics? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan opened the Weibo app. The top trending topic was a sensational uproar caused by his actions the previous night. Mysterious tycoon breaks records by sending 1,000 treasure maps in one night. That couldn't be it. After all, aside from those on the streaming platform, no one truly knew who he was. Following closely was another topic. Disgusting man deceives girlfriend for 3 years, stealing her youth before vanishing. Opening this topic revealed related content, with the most prominent post from a user named Innocent Girl Linlin. The post contained a video, and upon seeing the thumbnail, Lin Xuan recognized the person as none other than his ex-girlfriend, Zhang Linlin. In the video, Zhang Linlin tearfully recounted her experiences with Lin Xuan, her words poignant and her voice captivating, while simultaneously painting Lin Xuan as despicable and hypocritical, evoking immense pity from viewers. However, the content of her video was quite straightforward. Despite its length, it largely revolved around a singular refrain. She had devoted 3 years of her youth and countless emotions to Lin Xuan, who was nothing more than a complete scoundrel. Not only did she neglect to mention Lin Xuan's contributions, but she also portrayed him as utterly worthless. It was as if she implied he did nothing but lay at home, eating and doing nothing. Any reasonable person, unfamiliar with their backstory, would undoubtedly conclude that Lin Xuan was a scoundrel, while Zhang Linlin emerged as the innocent victim. Zhang Linlin's performance in the video could easily rival that of an award-winning actor, as she narrated her tribulations with tears streaming down her face. She emphasized her investment in Lin Xuan without acknowledging the sacrifices made by Lin Xuan for her family. Not a word was uttered about Lu Lan's request to put the house in Zhang Zifen's name. She merely reiterated their family's contributions to Lin Xuan and the resulting consequences. Especially poignant was the closing scene featuring a bedridden Lu Lan and Zhang Zifen, both in hospital gowns, wailing in agony, which drew immense sympathy from the uninformed viewers. After watching the video, Lin Xuan instinctively scrolled down to the comments section. As he had suspected, it was already a battleground. My goodness, is there truly such a despicable scoundrel in this world? Indeed, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Men like this truly disgrace our gender. It is truly infuriating that such an adorable young lady has encountered a scoundrel like him, especially after 3 years of being together. Why couldn't fate have brought her to me? I would undoubtedly treat her with utmost devotion. In this day and age, for a wealthy heir to engage in such despicable antics is utterly revolting. Indeed, dear lady, do not let your heart be heavy. If you share that scoundrel's phone number and home address, I assure you I will confront him. Absolutely. Expose him, and it would be even better to release photographs, so that other young women may steer clear of such a cad. At the conclusion of the video, Zhang Linlin addressed the camera, stating, Lin Xuan, I know you will see this video. I want you to know that my heart has always belonged to you. If you truly wish to part ways, then you must reimburse me for all the expenses incurred over these 3 years. Otherwise, in my next video, I shall unveil all your details. Clearly, Zhang Linlin, or rather the Zhang family, was prepared to wield the power of the internet against Lin Xuan. Within less than 5 hours of the video's release, its viewership had already surpassed 1 million, and the comments had reached tens of thousands. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xuan found himself plunged into deep contemplation. Chapter 19, The Power of Wealth. Zhang Linlin had not even disclosed her identity, yet enraged netizens had managed to unearth her information. If she were to fully expose herself, would he dare even to turn on his phone? What if the situation escalated to the point where he could hardly step outside his door? Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming online outcry, Lin Xuan felt surprisingly unconcerned. The current public sentiment was skewed because Zhang Linlin had failed to present the complete narrative. Should she choose to divulge the entire story, the public opinion might not entirely favor her. However, in order to counter Zhang Linlin through public opinion, he would require a substantial amount of prestige. Did he possess such a claim? At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the top of the trending search list. Mysterious tycoon breaks the cat-teasing record by unveiling 1,000 treasure maps in one night. Was this not a ready-made source of prestige? With that thought, Lin Xuan entered the live streaming room. Though a night had passed, Lin Xuan's live stream was still bustling with viewers. The previous night's impact had been monumental, and many were still trickling in, some having only learned of the news that morning, each lamenting how they wish they had stayed up a little longer. Such record-breaking events do not occur every day. Particularly, those who had joined in on the treasure hunt had amassed nearly 10,000 yuan. Ah, forget it. We'll return tonight. The wealthy tycoon must be working during the day. He can't possibly indulge in our idleness. Indeed, everyone disperse. I shall alert you all the moment I receive news of the tycoon. You will notify us. Are you not merely guarding your own interests? Exactly. I suspect you are hoarding the news for yourself. I won't leave until the tycoon arrives. Lin Xuan chuckled at the barrage of comments in the live stream, finding the situation amusing. Nonetheless, it was beneficial for him to cultivate popularity at this moment. Thus, he opened the treasure map interface, preparing to make another generous donation when he discovered that there was now a quantity selection feature for the treasure maps. It seemed that Lu Bo had indeed demonstrated commendable efficiency. After Lin Xuan had expressed his dissatisfaction the night prior, Lu Bo had swiftly implemented the change. Lu Bo had indeed added this feature overnight, but it was exclusive to Lin Xuan. Others could not access it, but truthfully, few could afford to donate millions in one go like Lin Xuan. Just as everyone was about to resume their activities, a message suddenly appeared on the live stream's banner. User Qianxuan's Totoro has gifted the host 100 treasure maps. Come and join the treasure hunt. Upon seeing this announcement, the entire platform erupted in excitement. Wow, is the tycoon back? It has to be him, 100 treasure maps. What a staggering sum. The platform's higher-ups must have taken note of the tycoon's words from the previous night. Indeed, a big shot is a big shot, with just a single phrase. The platform complied instantly. Although it was not the peak time for viewership, many spectators flocked to Lin Xuan's live stream from the treasure map link. The screen was soon flooded with accolades for the wealthy tycoon. However, these numbers paled in comparison to Lin Xuan's donations and were even fewer than those who had viewed Zhang Linlin's video. Yet, Lin Xuan remained unfazed. Since Zhang Linlin and her family sought to employ public sentiment against him, he would demonstrate what true public influence could accomplish. As the audience awaited Lin Xuan's next act of generosity, they suddenly witnessed the comically designed live stream backdrop fade to black. Then, a handsome young man's face appeared on the screen. Wow, is this the face of the Totoro tycoon? He looks so dashing. Indeed, especially those captivating eyes. Reminiscent of a movie star. Totoro tycoon, I wish to bear your children. As the screen filled with a flurry of comments, Lin Xuan smiled. Although the current live stream's popularity did not rival the previous night's, he believed it would be sufficient for a counterattack against Zhang Linlin. Clearing his throat, he cheerfully announced, "Hello everyone, I am the host of this live stream, and I am indeed the Totoro who has generously donated to Qianxuan." At this revelation, the comments erupted with speculation from the audience, and the live stream buzzed with renewed excitement. Several other hosts could not resist showering him with compliments. Teacher Piao, Totoro tycoon, you are wise and valiant. Might you grace my live stream with your presence? Sister Zhou, you are so handsome. Come to my live stream, and I shall sing for you. Leader of the demon cult, Totoro tycoon, I possess many refreshing photographs. Would you care to join my live stream to admire them? Observing some of the platform's prominent hosts in his live stream, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Although his own popularity was lacking, the addition of their presence would be more than sufficient. While most of them were gaming streamers, their fan bases were remarkably impressive. With this in mind, he first visited Teacher Piao's live stream, for as a pioneer in the streaming world and the foremost figure on the platform, it was only fitting to pay his respects. Teacher Piao sent a comment merely to interact, not expecting Lin Xuan to genuinely appear. After all, as someone who had donated millions, Lin Xuan's entrance was accompanied by an impressive animation. Thus, both Teacher Piao and his audience recognized that Lin Xuan had joined the stream. Welcome, Totoro tycoon. A warm welcome. Upon seeing the numerous welcoming comments, Lin Xuan said little. He simply gifted 100 treasure maps. User Qianxuan's Totoro has gifted Teacher Piao 100 treasure maps. Come and join the treasure hunt. As this message floated across the screen, the entire live stream, indeed the whole platform, erupted in jubilation. Wow. Totoro is truly a big shot. He just casually donated 50,000. Truly, my brother Totoro is formidable, speaking little but acting decisively. Tossing 100 treasure maps at the drop of a hat, Mr. Piao gazed upon 100 treasure maps, his smile so broad it seemed unable to close. With a beaming countenance, he exclaimed, 1,000 thanks to the esteemed Lord Totoro for these 100 treasure maps. Should you wish to play League of Legends in the future, do let me know, and I shall grant you access to the ranks of the kings for free. Oh, Mr. Piao, perhaps you should reconsider. You have already become a diamond gatekeeper. Lin Xuan chuckled at the barrage of comments, sending an emoji before transitioning to the next live stream. Chapter 20, The Twist. Upon entering the new live stream, he was met with an overwhelming flood of welcoming messages. Truth be told, this sensation of being revered wherever one went was quite gratifying. This particular stream belonged to Sister Zhou, and upon noticing Lin Xuan's arrival, she leaped from her chair, exclaiming loudly, "Wow! Esteemed Lord Totoro, the Zhou family brigade welcomes you to our humble abode." Concurrently, the comments echoed in unison, welcoming Papa Totoro to their haven. Without further ado, another 100 treasure maps were dispatched. Observing this, Sister Zhou's exuberance was palpable as she animatedly performed a gesture of reverence, dramatically declaring, "Thank you, Papa Totoro, for the 100 treasure maps." Subsequently, Lin Xuan visited several other influential live streams, bestowing upon each 100 treasure maps, leaving the hosts practically clamoring to express their gratitude. After completing these gestures, Lin Xuan returned to his own live stream, which, rather than dwindling in numbers, had swelled considerably. As many fans had followed from the streams of prominent hosts, having just rewarded them with 100 treasure maps, their abrupt departure seemed rather impolite. This action unequivocally indicated Lin Xuan's substantial worth, possibly hinting at him being the heir of a wealthy magnate. Although these major streamers might earn millions annually, such sums were trifling in the eyes of the affluent. Furthermore, they were acutely aware of the adage that more friends mean more paths, and crucially, Lin Xuan's inexplicable generosity warranted further inquiry. Thus, they, along with their viewers, flocked to his stream. Seeing the burgeoning audience, Lin Xuan smiled contentedly. It appeared that the streamers were not fools. His outlay of several million had indeed borne fruit. Naturally, this sum was merely virtual currency, and he had only utilized a fraction of it so far, with the remaining 99 requiring considerable time before being spent. Such is the plight of the affluent. All right. The purpose of my appearance today is to address a matter of significance. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the chat momentarily fell silent. Are you all aware of the despicable wealthy second-generation scion currently circulating online, who deceived a young woman out of 3 years of her youth? The chat erupted again, with comments flooding in. Indeed, I lambasted that man on Weibo. Me too. That fellow is truly reprehensible, a far cry from our esteemed Lord Totoro. What a pretentious rich second-generation scion. He thinks that a windfall from a demolition project elevates him to the upper echelons. Absolutely. Garbage. He and our Lord Totoro are worlds apart. Lin Xuan couldn't help but smirk at the fervor of the comments, thinking, my goodness, these people are quite the troublemakers. However, the major streamers remained silent, recognizing that Lin Xuan had yet to finish his statement. If they interjected prematurely, it could lead to a loss of face. It was more prudent to wait for him to conclude before deciding how to respond. Clearing his throat, he slowly articulated, "What I wish to convey is that the man in question is, in fact, me." At this revelation, the live stream was enveloped in an immediate hush. Soon after, a comment floated in, unmistakably from Sister Zhou. "Papa Totoro, is the content on Weibo true?" "Indeed, it is," Lin Xuan confirmed with a nod. The audience was taken aback by such a forthright admission. They had anticipated him to offer some form of evasion. Thus, regarding the claims made by Ms. Zhang on Weibo that you deceived her for 3 years, is there any truth to that? Lin Xuan replied, "If this deception pertains to emotions, then it is unequivocally false. My feelings for her over these 3 years are as clear as day. Although we cohabited, I was the one handling all the chores and preparing meals. If the deception refers to finances, I must ask, did she value my wealth or my character?" Caught off guard by Lin Xuan's inquiry, Sister Zhou found herself momentarily speechless. Lin Xuan's assertion was valid. If that woman had initially perceived him as a poor fellow and chose to end their relationship, only to later discover that he was feigning poverty in hopes of reconciliation, even the most forgiving person would find it unacceptable. After all, if her interest lay solely in his wealth rather than in him as a person, what would prevent her from leaving him for someone wealthier in the future? At that moment, Lin Xuan suddenly turned to the camera, posing a question. "Sister Zhou, may I ask you something?" "Certainly, Papa Totoro," she replied. "Do you have a brother?" "No. If you had a brother, would you place his name on the property deed of the house you purchased with your boyfriend?" "Place my brother's name on the deed? How could that be? The house my boyfriend and I buy is ours. Why would I include my brother's name?" Upon hearing Sister Zhou's response, Lin Xuan smiled gently. "Then you understand why I chose to part ways with her." Simultaneously, the other viewers began to grasp the situation. It became clear that this entire debacle was a self-inflicted drama by Zhang Linlin, rather than Lin Xuan's desire to end the relationship. Furthermore, Lin Xuan candidly shared, "Let me be straightforward with you all. I originally earned over 10,000 a month at my job, of which 5,000 was allocated for Zhang Linlin's living expenses. The remaining 5,000 went towards saving for a house, and I even spent over 3,000 on game credits for her brother. I could only afford to spend 2,000 on myself each month. Do you still consider me the lazy, good-for-nothing scoundrel she paints me to be?" Having said this, Lin Xuan produced his salary statement for all to see. "May I inquire about the source of these gifts?" Sister Zhou and the others felt a twinge of anxiety. If this money were obtained through illicit means, they could find themselves in a precarious situation. Rest assured, I have another identity, a landlord. However, I only acquired this status after our separation. During our relationship, I was merely an ordinary employee. He then presented the property deed for Jingmen Building. As you can see from the date inscribed, it does not coincide with the date of my breakup with Zhang Linlin. Mr. Piao interjected. So, from beginning to end, this was all a performance orchestrated by Zhang Linlin to tarnish your reputation. Indeed, Lin Xuan affirmed with a nod. I genuinely intended to marry her. But her family turned out to be vampires, and ultimately, I had no choice but to end things. However, once they realized I had money, they sought to extort me. Which is why I orchestrated this scene, hoping to solicit your support in seeking justice. Chapter 21. Confrontation. The leader of the demonic sect proclaimed, "No problem at all. My sect is founded upon the principle of justice. Brothers, let us charge forth and confront that woman." Master Piao rallied. "Where's my army of Piao? Follow me." Sister Zhou exclaimed, "This woman is utterly despicable. To think she would attempt to extort her wealthy ex-boyfriend simply because of his affluence. It infuriates me. I always said, how could the Capus's father possibly be such a person? Charge forward, Zhou family army." At that moment, the other viewers in the live stream were equally incensed. Despite the Capus's wealth, why should the affluent be obligated to compensate her? Did she feel no guilt when she had approached the Capus alone for money? Charge, charge, charge. Instantly, the entire live stream audience began opening their Weibo accounts, causing a brief glitch that made it seem as if the platform was under a cyber attack. Meanwhile, Zhang Linlin's family continued to bask in the luxurious services of the hospital. In fact, they could have been discharged the following day, and even the doctors advised them to leave early to avoid inconveniencing other patients. Yet, they stubbornly refused to vacate, willing even to pay extra to prolong their stay. This morning, upon witnessing the rapid escalation of events, Lu Lan had even arranged for them to be moved to a VIP ward. Though the daily cost exceeded 2,000 yuan, they truly did not mind, for Lin Xuan was quite affluent. "Mother, your idea is truly brilliant," Zhang Zifen remarked, chuckling as he played Honor of Kings. "Of course. Do you think I have lived all these years for nothing?" Lu Lan replied, reclining on the opulent hospital bed, her face alight with pride. Beside her, Zhang Linlin uneasily inquired, "Mother, do you really think he will capitulate under the pressure of public opinion?" Of course. This is the internet age. Once public sentiment swells, even the mightiest must tread carefully. Just consider those so-called movie stars. How many emerge unscathed from a scandal? If Lin Xuan is indeed wealthy, his family must possess substantial assets. You must understand that many large assets harbor dark secrets. Even if we do not investigate, eager netizens will undoubtedly dig them up. My dear daughter, just wait for the Lin family to come to our doorstep to apologize. But mark my words, do not agree too readily, at the very least. We must secure a villa. I have lived for so long without ever residing in a villa. The prospect of finally doing so is truly delightful, Lu Lan declared, her heart brimming with glee. Zhang Linlin's father, witnessing his wife's morally reprehensible actions, felt unable to voice his thoughts. He merely stood silently by the window, smoking, lost in contemplation. In this family, his words held no weight. Thus, he preferred silence, for whether right or wrong, he possessed no authority. However, as Zhang's mother and daughter indulged in their dreams, Zhang Linlin's phone suddenly erupted with notifications, not calls, but a relentless barrage of message alerts. Due to Lin Xuan's earlier remarks in the livestream, Master Piao and others had come forth to clarify the matter. Each of them, be it Master Piao, Sister Zhou, or the leader of the demonic sect, boasted millions of followers on Weibo. Their voices stirred the waters, inciting a tidal wave of commentary. "Oh my goodness, have you heard? This woman and her family are nothing but vampires. I heard. Apparently, not only is the house not registered in the boyfriend's name, but they want it in the brother's name. Isn't that the very definition of a brother-supporting monster? Absolutely. If I encountered such a woman, I would not hesitate to throw a couple of punches. This is not about marrying off a daughter. It is outright selling her. I always knew there was something off about this so-called perfect man. It's clear this woman is fabricating stories. Her entire family is a bunch of vampires, and she refuses to work while complaining about the boyfriend's employment. Even if he is wealthy, that is his own affair. This woman fixates on another's fortune. Is that not shameless? And her brother, what a disgrace. He demands thousands from his brother-in-law every month. That takes audacity. But let us be honest, the boyfriend is quite handsome. If he were single, would he consider me?" Simultaneously, Zhang Linlin's Weibo account was overrun by furious netizens. Initially, there were sympathetic comments, but the tide had turned. And now the comments were nothing short of condemnatory. "How dare you post videos with your vampire family? I am genuinely ashamed of your actions. Exactly. You refuse to work while the boyfriend generously provides 8,000 yuan a month. and you still find it insufficient? How could you claim he does not work? Are you blind? Call the police. This woman is blatantly lying and maliciously manipulating public opinion. Let me tell you, such actions are a sign of bad karma. Beware of what may come to your future children. The livestream army made their presence known, leaving a trail of disdain in their wake. This woman brings shame upon all women. Trash. Scum. Watching her comment section explode, a flicker of panic crossed Zhang Linlin's face. Noticing her daughter's distress, Lulan quickly inquired. Lin, what is happening? Has something gone awry? Lin Xuan has retaliated against me online. Just a retaliation? I thought it was something significant. Lulan waved her hand nonchalantly. Come here, let me tell you how to handle this. Half an hour later, Zhang Linlin uploaded a second video to her Weibo. In the video, she began by clarifying the so-called brother's name issue. The claim about my brother's name is entirely a rumor, a mere tactic employed by Lin Xuan to mislead you. When purchasing the house, I explicitly stated it should bear both our names, not my brother's. In truth, does it matter whose name is on the property? Marriage is about two people living their lives together, not merely ownership of a house. If it were solely about property ownership, why not just live with the house itself? Initially, we agreed to buy a home, but suddenly he changed his mind, even kicking my brother at the time, leaving him bedridden. Moreover, he caused my mother such distress that she ended up in the hospital, and up to now, he has not even visited her or my brother. Honestly, I am at a loss. A man like this deserves no mercy. The video also featured the voices of Lu Lan and Zhang Zifan. Their performances so masterful that viewers felt deep sympathy for their plight. Should a professor from a prestigious university witness their acting, he would undoubtedly beg them to join the entertainment industry. Accompanied by Zhang Linlin's evasive yet artfully crafted video address, public sentiment on Weibo began to shift once more, escalating into a standoff between two factions. Not only did they exchange barbs on Weibo, but the conflict intensified, showing no signs of abating. Chapter 22. Yihao Group. Due to Lin Xuan's prior engagement with the fans in his livestream, he found himself besieged by a formidable onslaught from the opposing side. In fact, his phone number was disclosed by some irate fans, rendering his device utterly inoperable, forcing Lin Xuan to activate the whitelist feature. At this juncture, Lin Xuan began to comprehend the sheer ferocity of online harassment. Furthermore, despite the fact that the number of supporters for both him and Zhang Linlin was relatively equal, it was undeniable that the latter's followers were not hesitant to bypass their own ranks to launch attacks against him. Just as Lin Xuan pondered his next move in retaliation, he received a text message from Zhang Linlin. Lin Xuan, I believe you've also endured online abuse these past few days. I have as well, and I now feel utterly exhausted. How about we both take a step back? You compensate me with 200,000, and we can continue our marriage without needing to put my brother's name on the property. It can be in both our names. What do you think? Upon reading Zhang Linlin's message, Lin Xuan scoffed. Was she out of her mind, or simply foolish? Did she truly believe that she could dictate the terms of this situation? Ding! Infinite selection system is now activating. Option 1. Agree to Zhang Linlin's proposal. Reward: 50 affection points from Zhang Linlin. Option 2. Reject Zhang Linlin's proposal and retort vehemently. Reward: 51 shares in Yihua Group. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Xuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Were these options not an affront to his intelligence? What good was option 1 beyond merely increasing Zhang Linlin's fondness for him? Moreover, as a quintessential gold digger, combined with Lu Lan's influence, life after marrying her would undoubtedly be far from pleasant. However, option 2 presented a different scenario. Lin Xuan had heard of Yihua Group, a prominent player in the entertainment industry, situated in one of the most affluent areas of Zhonghai City. It ranked among the top 5 entertainment companies in the country, boasting a staggering market value of billions. If he were to simply calculate the shares, possessing 51 would equate to Lin Xuan controlling over 5 billion directly. With such assets at his disposal, would he truly care about someone like Zhang Linlin? With that thought, he mocked into the phone. Zhang Linlin, do you think that if I hand over 200,000, you won't come back demanding more dowry? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Lu Lan interjected angrily. You brat, what are you dreaming about? Do you have any idea how many wealthy suitors there are who wish to marry my daughter? This 200,000 is merely to cover the medical expenses for me and Zifan. The remaining dowry and jewelry must be exactly as stipulated, not a penny less. Let me tell you, being chosen by my daughter is a stroke of luck for you, so stop your nonsense. In response, Lin Xuan shouted into the microphone, damn you. 200,000? You must be dreaming. With Zhang Linlin's ghastly appearance, she isn't worth that. 200 is the absolute maximum. Furthermore, if there are so many wealthy men eager to marry her, why not let them step up to the plate? Get lost. Trash. On the other end, Lu Lan was rendered speechless by Lin Xuan's tirade. At that moment, Zhang Linlin spoke up. Lin Xuan, do you find this verbal attack amusing? I'll ask you one last time. Do you still have feelings for me? Feelings? I'm sorry, but from the moment I told you I wanted to break up at the property center, I've had no feelings left for you. Fine. Remember my words. I hope you won't regret this. After uttering this, Zhang Linlin hung up the phone. Lin Xuan promptly blocked her number. Such a woman was utterly devoid of sense. He had no time to squander on her. Ding. Host has completed option 2. Congratulations on acquiring 51 shares in Yihua Group. Modifying share configuration. Updating share information. Modification complete. Meanwhile, in the top floor office of Yihua building in Zhonghai City, a graceful figure hurriedly entered the office. The middle-aged man behind the desk frowned slightly upon seeing his secretary's hasty entrance. What is wrong with you? After being a secretary for so long, you've forgotten to knock. Mr. Chun, I apologize. This matter arose quite suddenly, and I needed to report it to you immediately. What matter? The Zhou family just announced that they have sold all their shares in Yihua Group. Sold? Yihua Group brings in hundreds of millions in profit for the Zhou family each year, and they just sold it outright? Chun Jingxing stood up abruptly upon hearing the secretary's words. The Zhou family was renowned nationwide. Although Yihua Group was not their most prestigious asset, it still represented a significant profit stream. How could they simply sell it? Unless, of course, the buyer was an entity as monumental as the Zhou family itself, or even more formidable. At this thought, Chun Jingxing's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. As the saying goes, a new official often lights fires to assert authority. He did not wish to be burned so soon. By the way, what is the name of the new chairman? I need their photo and contact information. Mr. Chun, I've already sent the new chairman's identity and details to your email, but what? I'm uncertain about the validity of this information, the secretary said hesitantly. What do you mean? Just take a look for yourself. Chun Jingxing opened the information on Lin Xuan, his brow furrowing. The details seemed far too fabricated. Aside from the age appearing somewhat credible, everything else seemed absurdly contrived. The claim of being a third-generation farmer, a mere programmer, presented an image so mundane that it bordered on the ridiculous. Even a random employee from Yihua Group could provide a more compelling background. How could such a profile command a purchase of Yihua Group from the Zhou family? Not to mention the tens of billions necessary for the share price, which would be impossible to gather. Thus, only one possibility remained. This information must be a facade, a smokescreen. Chun Jingxing had heard that scions of prominent families often embarked on a period of self-reliance, during which they were prohibited from utilizing their family resources, thus necessitating independent acquisitions. With this in mind, Chun Jingxing's legs trembled once more. To be able to purchase a company worth tens of billions for one's offspring as a proving ground, how grand must this individual's background be? Regardless, it was prudent to reach out to his new superior for a brief greeting. With that thought, Chun Jingxing picked up his phone to call Lin Xuan. But before the call connected, he heard a message. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Why is the line busy right after I call? Could it be that my new superior is preoccupied with work? The secretary, recalling something, interjected, Mr. Chun. I suspect that Chairman Lin might not be busy with work, but rather with public opinion. Public opinion? Indeed, at present, Mr. Lin finds himself the subject of public scrutiny due to some discord with his former girlfriend. The secretary handed over the gathered information to Chun Jingxing, who perused the documents with increasing furrows of concern upon his brow. The individual known as Zhang Linlin was truly despicable. Moreover, it was evident from Lin Xuan's counterpart's proposal that he was currently unable to mobilize his family's resources. Otherwise, this so-called Zhang Linlin would scarcely have made a ripple. As for Lin Xuan's donations on the cat-petting platform, they could merely be categorized as his previous pocket money. Indeed, millions in pocket change, for those of true wealth. Such funds are calculated in billions. Given that Mr. Lin is presently in a predicament, should I extend my hand to assist him, would it not earn me his favor? With this thought in mind, Chun Jingxing instructed his secretary, please gather all pertinent information regarding Zhang Linlin and her family, and submit it to the Public Relations Department. Remember, this task is for Mr. Lin, so it must be executed flawlessly. Otherwise, I shall have all those in the PR department pack their belongings and leave. Understood, replied the secretary. However, after uttering those words, Chun Jingxing felt a twinge of regret. Never mind, have the PR department compile the information for me. I shall deliver it to Mr. Lin personally. Very well. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan found himself rather bewildered, as he lacked the contact number for the head of Yihua Group. He resorted to calling customer service, only to be dismissed by the operator as if he were a madman. Forget it. I shall wait for them to find me. Concerning Chun Jingxing's previous calls, Lin Xuan was unfortunately perceived as a nuisance caller, as the sheer volume of such calls nowadays is overwhelming, often several within an hour. Forget it. I might as well check the live streaming room for any viable solutions. Upon opening the cat petting platform's app, Lin Xuan was greeted by a strikingly familiar face, Zhang Linlin. At that moment, she was leveraging the publicity from the incident to launch her live broadcast. Initially, Zhang Linlin merely sought to vent her frustrations and perhaps extract some compensation from Lin Xuan. However, she was utterly unprepared for the enormity of the situation, which had escalated beyond her expectations. As the so-called victim, she garnered an immense following. Especially after launching her live stream, her viewer count soared to hundreds of thousands. The number of followers was rapidly climbing, and surpassing the 10,000 mark was merely a matter of time. Moreover, as a result of the incident, she received considerable sympathy from the public, resulting in numerous gifts. If one were to do the math, her earnings could easily amount to 3,000 to 4,000. This windfall further solidified her already lackadaisical disposition. Henceforth, as long as she continued to deny accountability and twist the narrative in her favor during her broadcasts, wouldn't she be able to accumulate even more gifts? Thank you all for your generosity. It has shown me what true love is, she exclaimed. In fact, during this ordeal, I contemplated suicide, but your support has motivated me to persevere. Only by surviving can I exact the greatest revenge on that scoundrel Lin Xuan. As she gazed at the flurry of gifts on her screen, she held a tissue, her eyes glistening with tears, evoking sympathy from her audience. They responded with an outpouring of gifts and words of comfort. Don't be sad, streamer. This is my breakfast money. I want to send you fireworks. Indeed, he's just a scoundrel. There are 30 million single men in the country. There's no need to dwell on one. I'll gift you a donut. I'll send an ice cream. Keep it up. Streamer. At that moment, Lin Xuan was using a secondary account, so Zhang Linlin did not recognize him in the live stream. Witnessing her tarnishing his reputation, Lin Xuan felt a flicker of anger within him. Just as he contemplated how to retaliate, a knock sounded at the door of his suite. Who could it be? Could it be those fervent fans? They shouldn't be able to locate me here, should they? With that thought, Lin Xuan approached the door and peered through the peephole. Outside stood 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. One man appeared to be around 40, exuding an air of competence, while the woman, dressed in a uniform, appeared both alluring and enticing. The third individual was familiar to him. It was Luo Wentao, the hotel manager, whom he had met once before. At that moment, Luo Wentao stood respectfully behind the middle-aged man, a picture of deference. Although Lin Xuan could not ascertain their identities, their attire suggested they were not mere fans. Once he opened the door, Chun Jingxing and the secretary greeted him with utmost respect. Greetings, Mr. Lin. Wah, Mr. Lin. Upon hearing Chun Jingxing's address, Luo Wentao's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind racing with disbelief. This young man was the chairman of Yihua Group. In fact, Luo Wentao had already caught wind of the new chairman through rumors today, but had not confirmed it. Now, hearing Chun Jingxing's words, there was no room for doubt. A chill ran down Luo Wentao's spine at the realization. Thank goodness he had refrained from making things difficult for Lin Xuan. Otherwise, he would surely have faced dire consequences. Losing his job would be the least of his worries. He feared he might find it impossible to survive domestically. After all, the influence of Yihua Group was not to be underestimated. With that in mind, Luo Wentao hastily bowed with the same respect as Chun Jingxing. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xuan was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why were all 3 individuals bowing to him, addressing him as Mr. Lin? Suddenly, he recalled the rewards from the system. Tentatively, he inquired, "Are you from Yihua Group?" In response, Chun Jingxing continued with utmost reverence. "Indeed, Mr. Lin, I am the Chief Executive Officer of Yihua Group. And this is my secretary. The gentleman beside me is Luo Wentao, the manager of this hotel, which is also a property of Yihua Group." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan began to piece together the puzzle. No wonder they were able to locate his accommodation so swiftly. Understood, you need not be so formal. Please, come in and let us converse. Lin Xuan gestured for them to enter. However, Luo Wentao quickly interjected, "I shall remain outside. Please inform me if you require anything." Given the circumstances, even if he were granted 2 doses of courage, he would not dare enter. One was the company's chairman, and the other was the CEO. He was merely a minor manager. How could he possibly share the same space with them? Very well, I appreciate your understanding. As they arrived in the reception area, the secretary promptly brought Lin Xuan a cup of coffee. He accepted it and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, having a secretary made a significant difference. Lin Xuan settled into the main seat, observing Chun Jingxing standing before him. In truth, Chun Jingxing's appearance was quite impressive, reminiscent of the charismatic CEOs portrayed in television dramas. Although not as visually striking as an actor, he certainly surpasses those greasy middle-aged men. At the very least, his appearance bestowed upon Lin Xuan a profound sense of reliability. "Please, have a seat. We will be meeting frequently in the future, so there is no need for such formality." Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Chun Jingxing felt a surge of joy within him. Although he had stated that he was the chief executive officer of Yihua Group, in essence, he was still merely an employee. Particularly in situations involving the transfer of shareholders, it was highly likely that the entire upper management of the company would be overhauled. However, Lin Xuan's statement indicated that he likely had no intention of replacing anyone, at least not him. Mr. Lin, I've heard that you've encountered a few issues recently. So I specifically instructed our public relations department to gather some materials for you. As he spoke, Chen Jingxing presented a stack of documents with both hands. In truth, he could have allowed the public relations team to handle it directly, but he decided to seek Lin Xuan's input, which would demonstrate his sincerity. Otherwise, it might give Lin Xuan the impression of presumption, which would be troublesome. Lin Xuan perused the materials briefly and discovered they contained extensive information about the Zhang family members, impressively detailed, even including the hospital where they were born and the specific bed they occupied. Impressive. You managed to find all this? Mr. Lin, you underestimate us. Our group specializes in the entertainment sector, so it is quite normal for us to have some resources in this area, Chen Jingxing replied, and he was not mistaken. As a leading entertainment enterprise in the nation, their capability to gather information was indeed formidable. Otherwise, how could they nurture their artists into top-tier stars without knowing their backgrounds? Ultimately, such trivial matters need not require your personal attention. Our public relations department can handle it splendidly, Chen Jingxing suggested. You don't quite understand. There are certain matters that are far more gratifying to resolve personally, Lin Xuan replied, unable to suppress a chuckle. In fact, there was a wealth of information in these documents that he had never even heard of before. He was curious to see how they would tackle it. By the way, Chen Jingxing, please make a copy of the electronic materials for me. Certainly, Mr. Lin. I will have it arranged immediately. Chen Jingxing promptly delegated the task. It must be said that the efficiency of large corporations is remarkable. Within 5 minutes, a USB drive appeared in Lin Xuan's hand. Meanwhile, on Domao Live, Zhang Linlin was still broadcasting live. Leveraging her fame and decent looks, she had amassed nearly 10,000 yuan in gifts within just 1 hour. Upon seeing that figure, Zhang Linlin felt increasingly disdainful towards Lin Xuan. In less than an hour of streaming, I've already earned 2/3 of your monthly salary. Good thing we're no longer together. Otherwise, how would I have good days ahead? However, these thoughts remained internal, as her face still bore a tragic and dejected expression. I sincerely thank all the generous viewers for your gifts. Without you, I would find it difficult to get through this phase. Given the successful performance of her stream, her supervisor had enabled her PK feature. This PK feature primarily allowed competing streamers to engage in gift battles, benefiting both the streamers and the platform significantly. Dear viewers, my supervisor just helped me set up a PK match. This is my first time, and I'm a bit nervous. Should I go for it? Observing her pitiful demeanor, the audience's hearts melted, and they flooded the chat with supportive messages. PK. You must PK. Don't be afraid, miss. I've already spent my pocket money for the month. I'll help you win. Yes, I've spent my entire salary this month as well. I guarantee you'll win. Go for it, miss. Seeing these enthusiastic messages, Zhang Linlin felt immense joy. She didn't care where her viewers' money came from, as long as it made its way into her account. In the next moment, she clicked to agree, and the screen was divided in two, revealing another female streamer. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they commenced the PK battle. Given the high engagement of Zhang Linlin's stream prior, within a minute, her side's gift tally overwhelmingly surpassed that of her opponent. Little Xin, observing her paltry gift count, could only manage a wry smile. Your fans must be quite affluent. Certainly. My family is filled with big shots, Zhang Linlin replied with pride, basking in the flattery. Ding. Infinite choice system initiating. Option 1. Assist Zhang Linlin in winning the PK. Reward. Zhang Linlin's affection 50. Option 2. Assist little Xin in winning the PK. Reward. Billionaire. One of Yulong Tiange. Just as Lin Xuan was watching the PK with a secondary account, a system notification resonated in his mind. Upon seeing the suggestion linked to option 1, Lin Xuan couldn't help but scoff. What use is it to me to gain the affection of that insufferable woman? At that moment, the system seemed to have heard his query and provided an explanation. Ding. Achieving an affection level of 80 or above will result in her becoming the host's girlfriend. 90 will lead to marriage, and 100 will ensure eternal companionship without separation. Hearing the system's words, Lin Xuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Good heavens! To be bound to that woman, Zhang Linlin, for eternity? Wouldn't that mean my very lifeblood would be drained by her and her family? As for Yulong Tiange, Lin Xuan was well aware of its reputation after living there for several years. Situated in the southern part of Zhonghai City, it was one of the most luxurious neighborhoods. While it might not be the absolute best, it certainly ranked among the top 3. Nestled between mountains and rivers, it exuded extreme opulence. With residents primarily comprising officials and dignitaries, after all, even a mere servant's quarters there was beyond the means of an average person. Thus, was there any need to ponder such an option? With this thought in mind, Lin Xuan, disinterested in further deliberation, logged into Little Xian's live stream with his primary account. With less than a minute left in the PK, Little Xian looked at her dismal gift tally, her face clouded with despair. There was no remedy. After all, she was merely a small streamer. At that moment, a dazzling banner appeared in her live stream. Before Little Xian could process what was happening, a series of banners began to float up. User Qianxuan's Dragon Cat has gifted Little Xian a treasure map. Everyone come join the treasure hunt. User Qianxuan's Dragon Cat has gifted Little Xian a treasure map. Everyone come join the treasure hunt. User Qianxuan's Dragon Cat has gifted Little Xian a treasure map. Everyone come join the treasure hunt. Chapter 25. An interesting turn of events. As treasure maps flooded Little Xian's stream, the entire chat erupted in excitement. Wow, what is happening? Is a big shot in our live stream? Qianxuan's Dragon Cat? Why does that name sound so familiar? Oh, how foolish. That's the big shot who set the tipping record on Domao Live. Indeed, it's really him. Watching the continuous stream of donation notifications on the screen, Little Xian found herself utterly bewildered. She was merely a small streamer, having once encountered a maximum tip of merely 50 yuan. Now, faced with such an almost frenzied display of generosity, she found herself utterly at a loss. At that moment, the super moderator also noticed the scene. Upon seeing that Xiao Xian was still in a state of bewilderment, he hurriedly sent her a private message. What are you hesitating for? Quickly thank the wealthy benefactor. Thank you. Thank you to Qianxuan's Totoro. And a special thanks to Totoro for the 10 treasure maps. After uttering these words, she finally regained her composure, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to the camera. The 10 treasure maps amounted to 50,000 yuan. And even after deducting taxes and platform fees, it would roughly total around 30,000 yuan. This was an unimaginable sum for Xiao Xian. As a small streamer, she had never envisioned such a scene unfolding today. The mere thought of the instant noodles she had previously eaten brought her to the brink of tears, overwhelmed with emotion. In fact, prior to this, several affluent individuals had attempted to gift her treasure maps, but she was acutely aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch. These individuals had alluded to the notion that, once tipped, they would meet in private for meals or outings. It was clear to anyone with a modicum of sense what their true intentions were. Meanwhile, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Zhang Linlin on the opposing side was completely taken aback. She had anticipated an easy victory, only to be overturned in a dramatic fashion. Her gift bar, which could have easily reduced Xiao Xian's to a mere line, was now reversed. It was Xiao Xian's gift bar that dwarfed hers. This situation was truly beyond anyone's expectations. Wow, what kind of affluent benefactor is facing us? They gifted 10 treasure maps all at once. Indeed, such a display of wealth was astonishing. Yet, the idea of the benefactor that the streamer had just thanked sounded eerily familiar. Qianxuan's Totoro. Wait. ISNT that the super benefactor who previously shattered the record on the Domao platform? Exactly, I saw it too. This benefactor is incredibly wealthy. Zhang Linlin, upon reading her fans' comments, began to piece together who had made such a generous gesture. To be able to gift 10 treasure maps at once. One could only imagine the wealth of such a person. How she wished she could be acquainted with him, certainly much wealthier than Lin Xuan. With this thought, Zhang Linlin spoke somewhat enviously. Beautiful lady, your benefactor is quite impressive. Tell me, how do you intend to punish me? In this PK format, the losing party was expected to accept a punishment from the winner. While it wasn't a rigid rule, it was generally adhered to, lest one find themselves without gifts in future PKs. Xiao Xian, with a smile, replied, Sister, let me consult our benefactor on this. He shall decide the punishment. At that moment, Xiao Xian was enveloped in a state of excitement. Her cheeks flushed adorably. Have her come to my live stream. Room number XXXXXXX. Lin Xuan announced directly in the live stream. Although Xiao Xian was somewhat puzzled, she followed Lin Xuan's words verbatim. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's statement, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned. Go to the wealthy benefactor's live stream and take Zhang Linlin with her? Could it be that he has taken a liking to her? But if that were the case, why not just gift Zhang Linlin 10 treasure maps directly? Despite the confusion among many viewers, they began to migrate to the live stream provided by Lin Xuan. Zhang Linlin, too, readily agreed. After all, she had also wished to meet this wealthy benefactor, and now that he had invited her to his live stream, how could she possibly refuse? After a brief moment, Xiao Xian joined Lin Xuan's live stream, instantly increasing the number of viewers. Since this live stream was newly established, they did not find anything unusual about it. The room remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any images or sounds. However, the fans began to flood the chat with messages. Wealthy benefactor, do you need any accessories? I specialize in leg pendant accessories for 30 years. Wealthy daddy, do you have a girlfriend? I think we would make a great match. Observing this, Zhang Linlin also chimed in. Hello, big brother, I am Linlin. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted within the previously tranquil live stream, followed by a processed voice that emerged. Linlin, is it? I have some interesting matters to discuss. I wonder if you and your fans would be interested. Without sensing any impropriety, Zhang Linlin responded playfully, sure. I'm all ears. Xiao Exine and some fans who had caught wind of the news also rushed in, instantly bringing the new live stream to tens of thousands of viewers. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Xuan directly played the video footage from Chen Jingxing. The video, taken from the sales office, was crystal clear in both image and sound. Lin Xuan, we have all agreed. This house must be under Ziffin's name. Brother-in-law, just put my name on it. It's only a few million, right? This time, I'll listen to my mom. The video was brief, lasting only a few minutes, but it vividly depicted the events that transpired at that time. Upon seeing the video displayed in the live stream, Zhang Linlin was utterly dumbfounded. She had previously researched this real estate company online, which was quite substantial, leading her to believe that Lin Xuan could not possibly obtain this footage, which was why she had spoken so carelessly. However, now Lin Xuan had produced the surveillance video from the time of purchasing the house, catching her completely off guard. Yet, who would have thought that the so-called real estate company was merely a subsidiary of the Yihua Group? If the chairman wanted surveillance footage, acquiring it would be a trivial matter. As the video concluded, Lin Xuan's voice resonated once more. Ladies and gentlemen, this footage depicts what transpired when Zhang Linlin's family and I were preparing to purchase a marital home. Tell me, who is the one being untrustworthy here, myself, or Zhang Linlin's family who are committing heinous acts? My goodness, is that old woman the mother of the streamer? This is utterly outrageous. Exactly. Who would put their daughter and son-in-law's marital home in their brother's name? How foolish was I to have generously gifted the streamer so many presents, only to discover such a situation. Indeed, this streamer is a fraud, here to deceive us of our money. Garbage. You claim that young man is a scoundrel? I see your whole family is a bunch of enablers. Zhang Linlin, can you not show any shame? How can you say such things with a straight face? Upon witnessing the surveillance footage, the atmosphere in the live stream erupted, with various comments flooding in, overwhelming the chat. Chapter 26. Public Outcry. At this moment, the tide of public opinion within the live stream shifted entirely to Lin Xuan's favor. Those who had supported Zhang Linlin began to vanish one by one. Although Lin Xuan's public breakup and kicking Zhang Ziffin were not ideal actions, this was a consequence of Zhang Linlin's family's own making. Had they not insisted on placing Zhang Ziffin's name on the marital home, Lin Xuan would not have broken up with her. Had Zhang Ziffin not attempted to confront Lin Xuan would not have kicked him. In the present circumstances, it is evident that any individual possessing a sound moral compass would choose to side with Lin Xuan. Particularly, the group of fans brought by Zhang Linlin, predominantly male, would naturally support Lin Xuan upon encountering this egregious injustice. At this juncture, Zhang Linlin, with a defiant demeanor, attempted to argue her case. These voiceovers were produced in post-production. We never stated that the house should bear Zhang Ziffin's name. Post-production, you say? Ah, so you still refuse to acknowledge the truth. If that is the case, allow me to present irrefutable evidence. With that, Lin Xuan produced another recording. While this footage lacked the clarity of the previous video, its authenticity was unmistakable, as it had been captured by another individual's mobile device. The voice of Lu Lan resonated clearly. Lin Xuan, we have all agreed that the house must bear Ziffin's name. The words were identical, word for word. Furthermore, Lin Xuan proceeded to display the recording of the salesperson present at the time. The truth was laid bare. Zhang Linlin, in light of these revelations, you can no longer feign innocence. If all of this were fabricated, I must inquire about the reason behind my initial proposal to end our relationship. How could I possibly know that? She retorted. You do not know because the truth I speak is indisputable. Lin Xuan's voice was grave, laden with an air of undeniable authority. Faced with such unwavering facts, Zhang Linlin found herself at a loss for words. Moreover, you accused me of being idle and indulgent. I shall now present my complete bank statements for your scrutiny. Furthermore, I have even prepared one for you. At that moment, 2 bank statements appeared on the screen. Lin Xuan received a regular salary each month, though modest, exceeding 10,000. In stark contrast, Zhang Linlin's monthly income amounted to a mere 5,000, which was, in fact, transferred to her by Lin Xuan, a blatant act of parasitism. Additionally, the statements revealed that Lin Xuan had also sent money to another individual. I believe you are curious about this person. I shall now disclose that it is none other than my former brother-in-law, Zhang Ziffin, Zhang Linlin's own sibling. However, what is most shocking is that rather than spending my money on leisure or sustenance, Zhang Ziffin squandered it on gambling. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, not only were the viewers stunned, but Zhang Linlin herself was rendered speechless, her expression one of disbelief. She was aware of Zhang Zifen's gambling habits. Yet only their family knew of it. How could Lin Xuan possibly have this knowledge? I understand your skepticism, but alas, this is the reality. Currently, Zhang Zifen is in debt to the tune of 1,300,000, which must be repaid within a month. The sole reason they wished for me to put his name on the house was to settle that gambling debt. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's statement, the audience in the live stream erupted in fervent discussion. My goodness, how could the situation have devolved to this? It appears that the majority of this tale was fabricated by that woman. The actual outcome is worlds apart from her narrative. Indeed, I had thought such a grotesque family existed only in films and dramas, yet here I am, witnessing it in reality. Let us remember the names of this woman and her family, so that others may steer clear of them in the future. Just moments ago, I had even gifted this woman over 100 yuan. What a shameless individual she is. How blind I must have been. Refund me. As the live stream audience expressed their outrage, Zhang Linlin's countenance grew increasingly frosty. Despite her obvious discomfort, akin to having ingested a fly, she refused to concede easily. Gritting her teeth as she declared, "Is this truly your justification for having toyed with my affections for 3 years? I was earnest in my feelings for you. And this is how you repay my devotion? I was so loyal to you, and now I see how foolish I was. You are a cad. May you meet a wretched fate." Observing Zhang Linlin's shameless antics, Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Zhang Linlin, it seems you have yet to grasp the reality of our situation. Our relationship was one of equality. There is no debt owed on either side. If my decision to end things stemmed from my own shortcomings, then I would indeed be the villain, but the reasons for our separation lie squarely with you. Thus, I am merely fulfilling my rightful obligation. Moreover, your family's pursuit of my property is entirely irrelevant to me. Your brother's predicament is a consequence of his own actions. And your attempts to deceive me regarding my house have left me with the right to pursue legal action for fraud. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the viewers in the live stream began to rally in his defense once more. This is nothing short of brazen. Surely this must be illegal. Indeed, I feel that the male protagonist has been the one wronged from the beginning. My goodness, if this were to happen to me, I would not hesitate to slap that woman across the face. She infuriates me. I initially supported that wretched woman in berating this man, only to discover he is the true victim. We must remain vigilant in such matters. If we are not careful, we may find ourselves used as pawns. Disgusting. I spit. As the live stream audience turned against her, Zhang Linlin was left in a cold sweat, pondering her next move when a sudden, urgent knock reverberated at the door. Moments later, 4 or 5 burly men clad in black entered the room. The leader, upon entering, surveyed the surroundings and, upon spotting Zhang Zifen lying on the hospital bed, coldly declared, "Zhang Zifen, you are indeed hiding here." Chapter 27. The thieving heart unabated upon witnessing this. Zhang Zifen was gripped by terror. How did you find me? How did we find you? You have your sister to thank. Had she not gained notoriety recently, we might have struggled to locate you. What? At that moment, Lu Lan rushed forward, attempting to placate them. Gentlemen, did we not agree on a month's grace period? The leader scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Lan. A month? You claimed you could swindle your son-in-law's house, but given the current state of affairs, do you truly believe you still have an opportunity? Hearing this, Lu Lan turned to Zhang Linlin, questioning, "Zhang Linlin, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't it agreed that we could resolve this issue with that boy?" Zhang Linlin, in a fit of desperation, began to weep. "Mother, this isn't my fault. Lin Xuan somehow uncovered the surveillance footage, and now the entire internet is mocking me. Enough. I am here to collect the debt." With that, the black-clad men advanced to drag Zhang Zifen away. Zhang Zifen, terrified, cried out, "Mother, please save me. Gentlemen, could you grant us a few more days? We will do everything in our power to gather the money." Lu Lan was on the verge of tears at that moment. Her soul-cherished son was at stake, and she could not allow any misfortune to befall him. 2 days? Over 1 million. You claim you can procure such a sum in just 2 days? Are you jesting with me? The leader reached out and playfully patted Lu Lan's cheek, chuckling. Of course. It can be done. If we fail to gather over 1 million within 2 days, how about we offer Zhang Linlin to you? Upon hearing Lu Lan utter such words, Zhang Linlin was rendered speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, "Mom, shut your mouth." "Brothers," Lu Lan interjected, "though my daughter has had a boyfriend. It was merely one, during her debutante phase. If you don't mind, take her with you to earn some money." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Lan articulated this statement. Upon hearing her words, the burly man in black scrutinized Zhang Linlin with keen interest. One must admit, Zhang Linlin was quite attractive, although she was not a novice. Earning money was still a possibility. "Very well, in that case, please draft a note. If we fail to raise the funds in 2 days, little sister, you shall accompany us," he replied with a smirk. "No problem, no problem." Lu Lan eagerly nodded in agreement. After signing the contract, the men in black departed from the hospital room. At that moment, Zhang Linlin regained her composure. Mom, are you trying to sell me? Lu Lan looked at Zhang Linlin's incredulous expression and waved her hands dismissively. Oh dear, my little ancestor, why would I sell you? This is merely a delaying tactic. A delaying tactic? Zhang Linlin echoed, perplexed. Indeed, I believe that the one who tied the knot should be the one to untie it. I sense that Lin Xuan still harbors some feelings for you. If you speak to him sincerely and express your affections, I believe he may reconsider. Honestly, if he had no feelings for you, do you think a wealthy young heir would have been so compliant for 3 years? Upon hearing Lu Lan's words, Zhang Linlin nodded in agreement. There was truth in her statement. However, Lin Xuan has already blocked me. I can't even see him. Zhang Linlin voiced her concern. Humph. What is there to fear? We have his parents' contact information, don't we? If we reach out to them, I'm certain they will agree. With this thought in mind, Lu Lan took out her phone and called Lin Xuan's parents. Seeing Lu Lan making the call, Zhang Linlin suddenly remembered that she had quite a bit of gift money in her live streaming account. While it wasn't a fortune, it amounted to over 10,000 yuan. Since she was unlikely to stream again, she might as well withdraw it now. However, just as Zhang Linlin was about to log into the Doudu Cat platform app, a notification popped up. Hello, user Linlin. Due to reports from other users, your account has been frozen for violations. For further information, please contact customer service. Was her account really frozen? Did that mean her money was gone? At this realization, Zhang Linlin's face turned ashen. Before she could fully process this, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Instinctively, she answered, only to be met with an irate voice on the other end. You shameless woman, go die? Before she could respond, a flurry of messages began to flood in, all filled with insults directed at her and her family. The tide of public opinion had shifted dramatically online. Those who had once attacked Lin Xuan were now unleashing their fury upon Zhang Linlin. The online harassment Lin Xuan had endured was now being mercilessly directed at her in spades. Her social media accounts and live streaming platforms were being besieged by enraged netizens. And even her rarely used QQ account was inundated with vitriol. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan lay comfortably on the grand bed in his hotel room, unbothered by the unfolding events. The bitter fruit of Zhang's family's own making would be theirs to bear. Fortuitously, he had activated the system beforehand. Otherwise, he might have found himself the unfortunate subject of the news. Soon after, Lin Xuan received a private message from Xiao Xian, revealing that she was a student at the Art University of Zhonghai City. After adding each other as friends, they discovered numerous topics of mutual interest and continued their conversation until it was time to sleep. Just as he was about to drift off, Lin Xuan's phone rang again. What time is it? Who could be calling me now? Upon checking, he saw it was his mother. Hello, Mom. What's the matter at this late hour? Nothing much. I just received a call from Linlin's mother. Their family has apologized for the previous incident. I found their attitude quite decent. And Linlin expressed a desire to reconcile with you. I think she is a good girl, and with so many boys around, why not give her another chance? Hearing his mother's earnest plea, Lin Xuan's drowsiness evaporated instantly. They are still fixated on our house. Nonsense. Linlin has already cried and assured me that the house will be under both your names. You have been together for so long. How can you just break up? Mom, marriage is not a trivial matter. How about this? You meet her one last time tomorrow. Regardless of the outcome, I won't interfere. Sighing, Lin Xuan reluctantly nodded. After all, it was his mother's request. However, he intended to approach the meeting merely to bring closure. He could easily guess the reason behind her insistence. Zhang Linlin must have pleaded with his mother, or else she wouldn't have been so adamant. Ultimately, the Zhang family was fixated on that house. Otherwise, how would they manage to repay their gambling debts? Their only property was a house from the 1980s, which would sell for at most a little over 1 million yuan, and that was assuming they could find a buyer quickly. Even if they did sell, they would only be able to afford to live in a rental after that. Chapter 28. Packing up and departing. The night passed without incident, and at 10 in the morning, Lin Xuan lazily rose from his bed. The comfort of the hotel bed was undeniable. As for the meeting location, it turned out to be the very same hotel, albeit in a standard lobby. Given Zhang Linlin's family's financial situation, they truly could not afford to stay at this hotel. Casually donning slippers and a t-shirt, Lin Xuan made his way down the elevator. Upon entering the lobby, he spotted Zhang Linlin, Lu Lan, and his former brother-in-law, Zhang Zifan, seated together. Zhang Linlin had dressed up for the occasion, donning a light pink long dress and sporting a subtle makeup look. Zhang Linlin was not lacking in beauty. Otherwise, she would not have amassed a considerable following in such a short time. Now, with her light makeup, she appeared particularly fresh and elegant, her overall demeanor becoming quite pleasing to the eye. Several passing waitstaff could not help but steal a few glances at her. Lin Xuan. Zhang Linlin noticed Lin Xuan approaching and promptly waved at him. At that moment, She was far from the indifference she had displayed previously. Instead, she radiated warmth and enthusiasm. To an unacquainted observer, one might easily mistake them for a couple deeply in love. Lin Xuan, in response, ambled over casually in his flip-flops, exuding an air of nonchalance. Although the hotel had a strict dress code, who could contest Lin Xuan, who had booked the presidential suite for an entire month? As soon as he settled into his seat, Zhang Linlin reached out and embraced him, displaying a sense of intimacy. With tears welling in her eyes, she spoke in a soft voice, "Lin Xuan, I thought you had forgotten about me. I've reflected on this for quite some time and realized that I cannot bear to be without you. Therefore, after much contemplation, I believe we should proceed with our marriage." Beside them, Lu Lan blushed, filled with remorse, and added, "Indeed, Xiao Lin. We acknowledge our wrongs in the past and sincerely apologize. Furthermore, you and Linlin's names can be inscribed on the property deed. As for the dowry, you two can decide that among yourselves. A few hundred or a few thousand is entirely up to you. My only wish is for you both to continue together, as that would bring me peace of mind." Zhang Zifen then chimed in, "Brother-in-law, I realize that my actions have hurt both you and my sister. I promise to mend my ways and become a better person." Zhang Linlin continued, "Lin Xuan, let us adhere to our original wedding plans. Once we are married, we can travel abroad together. You mentioned wanting to visit the Aegean Sea in Hawaii, didn't you? I will defer to your wishes, and we can fully enjoy our time abroad before returning. What do you think?" Upon hearing the words from Zhang Linlin's family, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Xuan's lips. They truly were going to great lengths to help Zhang Zifen clear his gambling debts. "What is the point of this charade?" he remarked coldly. "Had it not been for Su Qingyuan informing you of my wealth, would you have gone to such lengths to seek me out?" A slight tension gripped Zhang Linlin's heart at Lin Xuan's frigid tone. Previously, she had been treated like a goddess in his presence, constantly receiving his compliments and flattery. Yet now, he exuded an imposing air that she had never encountered before. Strangely enough, this newfound demeanor of Lin Xuan stirred something within her. However, his words chilled her heart. Lu Lan, sensing the urgency, interjected, "Xiao Lin, you've misunderstood. We are not here for money. Our sole intention is the relationship between you and Lin Lin. Do you not feel any shame in saying that?" Lin Xuan retorted, "If I were not wealthy, would you still be pursuing me so fervently?" Lu Lan opened his mouth, at a loss for words. "I am only here today because my mother consented to your meeting. Now that we've met, you should leave." He continued, "From the moment we purchased the house, our paths were destined to diverge. You go your way, and I shall go mine. Even outside, we remain strangers." At Lin Xuan's heartless words, tears brimmed in Zhang Linlin's eyes. "Lin Xuan, are you truly so heartless? Do the 3 years we spent together mean nothing to you?" Seeing her in distress, a nearby waiter seized the opportunity to intervene. "Young man, are you not a man? This young lady has apologized to you. What more do you want?" Lin Xuan furrowed his brow at the waiter. "And you are? Who I am is of no concern to you. If you do not apologize today, I will have you thrown out. This hotel requires proper attire to enter. You must have sneaked in." At that moment, Luo Wentao, who had been observing from the sidelines, rushed over. Ever since he learned that Lin Xuan was the new chairman of Yihua Group, he had informed the security department to notify him whenever Lin Xuan was present, to prevent any unfortunate encounters. Previously, Lin Xuan had merely booked a suite for a month. While wealthy, it did not warrant such caution. However, the situation had changed. Offending Lin Xuan could cost him his job. "You're new here, aren't you?" Luo Wentao inquired. "Yes, Manager Luo." Upon recognizing Luo Wentao, the waiter quickly changed his demeanor. Responding respectfully, "Yes, sir." "Then I suggest you gather your belongings and leave," Luo Wentao commanded. Why? The waiter stammered. "You've offended Mr. Lin. Should you not leave?" Luo Wentao replied sternly. The waiter, head bowed, slowly retreated. "You arrived just in time. Please have these individuals removed and ensure they are barred from entering in the future." Lin Xuan instructed Luo Wentao, gesturing toward Zhang Linlin and her family. "Yes, Mr. Lin," Luo Wentao affirmed, signaling several security personnel over. The staff at the Marriott were all former military personnel, and even if Lu Lan and Zhang Zifen attempted to resist, it would be futile. Satisfied as he watched the 3 being expelled, Lin Xuan nodded approvingly. "Is my breakfast ready?" "It is prepared, crafted by our finest chef. Would you like it delivered to your room or the dining area?" "To the dining area, please. I have some matters to attend to shortly." "Certainly, Mr. Lin. This way, please." At 10 o'clock, the restaurant was not particularly crowded, yet all eyes were on Lin Xuan. The reason for their attention was Luo Wentao, who trailed behind him like an eager lapdog. This scene left the other patrons utterly astonished. Is this truly the general manager of Yihua Hotel? Why is he treating this young man with such deference? One guest remarked. "Who knows? When I arrived yesterday, he had a smile, but compared to now, it's like night and day." Another responded. Moreover, the dining experience was no mere buffet for Lin Xuan, it was a full-course meal. A variety of exquisite dishes arrived promptly, filling his table. Meanwhile, Luo Wentao stood by, pouring tea and attending to him. Despite the service, his expression radiated excitement. After all, Iwa Group owned more than just this establishment. There were at least a dozen others. Yet, there was only one chairman. This proximity to the chairman was an unprecedented opportunity, one that would incite envy among other hotel managers. Noticing Lin Xian's glass empty, Luo Wentao quickly asked, "Mr. Lin, would you like something to drink? I can fetch it for you." A glass of watermelon juice, with all the seeds removed. Of course, Luo Wentao responded eagerly, summoning a waiter before hastily heading to the kitchen to prepare Lin Xian's drink. Soon, Luo Wentao carefully brought over a glass of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Witnessing this scene, the patrons present were left speechless. Wasn't this a buffet restaurant? When did buffet establishments start offering such lavish treatment? At that moment, a young woman seated not far away, with a melodious and delicate voice, exclaimed, "Oh dear, I too wish to indulge in some watermelon juice." This woman was dressed provocatively, her heavy makeup suggesting that her appearance might have added a few extra pounds post-application. Beside her sat a balding gentleman in his 50s, utterly bewildered by her playful antics. Waiter." In the next instant, the elderly man raised his hand, summoning the server. The attendant approached with a smile, saying, "Good day, I am pleased to assist you. How may I be of service?" The old man, imitating Lin Xian's tone, glanced at the server and said, "Please fetch me a glass of watermelon juice, with the seeds removed." "I apologize, sir, but this is a self-service area, and we do not provide such services. Furthermore, this morning's beverage offerings consist solely of orange juice, coffee, soy milk, and milk. We do not have watermelon juice." Upon hearing the server's response, the young woman persisted, her tone still sulky. No, I truly want watermelon juice, dear." Observing his girlfriend's insistence, the old man brandished his room card, declaring, "I am a guest at your hotel. Do you mean to say that a customer's words hold no weight in your establishment?" He proudly displayed his room card, feeling rather smug. After all, he had booked a mid-range room at this hotel, costing over 4,000 a night. He could hardly believe that a seemingly unremarkable young man could outshine him. The server maintained her professional demeanor, replying, "I truly apologize, sir. We only offer orange juice, coffee, soy milk, and milk here. Watermelon juice is not available." "Very well. Then bring me a cup of coffee, but remember, with minimal sugar." "I'm sorry, but as this is a self-service restaurant, you will need to serve yourself." Why is he permitted to have it, and he's drinking freshly squeezed watermelon juice? The young woman pointed at Lin Xuan, questioning the server. "Because this young gentleman has reserved our presidential suite for an entire month. If you were to book a presidential suite for a month as well, we would be pleased to serve you." Upon hearing this, the young woman immediately clung to the old man's arm, sweetly pleading, "Let us book a presidential suite too." "Dear." The old man trembled at the thought. A presidential suite? He had heard of such extravagance, costing a staggering 380,000 for a single night. Moreover, for a full month. Surely, this young man could not possibly have a family that prints money. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly. "Perhaps we should just stick to milk. It's good for the skin." He was merely a senior executive at an ordinary company, while he had a bit of money. He certainly could not afford to book a presidential suite, let alone for a month. Glancing over at Lin Xuan, who was leisurely enjoying his steak, he recognized that this individual was not someone he could compete with. Just as he resolved to let the matter rest, the young woman began her coaxing anew. "Darling, I worked so hard last night. What is wrong with having a glass of watermelon juice? And a presidential suite is merely a small expense. We can afford it. Can't we?" "Indeed, you're out of your mind. A presidential suite? He truly could not afford one. Even if he could, would he share such a lavish space with someone like her? What a ludicrous notion. And what hard work had she put in last night? Clearly, it was he who had borne the brunt of the effort." In a sudden burst of frustration, he stood up abruptly. The young woman's heart leapt with joy. Did this mean he intended to book the presidential suite for her? She had never experienced such luxury before and envisioned taking numerous photos to flaunt to her friends. However, before she could revel in her excitement, a shadow loomed before her. In an instant, two sharp slaps echoed through the air. Crack, crack. The old man had struck the woman twice, her delicate visage swelling instantly, her eyes brimming with disbelief as she gazed at him. You actually hit me. What of it? Have you looked at yourself? You and your presidential suite. Damn you." With that, the old man stormed out, leaving the woman in a state of utter confusion. At that moment, Lin Xuan lifted his glass of watermelon juice, taking a leisurely sip while observing the unfolding drama with great amusement. Who would have thought that a simple breakfast could provide such entertainment? Truly a splendid return on investment. After finishing his meal, under Luo Wentao's respectful gaze, Lin Xuan drove away from the hotel in his Aston Martin. Following the navigation on his map, he arrived at the Yulongtianga. Before he even reached the sales office, the roar of the Aston Martin had already caught the attention of the security staff. As Lin Xuan parked his car, a nearby security guard promptly approached to open the car door for him, saying, "Sir, this way, please." "Thank you." Lin Xuan nodded. The guard was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xuan's politeness. Though he hadn't worked there long, he had encountered many wealthy individuals, all of whom carried themselves with an air of superiority, indifferent to the security staff. Lin Xuan's approachable demeanor, coupled with his expression of gratitude, was a refreshing first. Upon entering the lobby, Lin Xuan produced his identification card and addressed the receptionist. "I am here to collect the key for Villa Number 1. Chapter 30. Is there someone in my villa? Villa Number 1. The receptionist immediately perked up upon hearing those words. This villa was the most luxurious in the entire Yulongtianga, originally priced at an astounding 300 million. Due to its exorbitant cost, it had remained vacant. And no one had anticipated that someone would come to claim the key today, especially not a young man who appeared to be in his mid-20s. With a smile, the receptionist accepted his ID, completed the identity verification, and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin. Your identity has been verified, and here is your key. Would you like me to escort you to Villa Number 1? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Though Lin Xuan seemed relatively young, perhaps in his late 20s, his appearance, while not conventionally handsome, was still quite charming. Most importantly, he was affluent. In this day and age, wealth was the ultimate currency, no matter how attractive one might be. It mattered little without money. As the receptionist assessed Lin Xuan, he too was taking in her features. Standing at around 168 meters tall, she wore light makeup that complemented her warm smile, creating an inviting atmosphere. Indeed, the sales staff at Yulongtianga were all exceptionally chosen. As a premier luxury community in Zhonghai City, each sales representative had undergone meticulous selection and specialized training in etiquette. This encompassed their speech, tone, smiles, gait, and even their gaze. Every subtle smile and frown from them evokes an undeniable sense of comfort. After all, those who can afford such opulent residences are predominantly successful middle-aged men. For these gentlemen, the charm of a graceful and lovely woman is far more enticing than that of others. Should they find themselves in high spirits, who knows? They might just make a purchase. "Well, this is my first visit here as well, and I could certainly use a guide," Lin Xuan remarked with a smile. "Certainly, Mr. Lin. My name is Shun Jiejia, and here is my business card. Please, follow me," she responded, as she drove the tour vehicle towards the villa district. The vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, allowing Shun Jiejia to provide a brief overview of the Yulongtianga. Our Yulongtianga is divided into two sections, the villa area and the high-rise district. Currently, we are in the high-rise area, where property prices are relatively affordable and more suitable for the average person. However, the greenery and security quality here do not quite measure up to that of the villa district. The villa area boasts a greenery rate that ranks among the top 10 in the nation, and our security personnel are all retired professionals from special forces or reputable bodyguard companies. Additionally, we offer a series of amenities, including restaurants, gyms, swimming pools, KTVs, and hospitals. As Shun Jiejia elaborated, the tour vehicle gradually approached the villa district. Observing the scenery within the villa area, Lin Xuan finally grasped the adage that one gets what one pays for. The only drawback of luxurious items is their price. The villa district consists of merely 20 villas, yet they occupy a significantly larger area than the previous high-rise district. If one were unaware, they might mistake it for a national-level ecological park, filled with melodious birds and fragrant flowers, a truly delightful sight. Moreover, entering the villa district from the high-rise area requires passing through a security checkpoint. Lin Xuan produced his key card and gently tapped it. In the next moment, a melodious voice echoed, "Welcome home, Mr. Lin. May your life be filled with joy." Such small details brought a satisfied nod from Lin Xuan. Upon arriving at Villa Number 1, Lin Xuan finally beheld his grand residence. The reddish-brown roof and white wooden fence exuded an air of classic elegance and solemnity, complemented by the lofty entrance hall and imposing door, round, arched windows, and stone carvings at the corners, all showcasing splendid opulence. As he surveyed the exterior of the villa, Lin Xuan couldn't help but click his tongue. Surely, even the grandest of estates couldn't rival this. Just then, he suddenly heard voices emanating from within the villa, unmistakably loud, suggesting that a gathering was underway. At that moment, Shun Jiejia, standing beside him, seemed to have heard the commotion too, her brows knitting slightly. Upon realizing there were people in his villa, Lin Xuan strode forward and pushed the door open. As he did, he was taken aback, and Shun Jiejia stood stunned as well. Inside the villa, the visible surroundings were adorned with cameras, tripods, lights, and costumes, equipment one would typically find on a film set. Had he mistakenly entered the wrong place? Was this a shooting location? Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a black hat shouted into a walkie-talkie, "Cut. You need to pay attention. You are a couple now, but will soon turn against each other. So express a heart-wrenching reluctance, understand? Good. Positions, let's do it again." Amid Lin Xian's bewilderment, a stout woman suddenly approached him, her expression unwelcoming as she demanded, "Who are you? Who allowed you to enter?" Lin Xian disregarded the stout woman, glancing at Shun Jejia. "Is this villa number 1? Shun Jejia glanced at the marker outside the villa and nodded. "Yes, Mr. Lin, this is indeed villa number 1. But I am truly unaware of what is occurring here. As long as this is villa number 1, that's all that matters," Lin Xian affirmed, turning to the stout woman with a smile. "This is my home. On what grounds am I not allowed to enter? It is you who dares to shoot in my house without my permission. What audacity!" Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the middle-aged man in the black hat rose and exclaimed, "Ye fatty, what is going on? How did outsiders get in? Hurry up and remove them. We are at a critical filming moment. Don't let any disturbances occur." At the director's command, Ye fatty nodded quickly. "Understood, Director Ma. I will escort them out immediately." Ye fatty was merely a lackey here. She could not afford to disregard the director's orders, lest she lose her livelihood. All of this chaos was instigated by the two individuals before her. Realizing this, she glared at Lin Xian and Shun Jejia, angrily asserting, "Are you two leaving on your own, or should I call security?" "Leave? I can't even enter my own home, and you expect me to exit?" Lin Xian was taken aback with laughter at the absurdity of the situation. "Are you out of your mind? This is my home. It is you who should leave." "Your home? Are you mistaken? Do you have any idea how expensive this property is? You claim it is yours." Ye fatty scrutinized Lin Xian, noting his attire was unremarkable, with the only valuable item being the watch on his wrist, though who could tell if it was genuine. As for Shun Jejia, she appeared to be a mere saleswoman without any authority. With this in mind, Ye fatty became even more brazen, scoffing, "Furthermore, our film crew has already signed a contract with the owner of this villa. You claim it is your home? Surely, you must be dreaming." Chapter 31, The Master of Villa Number 1. Hearing Ye fatty's words, Lin Xian's expression darkened. In the next moment, a system prompt suddenly resonated in Lin Xian's mind. Ding. Infinite choice system activation. Option 1. Ignore Ye fatty's obstruction and remain here. Reward, 100 million. Option 2. Leave this place. Reward, none. Upon hearing these two options, a smile crept across Lin Xian's lips. To allow others to occupy his home without any reaction and simply walk away. What kind of coward would do such a thing? Seeing Lin Xian suddenly break into a grin, Ye fatty interjected, "Kid, have you lost your mind? Hurry up and leave, or we will call security." "Oh, then please do." Lin Xian shrugged nonchalantly, bypassing Ye fatty to meander within the villa at his leisure. Ye fatty, while feeling a surge of anger, dared not obstruct him directly. After all, Lin Xian's stature was imposing. Though she was stout, her height was not. Thus, even if she wished to stop him, it was somewhat unrealistic. With this thought, she turned to Shun Jejia. "You are a saleswoman from Yulongtiange, correct? Given that we are facing this issue, shouldn't you be responsible for resolving it?" Shun Jejia glanced between Lin Xian and Ye fatty, then picked up her walkie-talkie to call for security. However, since Lin Xian was her guest, she specifically summoned the sales manager as well. After all, the only person with a key to the villa, besides the manager, was no one else. Due to the exclusivity of this upscale community, all unsold properties keys are secured within a specialized safe, accessible only with the owner's identification. However, the sales manager is an exception, possessing the authority to retrieve any key from the safe. After all, some clients require access to view the villas. Observing Shun Jejia summoning the security and the manager, Ye fatty sneered at Lin Xian's retreating figure, thinking to himself, "Once the security arrives, let us see how audacious you remain." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing option 1, earning a reward of 100 million. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Xian's earlier vexation dissipated significantly. Although 100 million might not seem substantial to him at present, it is, nonetheless, a sum of money. Ultimately, it is the system that comprehends my desires. While his mood improved somewhat, Lin Xian's gaze fell upon the furniture ravaged by the production crew, stirring a sense of displeasure within him. The once pristine white walls were now marred by numerous black scuff marks, and the bedroom's bed was in complete disarray. Various shoe prints adorned its surface. And as for the frequently used bathroom, Lin Xian barely stepped inside before recoiling in horror. The odor was reminiscent of a public restroom from the 1990s. This was hardly the luxurious villa worth hundreds of millions. It resembled a dilapidated public toilet. Meanwhile, at the Yulongtiange sales office, a group of impeccably dressed individuals, exuding an aura of authority, entered through the main door. "Mr. Chun, I am truly surprised to see you here in person. It is quite an honor." A middle-aged man regarded the distinguished gentleman beside him with utmost reverence, inclining his body slightly. "Ah, Mr. Gua, you flatter me. Our Yihao Group and your Yulong Group will continue to have business dealings in the future," Chun Jingxing replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. Though the words were courteous and egalitarian, everyone present understood them to be mere pleasantries. While Yulong Group was a significant player in Zhonghai City, it paled in comparison to Yihao Group. "Indeed, Mr. Chun, your support is crucial for our Yulong Group's advancement. By the way, I heard Yihao Group recently appointed a new chairman. May I arrange a meeting to express our Yulong Group's intentions?" "Mr. Gua, I cannot guarantee that. I can only inquire on your behalf regarding whether the new chairman will meet with you," Gua Qifan replied with a smile. "Mr. Chen, hearing you say that, I shall offer you an 80% discount on today's property purchase." He was nearly floored upon hearing that Yihao Group had changed hands. Previously, Yihao Group was a property of the renowned Zhou family, a large and famous family enterprise in the country. The fact that someone could acquire Yihao Group from such a prominent family indicated the buyer's formidable background. He might even hail from a prestigious family in Yanjing. As the owner of Yulong Group, he was merely a grassroots figure, hardly worthy of mention besides such an aristocrat. Given that, I extend our gratitude from Yihao Group to you, Mr. Gua, Chun Jingxing replied with a smile. Typically, Yihao Group procured numerous properties from Yulong Group each year, some of which served as year-end bonuses for employees, while others provided temporary residences for the company's artists. After all, Yihao Group boasted thousands of artists, and accommodating them in hotels for every outing would incur considerable expenses. Furthermore, these purchased properties occasionally served as filming locations, significantly reducing venue rental costs. With that, Chun Jingxing smiled and proceeded ahead, while Gua Qifan deliberately lagged a step behind to showcase Chun Jingxing. Hearing their conversation, some prospective buyers could not help but smirk. Who are these two, and why do they speak so pompously? Shoo, don't speak carelessly. One is the owner of Yulong Group, and the other is the executive president of Yihao Group. What? The individual who had just spoken gasped in disbelief. It was hard to fathom what he had just heard. The owner of Yulong Group? That meant he was the one who owned the entire Yulong Tiange. The other was even more terrifying. The executive president of Yihao Group, the nation's premier entertainment company, with its reach spanning the entire country. It was no wonder Mr. Gua treated Mr. Chun with such deference. After all, even Yulong Group was nothing in the face of Yihao Group. Unbelievably, such prominent figures could be encountered here. Among the crowd, many recognized Chun Jingxing, and the news spread swiftly, altering everyone's demeanor. Who would have thought that a visit to view properties would lead to an encounter with such high-profile individuals? It was truly worth it, especially since knowing such a figure, even if only by sight, would be advantageous. Though many in attendance wished to introduce themselves to these titans, the reality of their modest fortunes, mere millions, deterred them. After all, these two were worth tens of billions, if not hundreds. How could one engage in conversation with such lofty figures? "Mr. Chun, please have a seat while I arrange for the contract to be printed," Gua Qifan respectfully offered, gesturing for Chun Jingxing to sit before calling out to someone nearby. "Liao Buyuan, Liao Buyuan." At that moment, a young saleswoman hurried over, visibly anxious. "Mr. Gua, Manager Liao has gone to Villa 1. Chapter 32. What can you do to me? Villa 1. Upon hearing those words, Gua Qifan suddenly recalled receiving notification that Villa 1 had been sold just yesterday. But he anticipated the owner would arrive so swiftly to collect the keys. He was curious about which esteemed individual it might be, were it not for Mr. Chen's presence. He would genuinely wish to meet them. Meanwhile, Chun Jingxing, sitting nearby, also paused in surprise upon hearing this. He had heard of Villa 1 at Yulong Tiange and had initially considered purchasing it under the company's name, but ultimately dismissed the idea due to the exorbitant price. The cost of one Villa 1 could easily buy 10 units in a high-rise area. Now, learning that it had been sold, he found himself intrigued about the villa's owner. He turned to the saleswoman and inquired, "Do you know if the person collecting the keys today is the owner or a servant?" The saleswoman quickly recalled, it should be the owner. About half an hour ago, he came to the front desk to collect the keys with his identification. Sister Jejir accompanied him. However, she just received a call indicating there was an issue, which is why Manager Liao went over. Given that Lin Xuan had come to collect the keys for Villa 1, the saleswoman had a vivid impression of the entire situation. "What? It wasn't Manager Liao who took him?" Gua Qifan exclaimed, taken aback. Ordinarily, the owners in the villa district would be welcomed by the manager, and if he were present, he would certainly be the one to attend to them. Unless specified by the owner, it was merely another saleswoman. However, it is evident that Liao Buyuan was not present at that moment. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the incident occurred later, prompting Liao Buyuan to hastily rush over. Surely, something must have transpired. one must consider that those capable of affording the number one villa are truly exceptional individuals. If he has indeed offended a significant figure, the Yulong group could very well suffer the consequences. Contemplating this, he found himself in a quandary. On one hand, the executive president of Yihua Group was present. Having made a special trip to honor him, it would be rather rude to leave him waiting. On the other hand, there was the owner of the No. 1 villa. Both parties were equally important. Observing Gua Qifan's current dilemma, Chun Jingxing chuckled softly. Mr. Gua, since this pertains to the number 1 villa, let us proceed there together. It would be beneficial to meet the owner of the villa. After all, the more acquaintances one has, the more opportunities arise. Upon hearing Chun Jingxing's words, Gua Qifan felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly replied, "You are absolutely right, Mr. Chun." He then turned to the saleswoman, instructing her, "Please arrange a tour vehicle to take us there." Yes, the saleswoman nodded and hurried off to make preparations. Meanwhile, within the confines of the number 1 villa, Liao Biyuan rushed over with several security personnel. As the manager of the sales hall, Liao Biyuan was responsible for all matters concerning Yulong Tiange, including but not limited to security, cleanliness, and landscaping. It was utterly unacceptable for an intruder to have slipped in. Manager Liao, that young man just went to the guest room. Yi Pongzi, upon seeing Liao Biyuan and the security personnel arrive, displayed a gleeful expression and pointed towards the guest room on the 2nd floor. Liao Biyuan, realizing the situation, led the security team upstairs, surrounding Lin Xuan. What audacity! Do you know where you are? How dare you trespass into a private residence? Liao Biyuan coldly addressed Lin Xuan. Trespassing? Lin Xuan scoffed, gesturing towards the film crew nearby with a playful smile. Are you blind? Am I the one trespassing, or are they? Hearing Lin Xuan's retort, Liao Biyuan's expression shifted slightly. As the manager of the villa area, it was inconceivable for him not to be aware of the film crew's presence. However, this villa had remained unoccupied for quite some time, and renting it out was a standard procedure. Once the crew completed their use, everything would be restored. And should anyone wish to view the villa afterward, it would be as if no one had ever been there. As for the villa's owner, apologies, but he had genuinely not heard of anyone purchasing the number 1 villa. Listen here, young man. This film crew has signed a contract and paid for their use of the villa. Thus, it now belongs to them. Liao Biyuan warned. If you have any sense, you will leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. Impolite? I find it hard to believe you can do anything to me, Lin Xuan replied defiantly, plunging the room into a heavy silence, where even the sound of a falling silver needle could be distinctly heard. Yi Pongzi observed the scene with a cold smirk, thinking, is this kid truly insane for saying such things? This is Yulong Tiange, and we are in a villa. Not only could they throw you out, but they could also beat you without a second thought for your trespassing. At that moment, a stifling atmosphere enveloped the space, causing everyone's breathing to slow. Goodness, is this young man genuinely a madman? Since becoming the manager of Yulong Tiange, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. The nearby security personnel wore bewildered expressions. Does this kid truly fear for his life? The last thief caught at Yulong Tiange had his legs broken by manager Liao. They concluded that this young man was doomed. At the very least, he would leave with a broken leg, if not worse. As spectators lamented Lin Xuan's fate, none dared to intervene. After all, the most powerful individual was right there. Who would dare step forward? At that moment, Shun Jieje noticed the unfolding drama and quickly pulled Lin Xuan aside, whispering, Mr. Lin, perhaps we should reconsider our approach. We can still negotiate this matter. Negotiate? How can we negotiate? You've turned my home into this state and expect me to negotiate? Lin Xuan replied, exasperated. Liao Biyuan, nearly laughing from anger, retorted, all right. Today has truly opened my eyes to the level of deception. Brothers, seize him and break one of his legs. Seeing the security personnel closing in, Shun Jieje felt a surge of urgency and stepped in front of Lin Xuan, addressing Liao Biyuan with gravity. Manager Liao, your actions are in direct violation of one of Yulong Group's core principles. If the upper management learns of this, you will undoubtedly face dismissal. Dismissal? Upper management? Upon hearing Shun Jieje's words, Liao Biyuan scoffed. You, a mere newcomer, have no idea what you're talking about. How many high-ranking officials do you even know? I suggest you step aside quickly, or I'll have to deal with you too. Shun Jieje, undeterred, stood her ground. Lin Xuan was under her protection, and in this situation, she felt a responsibility to ensure his safety, even if it was akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. As Liao Biyuan barked orders at the security personnel to throw them out, Lin Xuan pulled Shun Jieje behind him. Though he was timid by nature, he would not allow a woman to shield him. His cold gaze swept across the room, and despite the security's aggressive advance, he remained unfazed. However, Shun Jieje was quite anxious. Having just graduated, her earlier courage faltered in an instant. As Lin Xuan shielded her, She felt a chilling dread creep down her spine, her small hands gripping his shirt in a state of uncertainty. Just as the crowd prepared to act, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. "Bring the legal department here." Soon after, a group of individuals entered, led by Chun Jingxing, with Guo Qifan following closely behind. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Liao Biyuan's expression altered, and he hurriedly approached them. "Mr. Guo, what brings you here? And who is this?" "This is Mr. Chun, the executive president of Yihua Group." "Mr. Chun from Yihua Group." Liao Biyuan's countenance shifted again, astonished. He realized why his boss had taken a step back earlier. It was no wonder they had all come here today. At that moment, Guo Qifan surveyed the chaotic scene, his expression darkening as he turned to Liao Biyuan and inquired sternly, "What is happening here?" "Mr. Guo, you must understand. A young man is claiming to be the owner of the #1 villa. Is this not a daytime fantasy? The #1 villa has been idle for several years due to the scarcity of potential buyers," Liao Biyuan explained, gesturing towards Lin Xuan. However, he failed to notice the subtle change in Guo Qifan's expression as he spoke. "The owner of the #1 villa? Is it truly this young man before us?" Yet before he could step forward, Chun Jingxing had already moved ahead, slightly bowing to the youth and respectfully addressing him, "Mr. Lin." "Mr. Lin." At the utterance of these two words by Chun Jingxing, every individual present was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Lin? Which Mr. Lin? Apart from General Manager Guo, are there other chairpersons present?" As the attendees stood in bewilderment, Guo Qifan swiftly extended his hands, wearing a fawning smile. "Mr. Lin, I am astounded to discover that you are purchasing a property from us. It truly is an honor. If there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope you will forgive us." Lin Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Guo Qifan, disregarding the outstretched hands entirely. This left Guo Qifan feeling somewhat awkward. However, accustomed to the business world, he had developed a thick skin and paid little heed to such matters. Nevertheless, his respect for Lin Xuan deepened. It only served to reinforce his belief that Lin Xuan hailed from a distinguished background, as only someone of high stature could so easily dismiss him. Witnessing this scene, Chun Jingxing quickly interjected, "Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Guo Qifan from the Yulong Group. I must apologize for my earlier excitement. I neglected to introduce myself." At that moment, Guo Qifan wore a broad smile, entirely lacking the demeanor of a corporate executive. His gaze towards Lin Xuan was filled with fervor. For such a young individual wielding absolute control over the Yihua Group was indeed remarkable. One could hardly believe that such a figure lacked a prominent family background. Yet, Guo Qifan's fervent admiration left Liao Biyuan and the others astounded, rendering them almost breathless. Liao Biyuan's mind was a whirlwind of questions. What on earth is happening? Why is my superior addressing someone younger than himself as Mr. Lin? Meanwhile, Shun Jiejia, a recent graduate, was also taken aback. Although she had just stepped into the professional world, she had heard of both Yihua Group and Yulong Group, and it was utterly shocking to witness the respect afforded to Mr. Lin by the upper echelons of these corporations. How terrifying! Moreover, given Guo Qifan's expression, one might suspect that if he were a woman, he would be inclined to propose to Mr. Lin on the spot. At that moment, Guo Qifan noticed the security personnel surrounding them and coldly inquired of Liao Biyuan, "What are you doing bringing these security guards here?" I. Liao Biyuan, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation, opened his mouth but could utter not a word. He stood there as if his soul had been stripped away, dazed and with vacant eyes. The security personnel around them were now panicking, beads of cold sweat breaking out on their previously composed faces. It felt as though a bucket of ice water had been thrown over them, leaving them chilled to the bone. Despite their formidable skills, they were merely security guards. And now they were confronted with someone whom even their boss addressed as Mr. Lin. Were they not courting disaster? Observing that Liao Biyuan and the others remained silent, Guo Qifan turned to Shun Jiejia. "Please, explain what transpired just now." Shun Jiejia glanced around, then spoke softly, "Mr. Guo, Mr. Lin came to collect the keys to his property, but upon entering, he found it occupied by a film crew. He then called Manager Liao, and then?" Guo Qifan pressed, his face darkening. He had invested considerable time and money in cultivating a relationship with Yihua Group, and if Liao Biyuan's incompetence were to jeopardize that connection, he would be left seething with rage. "Speak." Liao Biyuan, sensing the urgency, boomed, his voice echoing throughout the villa. When Manager Liao entered, he ordered Mr. Lin to leave. But I objected. Consequently, Manager Liao intended to have the security throw both Mr. Lin and me out. What? At this revelation, Guo Qifan's eyes blazed with fury. He was relieved he had arrived in time. Had Liao Biyuan managed to evict Lin Xuan, the latter might have unleashed Yihua Group's full wrath upon Yulong Group. In that event, Guo Qifan could very well find himself begging on the streets. With that thought, he stormed up to Liao Biyuan, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Smack! The sharp sound echoed as Liao Biyuan fell to the ground. However, He dared not retaliate, lowering his head in silence. Regret coursed through him. Had he known, he would never have rented that villa to the film crew. A while ago, a production team had approached him, renting the villa at a staggering $10,000 per day for over 10 days, with today being the final day. Had Lin Xuan not shown up, he would have pocketed a handsome sum. Now, the thought of Lin Xuan's arrival filled him with resentment. If it weren't for him, would he have found himself in this predicament? Gritting his teeth, he glared at Lin Xuan, his voice low but firm. Mr. Lin, I genuinely did not recognize your status today and inadvertently offended you. However, once the film crew completes their work, they will restore everything to its original state. I assure you it will be identical. Huh? Lin Xuan scoffed coldly. Identical? Do you think a shattered mirror can truly be restored? Then what do you propose? Liao Biyuan asked, gritting his teeth. It is quite simple. We are civilized individuals. There is no need for violence. Let us proceed according to the law. With that, Lin Xuan turned to Chen Jingxing. Have the legal department dispatched immediately. Chapter 34. Preparing to take action. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingxing promptly took out his phone and made the call. The legal department. The legal department of Yihua Group? At the mention of these words, Liao Biyuan slumped to the ground. The legal department of Yihua Group was not to be trifled with. The entertainment industry often faced scandals that could entangle celebrities with various brands, necessitating the legal department's intervention. Mr. Lin, your property is unoccupied and has no residents. Given your wealth, there is no need to be so calculative. Calculative? Apologies, but my only flaw is that I am indeed meticulous. Regardless of whether my house sits empty for a century, it remains mine. No one is permitted to touch it without my consent. Do you comprehend? At this moment, Chen Jingxing returned after hanging up, approaching Lin Xuan. Mr. Lin, the legal department is en route and is expected to arrive within 20 minutes. Based on my account, they anticipate a compensation of 30 million. 30 million. Upon hearing this figure, Liao Biyuan turned pale. He had only earned a little over $1 million. How could he possibly afford to pay 30 million? Instantly, his face drained of color, realizing he might spend the rest of his life in prison. With that thought, he threw his head back and wept bitterly, his cries echoing with despair, yet none present offered him any sympathy. Such a self-inflicted predicament must be borne by oneself. Just then, Fat Yi ambled over from a distance, curious about the situation at hand. However, upon her arrival, she found a throng gathered, with one individual crouching in the midst, weeping. Initially, she assumed it was Lin Xuan who was crying, but to her utter astonishment, it was actually Liao Biyuan. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan remained standing, seemingly unfazed. Witnessing this scene, Fat Yi was utterly bewildered. How could this person still be here? Liao Biyuan truly was inept, unable to even remove a mere boy from this scene, and instead, he was here sobbing. As for the others, she did not recognize them. Their attire was indeed remarkable, but having worked in the industry for so long, she had encountered all manner of individuals. She had even met top-tier celebrities. And considering how close they were to that boy, they must certainly belong to the same echelon. At that moment, director Ma Pijin also approached, his voice laced with anger as he directed his ire at Fat Yi. Are you done yet? Is it easy for me to shoot a television drama? How is it that we're still not finished? And more people keep showing up. Observing the crowd, Ma Pijin, being an insignificant director, naturally did not recognize them. And he spoke to Fat Yi in a low, stern tone. I'll give you 5 more minutes. If they're still here after that, you can take your leave. Yet, before Ma Pijin could depart, someone charged forward and slapped him across the face. With a crisp sound, Ma Pijin fell to the ground, losing a tooth in the process. How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? I am a renowned director in the entertainment industry. Ma Pijin covered his mouth with one hand, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Chen Jingxing. Chen Jingxing nonchalantly retrieved a napkin from his suit pocket to wipe his hands, casting a dismissive glance at Ma Pijin. This individual truly lacked self-awareness. Daring to speak to Lin Dong in such a manner, he must truly be tired of living. At this juncture, with the director incapacitated, other actors began to approach. Director, are we filming or not? My time is quite valuable, you know, a brightly dressed actress said, eyeing her manicured nails. Of course, we are filming. But there are a few troublemakers here. We cannot proceed with them around, Ma Pijin replied, scrambling to his feet and hastily approaching her with a smile. This actress, named Wang Yihua, was a rising star in the industry, and Ma Pijin was eager to curry favor with her. Given that the success of the shoot relied heavily on her popularity, those few, Wang Yihua glanced at Lin Xuan and the others, her brow furrowing slightly. Her expression one of displeasure. Do you know who I am? I am here filming, and you dare to cause a disturbance? Her voice was sharp, causing discomfort to those present. Wang Yihua had been relatively unassuming in the past, but as her fame surged, her demeanor had become increasingly self-centered. Particularly when it came to flaunting her status, she had become quite adept at it, and seeing Lin Xuan's youthful visage, she dismissed him entirely. I'm giving you a chance to apologize and leave quietly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite, Wang Yihua declared, flanked by 2 bodyguards from her agency who stepped forward to block the group. Humph, this is my house, and you expect me to leave? Who do you think you are? Lin Xuan retorted, his gaze fixed on Wang Yihua's face, unyielding. Your house? Wang Yihua scoffed, scrutinizing Lin Xuan as if doubting the veracity of his claim. At that moment, Shun Jijia quickly interjected, indeed, this villa number 1 does belong to Mr. Lin. Upon hearing Shun Jijia's words, a flicker of surprise passed through Wang Yihua's eyes. Having filmed at this location for an extended period, she was well aware of the villa's worth. She had not anticipated that the young man before her was its proprietor, suggesting he was quite affluent. However, to her, that was merely a trivial matter. In truth, 300 million might seem astronomical to the average person, but for stars in the entertainment industry, it was merely a commonplace figure. Even for her, acquiring such a villa was merely a matter of time. So what? We have signed an agreement with Liao Buyuan, granting us the right to utilize everything within the villa during this period. Even if you are the owner, it matters not. Furthermore, if the drama we are shooting becomes a hit, your property is bound to appreciate significantly. Consider yourself fortunate that we aren't demanding any money from you, Wang Yihua proclaimed with great pride. Humph, with that kind of reasoning, it's a pity you're wasting your talents as a star. I believe you would be better suited as a patient in a mental institution, Lin Xuan remarked, nearly laughing in exasperation. Good heavens, this woman was truly a genius of a logic. To sign purported contracts with others without the owner's consent, and then boast about her drama's potential success. Who granted her such audacity? I'm giving you one last chance. Vacate this place immediately, and I will refrain from pursuing further action against you, Lin Xuan stated, his tone grave as he regarded Wang Yihua. You. At these words, Wang Yihua's expression darkened, her body trembling with indignation. How dare this brat presume his wealth makes him significant? Very well, consider yourself fortunate. Bodyguards, throw this boy out. Immediately, 2 burly men emerged, their cold gazes fixed upon Lin Xuan. Observing the slender Lin Xuan, the 2 men nearly burst into laughter. How could such a slight frame dare to act so brazenly? Truly, he must be tired of living. Both men were seasoned bodyguards, their imposing figures towering over Lin Xuan, who stood at barely 170 centimeters tall, appearing almost childlike in comparison. However, Lin Xuan exhibited no fear. His eyes met theirs as he spoke calmly. Are you prepared to resort to violence? If so, let us see whose strength prevails. Chapter 35, Expulsion from the Entertainment Industry. In the next moment, a dozen similarly robust men emerged from behind Lin Xuan. Some were bodyguards from the Yulong Tiange, while others were those brought by Chen Jingxing. Witnessing this spectacle, not only the 2 bodyguards, but the entire film crew was taken aback. What was happening? How could there be such a formidable display? The 2 bodyguards immediately felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. At this juncture, even if they were inclined to fight, it was simply inconceivable. While they might manage to handle several opponents, facing off against professionals of equal standing would likely result in a stalemate. If they encountered superior guards, they would be utterly outmatched. Wang Yihua, too, was rendered speechless, her brows knitting together. It was clear that brute force would no longer suffice. Listen here, boy. Don't think that just because you have numbers, I can't do anything to you. Do you have any idea how many fans I have? I have millions of followers on Weibo. If you offend me today, be prepared for an online onslaught. Humph, an online onslaught against me? Previously, the individual who had harassed me is now presumably working as a massage therapist in some footbath establishment. How dare you continue to bully me online? Fine. If you don't believe me, I shall record a video right now. Just wait for your own downfall. Wang Yihua turned to Lin Xuan, retrieving her phone from her pocket, filming as she spoke. Do you see this person? While I was filming, he inexplicably approached us and disrupted our shoot. Ladies, be sure to remember his face. If you encounter him outside, steer clear of him, for he is surely a rabid dog. Such a person is clearly an orphan. However, before she could finish her tirade, Lin Xuan swiftly knocked her phone to the ground. What are you doing? Wang Yihua exclaimed, hands on her hips, her expression brimming with arrogance. An orphan? The one thing Lin Xuan despises most is when others insult his parents. He could tolerate being insulted himself, but an affront to his parents was utterly intolerable. What am I doing? You just called me a rabid dog, didn't you? Isn't it normal for a rabid dog to bite? This woman truly lacked self-awareness. He had already offered her a way out, yet she persisted in her tirade, proving herself to be utterly deranged. Wang Yihua glared at Lin Xuan, her eyes blazing with fury, enunciating each word carefully. Let me make this clear. If you lay a finger on me today, I will ensure you end up in prison, and your reputation will be utterly destroyed. I mean it. Oh, in that case, why not give it a try? With that, Lin Xuan's right hand swung out, landing solidly across Wang Yihua's left cheek. A sharp crack resounded as Wang Yihua fell to the ground, covering her face with one hand. Her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at the young man before her. The crew members, witnessing this scene, were equally astonished. Was this young man not being overly impulsive? Even if he had provided her with accommodation, striking someone was simply unacceptable. Moreover, if he were to hit anyone, it would be better to choose someone without connections. Yet, he had chosen to strike Wang Yihua, a rising second-tier star, brazenly. Was he truly courting disaster? Meanwhile, Ma Pijin was elated. Excellent. At last, you two are at each other's throats. Just moments ago, Ma Pijin had endured a slap from Chun Jingxing, feeling quite humiliated. Although he wished to leverage public opinion, as a low-tier director with hardly any fans, he lacked the necessary influence. However, Wang Yihua was different. As a second-tier star with millions of fans, if she spoke out, countless supporters would rally to her aid. Wouldn't that allow him to avenge his own grievances as well? You actually dared to strike me? Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Wang Yihua clutched her face, trembling as she stood. Her hair disheveled and her appearance reminiscent of a lunatic. Since you have the audacity to hit me, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will ensure your downfall. Huh, my downfall. Lin Xuan glanced back at Chun Jingxing, speaking in a remarkably calm tone. How long would it take to have this woman expelled from the entertainment industry? Upon hearing this, Chun Jingxing replied without hesitation. A no-name star like her can be dismissed with a single word. Expelled from the entertainment industry? A no-name star? Just a word? The crew members, including Wang Yihua, were momentarily taken aback by their conversation. Suddenly, Wang Yihua burst into laughter. Ha! You two are truly amusing. You think you can have me expelled from the industry with a mere word? Young man, you don't know who my benefactor is, do you? Sun Xiao, the executive manager of Haiqing Entertainment. Haiqing Entertainment. Sun Xiao. The crew members' eyes widened in shock. No wonder Wang Yihua, previously obscure, had suddenly risen to fame. She had latched onto the powerful Haiqing Entertainment. This company was a mid-sized entertainment firm with significant growth potential, reportedly producing several famous stars each year. Hearing her words, Chun Jingxing relayed the information without missing a beat. Observing his actions, Wang Yihua felt no trepidation. Acting was a skill she possessed. Soon, Chun Jingxing hung up the phone. Regarding Wang Yihua with an amused expression, his eyes filled with mockery. Wang Yihua indeed resembled a nouveau riche individual. It was no surprise that after years of obscurity, she suddenly became famous due to a single film, naturally exhibiting the traits of a newly wealthy person. However, such individuals could only thrive in Haiqing Entertainment. Had they been in Yihua Group, they would be a dime a dozen. Yihua Group produced over a dozen first-tier stars annually, let alone second-tier stars. Just 5 minutes after Chun Jingxing ended the call, Wang Yihua's phone rang. The caller was none other than her manager. Yet, Wang Yihua felt no sense of foreboding as she answered. Hello, Mingjia. I'm currently filming and have run into some issues. Could you help me out? There's just this clueless young man. Before she could finish, a furious voice erupted from the phone. What are you saying? A clueless young man? Do you have any idea who you've offended? The higher-ups have already issued a notice. You are completely finished. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Yihua's mind went blank. Her eyes vacant as she stood rooted in place. How could this happen? How had her career come to such a disastrous end? Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly spoke into the phone. How can this be? My boyfriend is Sun Xiao, the manager of Haiqing Entertainment. He wouldn't just let this slide. Sun Xiao? Huh. You still have the nerve to depend on him? You'd best not seek him out. He could very well destroy you. Why? Why? Because you have offended someone you shouldn't have, and as a result, he has also been dismissed by Haiqing Entertainment. As for you, I suggest you prepare some funds. Upon returning to the company, you will need to pay the corresponding penalties for all your endorsements. Hearing this, Wang Yihua's phone slipped from her grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. Her dreams of stardom had been extinguished before they even truly began. She then fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Xuan, her voice trembling as she asked, Who are you? Beside her, Chun Jingxing sneered. You don't even recognize him. Yet you dare to navigate the entertainment industry? Lin Dong is the chairman of Yihua Group and its largest shareholder. The moment she heard this, Wang Yihua was rendered utterly speechless. At that moment, the truth dawned upon her. Finally, it dawned upon him why a mere phone call could compel him to withdraw from the entertainment industry and simultaneously send Sun Xiao packing. For he was none other than the chairman of Yihua Group, the nation's premier entertainment conglomerate. Not only could he, but even A-list celebrities could be made to vanish from the limelight in an instant, should they wish it. This encapsulates the terrifying power of Yihua Group. Reflecting on it now, he found it utterly laughable that he had dared to speak such words in front of him, akin to flaunting a sword before the illustrious Guangong. Meanwhile, Ma Pijin trembled in fear, having initially believed him to be an ordinary individual, perhaps merely affluent, only to discover he was the chairman of Yihua Group. Wang Yihua, a second-tier star, could easily be blacklisted with a single utterance, let alone a mere 18th-tier director like himself. The thought made his legs quiver uncontrollably. However, Lin Xuan found little interest in engaging in trivial discourse with such a minor character. He turned his gaze to Guo Qifan, offering a faint smile. Mr. Guo, I hadn't realized your Group's operations were so diversified. Not only do you sell properties, but also manage rentals. Those words caused a bead of cold sweat to appear on Guo Qifan's forehead, plunging him into a chilling realization. The surrounding security personnel bowed their heads, unwilling to meet Lin Xuan's gaze. Mr. Lin, I acknowledge my mismanagement in allowing such a waste of space as Liao Biyuan to occur. To express my regret, and to compensate for the loss of this villa, I would like to offer you another villa. Although it may not be as grand as Villa Number 1, it is certainly not lacking in size, and its amenities are complete, with a similar decor style. What do you think? Has it been rented out? Lin Xuan cast a glance at Liao Biyuan, who hastily shook his head, exclaiming, No, absolutely not. This is merely my first rental. They specifically sought Villa Number 1, which is why I rented it to them. Should there be a next time? I believe our Yihua Group could consider a different real estate partnership, as many firms would surely be eager to collaborate with us. A threat. A blatant threat. Yet, Guo Qifan continued to smile, displaying no signs of displeasure. What choice did he have? After all, he was dealing with the chairman of Yihua Group, whose annual property acquisitions amounted to astronomical figures. Should Yihua Group declare a termination of collaboration with Yulong Group, it would result in significant losses for Yulong, while other real estate companies would undoubtedly rush to engage with Yihua Group, leading to a concerted effort to undermine him. Such is the nature of competition in any industry. If one fails to seize the moment, they risk being usurped by others. Thus, Guo Qifan could only offer conciliatory smiles, assuring, Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we will ensure your satisfaction this time. At that moment, Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a cool voice echoed from outside the villa. Mr. Lin, we are late. Everyone turned towards the sound, their breath momentarily caught in their throats. Standing outside the villa were a dozen individuals clad in suits, their demeanor exuding utmost respect towards Lin Xuan. Despite their varying ages and genders, their eyes gleamed with confidence, their presence imposing. One middle-aged man quickly approached Lin Xuan, bowing respectfully, Greetings, Mr. Lin. Greetings, Mr. Chun. Chun Jingxing responded with a smile. Mr. Lin, this is our general manager of the legal department at Yihua Group, Zhou Yangjia. Should you encounter any issues, whether significant or trivial, feel free to consult him. He can effortlessly resolve them. Mr. Chun, you flatter me. I'm merely an ordinary person. An ordinary person? Upon hearing those words, Guo Qifan nearly leapt from his seat. While the others present may not have recognized Zhou Yangjia's esteemed name, within the business realm, he was a figure of great renown. In the world of commerce, while many aspects may be deemed important, the foremost remains the legal department. A robust legal team can provide your company with a distinct advantage in various arenas. Though it may seem minor, when aggregated, it becomes significant. Zhou Yangjia was a titan in the field of law, reputed for a staggering success rate of 90% in economic cases, having saved Yihua Group from direct or indirect financial losses amounting to hundreds of millions. To call such a talent an ordinary person was absurd. What did that make him? Lin Xuan nodded and addressed Zhou Yangjia. These individuals have filmed without my consent within my villa. What should be done in this situation? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yangjia glanced at Ma Pijin and the others, smiling as he responded, Mr. Lin, their unauthorized filming in your villa constitutes a severe violation of privacy rights. Furthermore, they have sought to profit from the material captured, which is a breach of the law. In this case, we can pursue liability against all participants in the platform, seeking financial compensation. Should the compensation amount be substantial and the parties unable to pay, they may face imprisonment. Imprisonment. At the mention of those words, some crew members' eyes widened in disbelief. Were they not just filming a television drama? How could the consequences be so dire? Realization dawned upon them, leaving the entire crew in a state of despair. It seemed their fates were about to undergo a drastic transformation. Chapter 37. The Luxurious Villa. At this moment, Ma Pijin found himself devoid of any fighting spirit. Even Wang Yihua had been reduced to an ordinary individual. His existence as an 18th-tier director hinged upon the whims of others. The remaining matters were entrusted to Zhou Yangjia, as Lin Xuan prepared to depart the villa. Following closely behind were Chun Jingxing, Guo Qifan, and Xin Jiejia. Noticing them trailing, Lin Xuan chuckled, There's no need for you to follow. Attend to your own affairs. I merely came to view a villa. No need for such a crowd. For an endeavor like this, having a female companion suffices. 2 gentlemen trailing behind is hardly appropriate. As for those who are unclear, perhaps they should return and review their learning materials. Understanding Lin Xuan's intent, Guo Qifan quickly smiled and replied, "Of course, Mr. Lin. Feel free to browse. If you have any questions, Jejia will be more than happy to assist you diligently. Should there be another opportunity, I shall surely extend a proper welcome to you. By the way, your name is Jejia, correct?" Upon hearing Guo Qifan's words, Lin Xuan turned to Shun Jejia and inquired. She quickly responded, "Yes, Mr. Lin, my surname is Shun, and my name is Shun Jejia. You may call me Jejia." "Very well, Jejia. Your performance today has pleased me greatly. Therefore, I would like to appoint you to take on the role of manager in place of Manager Liao. I wonder if Mr. Guo has any objections?" "None. Absolutely none." Guo Qifan quickly waved his hands in response. Although Jejia has only recently joined the company, her capabilities are more than sufficient for the position of sales department manager. "Jejia, do not let Mr. Lin's expectations down." Shun Jejia felt as if she were in a dream upon hearing those words. As a mere recent graduate, I had initially come here to intern and gain experience. But unexpectedly, just a few months into my job, I found myself appointed as the sales manager at the esteemed Yulong Tiange. It felt like a surreal dream. However, it was undoubtedly reality, and I quickly smiled and said, "Mr. Guo, Mr. Lin, I assure you I will not disappoint your expectations." With that, I beckoned Lin Xuan to accompany me to view my new villa. Upon arriving at the entrance of the new villa, though it may not rival Villa No. 1 in size, it exuded a remarkable luxury. I approached with a smile and informed Lin Xuan, "Mr. Lin, as this villa is being utilized for the first time, we will need to register your biometric information." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Xuan followed suit. He was well aware that most villas employed electronic locks, such as access cards. However, Yulong Tiange was no ordinary establishment. It featured the latest biometric locks, encompassing not only fingerprints but also iris scans and facial recognition. This advanced technology not only enhances the villa's security, but also prevents the inconvenience of forgotten access cards. "Mr. Lin, the biometric codes for the villa have been fully set up. Congratulations on officially becoming the owner of Villa Number 3. Furthermore, this villa boasts a private elevator and an exclusive underground garage. Although a newcomer, I was quite familiar with the villa's layout, even the intricate details of its decor. To truly immerse oneself in this industry, one must grasp the nuances that elude the average person. Otherwise, one would forever remain an outsider. Mr. Lin, this is the handcrafted double door imported from Germany, featuring exquisite carvings." Observing the grand entrance, Lin Xuan nodded appreciatively. Although this villa did not command a price of 300 million, it was still valued at 2.3 billion. Truly, it was a villa worth over 100 million. With just the entrance alone being quite costly. With a gentle press of his fingerprint, the heavy, intricately carved bronze door slowly swung open. Judging by its thickness, one would fear that even a typical rocket-propelled grenade would struggle to breach it. "Mr. Lin, upon entering, we first arrive at the villa's grand hall. This hall boasts a height of 88 meters, adorned with a crystal chandelier from Bervier Tozo, crafted entirely by hand, while the flooring is composed of meticulously arranged marble." I observed Lin Xuan as he navigated the space with ease, continuing, "Mr. Lin, this is the villa's built-in elevator, which spans 5 levels, 3 above ground and 2 below." As the silent elevator doors opened, Lin Xuan found himself on the top floor of the villa. At that moment, he truly comprehended what it meant to be part of such a prestigious establishment. Facing the Yangtze River, he gazed down upon the bustling city below. In that instant, Lin Xuan could clearly discern the entirety of Zhonghai City. Bridges and elevated roadways unfolded before him, easily within view. However, a fleeting moment later, he sensed something amiss. "Wait, this glass, it's enormous, spanning over 10 square meters." Noticing the astonishment in Lin Xuan's eyes, I smiled and explained, "Mr. Lin, the glass you are looking at has been meticulously crafted by Rainerers from Belgium, featuring an integrated design capable of withstanding a typhoon of level 12. The curtains on either side are composed of pure silk." Listening to my description, Lin Xuan felt a wave of surprise wash over him. Although he had seen villas on television before, it had only skimmed the surface. Now, he realized that the only flaw in such luxurious items was their exorbitant cost. The opulence within this villa had long surpassed his expectations. As for the kitchen and bathrooms, though he had yet to see them, he was certain their renovation costs would be equally extravagant. It could be said that the villas at Yulong Tiange were entirely forged from wealth. After surveying the villa further, Lin Xuan nodded with great satisfaction. However, he did not ask me to stay for anything else. After receiving a phone call, he drove back to the hotel. In the presidential suite, Lin Xuan instructed the staff to pack his clothes and belongings, preparing to move them to the villa. Over the past few days, he had accumulated quite a number of clothes and shoes, all stored at the hotel, and moving them all at once would be rather cumbersome. So he decided to relocate some items first. Of course, he would not be doing the heavy lifting himself. In the past, he might have handled it alone. But now that he had the means, it was hardly fitting for him to do so. Half an hour later, a staff member approached Lin Xuan. "Sir, your belongings have been loaded into your car. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" "No, thank you," he replied. "You're welcome." As Lin Xuan stood up and prepared to leave, he noticed a group of flamboyantly dressed young women entering the hotel lobby. Despite their fashionable attire, they were quite boisterous. Even from a distance, he could hear their animated chatter. "I'm telling you, the afternoon tea here is quite expensive. I'm covering the bulk of the cost. So I'll take the first photo." "All right, you take the next one, but I'm the one who snatched the hotel voucher." "No problem, but remember, we can't touch anything until the last photo is taken, understood?" "Why not? Can't we even have a drink?" "Drink? The beverages in this package are quite pricey. 88 for a cup. If you drink, you pay." Hearing their conversation, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow and turned to the nearby staff member, inquiring, "What are they doing? Why are they so loud?" The staff member replied with utmost respect, "Sir, they are here to check in on the afternoon tea. Our hotel's afternoon tea is quite renowned, often attracting many women eager to experience it." With that clarification, Lin Xuan surmised that they were likely the so-called fake socialites often discussed online. However, he held no fondness for such materialistic women, as the harm caused by Zhang Linlin and her family was still fresh in his memory. At that moment, Lin Xuan's phone chimed with a message from me. "Sir, the property vehicle has arrived. All right, I'll be in the lobby shortly." Following the events of that day, I had not only become the manager at Yulong Tiange, but had also taken on the role of Lin Xuan's personal housekeeper. Although a housekeeper, my authority at Yulong Tiange was substantial, thanks to my association with Lin Xuan. In fact, I had requested this position myself, and Lin Xuan had no reason to decline. Moreover, living in such a vast villa alone would be exceedingly dull. Having someone around would certainly liven things up. Upon exiting the hotel, Lin Xuan spotted a white Alphard parked out front, with me standing beside it. Dressed in a white professional pencil skirt paired with matching high heels, I presented a striking figure. My legs were bare, yet they appeared exceptionally slender. Clad in this outfit, I bore a striking resemblance to Chun Jingxing's secretary, even exuding an aura that rivaled hers. It was worth noting that Chun Jingxing's secretary had been meticulously selected from hundreds of candidates. As Lin Xuan emerged, Shen Jejia promptly stepped forward, speaking with utmost respect. "Sir, this is the property vehicle. May I inquire about your room number? I shall assist you in gathering your belongings and returning them to the villa. There's no need for such trouble. I have already instructed the hotel staff to take care of it," Lin Xuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, 2 attendants appeared, each carrying 2 suitcases filled with clothing, which they gently placed into the vehicle. Noticing that everything was in order, Shun Jejia respectfully stated once more, "Sir, I shall take my leave for now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me." "Very well, travel safely," Lin Xuan said, watching Shun Jejia depart. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Is this what it feels like to be the master, just like the old gentleman of the past? Once Shun Jejia had left, Lin Xuan returned to the hotel. Although the villa was ready for immediate occupancy, he had paid for his stay at the hotel, and it would be a waste not to utilize it. Regardless of his wealth, he certainly could not afford to squander it. At that moment, the socialites continued to revel in taking photos, and after glancing at them for a brief moment, Lin Xuan retreated to his room. Lying on the large bed, he felt a tinge of boredom. With that thought in mind, he rolled over to the hotel's provided computer. Although most hotel computers are typically subpar, this one was evidently a high-end model. In fact, Lin Xuan enjoyed playing games, but due to work and various other commitments, his gaming time had significantly dwindled. However, with those burdens now lifted, he could once again indulge in the joy of gaming. Previously, his skills had been lacking. Surely it was the computer to blame. Now, with a superior machine, he felt confident he would dominate. Noticing the computer booted in less than 5 seconds, Lin Xuan resolutely thought to himself. As for his own shortcomings, they were non-existent. It must have been the computer's fault. Naturally, playing alone lacked excitement. He needed a companion to enhance the experience. Should he ask Zhou Yuzhu? She probably wouldn't be interested in games. What about Xiaoxin? She didn't seem to be a gaming streamer either. Shinjejia? Perhaps not. After contemplating for quite a while, Lin Xuan realized he couldn't find a single girl to join him. In that case, why not look for someone through an app? This notion had crossed his mind long ago, but he had previously lacked both time and disposable income, which had led to procrastination. Now, however, he felt it was time to give it a try. Thus, Lin Xuan retrieved his phone and downloaded an app called Love Heart. This application was specifically designed for finding gaming companions, boasting an abundance of potential partners. Nevertheless, he was well aware that such platforms often harbored their share of pitfalls, such as deceitful individuals masquerading as experts. Lin Xuan had witnessed firsthand those who honed a lowly voice to deceive others. it was nearly impossible to discern their true identity. Additionally, some used these platforms for more dubious purposes. As this was Lin Xuan's first time using such an app, he casually scrolled through a couple of profiles before stumbling upon one that piqued his interest. Nickname: Happy Watermelon Lover. Profile: Diamond rank in League of Legends. High-level player in PUBG, and a master in Honor of Kings. Upon reading her introduction, Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. This companion seemed to possess considerable skill, with experience across various game genres, all at a high level. The price was reasonable too, at 20 per hour. Very well, you shall be the one, Lin Xuan decided, clicking the order button to initiate a trial session. Before long, the individual sent over her gaming ID, Little Meatball. The name was quite adorable. Swiftly, Lin Xuan opened League of Legends and invited her into the game. As soon as she entered, a sweet voice resonated through his headphones. Hello there, big brother. Miss. Your voice is quite lovely. You're not a legendary voice card warrior, are you? Lin Xuan inquired, somewhat skeptically. After all, her voice was exceptionally pleasing, almost unreal. Akin to characters from an anime. How could that be? Big brother, please don't casually doubt me. I am an amateur voice actor. Little Meatball asserted with confidence. All right then, if you say you're a voice actor, I shall take your word for it. By the way, is your skill truly at the diamond level? Lin Xuan pressed on. Lin Xuan did not particularly care about the voice acting. As long as her voice was pleasant, that sufficed. However, her gaming prowess was crucial, after all. It would be disheartening to spend money and lose. Of course, I am definitely at the diamond level, she replied, although her tone was resolute. There was an undercurrent of uncertainty in her voice. With that thought in mind, Lin Xuan promptly opened her account information. Upon viewing Little Meatball's account, he was taken aback. Wasn't she supposed to be at the diamond rank? Why was she in fact a silver rank? Silver 4, to be precise. Are you joking with me? This ISNT silver? You're a silver goalie. How dare you claim to be a diamond in your profile? Lin Xuan exclaimed incredulously. Little Meatball, evidently aware of her situation, pondered briefly before responding with a chuckle. Hee hee, boss, you see, although I am silver, it doesn't represent my true skill level. Huh, what do you mean? Lin Xuan asked, intrigued. Think about it. Every time I play, my teammates are either AFK or throwing games. Even if I were a master, I wouldn't be able to reach diamond, would I? Plus, I'm always the MVP on my team. Previous bosses have called me the diamond among silvers. So my level is indeed diamond. Hearing Little Meatball's nonchalant explanation, Lin Xuan could only shake his head in resignation. With so many companions to choose from on the app, why had he ended up with such an eccentric one? Well, I too have been dubbed the king among golds. Lin Xuan retorted. Even professional players would have no choice but to lose against me. Wow, big brother, are you really that amazing? It seems that today, we will surely dominate the bottom lane. Dominate? Well, it won't be us doing the dominating, but rather the opponents. Lin Xuan shrugged, unconcerned. After all, he had only ordered a single session. If it became unbearable, he could just surrender. Once in the game, while Lin Xuan contemplated which champion to select, Little Meatball spoke up first. Boss, how about we duo in the bottom lane? Sounds good, but which champion should we choose? I think Ashe and Soraka are quite strong right now. How about you play Ashe, and I'll take Soraka? Little Meatball suggested earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan, being quite the veteran, immediately grasped the double entendre in her words. A smile crept onto his face. This sounded promising. How about I play Vayne, and you take the support role? That works. Little Meatball replied, but soon felt something was off. Vayne? Support? How do those two even play together? Nonetheless, since this was the boss's choice, she had no objections. As soon as Xiamaru was about to select her hero, she heard Lin Xuan's laughter through her headphones. Haha, I didn't expect your taste to be so unique. Xiamaru paused for a moment. Unique taste? What do you mean? Wait. I'm your angel, and you're my support. After contemplating Lin Xuan's words and reading them twice, she felt a wave of discomfort. Oh no, boss. Your taste is way too heavy. I might just throw up my lunch. At the same time, Xiamaru made a retching sound. Haha, just kidding. I'll go with Ashe, and you can be my healer. Hurry up and pick. We're running out of time. Lin Xuan chuckled. You tricked me into believing you were a diamond player. If I don't make you nauseated a bit, do you think I've lived all these years for nothing? Ultimately, they opted for an Ashe and healer combination in the bottom lane. Since Lin Xuan's rank was lower than Xiamaru's, their opponents were a combination of bronze and silver. Let us wait until we reach level 6 to engage. Let us take it slow in the early game. Lin Xuan instructed as the game commenced. No problem. I guarantee I won't lose a single point of health in the first 6 levels, Xiamaru confidently replied. However, not even a minute into the game, Xiamaru lost first blood after being caught in the bushes, and that first blood was taken by the enemy's bottom lane. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is this what you call not losing a single drop of health? Goodness, you lost an entire tube of health. Xiamaru. Realizing her mistake, awkwardly forced a smile. Boss, they ambushed me. I didn't engage willingly. All right then. Lin Xuan sighed, feeling helpless. This companion app is truly filled with pitfalls. I must switch after this match. Yet, before the match concluded, he was already contemplating a switch. Friendly champion has been slain. Friendly champion has been slain. Friendly champion has been slain. With these notifications ringing in, Lin Xuan was utterly dumbfounded. This is beyond ridiculous. Not only is Xiaomaru feeding, but she is dragging me down with her too. After all, as the support, if I'm just standing by and last hitting, that is practically betraying my team. Consequently, Lin Xuan's score went from 0-0-0 to 0-5-0, while Xiaomaru's score became even more absurd. In less than 10 minutes, she had already given away 10 kills. Observing such a disastrous bottom lane, their teammates were equally bewildered. How are we supposed to play this? One player even directly cursed Xiaomaru's family due to the dismal stats. As expected, once the 15-minute mark hit, all 5 surrender buttons lit up almost instantaneously. It wasn't that they didn't want to play, they simply couldn't. The enemy's bottom lane had acquired a major item in under 10 minutes. In such a dire situation, unless a professional player took the helm, defeat was inevitable. After exiting the game, Lin Xuan addressed Xiaomaru with displeasure. All right, let us pretend I disconnected this match. We'll meet again when the mountains remain unchanged. It was futile. Even if a high-level monk played, his mindset would not improve the situation. Seeing Lin Xuan's intent to dismiss her, Xiaomaru quickly interjected, Wait, boss. This was my fault. It's just so cold here that my hands feel off. How about we play another match? Consider this one a freebie. I've turned on the air conditioning. I promise to show you what a diamond-level player looks like next game. Seeing Xiaomaru's confidence, Lin Xuan reluctantly agreed to play another match. 15 minutes later, with another set of 5 green surrender buttons illuminating, this match ended in failure as well. Gazing at their abysmal scores, Lin Xuan could no longer contain himself. I say, if your skills are lacking, don't claim to be a skilled player. I'm definitely leaving you a scathing review. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's intent to rate her poorly, Xiaomaru hurriedly explained, Boss, let me explain. My specialty isn't League of Legends. We could switch to PUBG. I'm a crown-level player in that. Yet, by the end, she still seemed somewhat hesitant. Lin Xuan, hearing her tone, thought to himself, I can't possibly believe you, you little rascal. Chapter 40, The Ghost of the Canyon. However, after Xiaomaru unleashed her charm and warmth, Lin Xuan ultimately decided to play one last game with her. Yet, there was a stipulation. She must not underperform. If they switched games and it remained just as disastrous, he would demand a refund. Upon hearing Lin Xuan mention a refund, Xiaomaru was undoubtedly filled with confidence. After speaking, they exited League of Legends and launched PUBG. Since these games were pre-installed on Lin Xuan's computer, there was no need for downloads. Once in the game interface, Xiaomaru confidently declared, Boss, this game is my forte. Just stick close behind me, and I guarantee we'll get that chicken dinner. Although Xiaomaru spoke with utmost certainty, Lin Xuan merely dismissed it as noise. After all, up until now, most of her claims had been fabrications. This one warranted skepticism. However, 5 minutes later, he finally understood that everything this companion player had said was false. What chicken dinner master? Crown level? All eyes. Within 5 minutes of starting, they had barely looted level 3 gear when they were swiftly eliminated by another team. The entire process of being taken out took less than half a minute. If it were just one match, that could be excused. Even professional players could get eliminated upon landing. Yet, they had managed to complete 5 matches in 5 minutes. In a battle royale game, they had effectively turned it into a parachuting simulator. After the 6th round of parachuting simulation concluded, Lin Xuan could no longer hold back. This is what you call a master. If this is a master, then there are no novices in the entire PUBG community. Meanwhile, Xiaomaru, still gritting her teeth, attempted to explain, Boss, listen to me. I'm not deceiving you. The opponents were definitely cheating. You know there are many cheaters in this game. Otherwise, I would have hit them with that shot. Enough, just refund me. Lin Xuan interrupted, not wishing to hear any more of her justifications. Upon hearing refund, Xiaomaru's head began to spin. She had only taken on one order that day. How could she so easily let it go? Thus, she desperately pleaded again, Boss, how about we switch to another game? We could play Fall Guys. I can easily get to first place. Seeing Xiaomaru still suggesting another game, Lin Xuan refused to engage. No, refund. Faced with Lin Xuan's firmness, Xiaomaru resorted to her ultimate tactic. Please, boss, let us just play something else, okay? No, refund. Boss, no, refund. After a lengthy negotiation lasting over 10 minutes, Maruko, in a state of exasperation, grasped her twin ponytails and gazed despondently at the computer screen. Despite having invested so much time in the game, she had not even earned back the cost of the electricity. How could she possibly obtain a refund so easily? Yet, She could not be so unreasonable as to refuse a refund entirely. What to do? Just then, a glimmer of inspiration flickered in Maruko's eyes, and she spoke into the microphone. Boss, how about this? Instead of playing games today, let us have a chat. Chat? I'm sorry, but I don't even know you. How can we chat? Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly from his chair. Nevertheless, he had no pressing engagements that evening, and conversing with this girl might not be so bad. At the very least, her voice was quite pleasant. Come on, boss. It's precisely because we don't know each other that we should chat and build some rapport. Maruko responded with a smile. By the way, how about I share a few jokes? If you find them amusing, you won't ask for a refund. Upon hearing the word joke, Lin Xuan felt a surge of interest. Ever since he had been saving every penny for the down payment on a house and marrying Zhang Linlin, he had scarcely laughed heartily. If this gaming companion could make him chuckle, the money would hardly matter. Fine, if you can genuinely make me laugh, I won't ask for a refund. Maruko's heart leaped with joy at the prospect of not having to return the money. All right, here goes. This morning I went to the market and asked a vendor, did you spray these vegetables with pesticides? The vendor pondered for a moment and replied, I should hope not. Are you sure that's a joke? It's rather cold, Lin Xuan remarked, feeling a chill wash over him. Wait, let me tell you another one. With a quick thought, Maruko retrieved another joke from her mind. A. Do you want to experience what it feels like to be a high-ranking official? B. I've dreamed of it. A. Then let me give you a taste. B. How do I experience it? A. My dear minister, brew me a cup of tea. After delivering the punchline, Maruko smiled and asked, Boss, what do you think? Did you laugh so hard you almost lost your breath? Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. It was indeed somewhat amusing, though these jokes felt outdated. Let me share some fresh ones with you. Absolutely. I'm all ears. Maruko enthusiastically nodded. All right, listen closely. Lin Xuan began with a slight smile. The weather is quite awkward. It's hot without the air conditioning, yet if I turn it on, I'd have to purchase a unit. Greetings, everyone. I am the god of marriage. If you wish to find a partner, please transfer 50 and specify the name of your desired person. I will show you that even divine intervention cannot assist you. Recently, I keep hearing mysterious jingling sounds. It turns out it's just my poverty ringing. Don't stay up late during holidays, or you'll end up wasting half of your break. When I went to the convenience store to buy bottled water, the owner handed me a bottle of Waha and casually asked, how much? I replied, ISNT the suggested retail price 15 yuan. The owner retorted, I don't accept its suggestions. After sharing these jokes, Lin Xuan heard a fit of laughter through his headset. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Maruko's laughter brought a smile to Lin Xuan's face. This girl possessed a certain charm. Although her gaming skills were abysmal, her vivacity was refreshing. After a while, Maruko suggested, Boss, should we play another round? Sure, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Ultimately, the joy of gaming is what matters most. What shall we play in this round? Maruko inquired. Let us play the Joyful Heroes. Joyful Heroes? Yasuo. Thus, the Summoner's Rift was graced by a duo known as the Dreadful Duo of the Rift, consisting of a Yasuo and a Garen. They dominated the bottom lane with an unstoppable force, swiftly concluding matches in under 16 minutes. As the entire team surrendered at the 15-minute mark, one unfortunate player even encountered them twice in a row and fled midway through the second match. It was impossible. Playing with them was enough to raise anyone's blood pressure. For an entire afternoon, Lin Xuan and Maruko wreaked havoc in the Rift until both of their accounts were suspended. Clearly, their reckless playstyle had drawn the ire of the system. Upon discovering her account had been banned, Maruko lamented, Oh no, this is my only gaming account. Calm down, it's just for 7 days. 7 days? That means I won't be able to accept a single order. Perhaps it's best you don't depend on gaming for your livelihood. If it weren't for my intervention, you would have received a poor rating. Lin Xuan chuckled. Let us add each other on WeChat. Although your gaming skills need improvement, chatting with you is quite enjoyable. Absolutely. Boss, next time I will definitely carry you to victory. After exchanging WeChat details, they both logged off. Once offline, Lin Xuan glanced out the window at the moon, now high in the sky, and felt a pang of hunger. He hadn't realized how time had slipped away while gaming. It was indeed a waste of time. Dinner was in order. With this thought in mind, he casually donned a short-sleeved shirt and the hotel's slippers before heading out. Chapter 41. Why is there someone wearing slippers here to dine? Despite being a guest in the presidential suite of the Marriott Hotel and its owner, Lin Xuan could easily order room service. However, having spent the afternoon cooped up in the hotel, he yearned to stretch his legs. Good evening, Mr. Lin. Hello. Good evening, Mr. Lin. Good evening, Mr. Lin. Please let me assist you. Which floor would you like? Second floor, the restaurant, please. Certainly, second floor. Here we are. As he exited his room, Lin Xuan was met with warm smiles and greetings from every hotel staff member he encountered. Even when he entered the elevator, someone was there to hold the door for him. The entire hotel treated Lin Xuan as if he were a deity. Such was the monotonous and tedious life of the wealthy. Upon reaching the restaurant, Lin Xuan chose a seat by the window. Soon, a young and attractive waitress approached with a menu. "Good evening, Mr. Lin. What would you like to order?" Lin Xuan took the menu and glanced through it briefly. One serving of foie gras, one Italian vegetable soup, one Wellington steak cooked medium with béarnaise sauce, a vegetable salad, and a latte with half sugar and light cream. "Understood. Please hold on a moment." The waitress nodded and departed. Before long, a beautifully presented dinner was served before him. As he gazed at the delectable dishes, Lin Xuan eagerly began to indulge. Meanwhile, not far from Lin Xuan, a tall woman adorned with heavy makeup was live streaming on her phone. "Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm your favorite beauty streamer, Yao Yao. Can you guess where I am right now?" As she spoke, she turned her phone around to survey her surroundings. Upon seeing the opulent hotel behind her, the viewers in the live stream began to flood the chat with comments. "Wow, such a luxurious hotel. It must cost quite a fortune. Based on my years of experience with hotels, I knew that a night here would start at around 1,000. Has the host struck a deal with a wealthy patron? A wealthy patron? Oh dear, I'm heartbroken." Observing the flattery in the chat, Yao Yao felt an overwhelming sense of joy, though her face still bore a hint of disappointment. "Alas, I haven't struck a deal with any wealthy patrons. I'm here all alone. Feel free to challenge me on that. I'm currently dining at the Marriott Hotel in Zhonghai." Marriott Hotel? Upon hearing this, the live stream audience erupted once more. "The host must be rich to afford a Marriott. I'm from the countryside. Could someone explain what level the Marriott Hotel is?" "Of course, it's top tier, and the cuisine is primarily Western. A meal here would easily cost a few thousand." "A few thousand? For a single meal? Wow, the host is incredible." Seeing these comments, Yao Yao let out a sigh, feigning pain as she said, "I'm not wealthy. This meal is the result of a month's worth of instant noodles saved up. Just look at my face, it's already gaunt from hunger." Witnessing her emaciated appearance due to dieting, the viewers in the chat felt a pang of sympathy. "Oh dear, truly, Goddess Yao Yao, you've suffered. Allow me to gift you a rice ball. Indeed, I received my paycheck today. I'll send you a health potion. I'll use this month's living expenses to send you a high-energy warning." Instantly, gifts began to shower in the live stream, filling Yao Yao with immense happiness. As a streamer on the Domao platform, she was acutely aware of the necessity of gift-giving strategies. Nowadays, viewers are quite shrewd, and without employing some clever tactics, it can be challenging to receive gifts. Her main goal for dining here tonight was to check in at this renowned Marriott, as it would not only boost her popularity, but also provide fodder for future bragging. If she could meet a couple of wealthy second-generation elites, that would be even better. With this thought in mind, Su Yao Yao began to take selfies. After snapping a few pictures, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. "Wait, what is that behind me?" She turned to see a man dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and flip-flops, casually eating Western cuisine while propping his leg up. One foot was rhythmically swinging, resembling a diner at a roadside stall. Just one glance caused Su Yao Yao's brow to furrow. After confirming with a couple more glances that she wasn't mistaken, her previously delightful mood soured. How could this be? Why was her luck so dismal today? After finally coming to such a luxurious hotel restaurant, how could she encounter such a person? Moreover, this individual was seated directly behind her, ensuring he would appear in her live stream. What an eyesore. Also, isn't this a five-star hotel? When did five-star establishments permit such people to enter? Did he sneak in while others weren't looking? With these thoughts racing through her mind, Su Yao Yao waved over a server. "Hello, miss, how may I assist you?" A server promptly approached, speaking respectfully. Su Yao Yao said nothing initially, but glanced in Lin Xuan's direction before casually remarking, "If I recall correctly, your Marriott is a five-star hotel, which typically only allows patrons in formal attire. Yet, I see that individual over there, dressed in a tank top and flip-flops, dining without consequence. Don't you think that's against your policy?" As she spoke, she pointed the camera at Lin Xuan, aiming to demonstrate to her viewers that she wasn't being unreasonable. Sure enough, upon witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream began to voice their outrage. What is happening? Is there really someone in a tank top and flip-flops at a hotel of this caliber? Indeed, how dare he sit behind our little fairy Yao Yao? Is he some sort of creepy man who has taken a fancy to her beauty? Disgusting. This man is truly repulsive. Is he trying to ride on her coattails? Brothers, who is this man? Let us expose him. Although the audience in Su Yao Yao's live stream wasn't numerous, most were diehard fans. Upon seeing their beloved streamer in such a predicament, they immediately rallied to defend her. Some even rushed to the Marriott Hotel's social media, demanding an explanation. However, the server's next statement left Su Yao Yao and her live stream in stunned silence. This gentleman has booked a presidential suite on a monthly basis. Should you also book a presidential suite, you would be permitted to wear tank tops and flip-flops as well. By the way, our presidential suite is 38,000 per night. We warmly welcome you to make a reservation. Chapter 42. Does your conscience not ache when you say that? Upon hearing the server's words, Su Yaoyao was rendered speechless. She understood that the server's statement was undoubtedly true. Otherwise, they would be in trouble if discovered. A presidential suite. On a monthly basis. At 38,000 a night. That amounts to over $1 million for the month. It's worth noting that while over $1 million may not suffice to purchase a home in Zhonghai, it could certainly cover a down payment or even allow for the purchase of a second-hand property in less desirable areas. Moreover, anyone capable of spending over $1 million on hotel accommodations must possess assets far exceeding that sum, certainly in the range of several million, if not tens of millions. Otherwise, wouldn't they be homeless after a month? Just then, she caught sight of the key hanging from Lin Xuan's waist. That is an Aston Martin. For someone well-versed in various car logos like Su Yaoyao, the Aston Martin emblem was unmistakable. The lowest price for an Aston Martin in the United Kingdom starts at $1.81 million, and that's just the base price. The total cost is typically over $2.3 million. Such a price tag is enough to deter most people for several lifetimes. Although she was a moderately well-known internet celebrity, earning only about $10,000 a month, mostly from fan donations, she feared that if she didn't achieve anything significant in the coming years, she might have to resort to factory work. With this in mind, Su Yaoyao's gaze toward Lin Xuan shifted. Wasn't she here today precisely to find wealthy individuals? And now, a wealthy person was right before her. How could she hesitate? The thought of her previous tone made her somewhat anxious. But seeing Lin Xuan engrossed in his meal allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't heard her earlier remarks. Otherwise, how could she possibly charm a wealthy individual? Meanwhile, her livestream audience began to engage in fervent discussion. Wow, 38,000 a night, and it's for a month. How could someone so wealthy dress so plainly? You may not comprehend this, but the truly wealthy often don simple attire. Although understated, their garments are tailored exclusively for them, and their prices rival those of high-end designer brands. At this moment, I am curious about the sensation of the host being caught off guard. Moments ago, they remarked on someone's unrefined appearance while sneaking in, unaware that the individual merely descended for a casual meal, whereas the host had made a considerable effort to be present. Ah, how amusing. I reckon it is not just the host, but the majority of individuals in the live stream have also been met with a similar revelation. Alas, I too have been humbled. Perhaps this is the chasm that separates me from the affluent. I pondered, dear heavens, why is it that I don attire akin to the wealthy, yet find myself devoid of their fortune? Regarding the barrage of comments in the live stream, Su Yaoyao harbored no displeasure. It sufficed for her that they were affluent. With this thought, she retrieved a compact mirror, tidied her makeup, and, satisfied with her appearance, donned what she considered her most enchanting smile, gracefully approaching Lin Xuan. Good day, may I inquire if this seat is occupied? She asked with a smile. In response, Lin Xuan replied with a grin, it is unoccupied. However, did you not express a dislike for sitting alongside those in humble attire? Upon hearing this, Su Yaoyao's lips twitched, her countenance turning awkward. To her astonishment, he had overheard her earlier remarks to the camera and the waiter. Yet, she should have realized that the distance was merely a few meters, and her earlier comments had been intentionally loud. If he had not heard them, would he not be deaf? With a serious demeanor, Su Yaoyao confessed, I must admit that my previous remarks were rather shallow. I apologize. I believe that only through profound communication can two individuals truly understand one another. Lin Xuan, wiping his mouth with a napkin, smiled and asked, do you believe we share a common language? Of course. The very fact that we can dine together signifies a certain affinity between us, she replied. Lin Xuan chuckled, goodness. Do you not feel a tinge of embarrassment for your own fabrications? If the waiter had not informed you that I rented a presidential suite for a month, would you still consider us fated rather than unfortunate? Is that so? Then if I were to reveal that I possess many flaws and a propensity for violence, particularly towards women, not a problem. I, in fact, relish the notion of such dynamics. Hitting is akin to affection. Should you refrain from striking me for a day, I would be quite vexed. Su Yaoyao asserted with an air of seriousness. Really? But I am already married. That is hardly an issue. I could easily be your mistress, be it the third, fourth, or fifth. As long as love exists between us, the number is inconsequential. Su Yaoyao reiterated earnestly. Oh, I also have peculiar inclinations, such as picking up litter, sweeping streets, and cleaning restrooms. At these words, Su Yaoyao's expression momentarily stiffened, hesitating. Picking up litter? Sweeping streets? Cleaning restrooms? Indeed, and I particularly enjoy bringing my partner along. Lin Xuan nodded seriously. I believe such activities reflect a certain attitude towards life. Whether it's picking up litter or cleaning restrooms, it not only beautifies the environment, but also promotes physical fitness. It is truly a healthy lifestyle, Su Yaoyao continued, suppressing her nausea. Lin Xuan was taken aback by her response. Goodness, this woman is remarkably bold. Is she truly willing to go to such lengths to attract a wealthy individual? At that moment, Lin Xuan wished to rise and ask her, do you not feel a pang of conscience while speaking thus? Meanwhile, a storm of comments erupted in Su Yaoyao's live stream. My goodness, is this really the same host who has always marched to her own drum? She is actually willing to wash restrooms and sweep streets for someone else? Do not be envious. If you possessed as much wealth, she would agree to sleep in a restroom every night without hesitation. Indeed, the adage rings true. Money can stir the most stubborn of spirits. The way the host gazes at him seems to sparkle with admiration. Lin Xuan then turned to Su Yaoyao's phone and inquired, do you prefer apples or pears? Su Yaoyao paused. Apples? Well, I actually enjoy both. Sometimes I even eat them together. With that, she flashed a charming smile, clearly believing her response to be flawless. However, the next moment, Lin Xuan shook his head and said, I apologize, but I prefer watermelons. Hence, it seems we are fated to be apart. With that, Lin Xuan stood and departed the restaurant. Only after his departure did Su Yaoyao begin to comprehend the situation. He is leaving just like that? Is my charm insufficient? Throughout her life, she had always been the one to leave first on dates, when had anyone ever departed before her. In a fit of determination, Su Yaoyao clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, declaring, you wait. One day, I shall employ every means necessary to make you fall for me. Yet, at that moment, she suddenly realized a grave oversight. She did not even know his name. Chapter 43, Aunt Jing. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Xuan walked away from the hotel. Gazing at the vibrant streets of Zhonghai City, he felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Although he had resided in Zhonghai City for several years, his life had been limited to the confines of his rental and his workplace. Over the years, he had truly not experienced the nightlife of Zhonghai City. Since the hour was still early, he decided to explore the nearby night market. With this thought, Lin Xuan strode purposefully toward the most bustling street in the vicinity. Jinan Street, located not far from the Marriott Hotel, is a commercial street of modest size, yet rich in historical significance. Over the years, it has undergone targeted renovations without major overhauls. While Jinan Street bustles with activity during the day, its true liveliness emerges at night. As evening descends, the street comes alive with countless food stalls, grilled squid, oysters, scallops, leeks, mackerel, and an array of meat skewers, as well as spicy hot pot and vermicelli with clams. Entice throngs of passers-by. The aroma of grilled delicacies fills the air, captivating even Lin Xuan, who had just dined. At this moment, Lin Xuan felt he was truly experiencing the essence of nightlife. Although the Western restaurant provided tranquility for Easterners, it is this lively atmosphere that embodies true nightlife. Boss, 5 skewers of leeks, 5 skewers of lamb, and 2 scallops, please. Lin Xuan settled at an empty table, adeptly placing his order. The crowd was overwhelming, and he had been fortunate to find a vacant spot. Despite the throngs, the restaurant's efficiency was commendable, and soon, a plate of food was placed before him. As he beheld the skewers, Lin Xuan eagerly seized a lamb skewer and began to indulge. At that moment, a familiar voice called out beside him, Xiao Xian? Is that you? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan paused mid-bite, turning to face the source of the voice. A middle-aged woman in professional attire looked at him with a mixture of surprise and recognition. As he gazed at her familiar yet foreign visage, Lin Xuan found himself momentarily at a loss, struggling to recall where he had encountered her before. Upon observing Lin Xuan's bewildered expression, the middle-aged woman chuckled and said, I am Aunt Jing. You often used to come to my house for meals when you were little. Hearing her words, Lin Xuan suddenly recalled his childhood. Back then, his family resided in a building reminiscent of the tubular structures depicted in the film Kung Fu, and Aunt Jing's family lived right next door. Due to his mother's culinary shortcomings, he was frequently lured by the delectable dishes from Aunt Jing's kitchen, sometimes even stubbornly lingering until his father had to fetch him back with a twig. At that time, Aunt Jing had a daughter named Shui Hui, who would often trail behind him, calling him Big Brother. However, as urban development ensued, that tubular building was demolished, and he lost contact with Aunt Jing's family. He never expected to encounter her here. Reflecting on this, Lin Xuan smiled and said, Aunt Jing, you're also in Zhonghai. How fortunate. Have you eaten? Shall we share a meal? After speaking, he prepared to order more dishes from the proprietor, but Aunt Jing chuckled and replied, Xiao Xian, don't waste your money. I've already eaten. It was astonishing how, after all these years, the little mouse who used to beg for food at Aunt Jing's table had transformed into such a tall young man. If it weren't for the resemblance in his silhouette, she might not have recognized him at all. Hearing this, Lin Xuan smiled and said, Not at all. It's you who has maintained your beauty over the years, Aunt Jing. You still look just as lovely as before. Oh, Xiao Xian, Your flattery remains as sweet as ever. Annie has aged, but you young folks are still delightful, she responded, casting a few assessing glances at Lin Xuan. Suddenly, she inquired, by the way, Xiao Xian, do you have a girlfriend now? A girlfriend? Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He then let out a wry smile and shook his head. Since his breakup with Zhang Linlin, he had indeed not pursued another relationship. While there were some ambiguous connections, they remained just that, ambiguous. I see. Have you considered Hui Hui from our family? Aunt Jing asked. Hui Hui? Upon hearing her mention the name, Lin Xuan chuckled bitterly and quickly waved his hand in refusal. Aunt Jing, I believe I should focus on my career at this stage. Matters of romance can wait. Aunt Jing smiled gently. Ah, you young people all say the same thing. Very well, but the food here isn't very clean. Do you have time this weekend? Come over to Aunt Jing's for a simple meal. I remember you used to love my braised ribs. Whenever I cooked that dish, you would come running like a little kitten, drawn by the aroma. Aunt Jing laughed, as if transported back to those years spent in the tubular building. Lin Xuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and replied, Aunt Jing, I don't want to trouble you. What's the matter? Have you grown accustomed to dining out and no longer wish to enjoy Aunt Jing's cooking? Please give me your phone number. I'll call you this weekend. She insisted with her commanding demeanor. Reluctantly, Lin Xuan provided his number. All right, Xiao Xian, it's settled then. I'm dining out with my colleagues today. So I want tea linger, Aunt Jing said, turning to walk away. Following her departing figure, he noticed a group of young men and women seated not far off. As Aunt Jing approached them, they all stood up to greet her. Although the surrounding environment was quite noisy, obscuring their conversations, the respect conveyed in their eyes hinted at Aunt Jing's elevated status among them. It seemed that, over the years, Aunt Jing's family had fared quite well. After a moment of reflection, Lin Xuan raised a glass of cola and drank heartily. In a whirlwind of activity, he retraced his steps back to the hotel. The night passed without further incident. The following day, shortly after waking, Lin Xuan noticed his phone ringing. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chen Jingxing. After answering, he continued brushing his teeth while asking, hello? What is the matter? Director Lin, yesterday an invitation letter was sent, and I wanted to know if you would attend, Chen Jingxing replied. What invitation? Lin Xuan inquired. It's from the Xia family. This has become a tradition. Every year around this time, some of Zhonghai's young elites host a yacht gala, inviting prominent figures, socialites, and renowned celebrities to attend. Nodding at Chen Jingxing's words, Lin Xuan spat out the mouthwash. All right, I understand. I'll see how things go that day. Noticing Lin Xuan's interest, Chen Jingxing quickly added, Director Lin, if you wish to attend, I can recommend someone, a young master from the Bai group, around your age, shrewd, and capable of guiding you to avoid any potential troubles. Pondering Chen Jingxing's suggestion for a moment, Lin Xuan nodded. After all, it would be his first time attending such a prestigious event, and having someone to accompany him would certainly be preferable to going alone. All right, please take care of the arrangements. Understood, Chen Jingxing replied before they ended the call. Chapter 44. I have never encountered such audacious individuals. Setting down his phone, Lin Xuan took a sip from the teacup on the table. This so-called yacht gala seemed akin to the extravagant parties depicted in television dramas, filled with feasting, merriment, and revelry. Although it might lack substantial significance, as the chairman of Yihua Group, attending would be fitting. Yet, whom should he bring along? After all, everyone else would have companions, and attending alone would feel rather out of place. With this thought, he picked up the phone and dialed Zhou Yuzhu. At that moment, Zhou Yuzhu had just started her shift. Upon seeing Lin Xuan's call, she quickly stepped outside to answer. Despite the store's policy prohibiting personal calls during work hours, her recent promotion to deputy store manager granted her some leeway. Ever since Lin Xuan's notable visit, especially after their relationship became known to the store manager, her status had skyrocketed. She had climbed to deputy manager in just 6 months, much to the envy of her colleagues. However, they could only envy her, as their boyfriends lacked Lin Xuan's wealth. Lin Xuan, what a surprise to receive your call. I'm at work, she said. Work? Do you have time? I need you to accompany me to a gala in a couple of days. A gala? What kind of gala? Just a regular yacht gala. Regular? Zhou Yuzhu's lips twitched at his words. Anyone who could casually spend over $1 million on clothes would hardly attend an ordinary gala. She imagined the caliber of attendees and felt a bead of sweat forming on her palm. Perhaps I should skip it. I'm just an ordinary employee, and that kind of elite gathering isn't really suitable for me. Don't worry, it's just a regular gala. Stay at the store. I'll be there shortly. Wait for me. Before Zhou Yuzhu could finish, Lin Xuan had already hung up. As she glanced at the disconnected call, a warm smile graced her face, and she murmured, after all this time, he is still so impatient. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan drove back to Zhonghai Century City. As soon as he entered, the entire 5th floor of Zhonghai Century City erupted in excitement. This individual is none other than the one who, within a single hour, extravagantly purchased millions worth of goods. Mr. Lin, we have just launched our latest product in the store. Would you care to take a look? Mr. Lin, our Chanel boutique has recently unveiled a sensational item. Shall I introduce it to you? Mr. Lin, we have several other products here. Perhaps you might want to peruse them? A throng of people surrounded Lin Xuan, eagerly introducing him, and several attractive sales clerks were unabashedly casting flirtatious glances his way. Witnessing this scene, a girl, sipping her milk tea, scoffed disdainfully. Who is this person? Why are these attendants acting as if they've gone mad? He's merely average looking. I thought we were encountering a celebrity. The boy sitting behind her shot her a glance and replied, if you were unaware, it would be wise not to speak so carelessly. The last time I visited this place, I happened to see him. Reportedly, he spent millions within just 1 hour. Millions. The girl nearly dropped her milk tea upon hearing those words. Millions worth of goods. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, her expression transformed, and she gazed at Lin Xuan with starry-eyed admiration, murmuring excitedly, oh my goodness, could he be the god of wealth you all mentioned? He's rather handsome. If I could be his girlfriend, I would willingly sacrifice a few years of my life. Observing her reaction, the boy behind her wore a look of disdain. Just moments ago, you were claiming he was merely average looking. Now you're fawning over him? Perhaps this is the allure of wealth. Lin Xuan, however, did not engage with them and made his way directly to the Gucci store where Zhou Yuzhu was situated. Upon seeing Lin Xuan's arrival, Manager Liu of Gucci hurriedly approached, respectfully stating, Mr. Lin, you have come to see Yuzhu, I presume? As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Liu called out, Yuzhu, Mr. Lin is here. Why are you still inside? Manager Liu, I have a customer here and cannot step away, Zhou Yuzhu replied, feeling quite helpless. She had just finished a phone call when a customer entered, specifically requesting her assistance. What began as a simple introduction had unexpectedly stretched to over 20 minutes, and crucially, no purchases had been made thus far. Hearing Zhou Yuzhu's voice, Manager Liu's brow furrowed slightly. She had assumed the customer would just be browsing. But the time that had elapsed was surprising. With this in mind, Manager Liu offered a polite bow to Lin Xuan and then approached the young man. Smiling as she said, Good day, this employee is currently occupied. May I have another sales associate assist you? The young man glanced at Manager Liu with a dismissive air, retorting, another? To be frank, if it weren't for the presence of someone as beautiful as Miss Zhou, I wouldn't even consider looking at your store. With that, he deliberately revealed his wristwatch. A Patek Philippe Nautilus worth 220,000, a clear emblem of affluence. In the past, merely displaying this watch would compel women to flock to him, eager to chat and flirt. He was confident that this encounter would yield similar results. Although Manager Liu briefly hesitated upon seeing the watch, it was but a fleeting moment before she cast a glance at him, internally scoffing. Umph. Does he dare flaunt a 220,000 Nautilus before Mr. Lin? The man he is comparing himself to wears a Vacheron Constantine worth over 800,000. Despite her disdain for the young man, Manager Liu maintained a benign smile. I sincerely apologize. Yuzhu is indeed occupied at the moment. If you are dissatisfied with the other staff, I kindly suggest you explore other stores. The dismissal was stark and unambiguous. Upon hearing Manager Liu's swift directive to leave, the young man's anger flared. After all, he was the general manager of a prominent company, well known in the country, who had not sought his favor over the years. How could he be treated so dismissively in this store? Humph. With a cold snort, the young man produced a gold-edged business card and, gazing at Zhou Yuzhu with fervent intent, said, Since Miss Zhou is busy, I won't intrude any longer. I am Fan Xingping, the general manager of Mingxiang Group. Should you ever contemplate a career change, feel free to contact me. My details are on the card. As for the salary, let us just say it would be considerably more than what you earn here. The implication was unmistakable. Joining him would come with significant rewards, though it would entail certain sacrifices. Zhou Yuzhu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Fan Xingping's words, yet she maintained her radiant smile. Thank you for your consideration. I will reflect on this matter myself. I am quite content working here at present. No need for you to worry. If I do require assistance, I will certainly let you know. Oh, don't be so hasty to decline. You might want to accept the card. It could prove useful in the future. Fan Xingping said with a grin, extending the card toward Zhou Yuzhu. Zhou Yuzhu was acutely aware of Fan Xingping's intentions, leaving her in a dilemma of whether to accept or reject it. Just then, a hand reached out and snatched the card from her grasp. Glancing at the details on the card, Lin Xuan scoffed, Manager Fan, your approach is quite familiar. I wonder how many times you've employed this tactic. Furthermore, I had not anticipated encountering such shamelessness today. You have truly opened my eyes. Chapter 45. Is this even human discourse? Upon witnessing Lin Xuan's actions, Fan Xingping's expression darkened. As the general manager of Mingxiang Group, He had never been treated in such a manner. Even senior management dared only to stand in respectful silence before him, scarcely uttering a word. Yet here was Lin Xuan, audaciously addressing him with such disregard. It was utterly unacceptable. However, in the presence of Zhou Yuzhu, he refrained from confronting Lin Xuan directly, as he had intended to present himself as a gentleman. Very well. Excellent. Fan Xingping sneered, fixing Lin Xuan with a piercing stare. You are the first person in days to provoke my ire. Your arrogance is astounding. Are you unaware of the consequences of such hubris? Hubris? Lin Xuan retorted with a cold laugh. Does Manager Fan not perceive his own arrogance? All right, you have some nerve. Fan Xingping ground his teeth, glaring at Lin Xuan, itching to physically confront him. Ultimately, he restrained his anger. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Lin Xuan, came the nonchalant reply. Lin Xuan, Fan Xingping repeated, then scoffed. I shall see just how long you can remain so audacious. You will come to regret this. With that, Fan Xingping turned and departed. As Fan Xingping left, Manager Lu felt a surge of satisfaction. Humph, a pauper daring to put on airs before Mr. Lin is simply courting disaster. Observing Fan Xingping's exit, Lin Xuan turned to Manager Lu with a smile. Today, would it be permissible for Yuzhu to take a leave of absence? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Manager Lu nodded without a trace of hesitation and replied, certainly. That is no problem at all. Observing Manager Lu's prompt compliance, Lin Xuan wasted no time and directly purchased several items of clothing from the store. He then turned to Zhou Yuzhu and said, Yuzhu, take a look and see which outfit you fancy. I'll buy a few for you as well. Zhou Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xuan's suggestion. What are you hesitating for? We still have a lot to buy this afternoon. Aren't you the salesperson here? You should start with a few evening gowns. Her words left Zhou Yuzhu frozen in place, lost in thought. Lin Xuan observed her expression and shrugged helplessly, then turned to Manager Lu, instructing, please package those dresses and bring me 2 pairs of high heels. Following the direction of Lin Xuan's finger, Manager Lu's excitement surged. These are all limited editions. Each piece costs over 100,000. 3 dresses and 2 pairs of high heels total nearly 500,000. Adding in the few items Lin Xuan bought earlier, it all amounts to almost 1 million. Such wealth is astonishing. Truly, the affluent live in a different realm. Unlike Fan Xingping, who spent over 20 minutes browsing yet left without purchasing anything, and even displayed a watch that was less than half the price of Mr. Lin's. That was utterly foolish. Had I not been the store manager, I would have unleashed my frustration upon that fool. The payment and delivery were executed seamlessly. Manager Lu gazed at Lin Xuan, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief, lamenting internally why she wasn't born a decade later so she could boldly pursue Lin Xuan herself. Meanwhile, the other sales staff stood in stunned silence. The manner in which he paid was simply too extravagant. If only a man could pay for me with such flair, I would be willing to do anything for him. A young girl, her hands clasped nervously and her cheeks flushed, fixated her gaze on Lin Xuan as he completed the transaction. If only I could find a boyfriend like him. Don't get your hopes up. How could someone like him ever notice you? Another chimed in. I know, I'm just daydreaming. Please don't discourage me. Here you go. This is for you. As Lin Xuan presented the 3 dresses and shoes to Zhou Yuzhu, she hurriedly waved her hands. No, this is too extravagant. I cannot accept such gifts. Lin Xuan stuffed the items into Zhou Yuzhu's hands, smiling as he said, extravagant? It's merely a few 100,000. Is that truly extravagant? Does that even make sense? Sighing, he continued, in this day and age, everything is precious, but the least valuable of all is money. After all, you can't take it with you when you go. It's only by spending it that you can unlock its true worth, wouldn't you agree? Hearing Lin Xuan's earnest words, Zhou Yuzhu opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her true feelings. She was concerned about the uncertainty of life and the ephemeral nature of wealth. Manager Lu, recognizing Lin Xuan's intentions, stepped forward as Zhou Yuzhu remained silent. Yuzhu, since this is a gift from Mr. Lin, you should graciously accept it. Moreover, he clearly wishes to express his gratitude to you. Since he has that intention, you should not refuse. Well, thank you then, Zhou Yuzhu replied. Oh, let us not dwell on thanks. Let us go explore other items, Lin Xuan said, taking Zhou Yuzhu's hand and leading her out of the Gucci store. To attend such a prestigious evening event, a watch was indispensable. Zhonghai Century City was a high-end shopping mall, boasting a plethora of luxury watch brands. Previously, Lin Xuan had purchased a watch from Vacheron Constantin, but this time he took Zhou Yuzhu directly to the Patek Philippe section. While Vacheron Constantin exuded an air of elegance, it paled in comparison to the prestige of Patek Philippe. As a globally renowned luxury brand, its prices were astonishingly steep, with entry-level models like the 491010 A012 priced at a staggering 89,000, not to mention the flagship models, Their audacity to charge such prices was well-founded, as these timepieces could be considered heirlooms, passed down through generations. It was said that training a watchmaker at Patek Philippe often took over a decade, with each watch meticulously crafted in-house and subjected to a minimum of 1,200 hours of testing before leaving the workshop. This, coupled with over a century of cultural heritage, solidified Patek Philippe's status as the king of watches. Upon entering, a beautiful saleswoman noticed Lin Xuan and quickly approached him, elegantly bowing slightly, her face illuminated by a signature smile. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you today?" Lin Xuan nodded and replied, "Please recommend a few watches for this lady." "Certainly." The saleswoman beamed, her smile widening. "These are a few of our newest ladies' watches this year, all perfectly suited to your elegance." Zhou Yuzhu gazed at the exquisite timepieces the saleswoman pointed out, but upon seeing the price tags below, she quickly frowned. "Lin Xuan, these are far too expensive. Perhaps we should visit another store." The cheapest among these watches was priced at 120,000, while the more luxurious options soared above 300,000. In this realm of opulence, Zhou Yuzhu felt anything but proud. Instead, she was overwhelmed with discomfort, wishing to flee at once. After all, the prices here surpassed even those at Gucci by several magnitudes. Hearing her, Lin Xuan chuckled just as he was about to speak. At that moment, a heavily made-up older woman, adorned with an LV bag, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu. "What business do you have at Patek Philippe without the means? Today's youth just love to flaunt, coming to such places without the cash." The older woman sneered at Lin Xuan before addressing the sales staff loudly. "I'm here to pick up my watch." She emphasized the word watch with a pointed tone. It was well known that while many visited Zhonghai Century City, few could afford Patek Philippe. "Enough with the chatter," interjected a middle-aged man accompanying her, attempting to pacify the situation. "Shut your mouth. You're such a worthless person. I truly don't understand how I ever fell for you." The middle-aged man could only lower his head in response. Witnessing this, the nearby sales staff could only offer low apologies. "Sir, I'm truly sorry." They will leave as soon as they have their watch. Despite the couple's boisterous behavior, the sales staff dared not confront them, for they had purchased several watches here before and were worth hundreds of millions. Such high-caliber clients were beyond the reproach of mere sales personnel. Before long, a stunning watch was presented by the sales staff. It was a complicated lady's watch from Patek Philippe, crafted from 18K rose gold and adorned with diamonds. Its case set with 141 shimmering gems, radiating brilliance under the lights. The older woman eagerly donned the watch, repeatedly admiring it on her wrist. After a brief moment, he nodded with satisfaction, casting a smug glance at Lin Xuan beside him, as if to say, "Did you see that? This watch is worth 410,000. If you cannot afford it, you should leave before embarrassing yourself here." Just then, a familiar system notification echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Ding! The infinite choice system has been activated. Option 1. Leave with Zhou Yuzhu, no reward, and gain the title of Turtle in Hiding. Option 2. Purchase a watch, reward, Zhou Yuzhu's affection 5. One-time double cashback. Option 3. Buy all the styles in the display case, reward, Zhou Yuzhu's affection 15, one-time tenfold cashback. Upon hearing the system's notification, a faint smile crept onto Lin Xuan's lips. Who appears when you need them most? A brother? A friend? Or perhaps parents? None of them. Only the system will show up precisely when you require it. At this moment, Lin Xuan turned to Zhou Yuzhu. "Yuzhu, since you are not interested, then." Lin Xuan hesitated and paused. "Finally leaving? Humph, it seems she possesses some self-awareness after all." Just as the older woman was about to mock him again, Lin Xuan continued, "Then let us purchase every watch in this display case." As his words fell, the entire Patek Philippe store fell into a stunned silence. They gazed at Lin Xuan, their eyes widening in disbelief, hardly able to comprehend what they had just heard. He actually said he would buy all the watches in this display case? All of them? Insanity. This man must be out of his mind. It is essential to note that there were over 20 watches in front of him. And this was no mere convenience store. This was the exclusive store of the world's top watchmaker, Patek Philippe. Each piece costs hundreds of thousands. The total for these 20-plus watches would be at least 10 million. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuzhu's delicate face changed dramatically. Although she was aware that Lin Xuan had made some money recently, it was inconceivable for him to purchase so many. At that moment, the older woman suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! Young man, are you here to jest? This is Patek Philippe. We sell watches, not radishes. You want to buy the entire display case? Do you think you're at a vegetable market?" Hearing her words, Lin Xuan did not grow angry. Instead, he sat down calmly and slowly produced a bank card from his pocket, placing it on the counter. "I will say this only once. I want one of each watch in this display case, or I shall purchase from your competitor, Vacheron Constantin." Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the saleswoman, who had been preparing to persuade him, was left speechless. Moreover, she finally noticed that Lin Xuan was wearing a Vacheron Constantin Overseas Series watch, worth 800,000, which was twice as expensive as the older woman's watch. Gulp. The female clerk felt her throat go dry. This was indeed a genuine fortune. If she offended him and he decided to purchase dozens of watches from Vacheron Constantin across the street, even if the store manager did not fire her, she would find it impossible to continue working there. Please hold on a moment. I will notify our store manager. With that, she hurriedly turned and rushed into the back, nearly tripping as she ran. Before long, a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses approached briskly. Good day, sir. I am Ren Tai, the manager of the Patek Philippe flagship store at Zhonghai Century City. May I ask for your surname? Ren Tai stepped in front of Lin Xuan, extending a business card with utmost respect. Lin Xuan glanced at the information on the card before casually placing it back on the counter. Noticing this, Ren Tai did not appear offended. Instead, he continued respectfully. Mr. Lin, you mentioned wanting to purchase all the items in the display case. Is that true? Indeed. Lin Xuan nodded. If it were not for the system's stipulation that he could only buy items from this display case, he would likely have purchased the entire Patek Philippe store. After all, this time, he was not only spending no money, but actually making a profit. Such a wonderful opportunity could not be missed. Moreover, money is meant to be spent. As long as it brings happiness, that is all that matters. Qian. Ren Tai called to the nearby saleswoman. Mr. Lin, there are currently 23 watches in this display case, of which 21 are in stock, totaling. The saleswoman named Qian quickly pressed the calculator, her voice trembling as she announced, 13, for 122, 300 yuan. 13, 42 million. Upon hearing this figure, the others looked on in astonishment. This amount could buy several apartments in Zhonghai, or even a villa. It was the dream of countless residents of Zhonghai. Yet this young man was actually spending such a sum on watches, and only 21 of them. At this moment, onlookers who had been examining watches paused their actions and turned their gazes toward Lin Xuan. While there were indeed many wealthy individuals in Zhonghai, most of them counted their real estate, including houses, cars, and companies, as part of their net worth. Few could produce over 10 million in cash at once. They genuinely wished to know if this young man could indeed take out that much money. 13, 42 million. Zhou Yuzhu bit her lip in disbelief at this figure. This amount could buy every style from Gucci. Humph, you really are putting on a show. I hope you remain this relaxed when it comes time to settle the bill. The older woman shot Lin Xuan a disdainful glare. Lin Xuan remained unfazed, merely smiling faintly. I suggest, dear old lady, that if you find yourself with nothing better to do, you should join a dance in the square instead of being a gossip here. Dear old lady. Gossip? Upon hearing these words, the older woman's face darkened. Although she was already in her 50s, the term auntie was the one she despised the most. Lin Xuan not only called her that but prefixed it with old, and in such a public setting. This was enough to send her into a rage. What did you say? You little brat. Chapter 47. Allow me to put it on for you. The older woman was about to unleash a tirade when Lin Xuan teased, I say, dear old lady, at your age, shouldn't you learn to control your temper? What if you get so worked up that you suffer a stroke? You might end up bedridden. Staring at the watch you wear. You little brat, how dare you curse me? Just wait until I tear your mouth apart. The older woman, now slightly deranged with anger, attempted to charge at Lin Xuan to rip his mouth apart. Upon witnessing her movement, a cold glint flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. This old woman truly had a fiery temper. However, before Lin Xuan could take action, a security guard from Patek Philippe rushed over and restrained the older woman. Seeing this, the older woman shouted at the two guards, what are you doing? Let me go? Simultaneously, her corpulent body struggled incessantly. Yet, against the strong guards, her flailing was as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. At that moment, Ren Tai, with a serious demeanor, addressed Ms. Wang. Though you have made a purchase at our Patek Philippe store, you are not a member of our esteemed establishment. Mr. Lin, on the other hand, has recently acquired watches exceeding 10 million, qualifying him as our high-tier member. Should you continue your unruly behavior, we shall be compelled to call security to escort you out. Although Ren Tai's words were delivered with utmost tact, the elderly woman recognized that persisting in her rudeness could indeed lead to her ejection by security. Contemplating this, she ceased her struggle and cast a fierce glare at Lin Xuan, huffing, you better make that payment. I am keen to witness how you intend to do so. Lin Xuan, however, paid her no heed and simply handed his bank card to Qian, urging, hurry up, I am pressed for time. Swiping a card? I hope you don't find yourself facing insufficient funds, the old woman jeered, though she remained still. Mr. Lin, we have rounded off your total. It amounts to 13.42 million. Kindly enter your password, Qian stated after processing the POS transaction. As Lin Xuan took the POS machine and entered his password, a series of beeps resonated through the air. With the final confirmation pressed, All present held their breath, eager to discover whether this seemingly unremarkable debit card could indeed process a sum exceeding 10 million. Seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity until a crisp chime confirmed the transaction's success, causing a collective shock among the onlookers. Had 42 million just been spent? On a debit card rather than a credit card? In that instant, everyone turned their gaze to Lin Xuan's face, hoping to catch a glimpse of any discomfort. Yet, there was no sign of regret. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Ding! Host has selected option 3. Zhou Yuju's affection 15 received a tenfold cashback once. Ding! Host has spent 42 million, cashback of 134. 2 million has been credited to the host account. Seeing this, Rintai wasted no time and summoned all the sales staff to assist Lin Xuan in packaging the watches. Meanwhile, the elderly woman's expression froze in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had scorned the notion of spending money in such a place. Yet here she was, having purchased 21 watches totaling over 10 million, while she herself had acquired only a single watch worth 410,000, less than a fraction of Lin Xuan's expenditure. What a stark contrast. Her countenance shifted from one of triumph to despair, a painful slap across her face, each moment exacerbating her humiliation. Rintai approached Lin Xuan, beaming, "Mr. Lin, here is your receipt for a total of 42 million, alongside the 21 watches you purchased." As he spoke, several staff members gently placed a Patek Philippe shopping bag before Lin Xuan. Rintai then presented a diamond gold card with both hands, stating, "Mr. Lin, as your expenditure surpasses 10 million, you will automatically become a diamond gold card member of our store. With this card, you shall enjoy VIP treatment at any Patek Philippe location, as well as a 10% discount on future purchases." 10%. That amounted to savings of several thousand. The onlookers couldn't help but envy this privilege, yet they were acutely aware that such a card required a minimum spend of 10 million to obtain. Lin Xuan accepted the card nonchalantly and turned to Zhou Yuju with a smile, asking, "Yuju, which watch do you fancy?" Embarrassed, Zhou Yuju shyly pointed to a platinum diamond watch priced at 610,000. The attentive sales staff promptly opened the packaging and presented it to Lin Xuan. Upon seeing the exquisite timepiece, Zhou Yuju's eyes mirrored a myriad of emotions. Left hand, right hand. Instinctively, she extended her left hand, only to retract it in apprehension. After all, it was a watch worth 610,000. What if she accidentally damaged it? Hold still. Lin Xuan gently grasped Zhou Yuju's delicate wrist, revealing her porcelain skin to the gazes of the onlookers. With the crisp sound of the butterfly clasp, the 610,000 Patek Philippe was successfully adorned on Zhou Yuju's left wrist. Lin Xuan, thank you. Zhou Yuju blushed, flustered, and utterly disoriented. What woman could resist such a lure? It was akin to a scene from a drama featuring a domineering CEO, quite captivating indeed. Lin Xuan smiled softly. Really? Do I appear deceptive? Zhou Yuju's bashfulness deepened at his compliment, her beautiful eyes shimmering with joy, excitement, and even a hint of anticipation. Of course not. You wear it splendidly, he replied. To which the sales staff echoed their agreement. Witnessing this scene, the elderly woman felt as though the ground beneath her was giving way. Previously, when she had come to purchase a watch, Rintai had been courteous, but now, in the face of Lin Xuan, his politeness was earnest. He might as well have been bowing before him. Yet, what could she do? After all, he had just spent over 10 million. In a desperate attempt to escape, the elderly woman hastily signaled for the man beside her to leave. However, just as they approached the exit, Lin Xuan's voice rang out. "I find this watch still lacks sophistication. It is merely 3 times the price of that old lady's timepiece." What audacity! 3 times. A watch worth over 1.2 million was deemed unrefined in Lin Xuan's eyes. This was not merely a slap in the face. It was salt rubbed into her wounds. Hearing this, the elderly woman quickened her pace, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. After a lifetime of struggle alongside her middle-aged companion, she found herself overshadowed by a mere youth. No, this was not just a gap. It was an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 48. This is the life of the affluent. Let us go. Next, I shall treat you to some exquisite jewelry. In the ensuing hours, Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuju embarked on a shopping spree within the mall, spending lavishly without a second thought. Initially taken aback by Lin Xuan's extravagant spending, Zhou Yuju eventually became numb to the experience. It was a genuine desensitization. After a couple of hours, Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuju, hand in hand, exited the shopping center amidst the respectful gazes of all around them. As for their purchases, they had attendants carrying their numerous bags. Not far behind them, 2 supervisors from Zhonghai Century City trailed with large bundles. The same 2 who had assisted Lin Xuan during his previous shopping trip. They never anticipated that they would once again be tasked with carrying Lin Xuan's purchases. Yet, there was not a hint of complaint from them. Upon arriving beside the sports car, the two individuals assisted Lin Xuan in loading his belongings into the vehicle. Lin Xuan then retrieved 2 bars of gold leaf from the car and presented them to the two men, expressing his gratitude once more. Hearing this, the men exchanged glances but accepted the cigarettes, repeatedly thanking him. "We'll be off now. We'll seek your help again for future shipments," Lin Xuan remarked with a smile, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the roar of the engine echoed as he vanished into the distance. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the two supervisors could not help but wear faint smiles of incredulity. Who would have thought that the two supervisors from Zhonghai Century City would end up as mere porters? Nevertheless, to assist Mr. Lin in his endeavors is indeed a blessing from our past lives. Indeed, it took me ages to finish just half a pack of the cigarettes Mr. Lin gifted me last time. They are simply too precious. With each puff, it feels as though I am inhaling money, one mused. After a moment of reflection, the two made their way back into Century City. Inside the sports car, Lin Xuan turned to the girl seated in the passenger seat, Zhou Yuzhu, and said with a smile, "Why don't you join me at the hotel tonight? Experience the luxury of a presidential suite." Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yuzhu nodded, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. At the top floor of the Marriott Hotel, the elevator chimed as its doors opened, revealing the entrance to the presidential suite. Lin Xuan swiped the room card, and together they stepped inside. The setting sun cast a warm glow throughout the bedroom, illuminating the space with its golden rays. The living room was adorned with a plush, comfortable blanket atop the coffee table, while the expansive view from the large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking panorama of the city. The suite's opulent decor was replete with luxurious elements, leaving Zhou Yuzhu in awe. Although she had worked at Gucci for years, she had never stayed in such lavish accommodations. Each item in the room felt like a distant dream, from the grandiose furnishings to the enormous television, even down to the smallest cup. Everything exuded an extraordinary essence. As she stood amidst this splendor, her emotions became somewhat tangled. Is this the life of Lin Xuan? Thoughts raced through Zhou Yuzhu's mind, leaving her at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Lin Xuan, oblivious to her internal struggle, led her to a guest room and asked with a smile, "What do you think of this room?" Zhou Yuzhu gazed at the space before her, instinctively nodding her head. It was truly worthy of a presidential suite, as even a single guest room boasted over 50 square meters. The amenities were remarkably comprehensive, and the floor-to-ceiling windows provided a perfect vantage point for admiring the scenery of Zhonghai City. "Since you like it, why don't you rest here for a while?" With that, Lin Xuan departed the room, leaving Zhou Yuzhu alone, bewildered. What just happened? Is he really leaving without a backward glance? The abruptness of Lin Xuan's exit made her question her own charm. Could it be that her makeup had smudged? She pulled out a compact mirror to check. No, she still looked as beautiful as ever. Well, I might as well indulge in a nice bath, after all. It's not every day one gets to stay in a presidential suite, she thought. As she prepared to draw the curtains, an artificial intelligence voice resonated through the room. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am your intelligent concierge. I have detected your intention to draw the curtains. Would you like to sleep or take a bath?" A bath," Zhou Yuzhu replied, momentarily stunned. Initially, she believed it was a figment of her imagination, but as she lifted her hand to pull the curtains, she was astonished to see them close automatically while the lighting shifted to a warm hue. The intelligent concierge's voice chimed in again. "Greetings. As per your request, I have drawn the curtains and adjusted the lighting to a warm tone. The current temperature is 18 degrees Celsius, and the water temperature has been set to 40 degrees. Ready for your bath. Should you wish for additional options, such as a milk bath, sea salt bath, or rose bath, simply voice your desires, and I will accommodate your needs." This is astonishing. Is this truly the essence of a presidential suite? Zhou Yuzhu mused inwardly. In that moment, she felt as if she were dreaming. Everything around her felt surreal, almost as if she had traversed into a world of advanced technology. Yet, it was all undeniably real. This was the true power of wealth. 20 minutes later, having finished her bath and donned a fresh outfit, Zhou Yuzhu exited the room. Hearing the door open, Lin Xuan turned his gaze towards her, his eyes lighting up with astonishment. Before him stood a girl clad in a white short-sleeved t-shirt, blue jeans, and black sneakers, her long hair cascading down to her waist. She looked remarkably pure and charming, reminiscent of a delightful neighbor girl. In an instant, Lin Xuan felt transported back to his high school days when they were deeply in love, sitting on the grass, gazing at the distant sunset while discussing their futures. However, that moment was fleeting. Lin Xuan soon regained his composure, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "You remain as beautiful as ever," he complimented, a sincere sentiment from the depths of his heart. Zhou Yuzhu's cheeks flushed with warmth. "Thank you. Your words are as sweet as they were back then." "Haha, of course. How else could I have won over the school belle like you?" Lin Xuan laughed heartily, then inquired, "Would you like something to eat?" Feeling a pang of hunger, Zhou Yuzhu responded, "Sure, let us eat downstairs." "No need to go downstairs, we can dine right here." "Upstairs. Did you order takeout?" Just then, the door chimed, and Butler Qiu entered. He first offered a slight bow to Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu before presenting two menus with utmost respect. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Zhou, here are tonight's menus. What would you like to order?" Observing this scene, Zhou Yuzhu was internally taken aback. Even a butler, and the service was incredibly attentive. Perhaps this was the life of the affluent. "Yuzhu, you order first. The chef here is quite skilled. I believe the head chef is preparing the meals." Lin Xuan gestured with a smile. In response to Lin Xuan's question, Butler Qiu respectfully affirmed, "Indeed, the dining for the presidential suite is personally prepared by our head chef. You will not be disappointed." Zhou Yuzhu nodded, having no objections, as she was indeed feeling a bit hungry after spending the afternoon with Lin Xuan. "All right," she softly replied, taking the menu and beginning to peruse its contents. Although the menu was not extensive, it offered a remarkable variety of dishes, featuring an array of Chinese cuisines from Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, and Huaiyang to Western dishes from Germany, Russia, the United States, Italy, and England. However, the prices here left her slightly taken aback. A simple dish of scallion mixed with tofu costs over 200. As for steak and similar items, none are priced below 4 digits. Yet, it is only to be expected, considering that the Marriott is indeed a bona fide 5-star hotel. The chefs here earn annual salaries in the hundreds of thousands. As for the head chef, their earnings reach into the millions. After perusing the menu for quite some time, Zhou Yuzhu was at a loss for what to order and could only awkwardly smile as she said, "Lin Xuan, why don't you choose? I genuinely don't know what to eat." Seeing this, Lin Xuan smiled and took the menu, ordering smoked steak, pan-seared silver cod, exquisite abalone, almond tarts, and to top it off, a serving of dragon chanting strawberries. The dishes Lin Xuan selected were all Michelin signature offerings. Although the prices were steep, they promised an exquisite culinary experience. Before long, Butler Qiu personally wheeled in the dinner for the two. The aroma was intoxicating. Observing the sumptuous feast before her, Zhou Yuzhu inhaled deeply, utterly entranced. "By the way, let's have a bottle of Merlot," Lin Xuan instructed Butler Qiu. Merlot. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuzhu's eyelids fluttered. While the average person may not recognize the name, as a luxury goods salesperson, she certainly had some knowledge. Though Merlot may not enjoy the same notoriety as Lafite, Latour, or Domaine de la Romanée-Conti, it is undeniably regarded as the king of wines, particularly the 1998 vintage, which is almost mythical. Each bottle released that year exuded a complex bouquet of black fruits, caramel, mocha, and vanilla, with a pure, concentrated, full-bodied taste, sweet tannins tinged with a hint of acidity, and a remarkably long finish. While its fame may not be prominent domestically, it is extraordinarily renowned in other countries, especially in Europe, where it stands as one of the most representative grape varieties. Consequently, the price of Merlot is exorbitantly high, typically starting at tens of thousands, with premium bottles reaching into the hundreds of thousands. The average person simply cannot indulge in such luxury. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yuzhu waved her hand, saying, "Lin Xuan, let us skip the wine. It's too expensive." "Not at all. It's less than a watch," Lin Xuan replied with a smile, gesturing to Butler Qiu. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yuzhu opened her mouth, realizing that he had a point. Come, let us not dwell on that. Let us eat," she said, picking up the knife and fork prepared on the table and tasting a piece of steak. Instantly, her eyes widened in astonishment. The texture was simply exquisite. The meat was tender yet chewy, with an exceptional flavor that melted in her mouth, evoking an indescribable sensation on her palate. However, what truly surprised her was the cream accompanying the steak, which possessed a subtle fragrance that was utterly smooth. She hardly noticed the taste as she savored it. It was akin to a work of art. "How is it, Yuzhu? Not bad, right?" Lin Xuan inquired with a smile, observing her reaction after her first bite. Regaining her composure at Lin Xuan's voice, Zhou Yuzhu replied, "Yes, it's delicious." Soon, the Merlot was served, already decanted. "Cheers." At the table, Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu clinked their glasses, seemingly engrossed in endless conversation. Lin Xuan poured Zhou Yuzhu a glass of red wine, and as the velvety liquid flowed down, they opened up to each other. After a satisfying meal, they reclined on the sofa, gazing at the television in the distance. Zhou Yuzhu glanced at the Patek Philippe bag on the table, her curiosity piqued. "Xiangu, didn't you buy 21 watches? Why are there only 17 left now?" "You know, these are not ordinary watches, it's Patek Philippe. Each one costs hundreds of thousands. Losing two would be like losing a small fortune." "Oh, I sent those two to my parents," Lin Xuan explained with a smile, noticing Zhou Yuzhu's worried expression. Earlier, while Zhou Yuzhu was in the shower. He had instructed Luo Wentao to send 2 watches to his parents. After all, they had never used anything of good quality throughout their lives. And now that he had the means, it was time for them to enjoy the finer things. I see. But Xiangu, your parents must be quite prominent, right? Although Zhou Yuzhu and Lin Xuan were high school classmates, she had never met his father. She had seen his mother a few times. But so much time had passed that her impression was faint. Particularly now, seeing Lin Xian's wealth, she naturally equated his parents with affluent entrepreneurs. Especially those wealthy individuals chauffeured in luxury cars, surrounded by attendants. Prominent? Just ordinary citizens, Lin Xian said thoughtfully. Ordinary citizens? Zhou Yuzhu's lips twitched at his words. Your father, who can spend over 10 million on watches and stays in a presidential suite, is an ordinary citizen. Seeing her disbelief, Lin Xian pulled out a map and pointed to a small dot on it. They really are ordinary citizens. Look, they live in Tingda County. Tingda County? Zhou Yuzhu's face reflected a hint of confusion at Lin Xian's words. Xiangu, if your family is so wealthy, why don't you live in Zhonghai City instead of such a remote place? Just today, the million spent is enough to buy a decent residence in Zhonghai City. There's nothing to be done. My parents are older and prefer to return to their hometown. Besides, the air in Tingda County is fresh, with birds singing and flowers blooming. Plus, they have acquaintances there, making it quite comfortable. If they were to come to Zhonghai, they would likely want to return within a week, Lin Xian explained. After saying this, he recalled that since he sent 3 million back for a house last time, he hadn't transferred any money to his parents since. Had Zhou Yuzhu not brought it up, he might have forgotten this important matter. With that thought, Lin Xian took out his phone and transferred 5 million to his parents using their original card number. Initially, he had considered sending 10 million. But for parents who had always lived modestly, it felt somewhat inappropriate to suddenly bestow such a large sum. It was better to give a little less. In just a moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. Seeing the call, he was not surprised at all. After all, receiving 5 million suddenly would certainly prompt a question. Hello, Mom. Immediately, a thick rural dialect erupted from the other end. Mom, don't worry. This money is from my stock trading profits, and I've made quite a bit. So you don't need to fret. As for this money, use it to buy a house back home, or perhaps even a villa. After all, villas aren't expensive there. Only about 10,000 per square meter. A 200 or 300 square meter one would suffice. As for the remainder, plant some flowers, raise some fish, or you and Dad could take a trip. You both have worked hard for most of your lives and deserve a break. After lengthy explanations, Lin Xian finally convinced his parents to believe his words. After hearing the words, Lin Xian's mother displayed a look of contentment in her eyes. You child, do not always think of the two of us. I will still save this money for you. Our current living situation is quite sufficient. By the way, your sister is going to Zhonghai City next month for her exams and has been clamoring to see you. Before she could finish, a crisp voice echoed from the phone. Brother, how are you doing in Zhonghai City? I'm going to take the art entrance exam next month, and I plan to visit you. Upon hearing his sister's voice, Lin Xian recalled that the university she had longed to attend was indeed Zhonghai City's art university. Time had flown by, and the entrance exam was just around the corner. A smile crept onto Lin Xian's lips as he thought of his sister's character. She had always been resolute in her decisions, and her intention to visit him was undoubtedly genuine. The mere thought of seeing that little girl again warmed his heart. Although his sister had grown up, in Lin Xian's eyes, she would forever remain his little girl. All right, when you arrive, just call me, and I will come to pick you up at the station. Yay, the little girl exclaimed, dancing with joy upon hearing Lin Xian's agreement. Both she and Lin Xian had never left their hometown before attending university, so she was particularly eager to experience the bustling metropolis of Zhonghai City. Thus, when she heard her brother's permission to visit, she immediately jumped for joy. However, do not forget the main purpose of your visit. If you do not perform well on the entrance exam, I will have to deal with you, Lin Xian said with a feigned sternness. Upon hearing his words, the little girl pouted in defiance. Humph, brother, don't underestimate me. I am working very hard. All right, you are impressive. Now, please return the phone to our mother, Lin Xian said, unable to suppress a chuckle at his sister's proud tone. Despite her mischievousness, she obediently returned the phone to Lin's mother. Mom, we've settled this. You should buy a house in our hometown. The money we save for the house amounts to over 8 million. A small villa should be quite nice. In our hometown, a villa costs around 34 million, and with renovations, it would be just over 5 million. Oh, and don't forget to buy Meng Meng a few beautiful outfits. She is 18 now and deserves some lovely clothes. Although Lin Xian spoke casually, the words struck Zhou Yuzhu with astonishment. Buying a villa worth several million so casually. In a small city, most people purchase houses for investment, preferring to spend millions in a big city for a tiny apartment rather than buy a villa back home. Yet for Lin Xian, these millions were like drops of water in the small county of his hometown, merely for the purpose of providing for the elderly and cultivating flowers. This truly exemplified the mindset of the affluent. Spending millions seemed as trivial as spending hundreds, without batting an eye. Moreover, from the earlier conversation, it was evident that his parents felt Lin Xuan's funds were still insufficient. Was this a joke? He had just spent 10 million on a watch today. How could that not be enough? As Lin Xuan's parents, they naturally understood how lavishly he spent. Could it be? In an instant, Zhou Yuzhu's mind was flooded with thoughts, almost struggling to accept the reality of it all. However, upon witnessing Lin Xuan's composed demeanor, she realized everything was indeed true. This thought was simply too overwhelming. Shaking her head vigorously, she attempted to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Seeing this, Lin Xuan chuckled. "What's the matter with you?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," Zhou Yuzhu replied as she grabbed a glass of red wine from the table and took a hearty gulp. Lin Xuan was taken aback at this sight. What was going on? Was she drinking wine or water? Simultaneously, Zhou Yuzhu was also astonished. She merely wanted to quench her thirst, but had unknowingly grabbed red wine. Although the wine was exquisite in taste, it was not meant to be consumed in such a manner. Moments later, Zhou Yuzhu felt herself becoming slightly lightheaded. Subsequently, she found herself clinging to Lin Xuan as if she were a plaster, unable to break free despite several attempts. Given the situation, Lin Xuan felt no need to be courteous. After all, he was no saint. How could he remain unperturbed? Arrangements were in order. For once, Lin Xuan, who typically rose early, decided to indulge in a rare bout of laziness. Gazing out at the bright sun, Zhou Yuzhu nestled against Lin Xuan, drawing circles with her fingers. "Brother, how long did you book this hotel room for? This presidential suite is incredibly comfortable." As she spoke, Zhou Yuzhu caressed the mattress, savoring its plushness. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and raised a finger, indicating a week? Zhou Yuzhu instinctively replied, recalling her search on her phone the previous day. This room cost 38,000 a night, and Lin Xuan had booked it for an entire week. That amounted to 266,000. Filled with admiration, Zhou Yuzhu thought of the most expensive room she had stayed in before, which was only a couple of hundred a night. Yet, Lin Xuan had come straight to the presidential suite and reserved it for an entire week. How astonishing. However, Lin Xuan shook his head. "You are mistaken. It is not a week." "Not a week? Could it be 10 days? It is a month." Uffed. Zhou Yuzhu was left utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. 38,000 a night for a presidential suite, booked for an entire month. No wonder there was a private butler. It suddenly dawned on her why the hotel staff had been so respectful upon their arrival. Lin Xuan had indeed booked a presidential suite for an entire month. Suddenly, she realized she had been lying on the bed for what felt like 10 hours. 10 hours. That was 15,000. In that moment, Zhou Yuzhu felt as though she had not merely slept, but had spent wealth. Every second spent on that bed felt like burning through stacks of cash. At that moment, her worldview was once again transformed. Chapter 51. Greetings, Director Lin. The two continued to slumber until noon before finally rising for a meal. After dining, they returned to the bed to once again ponder the intricacies of life until the next morning. Since Chen Jingxing had informed Lin Xuan over the phone that they would be setting sail today, Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu made a point to wake up a little earlier. At that moment, Lin Xuan was clad in a pristine white suit paired with white leather shoes, exuding an aura reminiscent of a dashing young nobleman on television, turning heads with his presence. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuzhu was adorned in a deep blue gown, her hair elegantly styled, exposing her graceful neck, complemented by a white necklace and a diamond hairpin. With high heels completing her look, adorning his wrist was the latest model of Patek Philippe, exuding an air of dignified elegance, yet with a hint of allure that rendered him utterly captivating. Lin Xuan gazed at Zhou Yuzhu, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It appears that you truly are well suited to wearing formal attire." Upon receiving Lin Xuan's compliment, Zhou Yuzhu's cheeks flushed with a tinge of bashfulness, though her eyes sparkled with happiness as she responded, "Hee, of course. After all, it was you who chose it for me. Now, let us hasten our departure." Meanwhile, outside the Marriott Hotel, a fleet of over 10 black sedans stood ready, poised like sentinels. Among these vehicles, a lone extended Rolls-Royce occupied the center, while the others were all top-tier Mercedes-Benz G-Class models, each with a retail price of no less than 3 million. Surrounding each car were imposing figures clad in black suits, emanating an extraordinary presence akin to that of bodyguards from a film or television drama. These formidable men cast reverent glances toward the entrance of the Marriott, seemingly awaiting a significant arrival. However, the crux of the matter lay not with the multitude of vehicles, but rather with the middle-aged man stationed by the passenger door of the Rolls-Royce. This man, robust in stature and possessing a resolute countenance, donned a sharply tailored suit that conveyed an impression of efficiency and competence. Should anyone recognize him, they would surely exclaim in astonishment. This was none other than Chen Jingxing, the CEO of Yihua Group. Typically, Chen Jingxing traveled with only 2 or 3 vehicles. Yet today he had summoned a convoy of over 10. Such a spectacle was undeniably extravagant, leaving many passers-by in awe. My goodness, what is happening here? Why are there so many cars parked at the entrance? And not a single one is worth less than 2 million. I have no idea, but judging by their demeanor, it seems they are waiting for someone, came the reply. Waiting for whom? Even if it were royalty, they shouldn't be congregating at the Marriott's entrance like this. Surely the hotel management must intervene? Intervene? That's pure ignorance. Do you know who stands by the Rolls-Royce's passenger door? A voice interjected dismissively. Upon hearing this, curious onlookers gathered around, eager to inquire. Brother, do you know who he is? He looks quite distinguished. His status must be significant. A secretary, perhaps? He is none other than Chen Jingxing, the CEO of Yihua Group, came the response. Yihua Group. Chen Jingxing. The revelation sent ripples of disbelief through the crowd. Those who could afford to stay at a 5-star hotel, like the Marriott, undoubtedly knew of the prominence of Yihua Group and Chen Jingxing's name. This can't be true. I recall seeing reports about a significant meeting where only vice presidents were present. Why would Chen himself be here today to pick someone up? Could it be that the person he is meeting holds a rank higher than his own? At this thought, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Indeed, I recently caught wind of some rumors. Apparently, a month ago, the chairman of Yihua Group was replaced after the Zhou family sold all their shares to a mysterious buyer. What? Sold out? The astonishment among the bystanders was palpable. They were well aware that while the Zhou family wasn't the leading enterprise in Zhonghai, they were certainly one of the top contenders. The notion that someone could acquire shares in Yihua Group from them was utterly astounding. Is this information credible? One person asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Absolutely. A friend of mine, who is a mid-level manager at Yihua Group, overheard it from a superior, came the assured response. My heavens. What kind of fortune must it take to orchestrate such a corporate acquisition? The Zhou family has long been entrenched in the entertainment industry and is currently on the rise, even competing with established families. There would be no reason for them to liquidate their Yihua Group shares. This can only imply that the individual behind the acquisition possesses immense clout, perhaps even surpassing that of the Zhou family, compelling them to sell against their will. Could it be the son of a powerful family from Beijing? As this speculation circulated, the crowd was filled with a sense of astonishment. It was said that the mysterious buyer had yet to reveal himself, but it seemed they would soon have the opportunity to glimpse him. Does this mean we might actually see him today? One mused. I suspect he will be a young gentleman, perhaps the scion of a prestigious lineage. This remark ignited curiosity among the crowd, eager to behold the visage of this enigmatic figure. At that moment, many who sought to enter or exit the hotel were deterred by the imposing scene at the entrance, opting instead to linger outside, while even those within the hotel instinctively cleared a path, wary of offending someone of significant import. Suddenly, with the elevator doors parting, 2 figures emerged, engaged in jovial conversation, blissfully unaware that the path leading to the hotel entrance had been entirely vacated. A petite influencer, clutching her smartphone, aimed to capture the scene inside the hotel. Intrigued by the commotion, however, her shot was abruptly obstructed as the 2 figures stepped into her frame, prompting her to frown slightly. Who are you? Step aside and don't block my view. If you want to bask in the limelight, go elsewhere, she exclaimed, brazenly addressing the 2. The onlookers exchanged amused glances, eager to see the unfortunate soul daring enough to traverse so boldly. However, in the next instant, Chen Jingxing advanced, his expression one of utmost respect, followed by a cadre of bodyguards who simultaneously bowed. Mr. Lin. Their voices reverberated throughout the Marriott, sending a tremor of astonishment through all present. Chapter 52. Gossip? Get lost. Chen Jingxing's voice echoed through the hotel, causing the eyes of the crowd to widen in disbelief. Mr. Lin? Could it be that the young man we just saw is the newly appointed chairman of Yihua Group? In that moment, an overwhelming sense of shock enveloped the spectators. Whether they were hotel guests passing by, hotel staff, or influencers drawn by the unfolding drama, the legendary figure who had acquired Yihua Group from the Zhou family was among them. The influencer, who had just moments ago been mocking the 2, suddenly changed her demeanor, quickly scanning her surroundings. Realizing the gravity of the situation and that no one was paying her any mind, she hurriedly stowed her phone and retreated with her tail between her legs. She had no choice but to flee. Who were they? The chairman of Yihua Group. And more importantly, the formidable force behind him was undoubtedly more potent than the Zhou family. If such an esteemed individual were to hear her earlier remarks, it could lead to consequences far beyond mere internet backlash. At that moment, Zhou Yuzhu felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness, yet she maintained her composure. If she truly wished to become Lin Xuan's partner, she must adjust her mindset and refrain from being overly startled by every situation. Approaching her, Chun Jingxing respectfully stated, Mr. Lin, the convoy is ready. You may depart at your convenience. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan waved his hand and remarked, let us depart now. The multitude of vehicles obstructing the entrance of the hotel is hindering their business. In response to Lin Xuan's words, Luo Wentao, who had been silent until then, hurriedly interjected with a smile, Mr. Lin, what are you saying? As long as you desire, we could host a luxury car exhibition right here. Alas, I do not possess such an abundance of luxury cars, Lin Xuan replied, shaking his head. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin, your modesty is excessive. With your remarkable youth and potential as the heir to Yihao Group, not only could you occupy the lobby of this Marriott hotel, but the entire establishment would be at your disposal. Luo Wentao continued with flattering enthusiasm. All right, enough with the flattery. Mr. Chun, let us be on our way, Lin Xuan declared. With that, he took Zhou Yuzhu by the arm and settled into the rear of the Rolls-Royce, while Chun Jingxing occupied the front passenger seat and instructed the driver, let us proceed. As Chun Jingxing's command resonated, the convoy gradually began to move, slowly departing from the hotel entrance. Observing the procession leave, those standing at the hotel in trance gradually emerged from their state of shock. At that moment, two attendants from the Marriott Hotel engaged in hushed conversation. Did you catch a glimpse of what Mr. Lin looked like? One asked. Not really. I was too astonished earlier and was lost in thought, the other replied. I share your sentiment. However, I did manage to steal a glance at the woman beside Mr. Lin. Wow, was she not breathtaking? Isn't that stating the obvious? Words like beauty surpassing the fish and the geese, and the moon and the flowers fall short of capturing her allure. Especially her figure, so perfectly proportioned, it is the stuff of men's dreams. Goodness, is it truly that exaggerated? Come on, confess. Did you harbor any improper thoughts about that beauty? What do you mean by improper thoughts? That is merely a natural admiration. I am a robust man, and I have encountered countless beauties. Just as he continued to boast, he caught sight of Luo Wentao glaring at him with a stern expression, prompting him to cease his chatter immediately. Luo Wentao reached out and patted the shoulder of one of the attendants. Gather your things and report to the finance department at once. How dare you gossip behind Mr. Lin's back? Be gone. Meanwhile, in front of the headquarters of the Bai Group in Zhonghai City, three figures stood at the entrance, surrounded by numerous high-ranking officials of the Bai Group. Although the Bai Group is relatively smaller compared to Yihao Group, it remains a corporation valued at over $1 billion. Among the trio, a younger man turned to the middle-aged man beside him and inquired, Father, do you truly believe that the newly appointed chairman of Yihao Group will come personally? The middle-aged man shot the youth a glare. What do you mean? Do you believe? This information came directly from your Uncle Chun. When you meet him, do not utter a single incorrect word, or you shall see how I will deal with you. Having said that, the middle-aged man gazed into the distance, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The youth, clearly taken aback, responded, if I recall correctly, Yihao Group was previously under the ownership of the Zhou family. Acquiring such a corporation would require around 5 billion, would it not? 5 billion. That equates to 10 times the value of our Bai Group. Thus, I will accompany you. According to Uncle Chun, the new chairman is of a similar age to you. If you can forge a connection with him, our Bai family will ascend to new heights. The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with hope. It is vital to note that due to recent market fluctuations, many enterprises in Zhonghai City have experienced significant downturns, and the Bai family is no exception. As a mid-sized family, they must seek their own support. Presently, the ideal opportunity lies before them, the Yihao Group. Should they successfully establish a relationship with Yihao Group, it would not be an exaggeration to say the Bai family could soar to unprecedented heights. With this thought, the middle-aged man glanced at the young woman standing beside the youth and smiled. How you? If you can win Mr. Lin's favor, I will arrange for Xuan Yuan's parents to visit our home to discuss your marriage. Upon hearing his father's words, Bai Haoyu's eyes lit up, and he excitedly asked, Father, is that truly the case? The middle-aged man nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. I keep my promises. Should you forge a friendship with Mr. Lin, I will have Xuan Yuan's parents come to Zhonghai City for a face-to-face discussion regarding your marriage. All right, as long as you can arrange for Xuan Yuan's parents to visit, I will not disappoint you. Bai Haoyu exclaimed, glancing eagerly at the young woman beside him. At that moment, Xian Yuan looked back at Bai Haoyu with tearful eyes, both having long awaited this moment. Xian Yuan, from a humble background, had met and fallen in love with Bai Haoyu during their university days, unaware of his identity as the heir of the Bai Group. However, upon discovering this, Bai Haoyu's father, Bai Xiongji, staunchly opposed the relationship, upholding the principle of social standing. Yet, the bond between Bai Haoyu and Xian Yuan ran deep, leading to a persistent rift between father and son. Therefore, when Bai Haoyu heard his father speak such words, he was filled with joy. At this moment, Xian Yuan understood the significance of the approaching guests and knew she must tread carefully. for missteps could lead to dire consequences. Just then, the distant roar of engines echoed, drawing everyone's attention as several vehicles gradually came to a halt at the company entrance. Chapter 53. An opportunity arises. Mr. Lin has arrived. Upon seeing the approaching convoy, Bai Xiongji hastily led the senior executives to greet them, welcoming Lin Xuan as he alighted from the vehicle. Greetings, Mr. Lin. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. Seeing you in person confirms the adage that one must not judge a person solely by hearsay. Bai Xiongji approached Lin Xuan with a beaming smile, speaking with utmost reverence. Observing Bai Xiongji's demeanor and tone, Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile slightly. This individual certainly possesses an interesting character, showering compliments upon their first encounter, despite Lin Xuan having been the chairman of Yihao Group for less than 2 months. As the saying goes, those in business often possess a thick skin. Although it was Lin Xuan's first meeting with Bai Xiongji, Chen Jingxing had provided introductions during the car ride. The elder gentleman was the current president of the Bai Group, Bai Xiongji, while the younger man at his side was his son, Bai Haoyu, and the beautiful woman beside Bai Haoyu was his girlfriend, Su Xian. Noticing Bai Xiongji's warm welcome, Lin Xuan naturally reciprocated with a smile. You must be President Bai. It is a pleasure to meet you. Indeed, indeed. I am Bai Xiongji, the elder replied. As Bai Xiongji stood behind him, Bai Haoyu regarded Lin Xuan with even greater respect upon witnessing his youth as the chairman of Yihao Group. At that moment, Zhou Yuzhu also disembarked from the vehicle. Seeing her approach, Bai Xiongji eagerly moved forward to shake her hand. Though this time the handshake was brief and devoid of lingering familiarity, Bai Xiongji engaged in conversation with Lin Xuan for a while before proposing, Mr. Lin, would you care to join me for a moment? Just a few days ago, I acquired a small pouch of exquisite Da Hong Pao tea from Wuyang, costing over 5 million. Would you like to sample it? Upon hearing this, Bai Haoyu was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that his father had visited Wuyang, but he never imagined that he would spend 5 million on a mere pouch of Da Hong Pao. What was more astonishing was that he, as the son, was completely unaware of this. It is well known that Da Hong Pao is a rare and luxurious tea, highly sought after by affluent connoisseurs due to its exceptional aroma, which can be discerned through the leaves. Such tea is indeed a rare treasure. Despite the tea's immense value, Lin Xuan glanced at his watch and waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, it is getting late today. Perhaps we can enjoy tea together another time. Very well. I shall certainly reserve this Da Hong Pao for you, Mr. Lin. I look forward to your next visit, Bai Xiongji replied, casting a glance at Bai Haoyu. Haoyu, why are you still standing there? Come over and greet Mr. Lin. At this, Bai Haoyu hurriedly approached. Bai Xiongji, beaming with a smile, introduced, Mr. Lin, this is my son, Bai Haoyu. He will be your guide today. Greetings, Mr. Lin. Bai Haoyu said respectfully as he stepped forward. Meanwhile, Su Xian, standing nearby, also greeted Lin Xuan, though her voice trembled noticeably. Observing their demeanor, Lin Xuan merely nodded slightly and refrained from further comments. Seeing Lin Xuan's expression, Bai Xiongji sighed inwardly. As expected, Chen Jingxing's speculation was accurate. This young gentleman from Yanjing undoubtedly looked down upon his modest company. Nevertheless, Bai Xiongji maintained his cheerful demeanor. Just as he was about to speak again, when Zhou Yuzhu suddenly asked curiously, Su Xian, did you graduate from Zhonghai University of Finance? At Zhou Yuzhu's unexpected inquiry, both Bai Haoyu and Bai Xiongji were momentarily puzzled, but Bai Haoyu quickly understood the implication of Zhou Yuzhu's question. He glanced at Su Xian and promptly replied, yes. Su Xian graduated from Zhonghai University of Finance. Zhou Yuzhu continued, did you work in the student union during your time there? Bai Haoyu turned his gaze directly towards Su Xian. Naturally timid, Su Xian felt nervous with everyone looking at her and quickly nodded. Yes, but my time there was brief. I spent some time in the publicity department from my freshman to sophomore year. Do you remember me? I was the head of the publicity department at that time. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Yuzhu's words, suddenly recalling something, and exclaimed in delight, Director Zhou. Lin Xuan, intrigued, turned to Zhou Yuzhu. Do you two know each other? Indeed. During my university days, I served as the head of the publicity department, and Su Xian was one of its members. I had been observing her closely and thought she resembled someone I knew, so I asked, I cannot believe how stunningly beautiful you have become over the years. Where is the beauty in that? Clearly, you, Director Zhou, have become even more exquisite. Su Xian blushed slightly at the compliment. Witnessing this unexpected exchange, Bai Xiongji felt a surge of joy. He had been pondering how to strengthen his relationship with Lin Xuan, and now, an opportunity had presented itself. He quickly added, I had no idea that Su Xian and you were college classmates. This is perfect. You two can catch up on your journey. Su Xian nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Director Zhou. We haven't been in touch since graduation, so encountering you here is truly serendipitous. Indeed, Zhou Yuzhu agreed. Miss Zhou, Su Xian and my son are also on the verge of tying the knot, so you and Mr. Lin must come to celebrate. I shall raise a toast to you both. At by Xiongji's words, both Su Xian and Bai Hao Yu were taken aback. Although his father had suggested that Su Xian's parents come for a discussion, it was merely a conversation, and the outcome was uncertain. Suddenly declaring a wedding seemed like a drastic shift. However, Bai Hao Yu was not oblivious. He understood that this was all due to Su Xian's acquaintance with Zhou Yuzhu, who happened to be Lin Xian's girlfriend. Lin Xian nodded in acknowledgement. If time permits, I will certainly attend. Excellent. Now it is getting late. Let us set off. Bai Hao Yu suggested, looking at Zhou Yuzhu and Su Xian. Mr. Lin, seeing as they haven't met in a long time, why don't you all ride in my car? I can drive. Lin Xian agreed with a nod, signaling to Chun Jingxing, who understood and discreetly stepped back. While the Bai group was smaller compared to the Yihao group, their vehicle was still a luxurious Maybach worth several million. Thus, the group set off in the Maybach towards the port, with Chun Jingxing and other vehicles following closely behind. Chapter 54, The Emperor's Cruise Ship. Such a convoy of dozens of vehicles naturally drew countless gazes. Wow, what is that? Such a long convoy. I wonder which affluent young master is traveling. This is quite an impressive lineup. I've never seen so many luxury cars traveling together before. If only I could meet those inside. You? I think you should reconsider. Those young masters surely know plenty of ladies. Don't be so realistic. Let me dream a little. This time, Bai Xiongji spared no expense in showcasing the Bai group, dispatching all their luxury vehicles to welcome Lin Xian, each valued at over $1 million. As the crowd beheld the procession, they erupted into lively discussions, with many pulling out their phones to capture the spectacle. Half an hour later, the convoy slowly entered East Seaport. Although the procession was striking from the outside, it appeared somewhat ordinary within the bustling East Seaport, which was already filled with a variety of luxury vehicles. The least expensive among them was at least $500,000, with those exceeding $1 million comprising over 80% of the fleet. To an uninformed passerby, it would seem as if a luxury car exhibition was underway. This illustrates the vast numbers and high status of the attendees at the cruise gathering. Not far from East Seaport, a magnificent cruise ship rested at the docks. As Lin Xian disembarked and gazed at the opulent vessel before him, he could not help but nod in approval. The cruise ship was simply stunning. Its pristine white exterior shimmered brilliantly, resembling jade, and radiated a subtle glow that made it appear almost sacred. Moreover, the ship's four corners were adorned with 4 enormous gemstones, each square-shaped and casting a gentle silver sheen against the white hull, creating an exceptionally dazzling sight. Lin Xian had heard of wealthy individuals establishing such luxurious cruise ships in the East Sea, but he had never known their exact locations. Now, he beheld such a luxurious cruise ship with his own eyes and was profoundly amazed. Mr. Lin, this cruise ship is named the Deep Sea Princess, constructed over the span of a decade by the esteemed British shipbuilder Tobias Foster. The vessel measures approximately 230 meters in length, over 80 meters in width, and stands around 50 meters tall, weighing 80,000 tons. It has the capacity to accommodate more than 3,000 passengers, making it the largest cruise ship in the entire city of Zhonghai. Bai Xiongji stepped out of the car, guiding a few individuals into the docking area of the opulent vessel. While the ship is impressive in stature, the general public is limited to the lower and middle decks. Only those who possess an invitation can access the upper decks. Mr. Lin, the upper decks are filled with young gentlemen and ladies of your generation, so I, being an old man, shall refrain from mingling. Bai Xiongji chuckled and took his leave. Although he had an invitation, he preferred to depart early to allow his son to approach Lin Xian. Very well, Lin Xian nodded, glancing at Chun Jingxing beside him. Mr. Chun, you may also explore at your leisure. As the two departed, Bai Hao Yu was the first to speak. Mr. Lin, shall we ascend? Lin Xian nodded and boarded the exclusive outdoor elevator. The elevator, composed entirely of transparent tempered glass, offered a breathtaking view of the sea. Seagulls soared above the waves, and the gentle sea breeze carried the refreshing scent of the ocean, invigorating the spirit. Standing within the elevator, Lin Xian gazed at the stunning seascape, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, the scenery here is truly magnificent. At that moment, Bai Hao Yu also admired the view, exclaiming, "This ocean vista is extraordinarily beautiful." After ascending for a while, the elevator came to a halt. Stepping out, they beheld the deck before them, which was bustling with numerous young men and women, each clad in resplendent attire. They donned tuxedos, evening gowns, suits, or princess dresses. Every individual exuded elegance and sophistication, embodying the image of affluent heirs. While the women may not all possess breathtaking beauty, their demeanor radiated an extraordinary grace, unmistakably indicative of their noble lineage. Yet, such individuals were in the minority. Most were adorned with the typical features of internet celebrities, and some were even prominent stars from the silver screen. Though they might reign supreme in the eyes of their fans, here, they were merely companions to others, and some gazes directed at them were laced with disdain. Perhaps to their admirers, they were exalted stars, but to these individuals, they were merely performers. In the presence of the scions and young ladies from illustrious families, these entertainers were hardly noteworthy. As Lin Xuan and his companions approached the deck, they immediately captured the attention of the majority present. Clad in a white suit, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, Lin Xuan exuded an air of aloofness and elegance, akin to a divine being descending to earth, commanding an aura of formidable presence. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuzhu donned a form-fitting evening gown that radiated grace, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, rendering all the women present pale by comparison. Bai Haoyu, dressed in a black suit, emanated an air of coldness and authority, yet tempered with a refined elegance, imparting an exceptionally comforting impression. Although Su Xian may not rival Zhou Yuzhu in beauty, she was still quite lovely, causing several gentlemen to discreetly swallow hard. Wow, who are they? They are so handsome. I recognize the gentleman in the black suit. He is Bai Haoyu, the son of the Bai group. The beautiful lady beside him must be his girlfriend, Su Xian. As for the other two, I am not certain. Those two possess remarkable looks and demeanor. They seem to be from elsewhere. A multitude of gazes fell upon Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu, instantly making them the focal point of the entire hall. Among them, some young men regarded Zhou Yuzhu with evident desire, yet, unaware of Lin Xuan's identity, they could only restrain themselves. While Lin Xuan had grown accustomed to such attention, Zhou Yuzhu felt a twinge of anxiety. However, Lin Xuan gently squeezed her hand, alleviating much of her tension and unease. Chapter 55, Acquaintances. As they surveyed the crowd, Bai Haoyu introduced Lin Xuan to each person. Mr. Lin, over there, the gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses is Guo Yunfei, the second son of the Guo family from Zhonghai. And the lady in the burgundy gown is Zhao Xuefei from Zhao Pharmaceuticals. After listening for a while, Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. He held little interest in these wealthy second-generation heirs, although some of them had insightful perspectives on certain matters, proving to be astute observers of the world. The notion of competing with them was somewhat fanciful, as his own starting point was far beneath theirs. Naturally, while such individuals existed, they were few and often entrenched within their own circles, making it difficult for outsiders to penetrate their ranks or forge connections. However, the majority resembled the stereotypical wealthy second generation portrayed in dramas or news, often appearing somewhat portly and typically accompanied by one or two women, who were mostly internet celebrities or movie stars, giving off an overtly ostentatious vibe. Though they were merely in their 20s or 30s, they appeared frail, some even exhibiting pallid complexions. Noting Lin Xian's disinterest, Bai Haoyu ceased his introductions and proposed, Mr. Lin, would you care to join us for a few rounds of play? A few rounds of play? Upon hearing Bai Haoyu's suggestion, Lin Xuan quickly grasped the implication. With most of Zhonghai's elite gathered here, what else could they possibly engage in? Video games. Such pursuits were reserved for the ordinary. At this level of gathering, the only pastime was gambling. Although such congregated gambling is illegal domestically, it posed no issue on international waters. While Lin Xuan understood Bai Haoyu's intent, Zhou Yuzhu, curious, inquired, what do you mean by playing a few rounds? Miss Yuzhu, we are referring to the casino. This ship boasts a luxurious world-class casino. Many wealthy young men board merely for the gambling. Upon hearing Bai Haoyu's words, Lin Xuan nodded. Many of Zhonghai's elite were known for their extravagant lifestyles, so their inclination to gamble aboard such an opulent cruise ship was hardly surprising. Very well. Let us venture inside and test our luck. With that, the four made their way toward the casino located on the 18th floor at the heart of the cruise ship. As they entered the casino, Zhou Yuzhu and Su Xian instinctively covered their mouths, not for any particular reason other than the sheer magnitude of the space. Adorned in resplendent opulence, no wonder it was hailed as a world-class casino. The level of decor and atmosphere was astounding, especially aboard a cruise ship. However, as they had yet to reach international waters, the majority of patrons within the casino were simply seated and engaged in conversation. Lin Xuan and his companions casually found a place to converse amongst themselves. At that moment, the grand entrance of the casino was pushed open once more, and several figures sauntered in. The arrival of these individuals elicited soft gasps from the onlookers. Leading the group was a tall and slender man of striking appearance, clad in a blue suit adorned with a golden flower pin that gleamed brilliantly at his lapel. Yet, his complexion bore an unsettling pallor that belied his years, imparting an air of fragility as if he could stumble at any moment. A smirk of disdain graced his lips, as though he regarded those around him who sought to engage him in conversation as mere ants or even pests. His left arm was linked with a captivating woman draped in a deep crimson gown. She possessed a tall and slender figure, her features exquisitely delicate, exuding an alluring charm. However, it was her enchanting eyes that drew the gaze of many male attendees, inciting thoughts of embracing her and planting a kiss upon her lips. Yet, such notions dissipated as swiftly as they arose, primarily due to the young man beside her, Lin Xuan, the scion of the Lin Xuan group. My heavens! Is that truly young Master Lu? To think he has graced us with his presence. Indeed, he seems to have been absent from the scene for several years. I had hoped to make his acquaintance, but never crossed paths with him. This time, I must not let the opportunity slip away. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. The ranks of those wishing to befriend young Master Lu are too numerous. Better to save oneself the trouble. Nonetheless, the beauty by his side is undeniably exquisite, particularly her mesmerizing gaze that stirs the heart. Indeed, one wonders from where young Master Lu procured such a beauty. It is evident she was sourced from the entertainment industry. Have you forgotten the connection between the Lin Xuan group and Huasher Entertainment? With Huasher Entertainment in play, what sort of beauty could elude them? Huasher Entertainment? If memory serves. Isn't young Master Lu's family primarily involved in the catering business? How do they intertwine with Huasher Entertainment? You seem to be misinformed. While the Lin Xuan group is not an entertainment enterprise, the head of the Lin Xuan group, young Master Lu's father, is in fact the younger brother of the chairman of Huasher Entertainment. What? The younger brother of the chairman of Huasher Entertainment? The young man could not help but express his astonishment. Huasher Entertainment stands as one of the nation's foremost entertainment companies, rivaling Ehai Entertainment, with its artists dominating a significant share of the domestic film and television industry, with a market value in the hundreds of billions. It is no wonder they can attract such a rare gem. Merely gazing upon her nearly causes my mouth to water. As Lin Xuan approached, a throng of admirers converged upon him, yet he exhibited no interest whatsoever. He simply instructed the young men accompanying him to fend off those who sought to encroach upon his space. Observing this display, Bai Haoyu curled his lip in disdain, remarking, I truly fail to comprehend what Lin Xuan is so proud of. If it weren't for his uncle's status as chairman of Huasher Entertainment, the Lu family would likely have long since gone bankrupt. Bai Haoyu was keenly aware of the rivalry between Huasher Entertainment and Ehai Entertainment, and his own Bai group was wholeheartedly aligned with Ehai as they aspired to ascend the ranks alongside the latter. Thus, encountering Lin Xuan naturally elicited no cordiality from him. Hearing Bai Haoyu's remarks, Lin Xuan turned his gaze towards the unfolding scene. Upon observing Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan couldn't help but shake his head. The existence of such individuals as wealthy second-generation heirs truly squandered societal resources, accomplishing nothing beyond indulgence and revelry. However, just as Lin Xuan was about to redirect his attention, two familiar figures suddenly appeared before his eyes. Initially suspecting it to be a mere illusion, he soon realized he was indeed not mistaken. It was his ex-girlfriend, Zhang Linlin, accompanied by her brother, Zhang Zifan. Chapter 56, A Self-Inflicted Predicament. Had they not previously fallen into ruin due to Zhang Zifan's gambling addiction, depleting their family's finances? As a result, Zhang Linlin was even taken by those debt collectors to settle their debts. So what were they doing here? A multitude of questions swirled in Lin Xuan's mind. Yet, upon witnessing the intimate gestures exchanged between Zhang Linlin and Lin Xuan, he began to piece together the circumstances. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Linlin's gaze caught Lin Xuan's, and her brows furrowed, causing her good mood to dissipate entirely. What an unfortunate encounter with him here. At that moment, Zhou Yuzhu was still linked arm in arm with Lin Xuan, and from Zhang Linlin's perspective, the two appeared exceptionally close. What is the matter? Seeing Zhang Linlin's reaction, Lin Xuan followed her line of sight towards Lin Xuan and company. Zhang Linlin, aware of Lin Xuan's temperament, knew that a mere spark from her would ignite his fury. With this in mind, she feigned indifference, saying, Oh, young Master Lu, it's nothing significant. I merely ran into my ex-boyfriend. I never expected to see him in such an upscale setting. It truly catches me by surprise. An ex-boyfriend? Lin Xuan was unfazed by Zhang Linlin's words. After all, it was quite normal for modern individuals to have former partners. However, he recalled that Zhang Linlin had previously mentioned her ex-boyfriend. At the time, they had just finished an athletic endeavor, and Zhang Linlin had recounted her conflicts with Lin Xuan while nestled in Lin Xuan's embrace. Following her tale, Lin Xuan had been incensed, utterly astonished that such a man existed in the world. How could a man, relying on his wealth, treat his girlfriend with such disdain? It was then that Lin Xuan declared, Rest assured, Linlin, should I encounter that scoundrel again, I will certainly ensure he learns a lesson. Ah, so it is he. How fortuitous, as if I had sought him out only to find him so effortlessly. Moreover, witnessing him engage in jovial conversation with Bai Haoyu only fueled her irritation. Although Bai Haoyu held no personal animosity towards Lin Xuan, the current situation was different. Since Lin Xuan was conversing amicably with his adversary, he naturally became an enemy in turn. Young Master Lu, please do not be upset. Observing Lu Qifan trembling with anger, Zhang Linlin hastily attempted to placate him. Young Master Lu, my past with him is behind me. I wish only to share my future with you, so let us refrain from dwelling on unpleasant matters. With that, 2 tears unexpectedly rolled down her cheeks, lending her an air of profound sorrow. Quite frankly, her ability to conjure tears on command would surely earn her a leading role in any major production were a renowned director to witness it. While Lu Qifan was indeed a wealthy heir, he was still human, and notably, not the sharpest tool in the shed. Witnessing Zhang Linlin's sorrowful display, he rushed to comfort her, saying, Linlin, I understand your sentiments, but this grievance must be addressed. My anger cannot be quelled until it is avenged. Indeed, Zhang Linlin's acting prowess was commendable, and her tears had thoroughly disoriented Lu Qifan. Without hesitation, he embraced her waist and strode towards Lin Xuan and the others. The young men trailing behind him hastened to follow suit. Meanwhile, Zhang Linlin inwardly reveled in her triumph. She glanced at Lin Xuan, a smirk curling at the corner of her lips. Humph, Lin Xuan, what is your wealth worth? Did you ever imagine I would climb the heights of the Lu family tree? In the grand scheme of things, you are merely a landlord, collecting rent. Do you truly believe you can challenge the mighty Lu family? She was determined to deliver Lin Xuan a thorough humiliation, as a form of retribution for the indignities he had previously inflicted upon her. Humph, Lin Xuan, let us see how you can escape this time. If you do not kneel and beg for my forgiveness, I shall not bear the surname Zhang. Zhang Linlin narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp as a dagger, aimed directly at Lin Xuan, wishing she could slay him with her stare. At this moment, she longed to rend Lin Xuan into 1,000 pieces to alleviate her bitterness. Had it not been for her chance encounter with Fan Xingping, who was helping Lu Qifan find beautiful women, she feared she might have already been sold off to those debt collectors. Thus, her hatred for Lin Xuan surged like an unrelenting river, wishing nothing more than to turn him to ashes. On the other side, Lin Xuan and his companions remained engrossed in jovial conversation. The cruise ship had set sail, yet it would still take some time to truly reach international waters. Although the ship carried a signal, here at sea, the connection was limited to making calls and sending texts. Attempting to watch videos or post on Douyin was futile, given the poor signal and the multitude of users vying for connectivity. Consequently, the group found themselves quite bored, seated in their respective places, scanning the surroundings in hopes of witnessing something intriguing. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look over there. What is happening?" Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn in that direction. They beheld Lu Qifan striding towards a young man with a grim expression, his voice icy as he inquired, "Are you Lin Xuan?" At that moment, Lin Xuan was engaged in lively conversation with Bai Haoyu when he heard someone calling his name, the tone laced with malice. His brow furrowed slightly, responding with equal coldness. He replied, "I am Lin Xuan. What do you want? What do you want? Do you know Zhang Linlin?" Lu Qifan continued, pointing at Zhang Linlin with a sneer. "Of course, just an ex-girlfriend. But what does that have to do with me?" Lin Xuan retorted dismissively. "What does it have to do with you? I heard that you not only engaged in many unsavory acts against her, but also humiliated her. I merely wish to restore her dignity." Lu Qifan scoffed as Lin Xuan remained silent. "What's the matter? Afraid to admit it? Admit what? I did not commit those acts, so why should I confess?" Lin Xuan thought to himself, bemused by the absurdity of it all. Did Zhang Linlin's words hold such sway that this fool would believe them? If that were the case, Lu Qifan's intellect was profoundly lacking. Seeing Lin Xuan's expression, Zhang Zifan could no longer contain his impulse and jumped in, exclaiming, "Do you even know who you're speaking to?" Using that tone. Upon hearing this, a smirk of derision crept onto Lin Xuan's face. "Oh, Zhang Zifan, shouldn't you be outside working off your gambling debts? What are you doing here shouting?" "Humph, my gambling debts have long been cleared by young Master Lu. He is the heir of Mingxiang Group, so you better tone down your haughty demeanor," Zhang Zifan declared triumphantly. "Haughty demeanor?" Lin Xuan chuckled coldly at Zhang Zifan's words. "It seems you are the only one here wearing such an expression." Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the side. The crowd turned to see Bai Haoyu standing up, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qifan. "Young Master Lu, our families have historically kept to themselves. I do not provoke you, so do not trouble my friend." "My friend?" Lu Qifan turned to Bai Haoyu. "Bai Xiao, I am not here for you today, only for Lin Xuan. I suggest you refrain from seeking trouble." "Seeking trouble?" Bai Haoyu glanced at Lin Xuan, realizing it was the perfect moment to show his allegiance. If he backed down now, the Bai family would lose any standing with Lin Xuan in the future. With this thought, he positioned himself in front of Lin Xuan, locking eyes with Lu Qifan. "Young Master Lu, do not assume that the Bai family fears you. Let me make it clear, as long as I am here, anyone who dares lay a finger on him will be opposing the Bai family. Chapter 57. The betting begins. With a single declaration, he made his stance clear. Bai Haoyu could indeed represent the Bai family. His words sent ripples of shock through everyone present. Although the Bai family's market value was not substantial, they specialized in security services. Whenever celebrities required security for performances or concerts, it was the Bai family that supplied the personnel. Should a conflict arise with them, the Bai family possessed numerous methods to retaliate. As these words lingered, who among the crowd would not feel apprehensive? While many were wealthier than the Bai family, they were reluctant to directly offend them. Hearing Bai Haoyu's proclamation, Lin Xuan trembled with rage. He had never anticipated that Lin Xuan would know Bai Haoyu. However, he was not foolish enough to confront Bai Haoyu directly. Despite his dim-wittedness, he valued his life. Just as the tension escalated, the casino's intercom suddenly crackled to life. Dear guests, the international banquet will commence in 5 minutes, and the casino will simultaneously open. We kindly ask all patrons wishing to partake to exchange chips in advance to avoid delays. Upon hearing the announcement, a smile crept onto Lin Xuan's lips. His primary reason for boarding the cruise was the casino. His family had been in dire straits lately. Although they had the backing of Huasher Group, business had been poor, and they faced pressure from all sides. Thus, he had brought a card shark along to earn some money and maintain his status as a young master. Yet, why not profit from this individual before him? It would serve the dual purpose of financial gain and satisfaction, a perfect win-win scenario. With this in mind, Lin Xuan turned to Lin Xuan and proposed, "How about this? We are both civilized individuals, and since we have encountered each other in the casino lounge, why not settle our differences through a bet?" "Bet on what?" Lin Xuan inquired. "Naturally, we are betting money at a casino. However, given our prior grievances, let us make the first round a matter of a request. If I win, you must grant me one request. If you win, I shall grant you one in return. What do you say?" Lin Xuan suggested with a grin. "If you're too cowardly to proceed, then we can forget it." Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Bai Haoyu stepped forward, whispering to Lin Xuan, "Lin Dong, be wary. Young Master Lu's offer may harbor deceit." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan began to ponder. Just as he was deliberating whether to accept the challenge, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Infinite selection system is now initializing. Option 1. Agree to the bet with Lin Xuan. Reward: King of Gambler's Skill. Option 2. Decline the bet with Lin Xuan. Reward: Title of Ninja Turtle. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Xuan felt a wave of exasperation. Ninja Turtle, with that green shell. Was he not merely carrying the whole verdant prairie on his back? Was this even a choice? Of course, option 1 was the clear choice. With this resolution, Lin Xuan did not hesitate to look at Lin Xuan, smiling as he said, "Very well, if you wish to gamble, I shall oblige. But should you lose, do not renege on your promise." "Absolutely. With so many witnesses present, whoever loses must uphold their commitment." As Lin Xuan agreed without hesitation, the smile in Lin Xuan's eyes grew more pronounced. He had previously learned some gambling techniques from a master of the art, and although his knowledge was not profoundly deep, it was more than sufficient to handle an ordinary person who had never encountered any gambling skills. Moreover, he was not alone this time. Among the young men following him was Ma Wenyuan, the chief disciple of the renowned king of gamblers, Ouyang Qian. His family had spent a considerable sum to invite this individual out of seclusion, and if they failed to recover their investment with interest, it would spell disaster. However, with someone of Ma Wenyuan's caliber present, even losing would be a formidable challenge. Observing the exchange between the two, all onlookers turned their curious gazes toward them. Did you hear? This person actually dared to wager against young Master Lu. Indeed, not only that, but he spoke so boldly to young Master Lu. He must be courting disaster. It seems this young man is doomed. I recall someone who spoke to young Master Lu in a similar manner and ended up being tossed into the sea to feed the sharks. What a pity. He is rather handsome. If only he had offended someone other than young Master Lu, perhaps someone would come to his aid. Alas, forget it, let us go watch. At that moment, Zhou Yuzhu turned to Lin Xuan, gripping his hand. Lin Xuan, don't act impulsively. It's evident that engaging in a gamble in this setting is a clear trap set by others. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Linlin's lips curled into a cold smirk. Lin Xuan, I never imagined that in just a few days, you would learn to hide behind a woman. Humph, Zhang Linlin, those words should be directed at you instead. Your audacity rivals that of a wall. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's sarcastic tone, Zhang Linlin's expression shifted slightly. Humph, keep being stubborn. Once you lose, you'll discover just how dire the consequences of crossing me, Zhang Linlin, can be. Humph, I fear that it won't be I who loses, but rather you. Lin Xuan retorted, unperturbed, his gaze coolly fixed on her. The surrounding crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Look at this guy, he is exceedingly arrogant, right? Does he truly believe he is a match for Zhang Linlin? Indeed, This world is full of curious characters. It's utterly laughable. Oh, this fellow has quite the audacity to speak in such a manner. I've never encountered someone like him before. P.S. clearly seeking his own demise. Surely not. He seems to be quite familiar with the Bai family. Even if he loses, it would only cost him a bit of face, wouldn't it? And so what if he is familiar? The Bai family is merely a small clan. The Liu family is backed by the Huasher group. If they decide to take a hand from that lad, by how you wouldn't dare utter a word. Hearing the chatter of the crowd, Zhang Linlin felt a surge of satisfaction. I'm eager to see how you'll meet your end. At that moment, he received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for selecting option 1, acquiring the gambling skills of the king of gamblers. A cold smile graced Lin Xuan's lips upon hearing the system's chime. In the next instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind, overwhelming him with knowledge of various gambling techniques, as if he were bestowed with an encyclopedia of gambling lore. Techniques such as false shuffling and dice manipulation unfolded vividly in his mind, even revealing the intricacies of stone gambling. At this moment, Lin Xuan felt a disorienting rush. The depth of these gambling skills was astonishing. He had never imagined that the art of gambling could possess such profound power. Chapter 58. Will you willingly submit? Filled with exhilaration and anticipation, Lin Xuan was astonished to have acquired such formidable gambling expertise. He then turned to Lin Xuan, a smile illuminating his face. Since we have both agreed to this wager, shall we commence the game now? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, a flicker of disdain passed through Lin Xuan's eyes. We shall follow the usual protocol. I will go first. If you wish to avoid a humiliating defeat, you may choose to make your move first. Don't waste my time. If you're afraid, feel free to forego the gamble. I can understand. Let us get started. My time is limited. How would you like to play? Lin Xuan shrugged nonchalantly, regarding Lin Xuan with indifference. Let us begin with a simple game, a warm-up of sorts. Lin Xuan suggested with a smile as they approached the gambling table. Anything is fine by me, Lin Xuan replied. Surprised by Lin Xuan's easy agreement, Lin Xuan's smile widened. He had previously learned several relevant gambling techniques, particularly concerning dice games, and believed he could roll exactly the number he desired, even if Lin Xuan guessed correctly. As an experienced cheat, he could effortlessly manipulate the dice to alter their outcome. However, such a trick would be apparent to a professional. Yet Lin Xuan doubted there was anyone else present with comparable expertise, aside from the ever-watchful Ma Wenyuan. Even if someone could discern the trickery, daring to voice it was another matter entirely. After all, the reputation of young Master Lu was not unfounded. As for Lin Xuan, he had already gleaned enough information from Zhang Linlin to understand that Lin Xuan was merely a pretender to the ordinary, a far cry from a seasoned gambler. Thus, Lin Xuan was certain of his inevitable victory in this match. Lin Xuan grasped the dice cup in one hand and began to shake it vigorously. The sound of the dice rattling within echoed as he shook with increasing fervor. After a brief moment, he slammed the cup onto the gambling table, a cold smirk gracing his face as he looked at Lin Xuan. Mr. Lin, what will it be, big or small? Inside the cup were 3 dice, each with 6 faces, and the outcome was determined by summing the numbers facing upward. A total of 1 to 10 was considered small, while 10 to 18 was deemed large. Observing Lin Xuan's expression, a slight smile appeared on Lin Xuan's lips. To him, this game of guessing the dice was as simple as elementary arithmetic. He didn't even need to use his eyes. He could discern the result merely by listening. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared small. Lin Xuan's eyes flickered with surprise, a hint of astonishment flashing within their depths, for Lin Xuan had guessed correctly. Yet, this was inconsequential to Lin Xuan, as long as the cup remained closed. He could still manipulate the outcome. As he contemplated this, Lin Xuan's hand began to rhythmically tap beneath the table. The professional-grade table was thick, and the surrounding environment was sufficiently noisy, rendering his actions nearly inaudible to the crowd. However, Lin Xuan keenly observed Lin Xuan's subtle movements. A smirk danced across Lin Xuan's lips. Did he truly believe that he could alter the dice's outcome by tapping the table? To require such underhanded tactics for a simple game of guessing was laughably pathetic. A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Xuan's eyes, followed by a sudden impulse to lightly tap the table several times. This habitual gesture went unnoticed by those present, including Lin Xuan himself, who felt no hint of trouble. On the contrary, he believed he had successfully switched the dice within the cup. With a slight smile, he turned to Lin Xuan and remarked, Mr. Lin, are you quite sure it's a small number? Should you lose, I hope you will formally apologize to Lin Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan shrugged and glanced at the confidently smiling Lin Xuan, nonchalantly responding, very well, go ahead and reveal it. Excellent. With that, Lin Xuan promptly lifted the lid of the dice cup. Instantly, everyone in attendance was struck dumb. At that moment, Lin Xuan's expression reflected a mischievous delight as he surveyed the crowd. Mr. Lin, do you concede defeat in this round? Concede defeat? Have you lost your mind? You want others to bow to you after you've lost. Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle at this absurdity. Meanwhile, others stifled their laughter. Some too intimidated by Lu Qifan's status to express their amusement. However, by how you showed no reservations, erupting in laughter. Haha, Lu Qifan. Have you been consorting with women too often? Is your brain a bit muddled? You claim this is a big number? And you expect Mr. Lin to bow to you? Truly laughable. By how Yu's words, Lu Qifan's expression darkened. He had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. It was utterly intolerable. Yet, before he could retaliate, something felt amiss. 2 and 2. He hastily glanced at the dice in front of him. 2 and 2. That totals 8. Small. In that instant, Lu Qifan was left utterly stunned. How could this be? How could it be small? I manipulated the dice. It should have been large. What shocked him even more was that this combination of numbers was the very one he had rolled initially. This meant his earlier trickery had been in vain. How could this be? Although his methods were not particularly refined, they had been honed over a long period. Failure was unfathomable. Where had he gone wrong? The young man behind Lu Qifan furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering with confusion. He had witnessed Lu Qifan's technique and saw nothing wrong with it. How could it have failed? He glanced at Lin Xuan from a distance, narrowing his eyes, but after scrutinizing for a while, he detected no anomaly with Lin Xuan. The only plausible explanation was that Lu Qifan had certainly made an error. Mr. Lu, do you concede defeat in this round? Lin Xuan asked. Echoing Lu Qifan's earlier words, his expression one of feigned innocence. Chapter 59, just do 10 squats. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's taunting remark, Lu Qifan's face turned a deep shade of anger. When had he ever been spoken to in such a manner? This was an outright slap to his face. Infuriated. Although Lu Qifan longed to unleash his fury upon Lin Xuan, he recognized that doing so would jeopardize the ongoing wager. Furthermore, such a display would only result in his own humiliation. It would be a loss beyond measure. With this realization, Lu Qifan suppressed his rage and glared at Lin Xuan, saying, "Just tell me what you want me to do." In response, Lin Xuan smiled and said, "All right, since you are so agreeable, I shan't impose any difficult demands. Just do 10 squats." Squats. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. My goodness, he is actually asking Lu Xiao to do squats. This is clearly a deliberate affront. While such an action might seem innocuous, for someone like Lu Qifan, who exuded an air of decadence, being asked to perform squats was nothing short of torment. Lu Qifan was momentarily stunned by Lin Xuan's words, then furiously glared at him. "Are you mocking me? Mock you?" Lin Xuan shook his head, chuckling. "Didn't you just say that any demand was acceptable? I haven't even made a difficult request. Asking you to do 10 squats is now considered mockery?" At this point, Lin Xuan seemed to have a sudden insight and scoffed. "Could it be that you're so feeble that you can't even manage 10 squats? Hearing this, Lu Qifan was incensed yet could not help but laugh in disbelief. What a joke. How could I possibly fail to do 10 squats? It's merely 10 squats. I'll do them right now. And so, under the bemused gazes of those around him, he began to laboriously perform squats. Though they appeared easy, they were exhausting in practice, especially for someone like him, who had long been sapped of vitality by his indulgences. He managed only 4 before panting heavily, drenched in sweat. The spectators erupted in laughter at Lu Qifan's state, sensing that he would struggle to finish the 10 squats. After just 4, he was already in such distress. Indeed, this is too humorous. Who would have thought Lu Xiao was so weak? Humiliated by their laughter, Lu Qifan shot a fierce glare at the crowd, causing them to recoil slightly. While they had laughed heartily before, it had been while he remained oblivious. Now that he was aware, they feared provoking his wrath. Ignoring the onlookers, Lu Qifan turned his steely gaze back to Lin Xuan, gritting his teeth. "You better not regret this later. You'll have your moment to weep." This misstep was insignificant. Surely, there had been some mistake earlier. Once he won, he would ensure that this brat paid dearly. Lin Xuan, unfazed by Lu Qifan's threats, shrugged and replied, "Whether I weep or not is my own concern, for now. You must complete the remaining 6 squats." At this, Zhang Zifen interjected, "Lin, just because you won once doesn't mean you should get ahead of yourself." Lin Xuan shot him a cold smile. "You think I'm getting ahead of myself? Let me remind you, who are you to lecture me on that? Had I not considered your past address to me as brother-in-law, I would have slapped you long ago, leaving you no room to prattle on." Zhang Zifen was left speechless by Lin Xuan's retort. However, upon meeting Lin Xuan's icy gaze, he dared not say another word. Fearing a repeat of the incident when Lin Xuan had sent him flying with a kick, Lin Xuan showed no mercy in his words and paid no mind to Zhang Zifen's fiery expression. He directly addressed Lu Qifan. "Lu Xiao, are you still going to do them? I've been waiting so long that the flowers have withered. Surely, the esteemed Lu Xiao can manage 10 measly squats." Lin Xian's voice, though not loud, pierced directly into Lu Qifan's heart. With this thought, Lu Qifan clenched his teeth and continued his squats. Though he was drenched in sweat, the scene was undeniably comical. The illustrious heir of the Lu family, reduced to doing squats in front of a crowd at a casino on a cruise. If such a matter were to be disclosed, it would surely lead to his utter humiliation. However, at this moment, he had neither the time nor the inclination to concern himself with such trivialities. His sole desire was to complete these 10 squats swiftly and then embark upon a new gambling round, determined to best Lin Xian this time. Such a disgrace was simply intolerable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At last, Lu Qifan exerted every ounce of strength to finish the 10 squats, wiping the sweat from his brow with the towel handed to him by Zhang Zifan. He turned to Lin Xian and declared, "You won this round with the dice, but if you truly possess the courage, let us engage in a genuine game of chance." A genuine game of chance? Nonchalantly, Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Whatever you wish to play, I shall gladly accompany you." Humph, I hope you retain such confidence. Lu Qifan pondered silently as he regarded Lin Xian before him. After experiencing his earlier defeat, he was resolute in reclaiming his dignity through cards. As for the previous loss, it must have been due to an unusual error on his part. Otherwise, how could he have possibly lost? Thus, he was determined to regain his lost pride. If he did not win several million from Lin Xian today, he would not bear the surname Lu. Otherwise, should word of this humiliation spread, he could forget about making a living in Zhonghai City. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qifan smiled and said, "All right, let us play 3-card poker." Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that the high-stakes game he referred to was merely 3-card poker. However, for him, this level of play posed little challenge. 3-card poker is a popular card game in the country, characterized by its simplicity. Each player receives 3 cards, and the one with the superior hand prevails. Of course, there are alternative methods of play, but those become somewhat redundant when only 2 players are involved. The key is to remember the cards. Once that is accomplished, victory is often assured, while other strategies merely serve as embellishments. Very well, let us proceed with 3-card poker, but shall we maintain the same stakes as before? Lin Xian inquired, nodding indifferently. "There is no need for the previous stakes," Lu Qifan replied. "After all, I nearly forfeited my life completing those 10 squats. How could I possibly engage in such exertion again? Let us wager 1 million per round, shall we?" Chapter 60. Leaving without consulting the almanac? With that, a smile crept across Lu Qifan's lips. This time, he sought not only to humiliate Lin Xian, but also to bolster his family's finances. The Lu family had recently encountered a financial crisis, and their funds had begun to dwindle. Otherwise, he would not have ventured into this casino. Nor would he have spent a fortune to invite Ma Wenyuan to accompany him. He had brought 300 million in cash, with the intention of amassing 1 billion. Although 1 billion seemed an immense sum, in the realm of gambling, it was merely a figure. In fact, it was less than the cash flow of some places in a single hour. Moreover, most of the players here were scions of wealthy families. Winning a few rounds could easily yield that billion. Hence, let the quest for 1 billion commence with Lin Xian. 1 million? Too little. Let us make it 10 million per round, Lin Xian suggested after deliberation. Indeed, 1 million was a paltry sum for them. Only 10 million would carry some significance. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Qifan readily acquiesced. He had intended to make a quick profit and feared that proposing 10 million initially might scare off this young man. So he had suggested 1 million instead. He had not anticipated Lin Xian's audacity. With that, he summoned a dealer and instructed her to shuffle the cards. As the dealer shuffled, Lu Qifan's gaze remained fixed upon her hands, while Lin Xian similarly observed intently. Soon, the dealer arranged the shuffled cards upon the table and dealt 1 card each to Lin Xian and Lu Qifan. Lin Xian glanced at his card, revealing a queen, while Lu Qifan held a king. He had discerned Lin Xian's card during the shuffling. A mere queen could not possibly surpass his king. With this thought, he smiled at Lin Xian and asked, "Care to raise the stakes?" Lin Xian shook his head. "Very well, since you choose not to raise, I shall. I will raise it by another 10 million. Lu Qifan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he regarded Lin Xian. The dealer then dealt each player another card. Lin Xian still held a queen, while Lu Qifan maintained his king. Unless Lin Xian's final card turned out to be a queen and Lu Qifan's was not a king, victory was assured for Lu Qifan. This realization heightened his excitement. Who would have thought he could win 20 million in the first round? However, he was certain that, while his last card was not a king, Lin Xian certainly did not possess a queen, thus guaranteeing his victory. He turned to Lin Xian with a grin, asking, "Will you raise this round?" Lin Xian simply shook his head again. "All right, since you won't raise, I shall. I will raise by another 10 million. Gasp. Another 10 million. The spectators collectively inhaled sharply. This meant that whoever lost this round would owe the other 30 million. Although these individuals hailed from affluent backgrounds, it was unthinkable to wager 30 million in a single game. If their parents were to find out, they would likely be met with severe repercussions. Normally, Lin Xuan would not dare to play at such stakes, but given the circumstances, he felt compelled to take a risk. Otherwise, it could take ages to reach that 1 billion. The dealer then dealt the final cards to Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan did not even flip his card, for he was confident of his victory. Without hesitation, he revealed his 3 cards. Stop stalling, I'll lay them out. The moment he revealed his cards, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 2 kings and an 8. While not the highest hand, it was still formidable. Lin Xuan clapped his hands, chuckling. I expected something more impressive. Turns out you have 2 kings and an 8, and you dared to raise by 20 million. Truly remarkable. Humph. Spare me your prattle. Let us see your cards. Lin Xuan shot Lin Xuan a disdainful glance. Stop wasting time. Just hand over the 30 million when you lose. He was convinced that if Lin Xuan could not produce the 30 million, he would ensure Lin Xuan could not leave this game. However, his hopes were dashed when Lin Xuan revealed not 2 queens and a single card, but rather 3 queens. This was a 3 of a kind. The moment Lin Xuan displayed his hand, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Good heavens, what extraordinary luck! Who would have thought he would draw a 3 of a kind in the very first round? His fortune is truly astonishing. Indeed, I have played 3-card poker for several years, and I have only managed to achieve a few 3 of a kinds. To hit one on my very first try today is simply miraculous. It seems that Liu Xiao has lost this round. At this moment, the murmurs of the crowd faded into the background for Lin Xuan, who was engulfed by a blank void in his mind, his expression darkening instantaneously. How could this be possible? The cards in Lin Xuan's hand should have been 2 queens and a miscellaneous card. How could he possibly possess 3 queens? Not only was Lin Xuan bewildered, but Ma Wenyuan, who stood behind him, also wore a face of astonishment. His thoughts mirrored those of Lin Xuan. Yet he had been watching closely and had not noticed anything amiss with Lin Xuan. This was exceedingly strange. Initially, it could have been attributed to Lin Xuan's oversight. But how could this current situation be explained? Could it be that he had misremembered the cards? Such a notion was ludicrous. As a successor of the card masters, how could he possibly forget the cards? Was it conceivable that Lin Xuan was also a master of deception? Yet, without evidence, he could only speculate. For he had been closely monitoring Lin Xuan and had noticed no discrepancies. Given his level of expertise, he found it hard to believe that anyone, apart from his mentor and a select few renowned card manipulators, could operate right under his nose without detection. After the dealer inspected both players' cards, he publicly announced that Mr. Lin was the victor of this round. Upon hearing these words, a smile graced Lin Xuan's face. Liu Xiao, did you forget to consult the calendar before leaving home today? You've already lost 30 million in just the first round. It seems you may end up losing all your money today. At Lin Xuan's remarks, a flicker of anger crossed Lin Xuan's face. He glared coldly at Lin Xuan and retorted, Lin Xuan, do not let your triumph go to your head. This round is merely the beginning. Do not become overly complacent. In response to Lin Xuan's words, Lin Xuan chuckled heartily and replied, Liu Xiao, you need not employ provocation. I am not intimidated in the slightest. However, I must warn you, if I were to bankrupt you, the person beside you would certainly leave you without a second thought. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Zhang Linlin's expression darkened immediately. She shot an irritated glance at Lin Xuan and said, Lin Xuan, cease your ominous insinuations. My bond with Liu Xiao is profound. Even if he were to become a beggar, I would never abandon him. Zhang Linlin's heartfelt declaration could easily mislead an uninformed listener into believing her to be a paragon of virtue. Yet, as her former boyfriend, Lin Xuan was well aware of her true character. He found no merit in engaging in further banter and directly addressed the dealer. Let us commence the second round. Chapter 61. Winning you over with convincing evidence. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's directive, the dealer glanced at Lin Xuan, who, feeling quite frustrated, retorted impatiently, let us begin then. I refuse to believe that your luck can hold out for long. The dealer acknowledged and proceeded to initiate the second round of play. This time, the dealer was responsible for shuffling the cards, and Lin Xuan's eyes were glued to the deck, determined not to misremember this time. Soon, the dealer completed the shuffling, and Lin Xuan committed the cards to memory, while subtly exchanging signals with Ma Wenyuan regarding the correctness of their cards. Seeing that both their cards matched, he felt a surge of elation. It was known that Ma Wenyuan had never erred in card counting since his training. Thus, as long as he followed the usual gameplay, victory was assured. Of course, such antics did not escape Lin Xuan's keen observation. Alas, who would have thought that such childish tricks would be employed in a gambling match? It was indeed shameful. However, since Lu Qifan dared to play such juvenile games. Lin Xuan determined to show him what true mastery entailed. He thought to himself, and he did not mind teaching this ungrateful Lu Qifan a lesson. Naturally, Lu Qifan was oblivious to Lin Xuan's intentions, yet he was certain that his hand was superior to Lin Xuan's. As the dealer dealt the cards, Lin Xuan's first card was once again a queen, while Lu Qifan held an ace. Seeing the ace in his hand, Lu Qifan's smile broadened, and he turned to Lin Xuan, asking, "So, will you raise this round? Whether you do or not, I am confident I will defeat you. To spare you some loss, I shall refrain from raising." Lin Xuan merely smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. "You." Upon hearing Lin Xuan's response, Lu Qifan's expression darkened significantly. What did that mean? Did Lin Xuan have a hidden card? Nonetheless, he could not believe that Lin Xuan could outmaneuver Ma Wenyuan, who stood behind him. "Humph, just a show of bravado. If you will not raise, then I shall raise by 30 million, Lu Qifan declared, fixing his gaze on Lin Xuan. 30 million. The surrounding crowd erupted in expressions of astonishment. My heavens, Lu Xiao's stakes are monumental. The base wager for this round is merely 10 million, and he has already lost 30 million. If he loses this round as well, he would be down almost 100 million in just 2 rounds. Indeed, truly, Lu Xiao is remarkable. I heard that the Lu family was embroiled in a financial crisis not long ago, yet it appears to be a mere rumor. If they were genuinely in trouble, how could Lu Xiao afford to gamble such an extravagant sum? Today has certainly been enlightening. The first round's 30 million was already staggering. And now, in the second round, we witness a whopping 40 million right from the outset. This is astonishing. Absolutely. While our stakes are significant, we are only wagering a few 100,000 at most. Lu Xiao begins with 10 million. The disparity between us is indeed vast. As the crowd showered Lu Qifan with praise, his expression swelled with pride. He relished the feeling of being exalted by others. In the second round, as the cards were dealt, Lin Xuan received a king, and Lu Qifan also held a king. This time, the order of cards he had memorized remained unchanged. The final card must surely be a queen, thus ensuring his hand would be a straight ace, king, queen. In contrast, Lin Xuan, according to his counting, would possess queen, king, jack, a mere hodgepodge of cards. With this in mind, he glanced at Lin Xuan, his smile growing broader, his eyes glinting with disdain and mockery, as if to say, "Let us see how you meet your demise this time. Will you raise?" Lu Qifan inquired as usual. Lin Xuan remained silent, simply shaking his head. "Very well. Since you choose not to raise, I shall increase my bet by another 30 million. He had come with the intent to profit. And now that he was certain of his card counting, why should he win in increments of 10 million when he could seize a larger gain? After all, he had spent a fortune to enlist Ma Wenyuan's expertise. To win less would be a disservice to himself. With the additional 30 million, the onlookers, though still somewhat shocked, had begun to adjust to the spectacle. Combined with the previous round, the total had now reached nearly 100 million. Indeed, Lu Xiao is merciless. My goodness, such a staggering sum. I can hardly believe it is real. You may doubt it, but there is little we can do, after all. We lack the backing of a corporation like Huasher Group. This 100 million is equivalent to our family's annual revenue. The surrounding individuals once again began to murmur, their eyes glistening with envy as they gazed at Lu Qifan. This audacious gamble was undeniably exhilarating. Lin Xuan, observing the self-assured Lu Qifan, chose to remain silent and merely shrugged. However, this expression ignited a sense of unease within Zhou Yuzhu, who turned to Bai Haoyu beside her and exclaimed, "Bai Xiao, does Xiangu really need to wager such a substantial amount?" "Miss Yuzhu, fret not. Since Director Lin has opted to engage in this grand gamble with Lu Qifan, it undoubtedly signifies his confidence," Bai Haoyu reassured her. In truth, Bai Haoyu himself was inclined to dissuade Lin Xuan from such a high-stakes wager. After all, the sum of 100 million was indeed colossal. Yet upon further reflection, as the president of Yihao Group, such an amount seemed rather trivial. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuzhu remained deeply anxious, uncertain of how to articulate her concerns. "Miss Yuzhu, rest assured, I am well acquainted with Director Lin's character. Since he has chosen this course of action, there must be sound reasoning behind it." "I understand," she replied. At that moment, the dealer revealed the third card. Upon seeing his hand, Lu Qifan's face illuminated with excitement, envisioning the moment he would triumph and claim 70 million. This round is undoubtedly mine. My hand is surely superior," he mused, then turned to the dealer and inquired, "Shall we reveal our cards?" The dealer nodded and responded, "Reveal your cards." Lu Qifan seized the 3 cards on the table and triumphantly declared, "AKQ straight, I concede." Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room upon witnessing Lu Qifan's hand. No wonder young Master Lu dared to raise the stakes. A straight is indeed unexpected. Indeed, The probability of drawing a straight with 3 cards is exceedingly low. With a smile, Lin Xuan glanced at the table displaying the AKQ and urged, "Hurry, reveal your cards. My time is limited." Lin Xuan, wearing a hint of amusement, replied, "I say, Lu Xiao, it is merely a straight. Do you truly believe in your assured victory? Less chatter. Reveal your hand quickly, or I shall compel the dealer to declare your defeat." Lin Xuan retorted with a cold smirk. "Very well, I shall demonstrate the depth of my hand." With that, Lin Xuan flung his 3 cards onto the table. The crowd fell into stunned silence as they beheld Lin Xuan's cards. Lin Xuan's eyes widened, his smile frozen in disbelief. Flush. Chapter 62. You're cheating. The shock was palpable across the faces of the onlookers as they processed Lin Xuan's hand. Good heavens, a flush. No wonder he exuded such confidence. It seems young Master Lu has lost once more. Hush. Keep your voices down. Can't you see young Master Lu's expression is rather unsightly? Indeed, one individual, upon catching a glimpse of Lin Xuan's face, felt a wave of relief wash over him as Lin Xuan remained oblivious to his gaze. At that moment, Lin Xuan's mind was in turmoil, as if struck by lightning. He stood there, dazed, his thoughts a blank slate, forgetting even to react. How is this possible? He has a flush. While the numbers were accurate, Lin Xuan failed to account for the suits. Generally, a straight only surpasses high cards and pairs. Yet given the high probability of those combinations, it seemed sufficient. Frustration surged within Lin Xuan, the sensation of being played with causing his entire being to tremble. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he slammed his hand on the table. You. Lin Xuan pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Xuan, his voice quaking as he exclaimed, "You're cheating. You must be cheating." The attendees gasped collectively at Lin Xuan's accusation. Cheating? Not only were the others stunned, but even Ma Wenyuan stared incredulously at Lin Xuan. Though he was a master of deceit himself, he would never casually accuse someone else of cheating, as such claims require evidence. Otherwise, it would be defamation. The potential consequences range from embarrassment to severe repercussions. After all, with so many pairs of eyes fixed on the table, none had witnessed Lin Xuan engage in any suspicious behavior. Could it be that young Master Lu, in his desperation after losing 100 million in mere minutes, had become enraged? That was entirely plausible, as most individuals would indeed lose their composure under such circumstances. Exactly. I too suspect young Master Lu is merely flustered. I was watching another individual closely, and he displayed no unusual actions whatsoever. What a pity. Young Master Lu is the future hope of the Lu family, reduced to this. Indeed, such a shame. I doubt anyone will gamble with him again. His character is simply too poor. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Ma Wenyuan furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward Lin Xuan, seemingly searching for answers on his face. Alas, Lin Xuan maintained an air of indifference, as if the recent events bore no relation to him. In response to Lin Xuan's outburst, a cold smile graced Lin Xuan's lips. "You claim I am cheating. Do you possess any evidence?" At this, by how you stepped forward. Smirking as he added, "Indeed, Lu Xiao, are you unable to accept your loss? If you truly believe Director Lin is cheating, may I inquire if you have any proof?" "Precisely. Without evidence, your accusations are nothing more than a farce." Faced with by Hao Yu's words, Lin Xuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He indeed lacked proof. Yet his instincts screamed that Lin Xuan must have manipulated the cards. Otherwise, how could he have drawn a flush? As for how Lin Xuan achieved such a feat, that remained a mystery to him. "Lu Xiao," Ma Wenyuan approached Lin Xuan from behind and whispered a few words. Upon hearing his counsel, Lin Xuan's expression gradually softened. He realized that his current fury was futile, as he possessed no evidence. Moreover, continuing to press the issue would only lead the onlookers to believe he was incapable of accepting defeat. With this in mind, he turned to Lin Xuan and stated, "Mr. Lin, I apologize, I misjudged the situation. You are not cheating. However, my luck today is decidedly poor. May I have this individual behind me take my place for the remainder of the game?" Lin Xuan glanced at the person behind Lin Xuan, offering a faint smile. "No problem. After all, we are here to play. Just remember, you currently owe me 100 million. Do not forget." Lin Xuan regarded Lin Xuan with a profound gaze and replied, "Rest assured, I will not forget. All debts will be settled once the game concludes." "Humph, settle?" Lin Xuan remarked with a serene smile. "You will soon learn what it means to lose." Despite having lost 100 million to Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan remained confident that Ma Wenyuan would help him regain it. "Very well, let it be as such," Lin Xuan concluded with a composed smile. Immediately after, Ma Wenyuan, who stood behind, stepped forward, his disdain for Lin Xuan evident in his gaze. While he regarded the onlookers with the same superiority one might reserve for a mere dried chicken. "I am Ma Wenyuan, a disciple of Ouyang Qian." Upon the utterance of his name, A palpable shiver coursed through the crowd. Though they were not habitual gamblers, many had mingled in this circle long enough to recognize the illustrious name of Ouyang Qian. Hiss! A chorus of sharp intakes of breath echoed through the air. Yet a few bewildered souls turned to their companions, seeking clarity. What is going on here? Who is Ouyang Qian? Is he truly that formidable? Shoo! Keep it down. You've never heard of Ouyang Qian? This man is not merely formidable. He is a living legend within the gambling realm. A legend? Is it truly that exaggerated? Let me enlighten you. In his youth, Ouyang Qian traversed the land, entering every casino he encountered, emerging each time with his pockets overflowing. And neither the skilled gamblers nor the notorious cheaters could stand against him. He is revered in the community as the saint of cheating. Later, he unexpectedly withdrew from the limelight, and it has been many years since his name was spoken. Yet here he is, having taken on a disciple, saint of cheating. Upon hearing those words, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, none daring to utter another sound. Observing the expressions of those around him, Lin Xuan's lips curled into a cold smirk. The substantial sum he had invested seemed well placed. Soon, he would have Ma Wenyuan reclaim all that he had lost. Boy, are you afraid? Lin Xuan directed his mocking tone towards Lin Xian, who had remained silent. Afraid? At that moment, a hint of derision danced across Lin Xian's features. I say, Lu, are you still unable to discern reality? Do you truly believe that a novice like Ma Wenyuan could triumph over me? How naive. Not even Ouyang Qian himself would be a match. Not a match. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, who regarded Lin Xian as if he were a bizarre spectacle. Did I mishear? Did he just claim that even Ouyang Qian wouldn't be his opponent? This lad has become delusional after winning a couple of rounds against Lin Xuan. He has clearly lost sight of his own identity. Indeed, who does he think he is? The king of cheaters? Even if he were the king of cheaters, what of it? Ouyang Qian is revered as the saint. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Ma Wenyuan raised his hand, silencing the murmurs, then turned to Lin Xian with a frosty tone. Well then, it's quite the first for me to encounter someone who dares to insult my master. Very well. You don't genuinely think your luck in winning a couple of rounds against Lin Xuan makes you formidable, do you? How about we play a couple of rounds ourselves? Just as Lin Xian was about to respond, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Infinite choice system is initializing. Option 1. Accept Ma Wenyuan's challenge. Reward. Legacy of the King of Soldiers. Option 2. Decline Ma Wenyuan's challenge. Reward. Title of the Turtled Tortoise. Upon reading the term Turtled Tortoise, Lin Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Goodness, this system always seems to put me at a disadvantage. Yet, even without the system's urging, I cannot overlook Ma Wenyuan's provocation. Meanwhile, as Ma Wenyuan noted Lin Xian's prolonged silence, he sneered. I say, lad, is it only your tongue that wields prowess? If you truly lack the courage, simply admit it. I want to make it hard for you. Just clarify to those around us that you have backed down before me, Ma Wenyuan. Hearing Ma Wenyuan's taunt, a mocking expression crossed Lin Xian's face. Humph, foolishly overconfident lad. Do you think I would retreat? Just state the game you wish to play. My time is precious. As soon as he spoke, the system's voice resounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for selecting option 1. You have gained the legacy of the King of Soldiers. In the next instant, a peculiar sensation surged through Lin Xian's body, reminiscent yet distinct from the legacy of the King of Cheaters. This time, the feeling permeated not just his mind and hands, but even his muscles, imbued with an odd energy. However, this sensation was fleeting, lasting but a few seconds. Upon regaining his composure, Lin Xian realized that not only had his combat skills significantly improved, but his capabilities in vehicle operation, perception, and even firearms had undergone remarkable enhancement. As if he had been honing these skills since childhood, alongside myriad other unexplainable changes. Could this be the transformation bestowed by the King of Soldiers? Lin Xian smiled. Turning to Ma Wenyuan, have you made your decision? My time is indeed pressing. Humph, if that is the case, let us settle this in one round. Should I win, you will return all the money you just won from Lin Xuan, and you will forfeit one hand. Upon hearing Ma Wenyuan's terms, the expressions of those around them shifted dramatically. To forfeit a hand? Wouldn't he that render him incapacitated for life? Surrounded by concern, Zhou Yuzhu, and by how you exchanged anxious glances, yet upon witnessing Lin Xian's unperturbed demeanor, they held their tongues. And if you lose? Lin Xian inquired, rolling a banknote between his fingers with a smile. Humph, should I lose, I too shall forfeit a hand. Moreover, I shall pay you 1 billion. Ma Wenyuan declared with unwavering confidence. Let him lose? Such a thought was preposterous. Apart from his master Ouyang Qian, only a handful of reclusive veteran cheaters could pose a threat to him. As for Lin Xian, he was simply out of his league. Very well. Since you possess such audacity, let us proceed. With that, Ma Wenyuan turned to the dealer, instructing, deal the cards. I shall show this boy what true gambling skill entails." At Ma Wenyuan's command, the dealer nodded and commenced dealing. This time, as the dealer shuffled, all eyes were on Ma Wenyuan. Eager to witness the prowess of Ouyang Qian's disciple, Ma Wenyuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the dealer's hands, murmuring incantations under his breath. Although the crowd could not discern his words, his focused demeanor drew quiet admiration. Indeed, as Ouyang Qian's disciple, his card-counting technique was unprecedented and utterly astonishing. Indeed, I don't quite understand. Where does this boy derive his confidence to challenge him? Winning $1 billion from Lin Xuan was ample. Why not simply take the money and leave? To arrogantly gamble against Ma Wenyuan now seems foolish. He might end up with nothing and lose a hand. Such occurrences cannot be blamed on others. It is clearly his own doing. Whispers echoed among the crowd, their gazes shifting toward Lin Xuan, who remained with his eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. Observing his expression, they shook their heads in disbelief. Goodness, is this fellow contemplating surrender? Yet, what could he do if he didn't concede? After all, he was but an ordinary person. And even if he possessed some skills, how could he possibly triumph over Ma Wenyuan, a disciple of Ouyang Qian? Before the words had fully escaped their lips, Lin Xuan calmly shook his head, uttering, "Ma Wenyuan, you have lost." This single statement ignited a fierce glare from Ma Wenyuan, whose eyes fixated intently on Lin Xuan. "What did you say? We haven't even dealt the cards yet, and you declare me the loser? Who do you think you are? A deity or a soothsayer?" In truth, as he spoke, Ma Wenyuan was acutely aware of the cards in his possession. For individuals of their caliber, the outcome of the game was apparent even before the cards were shuffled. Although his hand was inferior to Lin Xuan's, it did not preclude him from resorting to underhanded tactics. Many believe that luck governs the gambling table, a notion fit for children, while in reality, the true essence of gambling lies in the art of cheating. Without such deceit, the so-called victories and defeats are merely in the hands of others. Some desire your success, while others wish for your downfall. It's all rather simple. Sometimes, at a table of several players, including the dealer, all may be cheaters, leaving you as the sole naive. There are even instances when a cheat allows another naive to win substantially, while the true cheat wins gradually. Thus, if anyone suspects foul play, their ire is directed at the apparent winner, oblivious to the real mastermind. Therefore, engaging in gambling is best avoided. Do not even contemplate it. Chapter 64, Playing Dirty. Humph. Boy, don't rely on mere words. With that, Ma Wenyuan turned to the dealer, commanding, "Deal the cards." This time, neither player opted for the intermediate betting phase. Proceeding directly to the final 3-card showdown, Ma Wenyuan glanced at his 3 cards, a smile creeping upon his face as he deftly swapped them for 3 aces. His movements so swift that even a high-definition camera would struggle to capture them. Having completed the exchange, Ma Wenyuan revealed his 3 aces with a cold chuckle, exclaiming, "A 3 of a kind." The sight of Ma Wenyuan's 3 aces left everyone present in stunned silence. Indeed, he was a prized disciple of Ouyang Qian. Making a striking entrance with such a formidable hand, it seemed Lin Xuan was doomed. A 3 of a kind could easily trump any hand worth 9,999. How fortunate to witness such a spectacle. At that moment, Ma Wenyuan produced a dagger from his waist, gazing at Lin Xuan with a smile that belied a chilling aura. "Will you act, or shall I?" Despite the smile plastered on his face, the atmosphere felt frigid. "Are you certain you have one?" Lin Xuan replied, shaking his head with a mocking smile. "Lin Xuan, what do you mean by that? You wouldn't dare to play dirty, would you? Ma Wenyuan has revealed 3 aces. You must fulfill your promise. Otherwise, you will not leave this place." Zhang Zifan could no longer contain himself, springing forth to point an accusatory finger at Lin Xuan. He had awaited this moment for too long. If he did not seize this opportunity to retaliate, how could he ever forget the kick Lin Xuan had dealt him? However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xuan casually tossed his own cards onto the table. A 2, a 3, and a 5. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively gasped, sensing impending doom. Even Ma Wenyuan, who had appeared so self-assured, wore a look of disbelief. "This is impossible. I clearly took the 2, 3, and 5. Before Ma Wenyuan could finish, he realized he had spoken amiss and hastily closed his mouth. "Indeed, you did take the 2, 3, and 5. But are you certain those cards remain in your pocket? I see your so-called disciple of the cheating saint is not so impressive after all. You." Ma Wenyuan glared daggers at Lin Xuan, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet instinctively reaching into his pocket where he had hidden the cards. It was empty. He had unknowingly retrieved the very cards he had stealthily taken. His 3 of a kind could only be defeated by those specific cards, and he had anticipated an easy victory. Yet, he had underestimated Lin Xuan's cunning. "This is impossible. How could someone steal cards from right under my nose?" The thought sent a tremor through him. not only tarnishing his own reputation, but also that of his master. If his master were to discover this, how could he ever explain himself? You Ma Wenyuan stammered, pointing at Lin Xuan, unable to articulate his thoughts. You dare steal my cards? Lin Xuan nearly laughed in disbelief. Did I not change my cards? Did you not change yours? And even if I did, do you have any evidence? You didn't catch me in the act. So on what grounds do you accuse me? At these words, a glint of malice flickered in Ma Wenyuan's eyes. This individual's cheating skills might rival those of his master, posing a significant threat should he enter the gambling world. Just as Ma Wenyuan contemplated his next move, Lin Xuan turned to him, stating, since you have lost this round, according to the rules, you owe me 100 million and must sever one hand. Sever one hand. The gravity of Lin Xuan's words sent a ripple of shock through Lin Xuan and the others. 100 million was merely a sum of money, albeit considerable. It was manageable for those present. However, losing a hand was a different matter entirely. While modern medicine allows for reattachment of severed limbs, the result is often akin to a life sentence of disability. Engaging in this profession thereafter would be impossible. The hands are paramount in gambling. Even a single finger missing is unacceptable. Contemplating this, Ma Wenyuan sneered. You want me to sever my hand? Let us see if you have the ability to enforce that. In the next moment, he clenched his right fist, a swift whoosh echoing as he lunged towards Lin Xuan. The crowd gasped in shock. None expected Ma Wenyuan to attack so suddenly. Not good. Bai Haoyu, standing nearby, reacted swiftly, rushing to shield Lin Xuan. Although he had ostensibly accompanied Lin Xuan for leisure, he bore an additional responsibility, ensuring Lin Xuan's safety. If the chairman of Yihua Group were to be harmed under his watch, not only would his father be furious, but other prominent figures would surely shun the Bai family's security services. The disgrace of allowing such an important individual to be harmed in his presence was intolerable. At that moment, Bai Haoyu narrowed his eyes, positioning himself in front of Lin Xuan. Observing Bai Haoyu's action, Ma Wenyuan's face twisted into a cold smile. You overestimate your abilities. In an instant, Ma Wenyuan propelled himself, leaping over Bai Haoyu with the grace of a dragonfly skimming water. Seeing this, Bai Haoyu was alarmed, quickly turning to Lin Xuan, shouting, Director Lin, be careful. Yet, Lin Xuan remained unmoved, as if he had not heard a word. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Wenyuan let out a cold sneer. Caution? What use is mere caution? The true error lies in your unwarranted arrogance. Those who have yet to fully spread their wings ought not to be so haughty. Otherwise, when you eventually grow, you will surely become a calamity. It would be wiser to eliminate you now. Remember, in your next life, do not be so presumptuous. And do not presume that a modicum of skill gives you the right to emerge so brazenly, lest you meet an untimely end as you do now. Beside them, Zhou Yuzhu gasped at the unfolding drama, although she yearned to step forward to shield Lin Xuan. Her reflexes and speed lagged just enough to leave her helplessly watching as Ma Wenyuan's dagger inched closer to Lin Xuan's throat. In that moment, she envisioned Lin Xuan collapsing in a pool of blood. Haha, this kid is finally going to meet his demise. He truly does not recognize his own limitations. Observing the spectacle from a distance, Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. Beside him, Zhang Linlin, perplexed, queried, Lu Xiao. How can Ma Wenyuan be so formidable? Isn't he a disciple of Ouyang Qian? Has he also mastered combat skills? Linlin, you are unaware, Lu Qifan began. Though Ma Wenyuan is indeed a disciple of Ouyang Qian, he has another master. What? Another master? Zhang Linlin's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Lu Qifan's words. Indeed, while it is somewhat unusual for one to have two masters, Ma Wenyuan does, one being Ouyang Qian and the other, the underground boxing king, Zui Zicang. Although Zhang Linlin did not fully comprehend the implications of this name, she understood that anyone comparable to Ouyang Qian could not be trifled with. It seemed that Lin Xuan was indeed in grave danger. Before long, Ma Wenyuan's dagger, like a serpent, lunged forward, mere inches from Lin Xuan. The glint of the blade caused those present to avert their gazes, knowing that the ensuing scene would be one of bloodshed and severed heads. A sight that would surely haunt them. As expected, a piercing scream echoed through the casino. Chapter 65, Do you submit? A scream erupted, causing some timid females to shriek in fright, only to cautiously open their eyes and peer at the commotion. However, they gasped in disbelief at the sight before them. Even Lu Qifan was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a word. The scream was genuine, yet it did not emanate from Lin Xuan, but rather from Ma Wenyuan himself. He stood there, clutching the severed wrist of his right hand, disbelief etched across his face, disregarding the pain. Who are you? Lin Xuan's speed had been so extraordinary that Ma Wenyuan had barely registered it before feeling a searing pain, witnessing his right hand severed at the wrist. On the other side, Bai Haoyu could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated the chairman of Yihua Group to possess such prowess. If Ma Wenyuan's earlier strike had been aimed at him, he could not be sure he would have easily deflected it. It appeared that this director Lin was not only a master of gambling, but had also reached a remarkable level in combat. Meanwhile, Ma Wenyuan lay on the ground, gazing up at Lin Xuan, who casually toyed with the dagger. His eyes trembled with fear. This person's combat skills undoubtedly surpassed his own. If he persisted in his foolishness, death was inevitable. At that moment, all resistance left him. He knelt before Lin Xuan, heedless of the blood pouring from his hand, repeatedly bowing as if pounding garlic. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I was mistaken. Please forgive me this once. You were wrong. Lin Xuan regarded Ma Wenyuan with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes before coldly retorting. Then let me ask you, are you willing to submit now that I have severed your arm? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Ma Wenyuan trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, he continued to bow and plead, I submit. I submit. This arm was always yours to claim. How could I not comply? Seeing Ma Wenyuan's capitulation, Lin Xuan squatted to look him in the eye and asked, and what about my making you publicly humiliated? Do you submit? I submit. I submit. I submit. Ma Wenyuan was now shaking in terror, fearing to defy Lin Xuan in any way, nodding fervently in agreement. His only hope was that Lin Xuan would spare his life. Everything else was inconsequential. Pleased with Ma Wenyuan's submission, Lin Xuan nodded approvingly. Very well, since you are so cooperative, I shall let you off this time. However, if you dare to overstep your bounds in the future, beware of your life. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the tension in Ma Wenyuan's heart finally eased. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you. Humph. Observing Ma Wenyuan's obsequiousness, Lin Xuan let out a cold snort, standing upright and strolling away without a second glance at Ma Wenyuan. Turning his gaze towards Lu Qifan. Lu Xiao, according to our earlier agreement, he lost to me, so now you owe me 200 million. Yet before Lin Xuan could finish his sentence, Ma Wenyuan, resembling a desperate dog, suddenly lunged at Lin Xuan, aiming a punch at the back of his neck. Not merely a punch, but within his palm lay a slender iron needle. The crowd gasped in shock. They could not believe Ma Wenyuan was so audacious as to attempt a sneak attack. However, Lin Xuan remained facing away, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Observers braced themselves, convinced that Lin Xuan's fate was sealed. Yet, a smirk played upon Lin Xuan's lips. Fool. In the next instant, his gaze hardened, and the dagger in his right hand struck like a shadow towards Ma Wenyuan's left hand. The movement was so swift it was almost instantaneous, piercing through Ma Wenyuan's left hand. With a sickening sound, the dagger penetrated Ma Wenyuan's palm, crimson blood gushing forth, staining his upper body in a vivid scarlet. Ah! Ma Wenyuan shrieked as he beheld the blood erupting from his hand, the pain forcing him to collapse to the ground. Witnessing Ma Wenyuan's pitiful state, the onlookers gasped in shock. Who is this young man? He is decisive in his actions, and though he appears to be in his 20s, his maturity rivals that of a man in his 30s or 40s. This is simply unfathomable. As Ma Wenyuan lay in a pool of blood, Lin Xuan bent down to retrieve the silver needle that had fallen to the ground. Gazing at the glimmering silver needle, Lin Xuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Did you think you could sneak attack me? If that is the case, then you may as well depart this world. His words left the entire assembly in stunned silence. Even Lu Qifan jolted upright. What is happening? How can a mere gambling match lead to loss of life? And if Ma Wenyuan dies, should his master learn of this? Neither Lin Xuan nor myself would escape unscathed. With this thought, Lu Qifan, who had remained silent until now, hurriedly attempted to intervene. Mr. Lin, I acknowledge my fault this time. I am willing to present 200 million immediately, so I implore you to spare his life. His master, besides the renowned Qian Sheng Ouyang Qian, is also the underground boxing king, Zhuo Zizong. Zhuo Zizong. At the utterance of these three words, Bai Haoyu's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of utter disbelief. While it might be acceptable for others to be unaware of such a name as the young master of a security group, he was all too familiar with it. Although security firms operate above board, it is imperative to maintain good relations with underground organizations. This not only allows one to acquire the latest intelligence, but also diminishes the likelihood of attacks on those under one's protection. For if one offends an underground organization, they may relentlessly assault the targets you are sworn to defend. While one might manage to fend off such assaults once or twice, persistent attacks could lead to dire consequences. If they succeed, even once, the reputation of your security company would be irrevocably tarnished. With this in mind, Bai Haoyu hastily stepped forward to advise Mr. Lin. This individual must not be killed. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, he witnessed Lin Xuan's right hand tremble slightly, and the silver needle that had been in his grasp plunged directly into Ma Wenyuan's brow. Chapter 66. Those who insult me shall perish. With a soft thud, Ma Wenyuan's pupils instantly constricted, and he fixed his gaze upon Lin Xuan, his eyes brimming with resentment. Simultaneously, he attempted to utter something, but by then, no sound emerged from his lips. Moments later, Ma Wenyuan could no longer endure and collapsed, breathless and lifeless. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Qifan pointed at Lin Xuan, his face a mask of fury and terror. You actually killed Ma Wenyuan. Not only Lu Qifan, but even Bai Haoyu beside him wore expressions of sheer panic. Despite his myriad experiences, he was rendered incapable of maintaining composure in such a moment. Mr. Lin, you have acted impulsively. Lin Xuan turned, a cold snort escaping him. Impulsive? This man has shown utter contempt for me, insulted me first, and later attempted to kill me through gambling. Had I not trained, I would be the one lying lifeless on the ground. Thus, granting him a swift end is an act of mercy on my part. Upon hearing this, Bai Haoyu grasped the situation and sighed. If the Bai family wished to align with Yihua Group, they must stand united. I understand, Mr. Lin. I will inform my father, and the Bai family will employ all resources to investigate Zhuazitsong. With a single declaration, Bai Haoyu promptly established his stance. Zhuazitsong? Who is he? Lin Xuan inquired curiously upon hearing the name. Sighing slightly, Bai Haoyu explained, Mr. Lin, this name is entangled with underground forces. In our current society, there exist not only legitimate entities, but also hidden organizations that rarely reveal themselves to the public eye. If those so-called thugs are deemed underground forces, that would be a grave misrepresentation. The realm of underground forces is vast and intricate. Among them are specialized black boxing casinos, and Zhuazitsong is one such figure. It is said that he was apprenticed to a famous master of the Huan Fist at a young age, and after defeating his master, he sought out additional mentors. Rumor has it there were no less than 4. By the age of 19, he had joined the underground black boxing arena and has reportedly never tasted defeat since. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Xuan felt no concern regarding someone like Zhuazitsong. In truth, he was merely a black boxer, and his achievements could easily be exaggerated. Moreover, this was not ancient times, nor were they confined to the boxing ring, where one must engage in one-on-one combat. Frankly speaking, should Zhuazitsong dare approach him, he could simply offer a bounty of 100 million for his head. Although the underground forces are complex, issuing such a bounty under the name of Yihua Group would likely attract numerous individuals eager for the task. With this thought, Lin Xuan glanced at Lu Qifan. Noticing Lin Xuan's gaze, Lu Qifan's expression shifted slightly, and he began to tremble involuntarily. At this moment, not only Lu Qifan, but even some of his subordinates began to shake. Zhang Zifan, standing nearby, turned as pale as a ghost. He never anticipated witnessing a murder, and so nonchalantly. Had he not been bracing himself against the table, he surely would have collapsed to the floor, his spirit utterly shaken. They were accustomed to trailing behind Lu Qifan, posturing and flaunting their might. Yet, they never imagined they would strike a veritable iron wall, one capable of breaking their legs. Lin Xuan turned to Lu Qifan, sneering, will you pay me the 200 million in cash or by check? Hastily, Lu Qifan produced a checkbook from his pocket, his hands trembling as he scribbled the figure of 200 million. He then tore it out and extended it. Mr. Lin, here is the check for 200 million. Please accept it. In the next moment, a surge of people flooded through the entrance of the casino, followed closely by dozens of bodyguards clad in Yihua Group and by security company attire. Soon after, Chun Jingxing and Bai Xiongji strode in hastily, their faces etched with urgency, evidently seething with frustration. As they entered, those nearby hurriedly made way. In such a scenario, who would dare to approach? Mr. Lin, are you all right? Chun Jingxing asked, glancing at the fallen Ma Wenyuan before casting a wary look at Lu Qifan and his companions. Feeling the weight of Chun Jingxing's gaze, Lu Qifan turned cold. He recognized who this individual was, the executive CEO of Yihua Group. Why was he here? And why did he address this man as Mr. Lin? Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the implications. Could it be that he is the chairman of Yihua Group? Wasn't the chairman from the Zhou family? When did it change to someone named Lin? At that moment, Zhang Linlin was the first to inquire. Did you just call him Mr. Lin? Meeting her gaze, Chun Jingxing replied, this is our newly appointed chairman, Mr. Lin of Yihua Group. Do you have any objections? A gasp echoed through the crowd, and shockwaves rippled through all present. No wonder he had so easily dismissed Ma Wenyuan's words. The chairman of Yihua Group could afford to disregard the likes of Zhuazitsong. The smirks that had previously adorned some faces gradually morphed into expressions of dismay, with several who had mocked Lin Xuan now trembling in fear. My heavens! I never imagined this young man was the chairman of Yihua Group, but I heard that Yihua Group belonged to the Zhou family. When did they change hands? The details were unclear, but a friend of mine, who holds a senior position within Yihua Group, informed me that approximately 1 or 2 months ago, Yihua Group suddenly underwent a change in chairmanship, and it was a complete acquisition. What? A complete acquisition? If I remember correctly, the Zhou family possesses a staggering 60% stake in Yacht Group. Could it be that this significant portion has been acquired? My goodness, that must amount to nearly 10 billion. What perplexes me the most is why the Zhou family would divest from Yacht Group, especially considering that it has been a lucrative venture of late. How could they possibly decide to sell? Indeed, could this individual be of considerable stature? At this moment, many began to murmur, utterly astonished that such a young man could wield such formidable influence. Eyes fixated on Lin Xuan, they were shaken by Chun Jingxing's earlier remarks. This youth, barely in his 20s, possessed wealth surpassing that of their own parents. Chapter 67, Dog Bites Dog. The chairman of Yacht Group, Lin Xuan, stood motionless at a distance, mumbling to himself as if his soul had been stripped away. He never imagined that this person was the chairman of Yacht Group. Had he known, he would have refrained from provoking him from the outset. With this thought, he glared furiously at Zhang Linlin, his eyes ablaze with rage. If it weren't for her, how could he have offended Lin Xuan? If it weren't for her, how could he have lost 2 billion so directly? And most critically, Ma Wenyuan was dead. Though he had not killed him himself, he had indeed invited him. Should either Ouyang Qian or Zhuo Zizong come calling, the repercussions would undoubtedly fall upon him. With this in mind, he struck Zhang Linlin sharply across the face. This entire debacle was the result of her meddling. Were it not for her instigation, how could he have found himself in such dire straits? Feeling the searing pain on her cheek, she looked at Lin Xuan in terror. Lu Xiao, what is wrong? What is happening? The innocence etched on Zhang Linlin's face ignited a blaze of frustration within Lin Xuan. He seized her collar and delivered another resounding slap. You dare feign innocence before me? You knew very well the stature of Mr. Lin. Why didn't you inform me? You led me to believe he was merely an ordinary person, claiming he had only received a few properties due to relocation. Are you jesting with me? The chairman of Yacht Group, and you call him an ordinary man? Seeing Lin Xuan's fury, Zhang Linlin felt a surge of panic and hastily explained, Lu Xiao, I never deceived you. When I was with him, he was truly an ordinary person, earning merely a little over 10,000 a month. He couldn't even afford a car. I've told you everything. Not a word of it was a lie. Oh, you haven't deceived me? An ordinary person suddenly becomes the chairman of Yacht Group? An ordinary person owns the Jingmen building, worth nearly 1 billion? Spare me your excuses. Once I return and verify this, I will have you thrown out on your ear, along with your father, mother, and brother. You will all be evicted from my villa. Moreover, your brother needn't bother working for the Liu family any longer. I will ensure you all find yourselves destitute. By the way, the substantial gambling debts I cleared for your brother? You'd best return every last cent, or I swear you will learn what it means to be trapped in a situation from which there is no escape. At Lin Xuan's words, Zhang Zifan gasped in shock. He was aware that his current position before Lin Xuan was entirely due to Lin Xuan. The thought of being cast aside was intolerable. With urgency, he rushed to Lin Xuan, kneeling before him in supplication. Lu Xiao, please don't be angry. My sister and I have realized our mistakes. Please spare me this once. However, before he could finish, Lin Xuan kicked him to the ground with a force far greater than Lin Xian's earlier blow, sending him tumbling several times. Blood trickled from Zhang Zifan's mouth as he lay on the ground, unable to rise. Get lost. You worthless fool. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes in my company. There's a mysterious 3 million missing from the company accounts, and when I questioned the finance department, they said it was borrowed in my name. Under normal circumstances, this 3 million would not be significant, but at this juncture, if you don't produce it, I will see to it that your entire family is sold off to the north to mine coal. What? To the north to mine coal? The mere thought of the grim faces of coal miners sent Zhang Linlin into a panic. She turned sharply to Zhang Zifan and exclaimed, Zhang Zifan, what did you borrow that 3 million for? Didn't Lu Xiao already pay off your gambling debts? At the sound of his sister's voice, panic flickered across Zhang Zifan's face. Aye. Spit it out. Otherwise, I'll break your legs right now. Zhang Linlin pressed urgently, her frustration mounting. I took it to the casino. The casino. The mention of those fateful words sent a wave of dread through Zhang Linlin, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Then how much do you have left? None, it's all gone. At this, Zhang Zifan broke down in tears. Initially, he had intended to invest the 3 million, but the itch to gamble had compelled him to the casino he frequented. He had started with a modest 1,000, promising himself to leave once he lost it all. Yet, after losing 1,000, he thought to wager 10,000, believing he still had 3 million to spare. Thus, he spiraled from 1,000 to 10,000, then to 100,000, and ultimately squandered the entire 3 million. At first, Zhang Zifan had feared Lin Xuan would come to demand the money back. But with time passing and no confrontation, He had convinced himself Lin Xuan hadn't noticed the missing funds, even forgetting the matter altogether. Lin Xuan's expression grew increasingly grim. He truly wondered if he had been blind to have chosen Zhang Linlin. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Zhang Linlin, cursing, "Damn you all, you're nothing but leeches. You filthy woman. Even in death, I will ensure your entire family is sent north to mine coal." Zhang Linlin, blood streaming from her mouth, her cheeks swollen and bruised, lay helplessly on the ground as Lin Xuan continued his assault. "You wretched woman, I will have you and your entire family sent north. You want to leave until every last cent you owe me is repaid." With that, Lin Xuan pulled out his phone and dialed a number. At this moment, Zhang Linlin's face drained of color, her spirit shattered. She had painstakingly ensnared a wealthy heir like Lin Xuan, only to find herself in this predicament so soon. All of this was because of Lin Xuan. Had it not been for him, she would still be basking in the comfort of a wealthy boyfriend, and her family would not be facing the prospect of being sent north to mine coal. The thought of it filled her with a seething hatred for Lin Xuan. Yet in her current state, she lacked the power to act upon it. Just a few minutes after Lin Xuan's call had ended, a dozen dark figures entered, dragging Zhang Linlin and Zhang Zifen out as if they were wild dogs. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xuan merely smiled faintly and remarked to Zhou Yuzhu, "Let us depart. The spectacle of dogs biting dogs has come to an end." Chapter 68, Exceedingly Intense. With that, Lin Xuan took Zhou Yuzhu's hand and headed towards the exit. At this moment, Zhou Yuzhu remained in a dazed state. However, as she felt Lin Xuan's hand grip hers, her heart began to race uncontrollably, and her face flushed crimson. It dawned on her why Lin Xuan had been able to purchase so many garments at once, why he could acquire multiple Patek Philippe watches, even why he could afford a month's stay at the Marriott. It turned out that all of this was because he was the chairman of the Yihang Group. In this instant, Lin Xuan could undoubtedly be regarded as one of the elite in Zhonghai. Gazing at the man beside her, with his resolute visage, Zhou Yuzhu felt an overwhelming sense of fortune wash over her. She felt fortunate to be his first love. As Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu walked ahead, Chun Jingxing and the Bai family followed closely behind, flanked by a host of black-clad bodyguards clearing the path. Observing this spectacle, the onlookers quickly dispersed. It was only after Lin Xuan and his entourage exited that the entire casino let out a collective sigh of relief. The stifling atmosphere that had pervaded moments prior dissipated entirely. After all, the tension had been so suffocating that it left one gasping for breath. With Lin Xuan's departure, it was as if everyone could finally breathe freely again. Could it be that I was not dreaming just now? That man cannot truly be the chairman of the Yihang Group, can he? Surely, this is not a dream. I saw it with my own eyes. My shares in Yihang Group could easily purchase 5 or 6 of my family's companies. Indeed, the most alarming aspect was that he could buy those shares from the Zhou family. It was utterly terrifying. I heard that the Zhou family has begun to heavily invest in internet enterprises, yet they sold off their most crucial entertainment assets. Alas, these matters are no longer of our concern. Yet, I believe the most unfortunate must be the Liu family, especially Liu Xiao, who has truly lost both his wife and his troops. Indeed, and the most critical point is that Ma Wenyuan was killed here. This cruise gala was organized by the Liu family, and when Ma Wenyuan's master comes looking for answers, the Liu family will undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. Forget it, forget it. These matters do not concern us. However, we must be more vigilant in the future. I never anticipated that the chairman of Yihang Group would be alongside Bai Haoyu. It seems that the Bai family is destined for great heights. Upon uttering this statement, envy flickered in the eyes of the crowd. After all, aligning oneself with the Yihang Group is undeniably advantageous from any perspective. Upon exiting the casino, Bai Xiongji intended to apologize to Lin Xuan, but Lin Xuan gestured for him to stop. Today's events stemmed from my personal grievances with him. They have nothing to do with you. A wealthy second generation who could be so easily bewitched by Zhang Linlin is hardly distinguishable from a fool, especially when he puts on such a show before me, akin to a mere jester. Given that there was a helicopter available, Lin Xuan and his companions boarded it to return to Zhonghai City. I had planned to bring you here for a delightful time, but I am truly sorry for the unforeseen events, Lin Xuan remarked, gazing helplessly at the night sky outside. He had simply wished to take Zhou Yuzhu out for a relaxing escape, never expecting the turn of events that had unfolded. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Zhou Yuzhu quickly shook her head. It's nothing. I am genuinely content just to be here with you. An hour later, the helicopter landed on the helipad of the Bai Group. Director Lin, it is already dinner time. Shall we not share a meal before departing? Bai Xiongji approached first. Lin Xuan glanced at the time, nodded, and acknowledged. Indeed, I lost track of time while enjoying myself with you all. Let us proceed to dinner. Chun, you should join us as well. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's agreement, Bai Xiongji joyfully exclaimed, wonderful. Let us head to the Marriott Hotel, as it is your establishment. However, I insist on picking up the tab. Please do not decline. Lin Xuan smiled readily. Observing Lin Xuan's demeanor, Bai Xiongji felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He had been apprehensive that Lin Xuan would take offense at the earlier incident, jeopardizing their budding friendship. After disembarking, Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu entered the car driven by Chun Jingxing, while the Bai family took their own vehicle. Spotting the Rolls-Royce ahead, Bai Xiongji shot an admonishing glance at his son. What is the meaning of this? Were you not tasked with accompanying Director Lin to unwind and meet new people? How did you end up in this predicament? Hearing his father's words, Bai Haoyu appeared helpless. Father, I cannot be blamed for today's events. I had just brought Director Lin up when a few individuals approached to provoke us. If it had been anyone else, I would have simply sent them away. But it was Lu Qifan. I couldn't afford to escalate matters with him, which led to the altercation. When I saw things escalating, I had no choice but to call you. I assure you, I speak the truth. You may ask Xin'er, she was right there. Honestly, I never imagined Director Lin's gambling skills would be so formidable. Ma Wenyuan, the disciple of Qiansheng Ouyang Qian, couldn't win a single round against him. Really? Upon hearing Bai Haoyu's words, Bai Xiongji was taken aback. During Bai Haoyu's phone call, he had only mentioned that matters were urgent, without detailing the situation with Ma Wenyuan. Upon seeing Ma Wenyuan's corpse later, Bai Xiongji did not recognize him, thus he had not paid much mind. It now appeared that the new chairman of Yihan Group was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the most critical factor was Lin Xuan's remarkable prowess. After Ma Wenyuan lost to Lin Xuan, he audaciously attempted a sneak attack on him. Observing the astonished expression on Bai Haoyu's face, Bai Xiongji's countenance darkened. What? He actually dared to lay hands on Director Lin? That is tantamount to courting death. By the way, did you rush to help? Father, please do not be so agitated. I have not finished my account. Bai Haoyu quickly responded. Of course, I rushed over, but Ma Wenyuan's skills were extraordinary. He easily maneuvered around me. Yet, unexpectedly, Director Lin disarmed him with bare hands and broke one of his arms. Bai Xiongji, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. It is crucial to note that even the top bodyguards in their company would find it impossible to disarm someone trained in weaponry without assistance. This requires exceptional psychological fortitude to withstand the pressure of a dagger, as well as remarkable speed and precision. Any hesitation could prove fatal. In truth, given Lin Xuan's display of strength, even without the title of chairman of Yihan Group, they would still seek to cultivate a relationship with him. After all, individuals possessing such combat skills are exceedingly rare, even within their security firm. Should Lin Xuan choose to join their security company, he could command a salary in the millions, a pinnacle salary within the bodyguard industry. At this moment, Bai Xiongji had developed a completely new understanding of Lin Xuan. Initially, he presumed Lin Xuan was merely a scion of a prominent family, here to gain some experience by acquiring a company. However, it now appeared that he was much more than that. He possessed formidable capabilities, and it was even possible that he had undergone training abroad. Consequently, Lin Xuan's stature grew significantly in Bai Xiongji's eyes. With this thought, he turned to Bai Haoyu beside him and said, Haoyu, you have done exceptionally well this time. After a while, bring Xin'er's parents to Zhonghai so our families can meet and become better acquainted. Really? Upon hearing these words, both Bai Haoyu and Su Xian's faces lit up with joy. They had been awaiting this affirmation for far too long. Chapter 69, Fundraising. Upon arriving at the Marriott Hotel, Luo Wentao had long awaited their arrival at the entrance. The night was filled with joviality as they indulged in merriment over drinks. It was only after 10 o'clock that they bid farewell. Lin Xuan and Zhou Yuzhu returned directly to the presidential suite on the upper floor. Xingu, I'm going to take a shower first, Zhou Yuzhu announced with a smile as soon as they entered the room. A shower? Would you like me to join you? Lin Xuan teased. Zhou Yuzhu's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment upon hearing his words. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was a group message from his university. Go ahead and take your shower. I have something to attend to, he told Zhou Yuzhu. Okay. After she entered the bathroom, Lin Xuan opened the group message. He saw that the class monitor, Song Yuhao, had posted, Dear classmates, I just received news that our former teacher, Mr. Qin, has fallen ill. As soon as Song Yuhao shared this message, the long-dormant class group erupted with inquiries. What happened? What is wrong with Mr. Qin? Yes, Mr. Qin was quite good to us. How did he suddenly fall ill? Sigh, he had helped me back then. I truly hope he is all right. Seeing his classmates' concerns, Song Yuhao promptly responded, I just received the news too. I heard Mr. Qin is hospitalized, but I don't currently know the specifics. More classmates began to inquire further. What is wrong with Mr. Qin? What illness does he have? Is it serious? Does he need assistance? Yes, monitor, what is going on? Please find out, monitor. Lin Xuan felt a pang of anxiety as he read the messages. During their university days, many students struggled financially, often tightening their belts by the end of the month. He had received support from Mr. Qin during that time, so he couldn't remain indifferent now that Mr. Qin was ill. All right, everyone, please remain calm. I will inquire further. If it's not serious, it would suffice for everyone to express their goodwill. If there is a need, I hope everyone can lend a helping hand. Absolutely, monitor, please find out. Shortly after, Song Yuhao updated the group. Classmates, it seems Mr. Qin's condition might be a bit troublesome. Upon hearing this, the group erupted once again. Monitor, could it be a serious illness? How can it be resolved? I'm not sure. The teacher didn't say, and it's not convenient to disclose right now. I'll check on Mr. Qin's condition first. All right, please hurry and find out. After a while, Song Yuhao replied again in the group. Everyone, I just asked. They said the situation is neither good nor bad. It simply boils down to one thing: money. If the funds are adequate, the treatment won't be difficult. Soon after, Song Yuhao shared a link for donations in the chat. All right, everyone, I've set up a donation link. Without further ado, I'll lead by example. I'm donating 3,000 yuan. Upon seeing this donation link, everyone began to contribute for Mr. Qin. I'll donate 1,000 yuan. I bought a car this month, so I can only donate 2,000 yuan. I just resigned last month, so I can only donate a little, 800 yuan. Due to Mr. Qin's esteemed character and the affection he garnered from his students, the donation link quickly amassed 10,000 yuan. 10 minutes later, the total reached over 50,000 yuan. At this point, Song Yuhao remarked in the group, I just checked. We have 63 members in the group, but only 56 have donated. What are the remaining 7 of you doing? Qin Wenmin, Tan Qingxin, Li Boda, Lin Xuan. Have you not seen this, or are you pretending not to know? Moreover, how is it that one person only donated 20 yuan? If you're not going to donate, then don't. But don't just contribute 20 yuan. That's not even enough for Mr. Qin's registration fee. However, Lin Xuan had not yet seen Song Yuhao's messages. He was engrossed in the donation page that Song Yuhao had shared. This fundraising initiative was not initiated by Song Yuhao, but by a girl, presumably Mr. Qin's daughter. After all, Lin Xuan had met Mr. Qin's daughter a few times at school. She had been a young girl back then and should now be in high school. As Lin Xuan browsed the donation page, Song Yuhao continued to berate him. Lin Xuan, are you really going to hide like a turtle? Do you have no shame? Wasn't it Mr. Qin who helped you when you could barely afford to eat steamed buns during school? And now you're hiding? Are you even a man? Lin Xuan, can't you even muster the courage to say something? Lin Xuan. Regardless of how much he scolded, Lin Xuan remained silent. You coward. You weakling. You pathetic excuse. Seeing that Lin Xuan had still not responded, Song Yuhao continued his tirade in the group. Wow. Upon exiting the donation page, Lin Xuan was bombarded with dozens of messages in the group, all from Song Yuhao. After reading these messages, Lin Xuan furrowed his brows. Why is it that I'm the only one being singled out for not donating? It's not like I'm the only one here. To be frank, he and Song Yuhao had never quite seen eye to eye during their school days. The reason was quite simple. He just found him irritating. Lin Xuan had been quite the campus heartthrob, which had left a lasting resentment in Song Yuhao, leading him to always take subtle jabs at Lin Xuan. After graduation, Lin Xuan had forgotten about it, but he never anticipated that Song Yuhao would still hold a grudge. And his current behavior was merely an attempt to embarrass Lin Xuan in front of their classmates. Irritated by Song Yuhao's condescending remarks, Lin Xuan finally replied, Song Yuhao, if you want to donate, then do so. Stop pestering me. I will donate to Mr. Qin in my own time, so you needn't concern yourself with that. Hearing Lin Xuan's response, Song Yuhao continued with his sarcastic tone. Oh, donating yourself? I see you're just too broke to help Mr. Qin. I haven't seen your name on the donation page yet. If you're going to donate, do it quickly. Otherwise, just admit you're out of funds. We want to laugh at you. Chapter 70. Xiao Xue has grown up. In truth, even he would scarcely believe this statement. After graduating for such a considerable time, he still found himself without any financial means. Such a predicament would undoubtedly invite ridicule, no matter to whom it was recounted. Why should I resort to crowdfunding? Cannot I simply provide assistance directly to Teacher Qin? Lin Xuan remarked nonchalantly. Upon seeing Lin Xuan's message, Song Yuhao's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he replied, Heh, it's not that I'm criticizing you, Lin Xuan, but what you're doing is simply unfeasible. If you had the capability, you would personally donate to Teacher Qin, I firmly believe. Given your talents, you would not lack for funds. Lin Xuan, upon hearing Song Yuhao's words, let out a cold snort. It's merely a donation. What is so difficult about it? I am entirely capable of donating to Teacher Qin without needing your assistance, Song Yuhao. With that, Lin Xuan dismissed any further discourse with Song Yuhao and promptly exited the group chat. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open and Zhou Yuzhu emerged. Her hair damp and clad in a nightgown. Noticing Lin Xuan's expression of exasperation, She quickly inquired, Xiangu, what's the matter? Nothing. I have an errand to run tomorrow. You can manage your meals on your own, Lin Xuan replied. Zhou Yuzhu did not press for further information. After all, a wise woman knows what questions to ask and which to refrain from. The following morning, Lin Xuan arrived at Jishan Hospital, a prominent private establishment in the heart of Zhonghai City. Jishan Hospital, once a renowned international facility, had transitioned to a private entity due to reformations. Nonetheless, it remained one of the foremost tertiary hospitals in the country. Despite the early hour, the entrance was already teeming with individuals, with long queues forming outside. However, this posed no inconvenience to Lin Xuan, as he had opted for a bicycle instead of a car. The bicycle, a Trek Medun 99 worth over 100,000, had been procured with the assistance of Chen Jingxing. The rationale behind this choice was to circumvent traffic congestion, which was notoriously debilitating in Zhonghai City. Regardless of the vehicle's caliber, one could easily question their existence amidst the gridlock. Thus, cycling proved to be the most efficient means of navigating the city, being both lightweight and versatile enough to traverse any terrain. The Trek Medun 99, a veritable marvel of engineering, was constructed entirely of carbon fiber and designed with aerodynamics in mind, boasting no exposed cables whatsoever. As Lin Xuan deftly maneuvered through the labyrinth of vehicles, a driver of a Honda Civic could not restrain himself from shouting, "Damn it, what gives you the right to overtake me on a bicycle? If it weren't for the traffic, I'd be hitting 100 in 3 seconds. Hearing this, another driver chuckled derisively. Ignorance breeds audacity. What did you call me? The Civic driver turned, seething with rage, only to be quelled upon noticing the imposing presence of a G-class vehicle. Recognizing that those who could afford such luxury were undoubtedly formidable figures. Despite his lingering irritation, his countenance was clouded with discontent. Observing his dismay, the G-class driver scoffed. That bicycle could purchase your entire car. You dare to belittle it? I was merely speaking offhandedly. The Civic driver stammered, swiftly averting his gaze, his face flushed with embarrassment. Upon reaching the inpatient department on the 10th floor of Jishan Hospital, Lin Xuan's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the sign that read oncology. A wave of unease washed over him as he proceeded to the designated room for Teacher Qin. The moment he stepped inside, he was struck by a suffocating sense of despair. Lying on the hospital bed was none other than Teacher Qin herself. She was receiving intravenous treatment, her face alarmingly pale and gaunt, exuding an air of utter exhaustion. Beside her stood a young girl in school uniform, her long hair cascading gracefully, her delicate complexion reminiscent of a porcelain doll. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, her features so exquisitely refined they seemed like a masterpiece. Teacher Qin, you're awake. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the girl abruptly lifted her head to gaze at Lin Xuan, gasping in astonishment. Is that you, brother Lin Xuan? Once she confirmed her recognition, her eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks. She had not anticipated encountering Lin Xuan in such circumstances. For a period, Lin Xuan had refrained from asking for living expenses, claiming he was working to support his younger sister's education. Initially, it posed no issue. However, when his employer inexplicably withheld his wages, he found himself with barely enough left for 2 weeks' sustenance after paying tuition, ultimately resorting to dining at Teacher Qin's home. At that time, this little girl was merely in elementary school, and now, she had blossomed into a high school student. Thus, his affection for Xiaoxue was akin to that of an elder brother. Xiaoxue, it's me. Before Lin Xuan could finish his sentence, she lunged into his embrace, weeping softly. Brother Lin Xuan, my mother, she's seeing Xiaoxue, tear-streaked and sorrowful. Lin Xuan felt a pang in his heart and gently stroked her hair, reassuring her, do not worry. Teacher Qin will recover this time, just as you promised to take her on a trip. Hearing his words, Xiaoxue choked back her tears and nodded slightly. At that moment, Lin Xuan suddenly sensed an unusual sensation. Something seemed to be brushing against him. It dawned on him that the Xiaoxue in his arms was no longer the little elementary student of years past, but had transformed into a lovely young lady. Xiaoxue appeared to sense the shift as well. Recalling something, she quickly extricated herself from Lin Xuan's embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Xiaoxue, you've grown up. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xuan could only awkwardly scratch his nose and chuckle. Grown up? Have I truly matured? Is it that obvious? Chapter 71. Deceiving Compassion? Upon hearing their exchange, Teacher Qin slowly opened her eyes, her voice faint as she remarked, Xiaolin, why are you here? As Teacher Qin attempted to sit up, Lin Xuan hastily approached to assist her back down. Teacher Qin, you needn't rise. I heard you were unwell and came to check on you, Lin Xuan murmured gently. Gratefulness welled within Teacher Qin as she replied, thank you, Xiaolin, you are so considerate. Please, take a seat. Certainly, Lin Xuan nodded, finding a chair to settle into. Teacher Qin then turned her attention to Xiaoxue, smiling as she instructed, Xiaoxue, Pour a glass of water for your brother Lin. Of course. Xiao Xue promptly rose to fulfill the request, handing Lin Xuan a glass. He accepted it with a smile. Thank you, little Xue. By the way, just as Lin Xuan was about to inquire about the remaining funds needed for the surgery, he was suddenly interrupted by the boisterous laughter emanating from the adjacent hospital bed. The sound was so loud that it could easily be mistaken for a live comedy show. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brows. It was crucial for Teacher Qin to have a serene environment at this moment, and such disruptive laughter was exceedingly irksome. In this atmosphere, how could it possibly be conducive to Teacher Qin's recuperation? This individual was truly unbearable. Upon hearing the laughter, little Xue couldn't restrain herself from commenting. In response, Lin Xuan nodded and asked, Little Xue, is that person always like this? Upon hearing his question, little Xue frowned and nodded. Indeed, she often behaves this way and sometimes even goes live with her phone here. Haven't you reported this to the hospital? Lin Xuan inquired, casting a disapproving glance at the grinning Su Huihui. We have, but every time the nurses arrive, she acts all obedient. Only to revert to her true self the moment they leave, little Xue sighed helplessly. There's really no way to manage such a shameless person relying on the hospital. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and a man in his 30s entered, carrying a bag of food. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, he paused momentarily. Upon noticing the man's entrance, Su Huihui shot up from her bed, exclaiming, What took you so long? Don't you know I haven't had breakfast yet? You're trying to starve me to death. In response to Su Huihui's remarks, Yu Ziqiang, with a face full of eagerness, replied, Huihui, you have no idea how congested the roads are outside, and there were so many people selling breakfast. By the way, while I was stuck in traffic, I saw a bicycle worth over 100,000. It was so cool. Cool. What is the point of being cool if it's just a bicycle? Su Huihui scoffed. Rolling her eyes, she then snatched a fried chicken leg from Yu Ziqiang's hands and began devouring it ravenously. Hey, Huihui, slow down. No one is competing with you, he said, handing her a bottle of cola. Su Huihui accepted the cola and drank it greedily. After finishing a large gulp, she let out an enormous belch with utter disregard. Witnessing this, Lin Xuan's frown deepened. This person was exceedingly rude. Moreover, this was a hospital. Such gluttonous behavior might go unnoticed elsewhere, but to act so uncouthly in a hospital room, making such a commotion, did she think she was in a luxury suite? Lin Xuan was truly disinclined to witness such a lack of etiquette. He turned to Teacher Qin and asked, Teacher Qin, what would you like for breakfast? I can fetch something for you. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, little Xue quickly interjected, Brother Lin Xuan, there's no need to trouble yourself. I've already prepared some millet porridge at home. It just needs to be heated in the microwave. Nodding, Lin Xuan took the food container and affectionately ruffled little Xue's hair, smiling as he said, All right, I'll go heat it up. 10 minutes later, as Lin Xuan was about to enter with the warmed millet porridge, he was suddenly met with Su Huihui's shrill scream from within. Wow! Thanks to Wu Lei Wu Hen for sending 100 hearts. Mua. Thanks to Hei Yibu Dong Wadai GMO for sending 66 blood bottles. Thank you all for your generous gifts. I appreciate everyone's support for my Huihui. She will strive to live on and will not disappoint your love and support. What on earth was happening? Had he entered a hospital or a live streaming studio? Was this person truly under the delusion that she was a celebrity? Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Lin Xuan walked in, his expression dark. Sure enough, Yu Ziqiang was inside, grinning as he spoke into his phone. Witnessing this, Lin Xuan's disdain for both Yu Ziqiang and Su Huihui intensified. What a bizarre individual. Why is he not in a psychiatric hospital instead of here? Lin Xuan had already surmised their identities. They were the type of internet personalities who feigned ailments to garner sympathy and manipulate others. With this thought, Lin Xuan placed the millet porridge on the table and called out to Su Huihui. Hey, could you show a bit of decorum? This is a hospital, not the outside world. Have you considered the feelings of other patients while you're here making such a racket? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's admonition, Yu Ziqiang rose and approached him, sneering, Who do you think you are? A Pacific officer? Mind your own business. My brother is live streaming here. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with me? My teacher is resting here, and your antics are disturbing her. Lin Xuan locked eyes with Yu Ziqiang, unwavering in his stance. While their live streaming outside was none of his concern, in the hospital, it was his responsibility. How could patients rest properly with such ruckus? If they were to worsen their conditions due to lack of rest, would they be held accountable? Rest? Yu Ziqiang glanced at Teacher Qin lying in bed and scoffed. Do you even know what department this is? This is oncology. With this illness, do you think merely resting will suffice? We're all bound to die sooner or later. What is the difference if it's sooner or later? Chapter 72. Who are you joking with? Boom. Upon hearing this, little Xue's body suddenly swayed, her face paling to a ghostly white. As Teacher Qin's daughter, she dreaded hearing such words. Lin Xuan, upon hearing this, became infuriated, striding forward to grab Yu Ziqiang by the collar, shouting, "What are you cursing for? Let me tell you, you'd better not let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can never livestream again. You dare threaten me?" Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yu Ziqiang's pupils constricted, glaring fiercely at him. "Do you know who I am? You dare threaten me?" Unfazed, Lin Xuan met Yu Ziqiang's gaze with a cold smile. "Aren't you just a streamer? Who do you think you are? Huh? A streamer? Do you have any idea how many fans I have? How many followers across all platforms?" Hearing this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "How many? Let me tell you. I have 1 million fans on the cat teaser platform. Last year's best newcomer," Yu Ziqiang boasted, gleefully filming Lin Xuan while giving him the middle finger. This act elicited roars of laughter from his livestream audience. Brother Chong v5. This kind of person needs to be taught a lesson, so he doesn't get too full of himself. Indeed, Brother Chong is a good man, vigilantly waiting by his wife's side day and night. Sigh. It's a shame Brother Chong hasn't been named a touching figure. It's almost a waste of talent. Enough talk. I'll send 10 big swords to Brother Chong to help raise some medical funds for his wife. Lin Xuan could hardly contain his laughter upon hearing Yu Ziqiang's words. Is 1 million followers on the cat tease platform considered significant? And what of this so-called newcomer king? It amounts to nothing. With these thoughts, Lin Xuan wore a grim expression. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Cease your live broadcast, or I assure you, you will come to regret it." Regret? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yu Ziqiang chuckled derisively. "Let me enlighten you, my friend. We live in a society governed by law. Moreover, I am currently broadcasting live, with countless viewers. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, I will ensure you face financial ruin." Lin Xuan remained silent, swiftly pulling out his phone to contact Chen Jingxing. Although he lacked direct connections to the higher-ups at the cat tease platform, the Yihao Group, as a leading titan in the domestic entertainment industry, would command a modicum of respect from them. After all, many celebrities frequently broadcast on cat tease, and offending the Yihao Group could result in a drastic decline in their viewership, leaving them with no recourse but to comply with minor requests. Within a minute, ban this person's cat tease account and their live stream. What? Ban my account and live stream? Instantly, both Yu Ziqiang and Su Huihui burst into laughter at Lin Xuan's proclamation. "Ha! Have you lost your mind, kid? Who do you think you are, attempting to ban me?" He then turned to the camera, feigning despair. "Brothers, can you believe someone is trying to shut down my live stream? What should I do? I might lose my livelihood." Seeing Yu Ziqiang's antics, the audience in the live stream chimed in. "Brother Chong, what are you afraid of? I'll send you a plane. Go hit him." "Exactly, Brother Chong. Don't be scared. We are your loyal fans. Go confront him. Regardless of the medical expenses, we'll cover it." "Brother Chong, is that adorable girl from yesterday still around? She was so cute. If you show her to us again, I'll send you 10 super gifts." Delighted by the comments, Yu Ziqiang subtly shifted the camera towards the nearby Xiaoxua. Upon seeing the camera aimed at her, Xiaoxua huffed. "Brother Lin, he's doing it to me again. Don't worry. He won't last much longer," Lin Xuan reassured, holding Xiaoxua's hand with a smile. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yu Ziqiang chuckled lightly, looking at him as if he were a dreamer. "Listen here, kid, there's no need to be so stubborn at your age. Speaking so boldly can lead to an unfavorable conclusion. You'll find out soon enough whether it's unfavorable," Lin Xuan replied, tension rising between them. At that moment, several comments appeared in Yu Ziqiang's live stream. "Doesn't that guy look somewhat familiar? Familiar? Now that you mention it, isn't he the infamous Lin Xuan? The black screen rich man who had that altercation with a girl last time? Lin Xuan? Black screen rich man. What is going on?" Some viewers, unaware of the backstory, inquired in the chat. "Are you all oblivious? About a month ago, this wealthy individual had an altercation with a girl, and overnight, he lavished tens of millions on himself. All while in black screen mode. His live stream skyrocketed in popularity. He later showered other streamers with nearly 10 million. What? Is that true? 10 million? Absolutely. His gifting record still holds the top spot on the cat tease platform. No one has surpassed it." As the audience's chatter escalated, Yu Ziqiang's brow furrowed slightly. The black screen rich man. He had heard of this incident and even participated in that live stream to snatch cat tease coins. Could it really be true? Piecing together Lin Xuan's earlier remarks, Yu Ziqiang's expression darkened. More and more viewers began to recognize Lin Xuan as the one who had dominated the gifting leaderboard. Realizing this, Yu Ziqiang trembled, a forced smile creeping onto his face. "You are Mr. Lin Xuan from the cat tease platform, right? Oh dear. I didn't recognize you at first, my apologies. It seems I've mistaken you for someone else. I understand now. I'll have my wife and I move out immediately. How does that sound?" In response, Lin Xuan's expression remained icy. "So now you wish to back down? A pity it is too late." Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yu Ziqiang's anger surged. He had already conceded, yet Lin Xuan persisted in his resolve. What did it matter that he had gifted so much? He was still the newcomer king, with 1 million followers. Surely, the Cat Tease platform would not forsake him. Just then, he noticed that his live stream had ended. The screen now displayed only the Cat Tease logo and a message. This live stream has been suspended for suspected illegal activity and is undergoing indefinite rectification. What? What is happening? Yu Ziqiang was left speechless. Could it be a malfunction with his phone? Before he could reboot it, Su Huihui cried out, "Brother Chong, the dirt we suppressed before has resurfaced." What? Yu Ziqiang quickly grabbed his phone. Sure enough, there were prior instances of fraudulent activity linked to them. Though they had managed to whitewash their records with some money, now, those past scandals emerged like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm, intensifying by the minute. Yu Ziqiang's expression shifted dramatically. Now not only were his past transgressions exposed, but there was no way to escape this, not even by switching accounts. Unless he were to change his face entirely. In that moment, a chill ran down Yu Ziqiang's spine. He looked at Lin Xuan, his face filled with despair. Lin Xuan met Yu Ziqiang's gaze, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "Brother Chong, you didn't think I was joking with you, did you? I never joke with strangers." Chapter 73, VIP Ward. In an instant, Yu Ziqiang's expression darkened. He glanced at Lin Xuan, finally comprehending the extent of his power. The reason he could shower him with gifts was purely because he had the means. Moreover, their previous misdeeds were now laid bare for all to see. Not just those on the Cat Tease platform, but the entire online community was now aware of their actions. He felt like nothing more than a speck of dust before Lin Xuan. "Brother Chong, don't panic. We've earned enough money to enjoy ourselves for a while. If we don't stream, we don't stream," Su Huihui reassured Yu Ziqiang. "Indeed, we've made quite a bit from gifts recently. If we withdraw everything, we can take a break for some time. The internet's memory is limited. After a while, we can concoct some story and return to earning a living." However, when he clicked on the earnings center to withdraw funds, he froze. What is going on? The screen displayed a prompt. "Your account has been banned. Please contact customer service." "It's over. We can't access our account." Yu Ziqiang's voice trembled with fear. "What? We can't access our account? Then what about our money? Won't we be unable to withdraw it?" Upon hearing Su Huihui's words, Yu Ziqiang could only nod helplessly, acknowledging the situation. "So, am I still hospitalized?" "Hospitalized? What nonsense. I am not ill. If I can't make money, why would I stay in this hospital?" With that, the two of them fled the hospital in a rather undignified manner. Witnessing their hasty departure, Xiaoxua, who was preparing to call for help, was left in a state of bewilderment. Are they truly leaving just like that? Not paying them much mind. Lin Xuan was soon greeted by a notification from the system that resounded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, the host has completed option 1, acquiring ownership of Jishan Hospital." As expected, in the next moment, Lin Xuan's phone began to ring. A smile graced his lips as he approached the door to answer it. As he connected, an exceedingly respectful voice greeted him. "Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Lin?" "Yes, that's me." "And you are?" "I am Guming Yuan, the director of Jishan Hospital. I just received the notification that you have acquired our hospital, correct?" Nodding in affirmation, Lin Xuan replied, "Indeed." "Ah, Mr. Lin, would you like to take a tour of our hospital?" Although Jishan Hospital is privately owned, its fees are comparable to those of public institutions, necessitating substantial backing from a corporate entity for its operations. Therefore, it is no surprise that anyone capable of acquiring a private hospital is invariably a major enterprise. Consequently, Guming Yuan had taken a moment to look into Lin Xuan's background, and the results were quite astonishing. Not only was Lin Xuan the owner of Jingmen Building, but he was also the chairman of Yihua Group. With this revelation, Guming Yuan felt compelled to be exceedingly courteous. At present, Lin Xuan could not disclose his presence there. Doing so would surely lead Guming Yuan to bring a throng of individuals to seek him out, which he wished to avoid. No need for that. I will visit occasionally for inspections, but I have a task to entrust to you. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Guming Yuan promptly responded, "No problem at all, Mr. Lin. You can rest assured, I will handle it impeccably." After their conversation ended, Lin Xuan returned to the hospital room. Shortly thereafter, a nurse knocked and entered. "Patient in bed 1, Qin Xianjing, is being prepared for transfer to the VIP room." VIP room? What is going on?" Both Teacher Qin and Xiao Xue were taken aback by the nurse's announcement. When did I ever request a transfer to a VIP room? While it was true that the amenities in a VIP room far surpassed those of a standard room, the costs were equally daunting. Such expenses were burdensome for them to bear. The already exorbitant medical fees were overwhelming, and now a VIP room was simply beyond their means. Could there be a mistake? Perhaps my name was confused with someone else's? Puzzled, Teacher Qin inquired, "Nurse, are you sure you have the right person? I never applied for a VIP room." At that moment, Lin Xuan stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Rest assured, Teacher Qin, I know the director here. I've informed him of your situation." So even if you move to the VIP room, the cost will remain the same as a standard room. Although Lin Xuan could certainly arrange for Teacher Qin to stay free of charge, he feared it might raise her suspicions. It was better to transfer her to the VIP room at the same rate, ensuring that even in his absence, no one would come looking for her again. After all, VIP rooms were single occupancy, which would greatly enhance Teacher Qin's comfort during her recovery. I see. Thank you so much, Xiaolin. I understand now. I appreciate your help. After hearing Lin Xuan's explanation, Teacher Qin nodded, casting him a glance filled with complex emotions. She was astonished that her former student had connections to such prominent individuals. It was almost unbelievable. You are too kind, just a small favor. Lin Xuan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Shortly after Lin Xuan and Xiao Xue assisted Teacher Qin in relocating from the standard room, Song Yuhao and his companions arrived. Did we come to the wrong place? The sight of the empty room left everyone in a state of shock. No way. I just checked the room information on the crowdfunding site. It was definitely here. How could there be no one? Could Teacher Qin have stepped out? But that doesn't make sense. The personal items in the room are all gone. It doesn't look like anyone has stayed here. Panic set in as they feared the worst. Hastily, they rushed to the nurse's station to inquire about the situation. The nurse, glancing at the patient record book, explained, "Yes, due to Mr. Lin's request, the patient in this room has been transferred to the VIP room. You can head to the 20th floor to find them." Chapter 74. Truly unfathomable audacity. What? VIP room. But we can't even gather the surgery fees. How did this happen? Suddenly, a thought struck Song Yuhao, and he asked, "Nurse, is the Mr. Lin you mentioned Lin Xuan?" The nurse instinctively nodded, confirming, "Yes. That's correct. It was Mr. Lin who requested the transfer." Upon hearing this, Song Yuhao's teeth clenched in frustration. Lin Xuan is being utterly reckless. Teacher Qin's medical fees are still not settled, yet he unilaterally moves them to a VIP room. Does he not understand the daily rates for a VIP room? Enraged, he seethed internally. In the VIP room on the 20th floor, wow, this place is enormous, and the decor is stunning, complete with flowers. Xiao Xue exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she danced around the room. Xiao Xue, be careful not to break anything. Everything here must be very expensive, and we certainly cannot afford to pay for any damages, Teacher Qin admonished, keeping a watchful eye on her. It's all right. Everything belongs to the hospital, so if something breaks, it's on them, not you. Lin Xuan reassured her with a smile, noting the youthful exuberance of Xiao Xue. This spirited girl bore a striking resemblance to Teacher Qin. A smile crept onto his lips as he contemplated the delightful feeling. Oh, Xiao Xue acknowledged, though her unease lingered. Teacher Qin, Xiao Xue, please wait here for a moment. I will go take care of the paperwork for you and return shortly. Lin Xuan smiled at Teacher Qin, then stepped outside. Just as he exited, he encountered Song Yuhao and the others emerging from the elevator. Song Yuhao, already simmering with anger, charged at Lin Xuan, demanding, Lin Xuan, what are you doing? Lin Xuan, unfazed by the hostility, retorted, and what of it? Why did you have Teacher Qin move to another room? How can a standard room possibly facilitate Teacher Qin's recovery? What is wrong with changing rooms? Lin Xuan replied defiantly. Moreover, the VIP ward, in terms of both environment and other aspects, is vastly superior to an ordinary ward. Is this not a suitable arrangement for Teacher Qin's recovery? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Song Yuhao, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, not suitable? It is certainly not. Lin Xuan, do you have any idea how much Teacher Qin's medical expenses are? Do you know how much she spends on nourishment each day? Your actions not only fail to alleviate Teacher Qin's burden, but instead exacerbate it. You are jeopardizing her very life. This time, Song Yuhao seized the rare opportunity to confront Lin Xuan and was determined not to let it slip away easily. Jeopardizing Teacher Qin's life? Lin Xuan looked at Song Yuhao with a sardonic smile. Oh, Song, I fail to see how I have suddenly become the perpetrator of Teacher Qin's demise. Perhaps you should refrain from making such unfounded accusations. As for the financial matters, you need not worry. I am acquainted with the director of this hospital. Thus, the cost of Teacher Qin residing in the VIP ward is equivalent to that of an ordinary ward, with no additional financial burden. Lin Xuan spoke with a tone of complete nonchalance. Huh, you claim to know the director of Jishan Hospital? Do you even know the director's name? What a ludicrous assertion. Hearing the commotion in the corridor, Xiao Xue stepped out of the ward to ascertain the cause. Upon seeing her, Song Yuhao hurried over and inquired, Xiao Xue, did Lin Xuan give you any money when he arrived? Money? What money? Xiao Xue, taken aback by the sudden question, instinctively shook her head. Why would Brother Lin give me money? Hearing her response, Song Yuhao smirked internally. Ah, just as I suspected. The others also regarded Lin Xuan with expressions of incredulity. I knew it. Someone as miserly as him suddenly showing kindness to secure a VIP ward for you and claiming to know the director? It's utterly laughable. Song Yuhao mocked, directing his scorn at Xiao Xue. Xiao Xue, bewildered by his words, exclaimed, Song Yuhao, what are you saying? I don't understand a single word. Ignoring her confusion, Song Yuhao continued his derision towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, I suggest you promptly switch Teacher Qin's room back. Don't wait until you've contributed nothing. While Teacher Qin's family is unable to afford such exorbitant costs. Just then, a nurse approached, casting an admonishing glance at Song Yuhao. What are you making such a racket for? Do you not realize this is a VIP ward? What if you disturb others' rest? Embarrassed by the nurse's reprimand, Song Yuhao felt a tinge of shame, recognizing that his loud outburst was indeed disruptive in a hospital setting. I apologize, I was just overly excited. Please don't take offense. Humph. The nurse rolled her eyes at Song Yuhao and turned to leave. In the ward, Teacher Qin observed the arrival of Song Yuhao and the others with mild surprise, her eyes welling with emotion. Though she was currently unwell, it warmed her heart to see that her former students, despite the years that had passed since their graduation, still remembered her and came to visit. All right. There is no need to be so formal. I am fine. Please sit. Very well. Hearing Teacher Qin's words, everyone nodded and took their seats. Teacher Qin, we were once your students. It is only natural for us to come and see you during your illness. After saying this, Song Yuhao took out his phone and opened the crowdfunding page. Teacher Qin, this is the water droplet fund that Xiao Xue initiated. My classmates and I have pooled some money for you. As Teacher Qin gazed at the sum displayed on the page, tears of gratitude brimmed in her eyes. If I recall correctly, you all graduated not long ago, and some of you are preparing for marriage. This is too much. Haha, it's nothing to worry about, Teacher Qin. Please accept it. Song Yuhao smiled. This. Teacher Qin hesitated to refuse, but Song Yuhao pressed on. Teacher Qin, you must accept it. Given your current condition, continuing to work is not advisable. This money is essential for both your treatment and daily living. With that, he began to read aloud the names and amounts donated. Song Yuhao, 3,000 yuan. Xia Yangyun, 2,000 yuan. Xiang Shanmei, 1,800 yuan. Teacher Qin, our class comprises 63 individuals, and 60 of us have contributed. With only Peng Yu and Gu He uncontacted, leaving only Lin Xuan. At that moment, Song Yuhao resembled a teacher announcing exam results. Back then, those with lower scores felt embarrassed, and now, those who donated less felt the same embarrassment. The most awkward of all were undoubtedly those who contributed nothing, like Lin Xuan standing before them. Though some of their classmates had not donated, it was understandable, as they might have been unreachable due to changes in contact information. But Lin Xuan was right there, and yet he had donated not a single cent. What a disgrace. Thus, when Song Yuhao's voice rang out, all eyes turned towards Lin Xuan, filled with disdain and contempt. Lin Xuan, everyone has generously contributed to Teacher Qin's medical expenses, and yet you stand here without offering a single yuan. Do you have the audacity to continue being present? At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open was heard, and a nurse entered, looking at Teacher Qin. Hello. Are you Qin Xianjing? Yes, that is me. We have contacted a specialist for your upcoming surgery. However, the cost of the procedure is 500,000 yuan, which must be paid by tomorrow morning. I wanted to inform you in advance, and please have either you or a family member sign here. 500,000. The group gasped in shock. While they had anticipated the surgical fees would be substantial, they had not expected it to be this exorbitant. Teacher Qin and Xiao Xue lowered their heads slightly, the figure clearly exceeding their financial limits. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the nurse continued. If this amount poses a significant burden for you, there is no need to sign. Not signing means Teacher Qin would be relinquishing treatment. This is unacceptable, Xiao Xue exclaimed, quickly taking the form and pen, though her hand trembled, hesitating in midair. After all, 500,000 was not a trivial sum. Moreover, it needed to be paid by tomorrow morning. How could that even be feasible? Song Yuhao, noticing her distress, asked with a quivering voice, Xiao Xue, how much more do you need? Xiao Xue bit her lip, her spirits sinking as she replied, currently, my mother's account still has 130,000 yuan. She had her struggles. Her father had abandoned them when she was just 3 years old. Teacher Qin had tirelessly juggled teaching and caring for her, often helping other students in need, which left her savings woefully inadequate over the years. Moreover, the recent illness has already incurred considerable expenses, and now there remains over 130,000 yuan, most of which is borrowed from relatives. It is clear that asking them to lend more money at this point would yield little success. It is not that others are unwilling to lend. Rather, they themselves are not affluent. The figure of 500,000 yuan is an unattainable dream for the vast majority. With the 130,000 yuan we have, we are nearing 200,000 yuan. Yet the remaining 300,000 yuan presents a significant dilemma. One of the young women furrowed her brow and spoke with a hint of helplessness. Nurse, is it possible to postpone the surgery? We will do our utmost to gather the necessary funds as swiftly as possible, Song Yuhao said, glancing at the nurse beside him. Indeed, nurse. We will also try our best to raise the funds. You understand that 500,000 yuan is an insurmountable amount for us. We implore you. Could you grant us a little more time? Just 3 days, and we will surely provide you with a response. What do you think? Another young man pleaded earnestly. I'm sorry, but that is the rule, the nurse said, shaking her head resolutely. But this matter truly cannot be decided in such a short time. Song Yuhao implored once more. The nurse remained steadfast, shaking her head again. I'm sorry, but this is the protocol. You cannot violate the rules. But there are no buts. You must understand that both the specialists and the resources required are time-sensitive. If we delay further, it may become impossible to find suitable provisions. Upon hearing the nurse's words, everyone suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. The nurse spoke the truth. This was not merely a transaction, but a matter of health. Furthermore, for a surgery involving Teacher Qin's tumor condition, it is imperative to have a seasoned expert. Otherwise, the procedure would be exceedingly difficult to execute. Typically, wealth ensures access to such surgeons, but finding one of this caliber at this juncture is an arduous task. However, they now face the reality that while a lead surgeon was available, the funds for the operation remained unpaid. Observing their plight, the nurse understood their predicament. How about this? Before I finish my shift, you can give me the list, she suggested, turning away with a resigned sigh. Such situations were common for her. So she did not rush, allowing the patient's family sufficient time to contemplate. As the door closed behind the nurse, silence enveloped the ward, so profound that even the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. Should I consider borrowing online loans? Xiaoxue finally murmured after a lengthy silence. For them, online loans appeared to be the only avenue left. Although repaying the loans would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties if she wished for her mother to regain her health. This was her only option. Online loans. The mere mention of those words caused everyone to momentarily pause. News reports frequently highlighted the perils of online lending, illustrating how many individuals, after borrowing a few thousand yuan, found themselves drowning in debt due to exorbitant interest rates, culminating in tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. Ultimately, some were left with no choice but to resort to suicide. Hearing Xiaoxue's suggestion, the expressions of those present grew exceedingly grim. Xiaoxue, with such high interest rates on online loans, do you think it would be easy to repay a few tens of thousands? One young woman expressed her concern. In response, Xiaoxue gritted her teeth, declaring, I'm not afraid. If necessary, I will drop out of school. The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere shifted, and expressions turned grave. Xiaoxue, what nonsense are you talking? You know that as something you should never consider. Teacher Qin exclaimed, attempting to rise from her bed. Yet, she was far too weak, struggling unsuccessfully to sit up. Seeing her mother in distress, Xiaoxue's eyes brimmed with tears. Mom, please don't say anything more. I will definitely get you treated. With that, Xiaoxue signed her name on the document and pulled out her phone, preparing to download a lending app. Just then, a large hand seized her phone away. You need not resort to loans. I will cover the remaining surgical fees. Chapter 76. Is 300,000 yuan a lot? Following the direction of the hand, Xiaoxue gazed in astonishment. Brother Lin Xuan you? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Song Yuhao could not suppress a laugh. Huh, Lin Xuan, are you trying to make me die of laughter? You, who have never contributed a penny, how do you intend to resolve this? Do you think your persuasive words will suffice to convince the hospital to waive the fees? And this is no trifling sum. It amounts to a full 300,000 yuan. How do you plan to manage that? Unless you can produce 300,000 yuan on the spot. Is 300,000 yuan a lot? Lin Xuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Song Yuhao with indifference. The room fell silent, everyone momentarily taken aback. While 300,000 yuan might be trivial for the wealthy, for the average person, it represented years of savings, perhaps even a decade or more. Yet, Song Yuhao scoffed dismissively, remarking, you're just bragging. Anyone can talk big. If you truly had the means, would you have remained silent yesterday? I already stated that I would provide Teacher Qin with the funds directly. As for you, do not concern yourself. I will cover the 300,000 yuan, and you simply need to manage the funds from the crowdfunding. With that, Lin Xuan took Xiaoxue by the hand and moved toward the exit. Let us go. We need to sign the documents at the nurse's station. Although Lin Xuan could pay the amount directly, the family member's signature was required prior to the surgery, which necessitated Xiaoxue's presence. After signing, Lin Xuan promptly transferred 300,000 yuan to Xiaoxue. The sound of the notification from Alipay left everyone in stunned disbelief. This was astonishingly straightforward. He transferred 300,000 yuan without so much as a flutter of an eyelid, not even requesting a promissory note from Teacher Qin or Xiaoxue. While they were willing to donate to Teacher Qin, the amounts were still within their means. A direct donation of 300,000 yuan would be beyond their capacity, particularly for Song Yuhao, who had initially believed victory was within his grasp and was eager to humiliate Lin Xuan. The sudden emergence of 300,000 yuan without any hesitation felt more disconcerting than ingesting a fly. The other young women, witnessing Lin Xuan's effortless display of financial prowess, saw their eyes light up. Having graduated several years prior, they were no longer swayed solely by appearances, but rather by wealth. Lin Xuan's ability to produce 300,000 yuan at once suggested he had recently come into fortune. They couldn't help but wonder whether he was currently single. If not, did that not leave them an opportunity? With that thought, several of the young women discreetly pulled out their makeup mirrors, touching up their appearance. Adding Xiaoxue's previous 130,000 yuan, they were now nearly at 430,000 yuan, merely 60,000 yuan short of the surgical costs. Lin Xuan turned to the now pale-faced Song Yuhao. Song Yuhao, where is your contribution? We are counting on you. There must be no slip-ups at this critical juncture. I'll check right now. Although Xiaoxue was the initiator of this endeavor, the oversight fell to Song Yuhao, meaning the funds ultimately would be drawn from his account. It seemed that, in critical moments, some individuals preferred to falter. Lin Xuan shook his head and scoffed. Humph. Do not feign ambiguity here. If you possess such wealth, why not advance the funds yourself? I am not coveting the money from the fundraising. I shall return it to you in due course. As Song Yuhao operated his phone, he retorted with palpable annoyance. Do you think my money falls from the sky? If you cannot withdraw the funds, simply admit it. Witnessing Lin Xuan's callous remarks, Song Yuhao's expression darkened considerably. In truth, he too was perplexed as to why the money suddenly became inaccessible. Though beads of sweat dotted his forehead, he stubbornly replied, Humph. Is wealth all that matters? Who knows how you acquired that 300,000? Perhaps it is merely borrowed from an online loan. At that moment, a notification suddenly flashed on his phone. Your account has been reported. Please contact customer service. In reality, Lin Xuan was loath to engage with someone like Song Yuhao over a few thousand yuan. Had he not been subjected to Song Yuhao's earlier mockery, he might not have cared about the money at all. Nonetheless, given the previous exchanges filled with sarcasm, it was only fitting to retaliate. Otherwise, he would merely appear cowardly. Of course, Teacher Qin's surgery would proceed as scheduled, with only a word to the director required. By the way, Xiaoxue, it's already noon. Would you care to join me for a meal? I just noticed a new restaurant that has opened nearby, Lin Xuan said, casting a smile at Xiaoxue, who was seated beside him. Xiaoxue hesitated, her heart stirred. After all, during this tumultuous time concerning her mother, she had scarcely indulged in any decent meals, making do with whatever was available for lunch and dinner. The proposal was indeed tempting. But if we go out to eat, who will care for my mother? Xiaoxue expressed her concern, glancing anxiously at her mother lying in the hospital bed. That is of no concern to us. This VIP ward is not merely a name. It comes with dedicated, professional care available 24 hours a day. After all, one pays for quality. Lin Xuan assured her with a smile. All right then, let us dine and return afterward. After bidding farewell to Teacher Qin, the two made their way to the elevator. At that moment, the lunch hour was in full swing, and numerous individuals awaited the elevator. The crowd was so dense that one could scarcely move. Brother Lin Xuan, there are so many people here. Let us take the stairs. Xiaoxue suggested. Stairs? This building has 20 floors. Lin Xuan chuckled, pointing to another elevator. Look, there's one over there with no one waiting. Xiaoxue followed his gaze and noticed indeed that another elevator stood nearby, remarkably new and devoid of a queue. Is this lad perhaps a country bumpkin who cannot read? Surely he must have seen the large VIP sign above. Exactly. This elevator is reserved for a select few in the hospital and some VIPs. It seems he is about to make quite the spectacle. Several individuals in line snickered at Lin Xuan's choice. However, the next moment, the elevator chimed and came to a halt, leaving them utterly astonished. Did they really just enter? The two glanced at the empty elevator and then at the long line they had been waiting in, feeling somewhat incredulous. Chapter 77. The obstructive G-Class. The pair emerged from the VIP elevator directly into the hospital parking garage. Given the hospital's vastness, there was also a dedicated underground parking area for non-motorized vehicles. As Lin Xuan led Xiaoxue past the motor vehicle parking lot, she asked in surprise, Oh, brother Lin Xuan, did you not drive here? Why do you say that? Lin Xuan inquired curiously upon hearing her words. I assumed someone who can produce such a sum of money must be affluent. Don't wealthy individuals typically arrive by car? Xiaoxue blinked, puzzled. Lin Xuan could not help but chuckle at her observation. You make a valid point. However, in the interest of environmental conservation, it is better to drive less and cycle more. That is the way forward. He then led her to where he had parked his bicycle, adding, besides, didn't you once enjoy riding with me? Oh, I didn't realize you remembered that from so long ago. Xiaoxua blushed slightly at his words, a hint of fluster in her demeanor. Yet, she quickly dismissed any lingering thoughts and took her place in the center of the bicycle as Lin Xuan pedaled gently toward the exit. But upon arrival, they discovered the exit was unexpectedly blocked. A sleek black Mercedes G-Class had completely obstructed the underground garage's exit. What on earth is going on? Who parked here? Lin Xuan frowned at the sight. Though he was on a bicycle, the G-Class left him no room to pass. The only way through was to climb over it. Not only Lin Xuan, but also several others found themselves trapped either inside or outside. Who did this? This is truly inconsiderate. I have no idea. I just arrived. But I heard it was a woman who drove in and parked here, someone remarked. What does it matter that a woman was driving? No one has the right to block this exit. This is a crucial passage for the entire underground garage. Blocking it means multiple vehicles cannot move. Indeed. But I must admit that G-Class is quite impressive. I hear it costs over 2 million. What's that to the point? That doesn't justify parking here. While everyone expressed their disdain for this behavior, they found themselves powerless to act, merely grumbling in frustration. Lin Xuan shook his head in resignation at the scene. Fortunately, being on a bicycle, crafted from lightweight carbon fiber, he could easily maneuver over the G-Class's hood. With this in mind, he turned to Xiaoxua and said, Xiaoxua, please step down for a moment. We shall walk over. Xiaoxua obediently nodded. However, just as Lin Xuan prepared to climb over, an urgent siren blared from within the underground garage. Beep beep. Is that the sound of an ambulance? The piercing wail startled everyone, prompting them to look toward the garage, where indeed an ambulance was approaching. As the ambulance rounded the corner, the driver intended to accelerate directly out, but suddenly spotted the G-Class blocking the way and slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement as the ambulance came to a halt. What kind of lunatic parks here? The driver, Tian Xiaohu, exclaimed angrily from the driver's seat, continuously honking the horn in hopes that the owner would come to move the vehicle. However, after several minutes of futile honking, no one appeared to budge the car. Frustrated, Tian Xiaohu abandoned the horn, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he trembled with agitation. Brother Hu, what shall we do now? Lu Rui, seated in the passenger seat, helplessly struck the control panel with his fist. They had just received a mission indicating that an individual had been involved in a car accident and urgently required transport to the hospital. The distance was not great, and given that it was daytime, a round trip would typically take no more than 10 minutes. However, to their dismay, the usually unobstructed underground passage was now completely blocked by a solitary, unattended Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which was infuriating. How am I supposed to know what to do? Damn it. I just want to ram this car out of the way. Tian Xiaohu exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with anger as he glared at the imposing vehicle before him. Hearing Tian Xiaohu's words, Lu Rui quickly interjected, Brother Hu, I understand your disdain for such behavior. But we must recognize that anyone who can afford a car like this is undoubtedly wealthy and powerful. We cannot afford to provoke them. Although Tian Xiaohu was acutely aware of the car's exorbitant value, his mind was consumed with the urgency of their mission. A patient desperately needed their help. How could they squander such precious time here? Yet, the thought of deliberately colliding with a vehicle worth millions made him hesitate. It was not a matter of courage, but rather the daunting prospect of repair costs. Even a simple paint job on such a car could easily exceed 100,000. If he were to actually cause damage, he would be left in an insurmountable financial predicament. Frustration washed over him, and he cradled his head in his hands, resting it on the steering wheel. Tears streamed down his face, a poignant reminder of the past. Years ago, his sister had tragically died because an ambulance was delayed by someone blocking the road. Those very individuals had the audacity to complain while moving their vehicles, lamenting, "Why did your sister have to fall ill at such an inconvenient time? I was in the middle of a mahjong game." The memory of their callousness ignited a fire of vengeance within him, yet he ultimately chose restraint, leaving the hospital with only his sister's ashes, moving to another city to escape the pain. But the haunting recollection of her death, caused by the indifference of others, lingered in his heart forever. Since then, he had become an ambulance driver, determined to ensure that every patient reached the hospital on time. Yet here he was, facing a situation eerily reminiscent of that fateful day. Sighing, he expressed his anguish, and Lu Rui felt a pang of sympathy. Those who blocked the road deserved severe punishment. Though Lu Rui too wished to use the ambulance to clear the obstruction, they found themselves with no option but to wait for a tow truck to arrive. Chapter 78. Just don't regret it. The number of uncouth individuals seems to be on the rise, Lin Xuan remarked, observing the G-Class occupying the ambulance's path. Without the ambulance's presence, he would have simply ignored it, as it would likely not cause significant consequences. However, the ambulance's predicament was different. A life could be lost due to such selfishness. Contemplating this, Lin Xuan turned to Xiaoxue. Stay here for a moment. I'll go check. Okay. With that, Lin Xuan approached the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, noticing a phone number affixed to the windshield. He dialed the owner of the vehicle. Hello. Is this the owner of the car with license plate AS13250? He inquired as the call connected. A melodious female voice responded, That's me. What is it? Your vehicle is obstructing the entrance. Could you please move it? Lin Xuan requested. The woman on the other end seemed utterly impatient. Why is it always someone asking me to move? I parked here because you said parking would be difficult to find, and I think this spot is quite nice. She hung up before Lin Xuan could respond. Lin Xuan frowned, incredulous at the audacity of such a person. Not only had she parked in a way that endangered lives, but she also displayed utter rudeness. One might expect a few harsh words in response to blocking the road, but she was blocking access to life itself. If her selfishness resulted in someone's death, the consequences would be dire. Lin Xuan redialed, but the call was abruptly cut off again. A moment later, an unexpected system notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Infinite choice system initiating. Option 1. Ram the Mercedes G-Class to clear the path for the ambulance. Reward. Limited edition Chrysler Beast. Option 2. Continue waiting. Reward. 50 favorability points with Zhu Yuan. A limited edition Chrysler Beast? Lin Xuan had only seen such a vehicle in the news. It was incredibly rare. In Zhonghai City, one might encounter a plethora of Mercedes, BMWs, and Audis, and even the high-end Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Land Rover. But the limited edition Chrysler Beast was a true rarity, priced at 20 million. With only 2,000 units worldwide and merely 4 in all of China. Just then, Lin Xuan's phone rang, revealing the incoming call was from the same number. Upon answering, he was met with a boisterous, condescending shriek. What are you hurrying for? Are you even a man? If I stop my car, will you die? Just because I'm blocking another ambulance, you expect me to care? You think you can tell me what to do? As he listened to her tirade, Lin Xuan's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, Are you sure you won't move your car? Move? I'm busy chatting with friends. I'll come down when I'm done. She retorted, launching into another tirade. Fine. If you refuse to move, you will bear the consequences. Consequences? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Do you know who my father is? Her arrogance was palpable, as if the world belonged to her. I don't care who your father is. Just remember, don't regret your choices. Regret? Huh. She laughed mockingly. Now, I'm regretting nothing. You'd better get lost, or I'll show you what real power is. Lin Xuan, weary of her insolence, decided against further discourse. Very well, then, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he hung up the call. This individual was truly lacking in decorum. Despite her clear wrongdoing, she continued to act with such arrogance, as if owning a Mercedes gave her the right to disregard others' lives. Beside him, Xiaoxue pouted and exclaimed with irritation. Although she was at some distance from Lin Xuan, she had overheard the commotion from the phone call moments ago. Meanwhile, within the hospital's inpatient department, a young girl adorned in luxurious attire tossed an apple back into her Louis Vuitton bag. What a stroke of misfortune. How dare that insignificant man speak to me so audaciously? If I weren't here to visit you today, I would have relished the opportunity to slap him soundly. When I parked earlier, he informed me there were no available spaces, yet I managed to find one myself. And now he expects me to move my vehicle. It is utterly preposterous. Such a prime parking spot cannot be relinquished so easily. Humph. If I descend and discover even a scratch, I shall demand he sell a kidney to reimburse me. Well, I shall make use of it, Lin Xuan remarked, surveying the surroundings and spotting a bulldozer at the nearby construction site. The hospital was indeed in the process of erecting a new office building, with dozens of laborers diligently at work. They had long since taken note of the parking situation, but, being mere construction workers, were powerless to rectify the issue. Lin Xuan approached one of them and said, Sir, is this bulldozer still in use? May I borrow it for 10 minutes? With that, he produced a wad of cash from his pocket, offering it as compensation. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's request, a robust middle-aged man, who had been smoking, removed the cigarette from his mouth and scrutinized Lin Xuan with keen eyes. What is this? You intend to push that car aside? Precisely. There is an ambulance desperately in need of access, and if we do not move the vehicle soon, the consequences could be dire, Lin Xuan replied candidly, nodding in affirmation. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's admission, the burly man erupted into hearty laughter. Well done, young man. I admire your courage. Since you are so bold, I shall forego the payment. However, I must ask, have you operated a bulldozer before? This is no ordinary sedan. Not previously, but I possess the capability to drive, Lin Xuan asserted, shaking his head before nodding again. The system had indeed rewarded him with knowledge regarding vehicle operation, so whether it was a bulldozer or even the latest tank, Lin Xuan was more than capable. This is intriguing. Very well, if you can drive it away, then do so. I, too, harbor a strong disdain for those who occupy the roadway, but regrettably, we have families to care for and cannot afford to act impulsively. With that, the burly man gestured to a foreman nearby. Let him use this bulldozer.